Having reached his 34th year, he found his thoughts drifting back to the past. A weary sigh escaped him, a testament to his regrets. Limping, he couldn't help but wonder where it all went awry. If only he had mastered the blade a little sooner. Then, perhaps, he could have prevented his sister's fate within the Empire. Exhausted, he questioned if the monster he had become would still exist. Had that come to pass, would he ever have encountered his master? His master, who had imparted so much wisdom. Those precious moments with his master were the zenith of his life, his savior, his everything. He would have cherished his master more, had he foreseen this bitter regret. This desolate path was never what he truly sought. Standing amidst the fallen, he surveyed the grim scene with a detached, weary gaze. Struck from behind, he reeled, staggering from the unexpected, brutal blow. Now kneeling before his assailant, he found himself utterly at their mercy. Gazing up at the blade, he noted the pitiful swing, yet a chilling resolve remained. Upon hearing the words, he uttered a chilling reply. You killed my father. His mind went blank, the crushing weight of that revelation descending upon him. Branded a monster, the words barely registered in his reeling mind. He had been pondering a response, but the epithet monster was no longer novel. He'd heard it countless times. Acute pain racked his body, his brain screaming for him to surrender, to simply end it all. But just a little more, he resolved, his eyes hardening with grim determination. A faint smile touched his lips. Just a little longer, a monster? The accusation hung heavy, its weight pressing down, branding him a monster for slaying masters, destroying the Tulkun Empire, and ending their bloodline. Responding to the accusation, Jack Stewart asked Phelan Valantier how many bastards he believed he'd killed. He scoffed, claiming to have slain tens of thousands. Yet still, they dared call him a monster? The antagonist retorted, asking if the answer wasn't glaringly obvious. Gazing down at his foe, the man saw him trembling, clutching an expensive sword, reminding him of a younger monster. Then, his own name echoed in the tense air. He identified himself, his voice firm, Jack Stewart. He mused on their unusual, intertwined fate, acknowledging he too bore that moniker. Phelan then asked, Raleigh, if he had truly killed his father. He admitted to slaying so many, he couldn't recall anyone named Stewart. The antagonist reflected on his father, the one he so desperately needed, a pang of envy stirring within him. Jack declared he would not apologize for the killing, offering his foe a chance instead. Yes. The air hung heavy, a silent, desperate plea suspended in the balance. Phelan Valantier, his voice laced with desperation, demanded the young man pierce him with the sword he held. His eyes widened, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. The perfect opportunity stared him down, yet something held him back, making him question its true nature. His body bore battle's marks, a testament to the struggles he had endured. A twisted smile played on Phelan's lips as he taunted, urging him to be worshipped as the hero who killed the monster. His thoughts raced, a desperate plan forming. He could survive this. His broken leg would recover. Time was short, but wasn't this his chance to become the hero? Yet a dark secret lingered, a truth he couldn't escape, whispering that he didn't want to. His face contorted in anguish, struggling with the immense weight of his decision. His grip tightened on the sword, a symbol of the power he wielded. The blade gleamed, reflecting the stark light of his impending choice. His legs trembled, standing at the precipice of an uncertain destiny. Labored breathing filled the air as Jack knelt before Phelan, his sword still clutched in hand. A memory surfaced, a stark reminder that the boy couldn't kill him before, but that was then. A disembodied hand reached out, the voice echoing a chilling, well done. Phelan continued his goading, suggesting Jack would live peacefully after killing him, enjoying life as a hero. He painted a picture of a life filled with exhausting days, yet many names bestowed upon him. His expression darkened, warning the young man not to live and regret like him. Tears welling in his eyes, Jack wondered if, unlike his tormentor, he was still young. His resolve wavered, the immense weight of the decision pressing down. Phelan declared the demon dead, the war finished, urging him to go and tell the others. Tears streaming down his face, Jack cried out, questioning why he lived like this, with such power. A flashback showed a younger Jack, the question echoing, why did you live like this? The answer, who knows? Why did he live? Held in someone's arms, the world began to fade around him. This was the end. He felt it, the loss of sensation in his fingers, like a balloon losing air. His sight blurred, and despite his will, his eyes were slowly closing. Slowly, the moment he forgot to breathe, all sounds around him ceased. In that last moment, a thought suddenly struck him. That was what he thought. Submerged, sinking deeper into the abyss, a profound weightlessness washed over him, embracing his descent. Enveloped by the water's silent embrace, he drifted further into the crushing, cold depths. A memory surfaced, a vision of his younger self, when his father had questioned his very existence. Another image flickered, his mother, a woman who had passed away at the moment of his birth. His older sister, renowned for her beauty, then his bullying second-born sibling. He remembered everything, the past flooding his mind. Having abandoned the name Jack Valantier, he became a swordsman, traversing the continent. The line between reality and dream blurred, his life's events flashing before his eyes. Looking down at his feet, he wondered, was this the end? Was he truly dead? A sigh escaped him, the crushing weight of his past settling upon him. The Second Continental War, a conflict he himself had ignited. He remembered being the victor, a ruthless ruler, a monster among monsters. The man who sought revenge had destroyed the Tulkun Empire, dominating the Western continent. He recalled killing all who bore the name of Tulkun, declaring victory, always winning. Achieving all his goals, he had been happy, willingly accepting his approaching death. He no longer had a reason to live. And so his heart had stopped. But what was this situation? He didn't believe it was black magic or sorcery. Clutching his chest, he wondered if he had truly returned to the past. His eyes widened, wondering how this was possible. The Valantier estate stood tall. The Marquis House of Valantier, a renowned family in the Teslan kingdom, belonged to the loyalist faction supporting the king. Reflecting on his origins, he was the third child, the youngest Marquis in the kingdom. He mused that, had he not been so greedy for the heir's title, his position would have ensured a comfortable life, a fact commonly known. Thinking back, this was the Rose Garden, an exception within the Marquis house. A hand reached out, gently touching the roses. It was more than just a garden, it was the Rose Garden. An annex in the estate's corner, it appeared beautiful, yet was merely an illusion, a place known as exile. Its sole purpose was to completely shut him off from the outside world. It was the family's way of supporting him. Looking back, this was that place, the Rose Garden. Lost in thought, he gazed at the sky. Approaching him, Ron announced, "Young master, I've prepared something for you to drink." Holding the drink, he thought of the only one in this estate who truly cared for him. Reflecting on the past, Jack Valantier thought of Ron, the loyal butler who had stayed by his side. Offering him tomato juice, Ron asked, "You didn't put any poison in this, right?" Ron replied, "No, how could I? I'm joking, I'm always thankful to you." Chuckling, Ron asked, "What's that for?" Looking down at the tomato juice, the young master thought, 11 people are in this rose garden, excluding me. He continued, realizing Ron was one, the other 10 being soldiers watching him from afar. Thinking to himself, he mused, besides Ron, I needn't pay attention to the others. But what should I do now? Lost in thought, Jack Valantier walked through the rose garden. He reflected, but I didn't know I would regress, and it's only been an hour since I realized it. Looking at his hand, he thought, of course, it's not like I have a plan in mind. He continued, currently, I'm 14. Even though I'm 14. Looking at his hands, he thought, I have no calluses, no mana heart, nothing similar to that. Comparing himself to other noble children, he thought himself truly inadequate. But of course, the reason was simple. At this time, he possessed no mana. Ow, that hurt. He wondered, what strange turn of events had brought him to this? An imposing figure now loomed over him. He cursed his own carelessness, a bitter thought. It had been years, he realized, since a blow had rattled his skull. His eyes widened in sudden, stark realization. The figure sneered down at him, condemning his reckless, simple-minded nature. Speechless, he could only stare back, his mind reeling. As his mind reeled, Phelan Valantier, second child of the Valantier family, and 3 years his brother's elder, found himself looking back. He remembered the true reason he never underwent mana training, not for lack of trying. His mind drifted to a flashback, a younger him in the background, another figure, back turned, in the foreground. The true reason lay in the threats and abuse he had suffered. A scene from the past unfolds, 2 figures standing within a gazebo, their hushed conversation lost to the winds of time. A close-up reveals intense eyes, brimming with a deep-seated resentment that has festered for decades, refusing to fade. That memory, it still wavers, a persistent phantom in his mind. The cruel word, lowlife, still hangs heavy in the air, echoing. An echoing voice claimed his life could have been snuffed out at any moment. A hand poured liquid, the deliberate gesture laced with palpable disdain. Tears welled in his eyes, hearing he possessed no usefulness, unlike his older sister. Phelan Valantier sat across from Jack Stewart, warning him against learning anything, be it sword techniques or magic. As long as he bore the Marquis' blood, or remained in this household, he would only consume and wear what they provided. He finished, telling him to live like a dead rat. The Marquis-to-be looked down at Jack, a cruel smile playing on his lips, claiming he might consider him a younger brother. The scene shifted to a younger Jack, his knees weak as he sat on a chair, recalling his youthful timidity. Servants whispered behind closed doors, calling him the household shame due to his weak-kneed personality, a secret confined within their walls. Children's laughter echoed, mocking the Marquis' third child, a pathetic existence that would be worse if ever revealed. Whispers followed him, the laughter of even the commoners in his family giggling among themselves, a constant torment. The Valantier estate stood tall, a symbol of the family that tormented him, led by the second child and Count Mantis. Phelan looked on, a coldness in his eyes, a silent, unfinished thought lingering. A figure stood in a grand room, the only family member he could rely on, the sole person who ever cared, despite the firstborn being a woman. His sister, a year older than the second child, stood before him. She gazed out the window, unable to succeed the family simply because she was a woman. She was the beautiful first child of the Marquis family, denied succession. Her fate had been decided from the very start. She would be forced into a beneficial marriage, trapped within a gilded cage. A small mansion, a family line to carry on. This was his sister's reality, forcing him to watch helplessly. Phelan saw her as nothing more than a tool to be exploited, or someone to be seen with, never too close, especially near royalty. Jack thought he deserved to die for his actions. He demanded to know why he was being stared at so intensely. Angered by the look in the young man's eyes, he grabbed his arm. A knight looked on, surprised by the sudden, violent confrontation. His anger was palpable. Furious, he shouted, "You think you can block my arms? You're worse than an insect." A tense silence followed. Losing his temper, he threw him to the ground. Still reeling from the previous blow, he cried out, kicked once more. Looking down at Jack, Phelan demanded to know what he thought he was doing. A sinister smile spread across his face, preparing to continue his brutal assault. He mockingly asked if he should offer Jack a hand up. His face contorted with rage. He called him a lowlife who didn't know his place. He noted the man had gathered mana, while a guard observed something bad might happen. Phelan thought to himself, they weren't even trying to stop Jack. He found the situation a joke, watching him struggle on the ground. One of his men cried out, begging him to stop. The man pleaded with him to hold it in, warning against using mana now. Without hesitation, he punched the man in the face. As Jack was kicked again, Phelan wondered if he was worried, stating he wasn't in the slightest. Ron was a man with many secrets, after all. From across the courtyard, he shouted, "You arrogant bastard." The young master continued his tirade. "I'll just kill you and that arrogant servant together." He seemed quite talkative. A sinister smile spread across his face as he taunted. "Do you fight with your mouth?" Hearing Phelan's words, Ron mused. "What did you say? I thought that sword was just for show. I was wrong." Despite the odds, he steeled himself, thinking, even without training, or an ounce of mana in me. Clenching his fist, he admitted, "I'm not confident." But a determined glint shone in his eyes as he smiled. He declared, "I'm not confident of losing." Gathering his resolve, Ron felt mana begin to flow. Preparing to strike, he thought, Phelan's power is exactly third circle. That's all he has. Even with mana and an expensive sword, a kid's a kid. Considering his clumsy sword technique, he wondered who Phelan expected to cut. It was a joke. He wondered if he should just throw him, but decided against it, grabbing the man. Getting right up in his face, he declared that Ron needed a lesson to strengthen his mental power. He was a third circle mage, and Ron was a low-life bastard. Ron thought they should obviously include their head as well. In that case, okay. With a grunt, Phelan threw him to the ground. He then stomped on the man's hand. A gasp of pain escaped him as his hand was crushed. He thought it only fair to return at least 1/100 of the humiliation Ron had given him. He asked, "Isn't that right?" Someone struggled, their efforts proving futile against the iron grip of their captor. His face contorted in disbelief. Phelan Valantier could only stammer out a single, broken word. Standing firm, the armored figure remained ready to carry out his orders. Shifting scenes, the armored figure now knelt before an unseen master. Now, his expression hardened, a grim resolve settling upon him. Remaining still, the armored figure awaited further instruction. His grip tightened on his weapon, a silent promise. A hand rose, delivering a single, clear command. "Don't move," the voice commanded. His eyes glowing with eerie light, Phelan Valantier issued a chilling warning. "Unless you wish to become like this." Unfolding, the scene presented a stark contrast of control and desperation. Pinning someone beneath the surface, he watched their struggles weaken with each passing moment. A voice echoed, a cruel reminder of unspoken expectations. Sputtering, the captive's body convulsed in a desperate plea for air. His mind drifted, a perfect memory surfacing amidst the chaos. Phelan's grip tightened, a chilling question hanging in the air. Should he cool his little brother's head? Bubbles rose, a silent testament to the fading life beneath the water. A desperate gasp escaped, a final, futile attempt to draw breath. The captive's struggles intensified, a surge of panic fueling their weakening limbs, as he taunted them about their unused mana. His thoughts darkened, a bitter reflection on the events leading to this moment, blaming the drowning man. A memory surfaced, his sister's marriage marking a turning point. The truth emerged, a father's assassination, a son's poisoned rise to power. The Valantier family, it seemed, committed atrocities, believing the Empire was on their side. Yet, the Marquis house, unable to fulfill its promises, vanished without a sound. He thought, holding no attachment to avenging his father or the house. What truly infuriated him was their squandering of his sister's sacrifice. "You idiot." "No, idiots," he muttered. His sister was a smart woman, possessing a refined nature. How did she feel, heading to the Empire? He couldn't even begin to understand. His sister, journeying to the Empire solely for her house's glory. "What's wrong, Elizabeth?" a man asked, knowing she must have been aware of her grim circumstances, given her captor. He wondered if she was anxious, facing the fourth Imperial Prince, rumored to commit disgusting acts. He thought with a sinister smile, "No one will visit you, not even being the legal wife. Keep your head down quietly, just nod," a voice instructed. And smile, for his sister thought the world of her family. The memory surfaced, a vision of Elizabeth, enduring all sorts of mistreatment. Phelan Valentier's mind raced, imagining the bastard and his father discovering his sister's fate. He violently suppressed the thought, knowing he might succumb to a rage that would consume him. A desperate voice echoed, pleading for mercy. His grip tightened, the captive's face contorting in abject terror. The captive's face, inches from his own, offered pleas that fell on deaf ears. The captive whimpered a desperate, broken plea. Phelan Valantier recognized that look, having witnessed it countless times in his past life. The raw terror of impending death. He snarled, demanding the captive reflect on his past transgressions. The captive stammered, wondering how to make him recall their past, if he'd forgotten. He pressed the captive, insisting he experience it directly, thus understanding the true value of family. The captive shrieked, admitting his error, begging for the torment to cease. A booming voice suddenly demanded an immediate end to the violence. Hearing the demand, Phelan Valantier paused, his expression utterly unreadable. From above, a figure pleaded with him, desperately begging him to cease. But the plea fell on deaf ears, as he merely scoffed. His rage unabated, he continued his brutal assault, striking the figure beneath him. Those nearby could only watch in horror, powerless to intervene. Gasping for breath, the armored figure managed to utter a single, defiant word. Showing no mercy, Phelan Valantier brought his foot down with brutal force. Looking down, the figure from above demanded the immediate removal of him. His face contorted with fury, he barked that the man wasn't dead, ordering them to take him and leave. Witnessing the scene, a cry erupted, expressing grave concern for the second young lord. As the dust settled, the second young lord was helped up, appearing visibly shaken. Still reeling from the recent violence, Phelan Valantier paused, a trickle of blood running down his face as he stared into the distance. Elsewhere, word of his brutal actions spread like wildfire throughout the entire house. Whispers began to ripple through the estate, revealing Phelan Valantier as the unexpected, unsettling subject of every hushed conversation. Not only was he the Mantis Marquis house's future heir, but the family's overwhelming wealth also ensured their matriarch was always addressed as Madam. Seeing him, the one destined to become the next Marquis, had always been a given, assuming no unforeseen complications arose. The rumors persisted, painting a grim picture of him lying in bed, his head split open, developing a crippling fear of water. Such whispers naturally turned the entire household upside down, throwing everything into disarray. The scene shifted, revealing Phelan Valantier standing alone within a quiet room. The focus narrowed, settling on a delicate dessert being meticulously prepared. He took a slow, deliberate bite of the ripe strawberry. Beyond that, countless other rumors continued to circulate. The young master, a genius who'd reached the third circle at 17, shouldered the house's expectations. Yet, how had the youngest bested him? Talk of the youngest's sudden strength persisted, with many wondering if he had been concealing his true abilities all this time. Meanwhile, Phelan lay confined to his bed, his condition a grave concern as his 18th birthday, the heir-naming date, loomed next year. Whispers spread, some daring to suggest the youngest might have coveted the position, perhaps even orchestrating events. A woman demanded to know the commotion's cause, as the rumors began to swell into an undeniable roar. Within the Marquis house, everyone remained puzzled by the bewildering recent events. In a dimly lit chamber, a cloaked figure in a red cape stood ominously with two companions. The figure in the red cape commanded, his voice echoing, "Bring me the third child." A chilling question hung in the air. How would the Lord react to this audacious command? Light streamed through a stained glass window, casting vibrant, colorful patterns across the opulent room. A man savored a taste, declaring with satisfaction, "Delicious, today as well." A young master received thanks, his expression remaining utterly unreadable. Someone nearby recoiled, taken aback, uttering a sharp, incredulous, "Pardon." A servant called out, addressing Phelan as young master, causing him to pause, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. The message was clear. The Lord had summoned him to the main building. Ron confirmed the summons, inquiring if it was to be immediately. Turning away, he rose gracefully from his seat. Ron pleaded, asking him to wait so he could accompany him. Raising a hand to halt him, Phelan assured, "It's fine. I'm not a baby." A worried expression crossed his face, his concern for the young master evident. Turning back to him, he acknowledged, "I understand," before the servant urged him to take care. The scene shifted to a grand staircase, where two maids were seen descending. Now walking down the stairs, he was followed by several watchful guards. A palpable sense of unease permeated the air, as unseen eyes seemed to scrutinize his every move. Exhaling slowly, Phelan seemed to steel himself for whatever awaited him. It had been a long while since he'd last returned here. Completely ignored, he felt as though his very presence had ceased to exist. He sighed, though he cared little, understanding this was how others perceived him. He hoped this ordeal would conclude swiftly. The guards stood in silent vigil, their unwavering presence a stark reminder of his predicament. They treated him as if he were invisible, a truly galling slight. He scoffed, finding their behavior utterly preposterous. Knights indeed. The knights remained silent, their forms utterly unmoving. He wondered if they could even perceive him, let alone speak. His past self would have departed instantly upon witnessing such an expression. Dragon smirked, a silent warning to cease such expressions before he folded their bodies in two. "Pardon." He deliberately stepped on a guard's foot, eliciting a sharp cry of pain. The knight stood firm, his armored form unyielding. He declared he wouldn't ask twice, stating the Lord had summoned him, and that Phelan Valantier was unworthy to be present. Visibly annoyed, the young master questioned why he was being denied entry. The knight retorted, stating he could not divulge that information. Sighing, he realized he was simply being ordered to wait there. The knight continued, instructing him to repent there until granted entry. Then, observing his movement, he questioned where the young lord was going, remarking the man hadn't changed. Exasperated, Phelan wondered where else he was expected to go. The knight declared that if the young master had something to say, he should tell him to come. Growing increasingly frustrated, he questioned why he was summoned for such trivial matters. Elsewhere, within a quiet study, a voice wondered if he had finally lost his mind. As a quill scratched across parchment, the writer noted that he had departed. In a room filled with books, a man offered an apology, confirming the truth of it. Meanwhile, the narrative shifted to a different chamber. Phelan smirked, a glint in his violet eyes as he murmured, "I see." His gloved hand rested upon a document, the quill nearby untouched, while the faint sound of scratching filled the air. Leaning on his cane, a red cape draped over his shoulders, he mused that the youngest had changed considerably. Phelan Valantier, lost in thought, mused that his visitor would soon arrive. A sinister chuckle escaped him, anticipating the upcoming meeting. As the sun set over the estate, long shadows stretched across the grounds. Raising his glass, he spoke of the devil. A procession of servants made their way through the estate, their footsteps echoing in the halls. Phelan Valentier's face betrayed a hint of stubbornness, a trait running deep within him. A wry smile played on his lips, reflecting on how little he had changed. Surrounded by his entourage, he continued his silent observations. He considered his father non-existent, recalling the past life attempt on his own life after fleeing home. He was greedy for power beyond his grasp, lacking the ability to realize his ambitions. With a polite smile, sitting in the open air, Phelan Valentier welcomed his guest, declaring this was the Marquis. His expression hardening, he thought, he could never call such a man his father. Turning his head slightly, his eyes narrowed, wondering why they had done it. Nearby, a woman's indignant voice rang out, questioning how anyone dared disrespect the Lord. The sound of approaching footsteps signaled the visitor's long journey. Phelan Valentier rose, looking down at the approaching figure. "Shall we head inside, or do you plan to speak here?" The visitor, a man of imposing presence, carried a distinctive cane. The indignant woman was joined by two children, all watching the exchange in shock. The canes tip-tapped against the floor. The visitor looked on, his expression a mix of shock and anger, as the scene shifted indoors. The cane was placed down, emitting a soft, ethereal glow. Sitting, Phelan Valentier wondered if the visitor was checking for a secret mana heart, as the cane still glowed. Continuing his thought, he stated he possessed no mana heart now, implying a past connection. As the visitor observed him closely, he was told he possessed a talent for martial arts. Taking a sip, the visitor responded that he wouldn't believe his regression, simply stating, "Just because." Nearby, the woman was furious, calling the visitor an impertinent brat and commoner's child. Turning back to Phelan Valentier, the visitor was told he was once useless, but now held some purpose. Looking down, the visitor wondered if he was not his child, and if useless, asked if he desired acknowledgement. With a dismissive tone, the visitor stated acknowledgement after all this time held no interest. Whispers spread among the onlookers as the visitor turned to leave. As the visitor walked away, he stated he had heard him. Watching the visitor leave, the onlookers were confused, wondering why he departed without anger or why he came. The woman from before spoke, addressing someone as second mother. The woman, furious, wondered if the second child's fate was why the other's wrinkles worsened, advising better appearance care, calling her an impertinent brat. Though claiming no perversion, he couldn't help but smirk, seeing her make such a face. Clearly upset, the woman requested her leave, her voice tight with emotion. With a polite smile, Ron bid her good evening, a subtle formality in his tone. Before departing, she requested her regards be sent to the second child, a curious addendum. Gazing at the building, one might perceive a harmonious family within its walls. For the commotion he caused, Jack Valentier, the third young lord, was sentenced to 20 days of solitary confinement. So the letter declared, sparking a fresh commotion throughout the household. Ignoring the second child's frequent pummeling, he pondered his solitary confinement, questioning its very nature. Sketching on paper, he mused if he wasn't already exiled to this rose garden, wondering why solitary confinement was added. He wondered if it was merely forced indoor confinement, with barely a month of academy vacation left, yet still, solitary confinement. Halting his drawing, he paused, a thought catching him. Suddenly, Jack remembered the academy, admitting he had completely forgotten its existence. He reflected upon his current age. Under Teslan Kingdom law, all able-bodied noble children faced compulsory academy attendance, an inescapable education. He knew the academy's official duration was 4 years, with enrollment at 14, placing him in his first year. It was currently summer vacation, marking the end of his first semester. Jack felt a jolt of surprise, realizing he was a student. He knew his master's deep ties to the academy meant he couldn't afford to waste time, especially not his master's. Gazing at his drawing, he conceded he should attend the academy. With 27 vacation days remaining, 20 in confinement, and a 6-day journey, time was pressing. He wondered how he'd endured such things, resolving to depart for the academy immediately after his confinement. Ron inquired, "Are you finished?" Scanning the room, Jack asked, "Where is this solitary confinement room?" The aide wondered if he'd lost his tongue, pressing for the location. The words hung heavy, the implication stark. Only one place in this house served as solitary confinement. Presenting a bouquet, Phelan spoke of accommodations for criminals, those who'd committed crimes within the territory. A gasp escaped him, unable to believe what he was hearing. Offering a curt nod, the antagonist simply replied, yes. His voice laced with disbelief, he could only utter, you. Rage boiled over, the sky mirroring his fury as he vowed the other man would wait. This isn't a mere injury, but an extension of something deeper, revealing at a glance the victim of a brutal head wound. During his vacation, Phelan Volunteer had attended social parties almost daily, meeting vassals and acquainting himself with other nobles, before his head was split open. Now, the cold, unforgiving bars of a prison cell came into stark, grim view. He had never truly desired the Marquis position, yet the people of the Marquis constantly reminded him of it. They insisted he had no place, no future, anywhere within this Marquis. A low, muttered curse escaped him. Before the knights could arrive, he voluntarily headed to the prison. His hands clenched into tight fists, a quiet, weary resignation settling over him. As he shed tears, watched by another, Ron's face held an expression of inexplicable pity. The tears fell, each drop a silent testament to his dire situation. Embarrassed, he was gently ushered away with a quiet plea to take care. Lying on the rough prison cot, Phelan could only manage a soft, defeated surveying the meager accommodations, a bed, a wash basin, 3 meals a day. He wondered if his father had shown him any consideration. Yet, he questioned the point, given the blanket likely hadn't been washed in 500 years. And the food, fit for no peasant, was too much. He'd spent the day in solitary, yet this was unbearable. The law stated that nobles owning a territory could punish anyone within its borders. This power stemmed from territorial laws they created, superseding the kingdom's own statutes. Essentially, a vassal wielded king-like authority within their own domain. Reflecting on Phelan's imprisonment, the figure believed he should still be recognized as his son. He mused, I didn't instigate rebellion, yet my father chose to imprison his own son? He wondered if his father would claim he used poison or a forbidden artifact, but dismissed it as too trivial. His father would likely concoct a scenario like this. Jack Volunteer, the house's disgrace, learned black magic, laughing maniacally. Driven by his own greed, he was confronted. Phelan, the second child, discovering this, tried to rectify his little brother, but he refused to listen. Though wounded in the head, he remained defiantly unyielding. Even after all that, he still forgave his little brother, assuring him it was okay. The thought of the Marquis and his wife's heads likely plagued him, sickening him to his core. He resolved to leave in a day or two, unwilling to waste his precious vacation in this vile prison. He held no love for this estate. Though eager to leave, 3 things weighed heavily on his mind. Ron, and the thought of his master. Beyond all else, he was currently an extreme weakling. Barely 5 feet tall, weighing next to nothing, Phelan lamented his current state, noting his distinct lack of muscle. To him, this world was dictated by one thing alone. Only the strong survived. The weak were nothing more than fertilizer. Phelan Volunteer had survived through sheer strength, obtaining everything he desired in his past life. Now, he had tasks to complete, and more enemies to exact vengeance upon than anticipated. Currently, he required 2 things, time and power, both readily available within the Academy's walls. The moment had arrived to uncover talents, thereby increasing his power and naturally regaining his past life strength. Regaining his full power would allow him to protect his master, his sister, and Ron. A quiet rustling broke the silence, Phelan shifting restlessly in his bed. Then, a thought solidified. Though he found it distasteful, he knew he must seize what was necessary. Mana, the source of all power, wasn't uniform, but a spectrum of potential, quantified by a rigid, established structure. Dividing mana wielders into 10 ranks, the first 3 circles were for beginners, those still finding their footing in mystical arts. The 10th circle, however, was reserved for masters, the pinnacle of magical achievement. Such individuals were called superhumans, and he required a secluded place, away from prying eyes, where he could focus. Forming even a single mana circle clearly demonstrated youth as a significant advantage. He wondered if his past life's early start at 17 was why he could achieve this now. Memories flickered, revealing a younger version of himself. That younger Phelan knew this secret could not yet be revealed. A distinct sound broke the silence, making him wonder if the Marchioness had come to scold him. Yet, the sound was far too light for her. The sound echoed through the hallway, a corridor lined with prison cells. Footsteps drew closer, suggesting an approaching presence. Phelan gasped, his eyes widening in utter disbelief. A familiar voice echoed in his mind, one he never expected to hear again. It belonged to the person he'd only seen in dreams, met only in past memories. Behind the prison bars, a young woman's face appeared, Elizabeth Volunteer. The young woman's voice called out, Jackie, you're not hurt, are you? Tears welling in his eyes, Phelan whispered, Sis. His kind and beautiful sister. A voice, filled with concern, called out, asking if Jackie was hurt. A gentle hand touched his face, acknowledging a nickname she hadn't heard in decades. Calling out to his sister, Jack insisted he wasn't hurt at all, claiming he was completely fine. From behind the bars, his sister questioned his resort to black magic, reminding him she'd offered to teach him. An apology was offered, suggesting Jack should have waited at the academy a little longer. A familiar name was uttered, leaving Jack to question something unseen. From behind the bars, she asked if Jack was even listening, wondering if he was truly hurt. A sinister smile spread across his face as Jack denied injury, claiming he was simply glad. The sister behind bars exclaimed in confusion, clearly taken aback by Jack's words. A wide, strained smile stretched across Jack's face, though tears gathering in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. From behind the cold bars, his sister asked if he was truly all right. She wondered if they should simply run away. Her mind drifted to a hopeful future, envisioning a farm they could start together. He knew how his brother and second mother treated her, suggesting they abandon everything for a peaceful life. Finding someone good and starting a farm, Jack thought, would be great. Instead of enduring the Marquis, she should. Hearing his name, the sister paused, her expression hardening. She reminded Jack he was their father, and no matter what, he'd always be their father. Grasping the bars, she insisted that despite the world's judgment, he loved their mother and birthed them, so he shouldn't speak thus again. She knew their father despised Jack, but she'd try to change his opinion, no matter what. She asked Jack to endure a little longer and to trust her. A knowing smile played on her lips, admitting she felt she'd heard this in a past life. The sister's eyes widened, a flood of memories washing over her, realizing she'd truly returned to the past. A younger Jack smiled, clearly happy to see her again after so long. She teased him, calling him a babe. Then, the memory shifted. Jack apologized, asking her to step back for a moment. He seemed to be preparing for something, but she was unsure what. She asked if this was what Jack wanted. A confident smirk spread across his face, declaring it perfect. Jack's hand glowed with bright blue light as he began to perform magic. The air crackled with energy, the magic intensifying. The scene filled with vibrant blue light, the magic reaching its peak. The sister gasped, calling Jack's name, wondering what he was doing. Confused and disoriented, the sister found herself in a prison cell, questioning if Jack had made a circle. As a hand reached out, she wondered how Jack had opened the prison door. With a sudden surge of raw energy, the heavy door burst open, tears welling in his eyes. Jack murmured apologies to his sister. Hugging her tightly, he asked if she was all right, if she'd eaten anything strange. Tears streaming down her face, she questioned if he was truly unharmed. Looking up at her, he confirmed that he was. Embracing her, he held her close, a silent promise. Holding her close, Jack promised things would be different, that much would change now. Tears still falling, he assured her she wouldn't have to sacrifice herself, vowing she could do anything. Holding her close, he offered what comfort he could. Her eyes still filled with worry, she clung to his embrace. From this moment forward, a dark, foreboding prison stretched into the distance, its stone walls hinting at untold horrors. Memories flooded back, of interrogating the fourth imperial prince who stole his sister in a past life. That truth, a clenched fist bound to a wooden table, spoke volumes of the suffering endured. The reality of the situation proved more wretched than Jack could have ever expected. The broken, defeated figure on the table had been twisted into a monster. Stunned by the revelation, he could only whisper, "What?" The worst future, his sister's fate, remained unknown to the world, a secret only he knew. His rage boiling over, he hissed through gritted teeth, "You fucking bastards." Gripping a sharp instrument, he vowed, "How dare you do that to my sister? Unforgivable." His fury reaching a fever pitch, Jack screamed, "I will never forgive the Tulkun imperial family." A glimpse of happier times revealed the siblings, once incredibly close. High above, birds circled the ancient castle, their cries echoing in the morning air. Stretching languidly in his bed, Jack yawned, shaking off the last vestiges of sleep. He wondered if the previous night's events were the cause, yet it felt more like a vivid dream of his past life. Sitting up, he admitted uncertainty, unsure if the new surroundings or a truly terrible dream had disturbed his rest. A soldier stood before him, musing aloud that a world dominator shouldn't be narrow-minded. He found this cozy place unfortunate, given his past. Looking up at the soldier, Jack inquired about the shoes and clothes, expressing gratitude for their retrieval. Elsewhere, a hand gripped something with crushing force, a sinister aura permeating the very air around it. Eyes glowing yellow, the figure requested release, acknowledging a usual disrespect, but finding this particular instance quite surprising. The soldier scoffed, openly displaying disdain for the Marquis house's third young lord. He curtly dismissed him, questioning his annoying stare and lack of proper attire. Sweat beaded on his brow, prompting him to hastily ask for pardon. Darden, having just sought pardon, was met with a sharp retort from Jack, who questioned their perceived familiarity. Stumbling over his words, he attempted to retract his statement, but the moment had already passed. Suddenly, a fist, crackling with blue energy, smashed into him with brutal force. The devastating blow sent Jack reeling, a raw scream of pain erupting from his throat. Recovering from the unexpected attack, he found himself standing before a grand, imposing building. A voice called out, "Master." Confused, he wondered who could be addressing him so. Turning, he saw Phelan, who greeted him with a simple, yet relieved, "You're back." He rushed to his side, concern etched on his face, asking if Jack was hurt. Jack insisted he was completely fine. Changing the subject, he inquired if more people were now present. He confirmed that 10-foot soldiers and a page from the Iron Blood Knight Order had been assigned to them. He then wondered if he himself was the page from the Iron Blood Knight Order. Confirming his suspicions, Jack acknowledged the third young lord's statement. The third young lord assumed he had no desire to care for him, yet couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. Something clearly caught the young lord off guard. As he realized his prison actions had been discovered, the young lord stood in his armor, while the protagonist observed him intently. The third young lord then politely requested a full account of what transpired in the prison. Jack wondered at the young lord's sudden, uncharacteristic politeness. The young lord muttered, explaining he had just received a report. His actions, the report detailed, involved taking a guard's fingers and his right eye. Confused, he questioned the account, insisting the young master couldn't have committed such an act. Sighing, the third young lord cursed, muttering a harsh epithet under his breath. Jack, being comforted, questioned the accuracy of using the word right in such a grim situation. The young lord mused, believing even a dog of Mantis would possess such knowledge. As the young lord was flanked by him and a fully armored knight, the knight's words were deemed too harsh. Fixing the knight with a cold stare, the third young lord reminded him his sole duty was to stay put and look after him, nothing more. His voice dripping with disdain, the abandoned third young lord commanded the knight to clean up the mess himself, in his own time. He reminded the knight of his mission to observe, yet he kept making a mess, implying he should be begging him not to. Humbled, the knight offered a swift apology. At least, the young master mused, this dog knew how to think. Turning away, he declared himself too lazy to continue, ordering the knight to report after settling the matter alone. He then told the knight to complain to the Marquis, should he harbor any grievances. Placing a hand on the third young lord's shoulder, Jack suggested to Ron that they depart. Turning away, he then walked off. From that moment, the knight was simply known as Chick. His fingers drumming, the young master appeared lost in deep thought. Strolling alongside Ron, the third young lord, struck by a sudden craving, announced his desire for meat. Responding with practiced efficiency, Ron assured him he would prepare it immediately. Inside, light streamed through the window, illuminating the culinary preparations already underway. His eyes sparkling with anticipation, he savored the first bite, a heart appearing above his head. A chibi version of him appeared, uttering JMT, a Korean expression for delicious. Ron stood nearby, his cooking skills earning high praise from the satisfied third young lord, who declared them top-notch. Ron seemed flustered by the praise, but the young master told him to stop staring like a carp if he wished to speak. Ron simply replied, nothing. With a flourish, he offered the young master another piece of meat. Holding a piece of meat on his fork, he asked Ron, aren't you hungry? There's plenty, so shall we eat together? With a concerned tone, Ron asked Phelan Valantier if he was hungry, suggesting they share a meal, assuring him there was plenty. His expression unreadable, he remained silent. Inwardly, he questioned how he could bring himself to share a meal with Ron. His patience wearing thin, he ordered Ron to sit, stating he had something important to discuss. Relenting, Phelan agreed to eat, but only if he insisted. Changing the subject, Ron inquired about Lady Elizabeth, a nearby servant replying, she was as usual. His gaze intense, his concern was palpable. Twirling spaghetti onto his fork, he was told he wasn't an idiot. His voice laced with frustration, he retorted that Phelan, of all people, should understand Elizabeth's suffering, prompting him to repeat himself. As Ron ate, he seemed to know something. The two men sat in silence for a moment. A memory surfaced, a close-up of someone's hair. A voice echoed, I'll say it again, your cooking skills were always good. The memory continued, from what I can remember, in my younger days. A young girl stood in a doorway, her voice recalling, the reason I could enjoy my meals without a care. A man stood in a kitchen, adding, was because you always checked if any ingredients were poisoned or not. The memory shifted, a voice musing, young master, so you knew that much. That's not all. Let's see. The man's expression darkened. You're a ninth circle mage right now, aren't you? Back in the present, he remained silent, lost in thought. He recalled another memory, a voice saying, as someone who stood by my mother's side, you may know. The memory continued, Phelan's thoughts on his mother. I don't know what kind of person she was, passing when I was born, but seeing my sister, who resembles her, she must have been good. Returning to the present, he finally spoke, this is what I truly feel. Sitting across from Ron, a question hung in the air. Did you protect my mother from the sidelines, didn't you? With a gentle clink, a cup was placed on the table. Lost in thought, he recalled that her escort had been a ninth circle mage. A chuckle escaped Phelan. If this were a novel, I'd have thrown it away, complaining about the realism. A sinister smile crept across his face. It actually happened. The rain fell heavily, blurring the line between memory and reality. The pounding of hooves echoed through the forest. I wasn't alone. Chased by his father's pursuers, he had thought himself utterly alone. Tears streamed down his face as he fled through the storm. The pursuers were likely Iron Blood Knight Order members, like the woman he'd seen. The Marquis had sent them to kill his own son. The captain of that Knight Order was a ninth circle swordsman. As the memories flooded back, so did Ron. A memory surfaced, of someone sacrificing everything to protect him. He remembered being escorted away, fleeing on horseback from unseen pursuer. Even then, he was there. Back in the present, Phelan admitted he was afraid after learning Ron had been his mother's ninth circle mage guardian. He wondered if his mother was truly a commoner, and if the Marquis even knew the truth. Ron replied that she probably hadn't even told him. He thought to himself, he'd just keep living without knowing, as what kind of person Ron was mattered now. Phelan asked what he wanted from him, stating he trusted no one here but himself and his sister, then asked Ron to protect her. He reflected that Lady Elizabeth was someone who reached the sixth circle at 18 years of age. Ron replied, "No, she's excessively kind. Sacrificing herself is nothing to her." He thought, that's not how she should live. It's how the Marquis should, sacrificing herself for family and house. Planning his next move, he intended to head to the academy tomorrow, not returning unless something serious happened. Reflecting on his future, Phelan thought that after 4 years, he could finally live his life. He considered a life beyond current responsibilities, not always hiding, but finding what he truly wanted, though he wondered why 4 years were needed. Clenching his fist, he vowed he could protect his sister in 4 years, but from whom? Elsewhere, the abandoned third young lord of the Valentier Marquis house excused himself. Visibly frustrated, the third young lord curses, realizing this was an important moment, then gestures for someone to enter. With a soft creak, the door slowly swings open. Inside, a guard steps forward, reporting the injured man received first aid and was sent for treatment. Looking down at the scene, the young lord asks, "Is that all?" The guard explains the man severed his own fingers training, dropping his dagger, which then pierced his eye. The young lord then fled to the annex, concluding the incident. The third young lord commends him, then, mocking him as the Marquis' dog, offers leftover bones. He declines, insisting he is fine. Sweating profusely, the man finally reveals himself as James Canta. Looking off to the side, a dismissive scoff escapes him, a curt whatever. Standing before a knight in full armor, Phelan Valentier declares his desire for sword training, requesting 1 real and 1 wooden blade. Visibly annoyed, the knight retorts that such errands are not his duty. Holding up a fork, Phelan challenges him, questioning his knightly pride and apparent dislike. A sinister smile creeps across his face, thinking, "I'll give you a chance to thoroughly defeat me." Taken aback, the knight asks if he's serious. Phelan replies, "Of course. Look at my hands." He thinks, do these hands look like they've ever held a sword? You can beat me however you wish in a duel. Seemingly convinced, the knight asks, "Are you asking me to become your swordsmanship teacher?" A sly grin spreads across Phelan's face, a silent, dismissive puffed in his mind. Looking out at the building, Phelan thinks, that's the third most hilarious thing I've heard. Now, bring me a sword. Through a window overlooking the courtyard, an unspoken question hung heavy in the air, awaiting an answer. Across the table, the second young lord broke the silence, asking simply, "So?" Leaning forward, he continued, proposing, "If you were to get hurt, do you want to make a bet with me?" A flashback revealed a knight in armor, his mind consumed by a single challenge. "Can I beat her?" Another figure appeared, a gasp escaping him, seemingly surprised by the knight's resolve. The young master proposed a different wager. "Instead of betting on who wins or loses, let's wager on how many hits you receive." A smile spread across his face. "That'd be fun," he replied. "What do you want to bet?" He raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Are you seriously going to do this?" A confident smirk played on his lips. "Then let's do this," he declared. "If I get hit even once during the duel, you win. How's that?" Leaning back, he considered the terms. 1 hit. How about the loser grants the winner's wish? If the winner desired something, the loser need only give the order. Smiling slyly, the second young lord remarked, "I'm this manor's servant, after all. That just makes me want to tease you more." Holding up a fork, Ron replied, "As I've told you, there are only 2 people in this Marquis house I trust." The second young lord continued, adding, "And Ron, that's you. It's bad manners to point with a fork." Smiling, he addressed the young master as young master. The second young lord retorted, "Your face tells me you're loving this. All these complaints, yet you're actually happy." Looking up at him, the young master said, "You seem to be misunderstanding something." Smiling confidently, the second young lord continued, "I don't order people I trust. I ask them for a favor." Looking intently, he repeated, "Young master." With a playful grin, he said, "If it's like that, it's hard for me to refuse." A fist slammed against a door, its impact echoing through the silent halls. The armored figure stood ready, prepared for the upcoming duel. Seated at the table, the second young lord spoke. "Third young lord, forgive my earlier rudeness. If you need a sparring partner, I will gladly be yours." He continued, his expression thoughtful. "Please reconsider what you said earlier. Countless people, like that guard, disrespect me to my face." As Ron listened intently, the young master elaborated, "But indirect humiliation and laying a hand on me directly are completely different. He must fear what comes afterwards." The second young lord raised a finger. "That's why he's kneeling and saying this. So, do you want to go somewhere no one can see us?" Ron's eyes widened slightly, a new thought crossing his mind. The young master smirked. "You're afraid of losing to me?" Ron responded, "I'm not afraid." "Is that so? Really?" He continued, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Then, I guess you're confident you'll beat me. Your face says it all. It's obvious." The second young lord tilted his head, questioning, "Pardon?" The scene shifted to training weapons, a voice exclaiming, "Whoa." Standing in a large training area with Ron, the young master remarked, "I never knew we had a place like this in our basement." Following him, the young master stretched, ready to begin his training. Looking around, the second young lord asked if this was where Ron worked out. Ron shook his head, explaining that this very place had originally been crafted for Lady Noah and her 2 children. Surveying the expanse of space, the second young lord noted he'd never used it, yet found it remarkably clean. He mused aloud, wondering if someone, perhaps Ron, maintained its pristine condition. Ron offered a small smile, accepting the unspoken praise. Shifting his gaze, Ron wondered what held the abandoned third young lord's intense focus. An attendant presented a wooden sword, and he urged the young master to hurry. Accepting the weapon, he confirmed his readiness to begin with the wooden swords. He gripped the wooden sword, his knuckles white. As he held the sword, the second young lord complimented the third young lord's swordsmanship. Internally, he mused on the countless lives he'd ended in a past existence, then offered a polite thank you for the compliment. Gripping the wooden sword, he swung it at Darden, urging him to take their practice seriously, despite the blunted blades. A swift kick sent Darden stumbling, his footing instantly compromised. The wooden sword flew from his grasp, clattering loudly against the cold stone floor. The young master pressed his advantage, his movements fluid and precise. Having been so easily disarmed, Darden internally scoffed, thinking, a novice remains a novice. Fearing the potential repercussions, Darden resolved to merely startle the third young lord, ending the bout quickly. But before he could react, the young master slammed him to the ground. Dazed, Darden found himself staring up at the young master. Stunned by the sudden turn of events, he could only manage a confused, guttural sound. The third young lord stood over Darden, his expression utterly unreadable. Lying on the ground, Darden realized a real blade would have meant death, wondering where the young master acquired such skill. He questioned if this was truly his first time wielding a sword. A witness pondered the impossible sight. Though the blow seemed light, for the 14-year-old third young lord, its impact was anything but. The sharp clang of clashing swords echoed through the yard. The knight expected this outcome, watching the young lord sent sprawling across the ground. He swung his practice blade once more. Everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. His movements were flawless, he mused inwardly. Every attack, every evasion, executed with absolute perfection. Had he wielded a real blade, the young page would surely be dead. What had happened to the third young lord? He'd never even held a sword, let alone mastered swordsmanship. Is this what they call a genius? Jack Valentier wondered, his face a mask of utter disbelief. No, he decided, shaking his head in quiet contemplation. Not even a genius could possess such skill, he mused, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. In the training yard, Phelan Valentier addressed Darden. You're in your mid-20s, right? When I was 18. He began, as the scene shifted to reveal his younger self, questioned about reaching the fourth circle in 5 years. He had indeed reached the fourth circle by 23, prompting Jack Valentier to consider his useful talent, despite a late start. His eyes narrowed, a calculating thought forming. Let's see. He considered Darden capable of reaching the 7th circle, then corrected himself, believing he could achieve the 8th. He could even aim for a noble family's Knight Order captaincy. As the observer continued his scrutiny, Phelan Valentier stammered, "Tage third young lord?" The observer thought, "Isn't this hilarious?" He found it a joke, such talent reduced to child-minding, then declared, "Okay, I'm starting to like you now." As the third young lord stood ready, he received a stark warning. He would get hurt. A sinister laugh echoed, the antagonist clearly relishing the prospect of a fight. The laughter intensified, a chilling prelude to the coming storm. With a sneer, Phelan Valentier dismissively called him a chick. The third young lord received a warning, a hair's breadth separating conceit from confidence, wondering if it was coincidence or luck. Drawing his sword, the antagonist prepared to strike. A declaration hung in the air, a prelude to the impending clash. Taunting him further, the man repeated his insult, daring him to attack. The fight began. The third young lord immediately struck. Phelan Valentier's words cut deep, explaining that rushing in after a mere taunt was why he remained a page. Steel met steel, their clashing swords echoing through the training ground. In a swift, decisive blow, the young lord was defeated. The sword clattered to the ground, a stark reminder of the recent defeat. Elsewhere, a shadowy figure observed, noting the man had seemingly perished twice this very day. In a vivid flashback, the third young lord was sent hurtling backward, propelled by his opponent's devastating strike. His opponent clarified, revealing he had merely shifted his blade's trajectory the instant their weapons met. The unknown fighter continued, labeling it an advanced technique, then challenged him, asking if he truly wished to witness its full power. Humiliated by the display, he clenched his jaw, a silent fury simmering. The fighter declared his intent to wield a real blade next, receiving only a dismissive, nonchalant reply. Back in the present, Ron was addressed by the young master, their conversation resuming. Smirking, the figure from earlier announced his victory in their wager. A vision of Elizabeth materialized, her wish echoing his earlier request, as she questioned his ability to fulfill it. His expression hardened, listening intently to the spectral plea, resolve forming. Clenching his fist, he vowed to stake his very life, ensuring her wish would be realized. Having witnessed the third young lord's prior defeat, the young master now faced him again. Yet this time, the young lord declared, things would unfold differently. Smirking, Jack Valentier mocked him as a missing chick, observing his newfound ability to wield. His eyes gleaming with amusement, the young master retorted that he, too, possessed such power. Infusing his blade with vibrant blue mana, he launched the first, decisive strike, initiating their duel. The blow's immense force sent him reeling backward, the young lord struggling desperately to maintain his precarious footing. The young master pressed his advantage, his mana-enhanced blade meeting the third young lord's defenses with overwhelming, relentless power. Gasping in pain, he could barely hold his ground against the relentless, crushing assault, his resolve faltering. His attack shattered the young lord's defenses, leaving him utterly vulnerable and bewildered by the sudden onslaught. Crashing to the ground, he could only groan in agony, the fight draining from his body. With a final, decisive strike, Jack Valantier brought the brutal confrontation to an abrupt end. Standing over his defeated opponent, the young master mused, wondering if it was truly over so swiftly. Struggling to rise, the third young lord could hardly believe he'd been defeated by mere third-circle magic. Looking down at his defeated opponent, the young master was met with disbelief, pondering how a first circle could wield such power, deeming it impossible. As the knight lay defeated, a voice explained his confusion was understandable, given his defeat by a mere first-circle practitioner. The explanation continued, revealing that instead of evenly distributing mana, one could focus it intensely onto a single region. This technique allowed for a dramatic increase in physical capabilities, rendering the feat quite simple, in truth. The defeated knight, still prone, questioned the meaning, asking what he could possibly be if not an official knight. Standing in a grand room with a fireplace and large window, Phelan Valantier was asked to clarify his meaning. A hand reached down to pet a dog, affectionately calling it a loyal hound, a very loyal one. Looking up from the ground, the defeated knight's eyes widened, shocked by the unexpected offer. He looked down, suggesting the knight become a loyal hound, one that would follow only his commands. The offer promised a far more entertaining existence than an official knight could ever hope to achieve. James Canta explained that while the third young lord would only follow orders as an official, becoming a hound promised a far more entertaining life. Pondering the offer, he considered what he would gain as a hound. Inquiring about his duties, the blonde-haired man pondered his potential gains. He would gain power, James Canta promised, and even authority, should he desire it. As the boot pressed down, the man questioned the hound's true purpose. Stepping on the third young lord's chest, James Canta explained a hound assassinates obstacles and offers protection. Lying on the ground, the man questioned if assassination was truly required. He pondered the identity of his first target. The boot pressed further, prompting him to consider his target and decision alone. He granted him one day, implying the choice was clear. A blade loomed, etching worry onto the third young lord's face as James Canta hoped for his right decision. The third young lord, addressing an unseen figure, murmured, "Yes, little chick." The young master was cautioned, his recklessness questioned by an unseen voice. "About what?" came the query, followed by a pointed question of his trust in the page. The young master scoffed, "Of course not." He was then reminded his earlier words might reach the Marchioness. Smirking, he took a slow sip from his glass. The third young lord was warned. This is no time for laughter. The Marchioness awaits her chance. A purple-haired woman mused. If the Marchioness learned of his departure, chaos might ensue. "Aren't you worried?" came the query. "She may wish to act, but she cannot." The third young lord was informed that his beloved brother remained terrified of water due to recent events. With the Marquis keeping a vigilant watch, a blue-haired woman mused. "They still need me to control my sister. Her killing me now? Impossible." As the third young lord reclined, unconcerned, Jack questioned his certainty, while below, two figures debated the Marquis's allowance for the Marchioness. Scoffing, he explained his confinement to the academy made murder impossible. She'd likely only attempt to break his limbs. Taking a sip from his glass, the third young lord exuded confidence in his invulnerability. He mused that if no one in this world could kill him, a mere Marchioness certainly couldn't. He further considered, Harpy, Orc, and Dragon lords, among others, had failed. How could she succeed? Receiving a massage, the third young lord found it amusing, thanking the masseuse, explaining his body ached from lack of exercise. Ron replied, confirming he was welcome. The third young lord declared he would never die, unless he chose death himself. Jack watched the third young lord, while Ron conceded he could say that. Jack smiled, remaining silent. As Ron walked away, the third young lord asked if he was joining, but Ron declined. The third young lord instructed a subordinate not to follow, demanding a secret oath instead. Receiving confirmation, he was then ordered to ensure no one entered his master's room. With a soft creak, the heavy door swung shut, sealing the room. Ron inquired if anything else was needed, but the third young lord dismissed him with a wave. Turning away, Ron mused to himself, realizing he would now be making his second circle. Sweat beaded on his brow, considering that reaching the second circle was no easy feat. Yet, the third young lord, in his own mind, found the task to be quite effortless. Ron bowed deeply, apologizing and promising to be right there, young master. Elsewhere, Jack Valantier, the armored figure, strode forward, convinced no genius could be a first circle with such skills. Acknowledging he must be a third circle, he found the proposal to become his hound utterly absurd. A wider view revealed he lacked the backing of the Mantis house, unlike the second young lord, and possessed no supporting vassals. The armored figure concluded, the young lord possessed absolutely nothing of value. Issuing a command with a casual smirk, Jack Valantier demanded someone become his personal hound, believing such a follower would prove far more entertaining than any official knight. Clenching his fist, James Cantus silently regretted being swept along too far by a mere child's words. A maid suggested to another that the Marchioness should be informed about Lady Elizabeth, the young lord's martial talent, and their basement conversation. Overhearing this, the other maid realized a significant chance had presented itself. A sinister smile spread across James Cantus' face. The knight's good mood presented an opportunity to impress the Marquis. Looking down with disdain, he believed that no matter the young lord's genius, he couldn't defeat the Marquis house unless a true monster. The scene shifted, revealing a lavishly decorated, opulent room. An unseen woman's voice declared that the recipient of her words had been given a chance by their commoner mother. Her grip tightening, she questioned the talent and disposition of an archmage. Sitting in a chair, Elizabeth was told that as the woman's daughter, only her face held any merit, a truth she must grasp. Tears welling in her eyes, she looked down, seemingly utterly defeated. Offering a glass, a woman with a sweet smile asked if Elizabeth would care for a drink. A disembodied voice gently urged, encouraging her not to be shy. Taking a slow sip of her drink, Lady Elizabeth's mother appeared lost in thought, a silent contemplation. Elizabeth, startled, questioned her own audacity, daring to drink before her mother. Taking another sip, her mother remained unbothered by her daughter's questioning gaze. A dismissive thought crossed her mind, a mere second son. Looking intently at her, the matriarch reminded Elizabeth she sought marriage partners, urging her to be certain. Startled, Elizabeth wondered if her mother suspected a suitor, quickly denying any such interest. Her mother warned that any such interest would vanish without a trace. Smirking, the matriarch mused that her youngest seemed to harbor amusing thoughts. Looking shocked, Elizabeth stammered a plea for pardon. Meanwhile, two knights discussed how the third young lord must have tried to sway a page, never expecting this outcome. A knight stood armored, Elizabeth's mother's voice echoing, asserting his support came from her son. Her hands clenched tightly, a silent display of the absolute control she wielded. A cruel laugh escaped her, promising nothing but ill intent. Her voice dripped with disdain, scolding the notion of eliminating her using someone like Elizabeth. Tears welled in Elizabeth's eyes, realizing his thoughts stemmed from her and her father, yet she had to restrain herself. Her mother sighed, a false sympathy in her voice. Pleased Elizabeth understood, but vowed to continue seeking suitors. She continued, adding a casual warning, just keep doing what you've been doing. A hand reached out, a silent, commanding threat, bidding Elizabeth to approach. Her mother's face loomed, a predatory glint in her eyes, warning that if Elizabeth ever showed interest in another man. A sinister smile spread across her face, asking if she understood the consequences. Tears streamed down Elizabeth's face, her eyes wide with unadulterated fear. The darkness closed in, a suffocating visual of the control she was under. A voice assured, they know. Don't worry. Patting her shoulder, Elizabeth's mother called her a sweet girl, urging her to hurry for their meal. The two stood together, ready to proceed to the dining room. The sun set, casting long, encroaching shadows. A beautifully prepared meal awaited them. As the family gathered, a palpable sense of unease hung in the air. The room was grand, yet the atmosphere remained heavy. Looking concerned, a man with a head bandage spoke softly to someone. Wondering at the somber mood, a voice remarked, "It's not like the nation is doomed." Calling out, Jack's presence was suddenly known. Expressing his frustration, the third young lord thought he deserved a place at the table, a family meal, at least once. Moments ago, it was explained there were two main ways to utilize mana. The first way involved circulating the generated mana evenly across the body. This specific mana circulation technique could heighten one's senses, intelligence, and most crucially, their raw strength. The second method involved injecting mana into a systematic formula, thereby materializing its raw power. Hellfire, for instance, was a prime example of this. Ron, a ninth circle mage, and Chick, a fourth circle swordsman, exemplified the division of mana users into these two distinct paths. The path of the swordsman. The third young lord let out a weary sigh. A faint blue glow enveloped him, shimmering softly. A voice cut through the quiet, asking what he stared at. He mused, 2 months. That was the span it had taken him to achieve the second circle. Still lying in bed, he acknowledged the truth. It usually took several months to reach the second circle. Yet, Ron had achieved it in mere weeks, a voice echoing in his mind. He's amazing, as always. He shouldn't be hearing that from someone who became a second circle mana user in 5 hours, the third young lord mused, then wondered, what time is it? Glancing at his pocket watch, Ron informed him it was precisely 5:48 p.m. Bolting upright in bed, he exclaimed, "What? Has that much time passed already?" Sitting on the edge of the bed, he suddenly realized it was time for dinner. Ron asked if he should prepare a steak, but the third young lord told him to forget it. He wondered if the haughty main building would be having dinner soon too. Getting up from the bed, he declared, "All right, I've decided." "Wait, you're not." Ron then asked if he was thinking of going there. Looking in the mirror, he resolved to at least inform them he was leaving tomorrow. Dinner was served. Amidst the dining hall's hustle and bustle, a maid stood patiently. A lavish feast laid before him, the young master's hand reached out. He mused. The main building certainly offered luxurious meals. Enjoying the meal, he found it delicious, though not quite as good as Ron's cooking. At a nearby table, two figures sat in stark silence. Savoring the taste, Jack wondered. A stern voice cut through the air, demanding if he had come here to say something. Wiping his mouth, Jack responded, "Well, I guess so." His father pressed, asking why else he would come to this dull place. Phelan Valantier believed someone thought him dormant, but they must have lost their minds. Continuing to speak, he questioned their expression, remarking how it made the atmosphere uncomfortably awkward. Looking distressed, James Canta asked to speak outside, offering aid if Elizabeth needed anything. A gloved hand rose, signaling for immediate quiet. Looking down, Phelan conceded, stating he would hear what they had to say. Holding a wine glass, Elizabeth declared her return to the academy tomorrow, unable to bear the gloomy atmosphere any longer. Phelan responded, "Very well," inwardly scoffing that he hadn't sought her permission. Looking down at his brother, Phelan remarked, pleased he'd allowed it so easily. Sweating and bandaged, the wounded man inquired about his recent well-being. With a sinister smile, Phelan presented wine, asking if his companion was thirsty, given their aversion to water. His words hung heavy, as a pair of hands clenched tightly in the tense air. The wine flowed freely, Phelan offering a sip, reminding them it wasn't wine. A sudden eruption, the wine violently spat out. The force sent him flying backward. The second young lord then called a rude brat for causing such a ruckus. With a dismissive wave, Phelan declared he'd said all he needed to say. The tension mounted, another set of hands clenching in barely suppressed fury. A muttered curse escaped Elizabeth, calling him a vulgar son of a bitch. Her eyes began to glow with barely contained rage, as she continued her tirade. A smirk played on his lips, Phelan watching the unfolding drama. The air crackled with unspoken threats, the word disrespectful hanging heavy. Stepping forward, his face contorted with anger, James Canta threatened to rip off the insolent brat's neck. As maids cleared the disastrous dinner, Elizabeth expressed disbelief that the third young lord would dare anger the madam. Worried about being caught, one maid urged the others to hurry with the cleanup. Another maid agreed, suggesting they should get to it. Despite the earlier drama, the night passed without further incident. Someone was slapped, apologizing to their sister for following them. Peeking through curtains, someone watched the preparations. A thought crossed their mind. How could a Marquis' son's departure be so simple? Though the carriage appeared luxurious, the preparations seemed unusually understated. The carriage began to move, leaving the estate. Turning his attention, the third young lord focused on a cocky-looking bastard nearby. He knew Raison, a Sixth Circle knight, was in charge, but his gaze felt suspicious. A plan must be in motion, one the Marchioness ordered him to carry out. As the carriage prepared to depart, a knight stood guard. The knight remained silent, his duty clear. Inside the carriage, a voice inquired if Jack would truly be all right. Elizabeth, her brow furrowed with concern, wondered if she should accompany him. She knew she should go, yet a nagging suspicion about her second mother's schemes held her back. Smiling reassuringly, Jack insisted he was fine, recalling his earlier words to her. He continued, explaining that much would change, urging her not to worry about his fate. With a knowing glance, Jack added she already understood they wouldn't dare kill him. Looking down, Elizabeth conceded his point, yet a lingering doubt remained. The carriage rumbled onward, traversing a scenic landscape, leaving the estate far behind. Raison instructed his companions to return, questioning their prolonged pursuit. Nodding, Elizabeth urged him to exercise caution. Elizabeth voiced her anxieties about the main building's heir, wondering if he would truly be well. A smirk playing on his lips, Phelan assured someone of his well-being, recalling a promise from yesterday, noting their sister's familiar face. His words echoing, he repeated the day's syllables, a chilling pronouncement. As the carriage rolled onward, a voice from within confirmed, addressing the young master. A distant look in his eyes, Darden recalled a memory. A knowing smile gracing his lips, Phelan acknowledged a request, instructing them to care for his sister in return, leaving her not alone. As the horse-drawn carriage continued its journey, a voice affirmed their commitment to care. The pivotal moment had arrived. Observing the unfolding scene, Ron would follow from the rear, witnessing later events. A sinister thought crossing his mind, Phelan mused this could be his gift to Ron. Drifting off, someone wondered who worked so hard, blaming the fine weather for their drowsiness. With a sigh, the person decided to take a brief nap. As the carriage rumbled along the forest path, Jack slept soundly, oblivious. Another figure sat opposite, back turned, silent. Elsewhere, reflected in a mirror, Phelan spoke, his words measured and deliberately. Lightning crackled around a fallen sword, a stark testament to the fierce battle's aftermath. The blade lay still, its silence a chilling testament to the power unleashed. A commanding voice cut through the air, "Come out." Witnessing the scene, Ron could only wonder at the spectacle, realizing even the servants were. Standing amidst the carnage, Jack surveyed the fallen knights, his expression utterly unreadable. Staring at the scene, he remained shocked by the unfolding horror. A voice narrated, "This is one of the first 4 of 8 sword techniques I completed as a transcendent." A sinister smile spread across Phelan Valentier's face, though its true meaning remained hidden. Considering the mana art's fruits, the young master pressed, demanding Ron hand over a potion if he possessed one. Clutching his chest, he coughed, blood staining his lips as he repeated his demand. Wiping blood from his mouth, he insisted it was nothing. Ignoring the dismissive tone, Ron looked down at Phelan, repeating his demand for a potion. A gloved hand reached out, presenting a vial filled with crimson liquid. As he settled back, Ron watched him drink the potion. Swallowing hard, he retorted that without it, he would have surely died. Looking down at the young master, Ron stated he wouldn't die, always having a potion prepared for such emergencies. Turning his head away, he thought Phelan would have used it on himself instead. The scene shifted to a flashback, a narration box simply stating, because. The flashback revealed Phelan Valantier, severely injured, lying on the ground in a similar situation. Looking into the distance, Ron reflected they were busy enough just running back then. In a past moment, he expressed his gratitude, thanking Ron. Holding a potion, he reflected on his past self's foolishness, finding such sentiments difficult to express. Turning his head, Phelan realized Ron's secret was knowing the future. The words echoed. Time regression. Back in the present, he was asked if he was all right. Feeling much better, he realized it was a top-grade potion, concluding he was fine enough. Looking down, Ron simply said, "Let's see." Turning away, Phelan thought, this much should be enough. Looking down at a defeated knight, blood pooled around him. Looking at the knight, Phelan called to the young master, stating the little chick was dead. With his foot on the knight, he revealed plans to raise him as an errand boy. Standing over the defeated knight, Phelan had little hope for him from the start, making his decision wise. But Ron simply replied, "Yes?" A smirk playing on his lips, he noted Ron seemed unsurprised by his time regression, wondering his curiosity. Pondering, he wondered what he could possibly be curious about. Observing his reaction, Phelan remarked the time regression process must not have been pretty either. Leaning in conspiratorially, Phelan offered to tell him, but preferred not to, unless he was truly curious. A bead of sweat trickling down his temple, Ron asked what he thought he was curious about, then admitted he wasn't. Pointing an accusing finger, he declared Ron no fun, prompting an apology. Pressing the issue, he asked if Ron wasn't curious about his future self's fate. A look of grim acceptance washing over him, Ron thought he wouldn't have survived. Phelan bluntly stated he did die an untimely death, prompting Ron's plea for pardon. Stating the obvious, the words dead and serious framed Ron's face as "you died an untimely death" appeared. A look of understanding dawning, Phelan said he saw, telling him not to get discouraged. Saying he'd rest, he settled into the carriage. Meanwhile, he stirred, waking with a groan. The scene shifted to a battlefield, a lone figure standing amidst fallen soldiers. A close-up revealed the grim reality, a soldier lying lifeless on the ground. The text spoke of a single sword, one attack leading to 25 corpses. His gaze hardening, Phelan noted their hearts were pierced, but not by a sword. Back in the present, Ron wondered how he could perform such an attack. Turning away, Phelan Valentier's face became a mask, his thoughts impenetrable. Meanwhile, Ron pondered the unfolding situation, a gnawing doubt about the time regression's true outcome. Back in the carriage, a palpable unease settled, its heavy presence weighing on the occupants. A voice, sharp with urgency, announced the young master's arrival. Gasping, Ron wondered if Jack was truly all right, even after consuming the potent draft. Looking up, he asked if it was Ron who had come to his aid, admitting the pain was still hellish. Presenting a small bag, the young man simply stated his understanding. Explaining the contents, he revealed he'd searched the knight's belongings, finding 5 high-grade potions, 63 gold, and 40 silver. Catching his breath, Jack still seemed racked with pain. A smirk played on Ron's lips, thinking of the absurd wealth his companion carried. He then asked if he wouldn't drink the potion. With a sigh, he declared it pointless to drink it now, even as Ron presented the potion's payment. Examining the potions, he realized this was no mere alchemy. Smiling, he confirmed his top-grade potion had transformed into 3 high-grade ones. From within the carriage, a voice wondered about the fate of the fallen corpses. The answer came swiftly, "Leave them. Beasts will claim them, or someone else will find them." Looking down, Ron remarked, "They'll grow suspicious if you're the only one not among them." "Me?" Jack questioned. Ron wondered, by whom? Who else but the Marquis? If he were the Marquis, Ron mused, he'd summon him immediately. A smirk played on Jack's lips. "Want a bet?" he challenged. Ron sighed. "No, I'd just lose again." "As expected, you're clever." He remained utterly confident. "But Hill, he believes you possess something you truly believe in." Jack's expression darkened. "No one else knows you're here, right?" "Of course." Picking up a box near the carriage, the man asked if he was sure. With a smile, Ron confirmed he'd set up an illusion. Meanwhile, the butler was likely cleaning the annex building right now. It was a ninth circle illusion, a clone, though those powerful enough to pierce such magic were currently in the demonic beast forest. Still, one never knew. He continued, "The Marquis may question you about what happened here today. The very scene of the crime. If the situation worsens, tell him I did it. In the worst-case scenario." He instructed, "Tell him this too." Ron asked what he should convey. A vision of a red-haired figure declared, "If either you or my sister dies, that day marks the Marquis house's destruction." Back in the present, Jack remained silent. "If the Marquis seems intent on killing you, it's merely hypothetical. Don't look so serious. You're making me needlessly nervous." Ron could only hope. For the Marquis to act as a father to my sister, I'm granting him one last chance. Standing near the carriage, a question hung in the air. Must he truly head to the academy? Nodding in agreement, The other man affirmed his duty, then wondered what might happen should the Marquis summon him. He reminded him that the academy, too, possessed its own distinct set of rules. Understanding the situation, Jack declared he would now take his leave. His expression betrayed a strong desire to accompany him. That would be fun, he mused, but not yet. He then cautioned him to beware of monsters on his return journey. He wondered when their paths might next cross. Regardless, he entrusted him with the care of his sister. Noticing Ron's departure, he resolved to investigate for himself. He considered the journey ahead, requiring 3 mountain camps between the Marquis' house and the academy. Even by road, it still took 4 days hiking, he mused, concluding it was no different than a simple stroll. Firmly gripping his suitcase handle, he prepared to depart. Mulling over the journey ahead, Jack surmised a village must be somewhere nearby. Yet, even simple tasks proved challenging, as he struggled to mount the horse. Finally mounting, he sighed, finding his small stature rather inconvenient. The journey continued. As he rode across a wooden bridge, the scenery blurring past. A thought crossed his mind. He wasn't planning on heading straight to the academy. Under the full moon's light, a silent wish echoed, hoping she might have returned to her original appearance by now. Valentine Milos appeared, apologizing to Ron and his sister, yet affirming her master remained her sole priority. Reflecting, she remembered the one who had allowed her to live, granting her power enough to carry out her revenge. A shadowy figure loomed, the one who had transformed her, the world's greatest fool, into a person. A haunting truth lingered. She was the epitome of fear to those who remembered her. How long had it been? Riding away, Jack wondered when his heart had last pounded so fiercely. The carriage approached Arbeloa, a territory under the assembled Duke house. Arriving at the inn, Jack Stewart wondered if he should stay the night. Hearing children's laughter, he turned his attention to a group playing nearby. Seeing their happy faces, he mused this must be a great place to live. Entering the inn, he spotted a dog. The aroma of cooked meats filled the air. The dog, Arnold, looked up at him, as if asking, "Who's this?" Petting the dog, Jack Stewart hoped no one would pick a fight with him here. A man at a nearby table watched, surprised, thinking he'd never seen such a young customer arrive alone. Approaching him, the innkeeper asked if he desired a meal or a room. Watching him, she wondered if he was an employee or perhaps a mercenary. Jack placed coins on the counter, requesting a light meal, a drink, and a room, adding his sword should be brought up from his horse. The innkeeper beamed, promising him Arbeloa's specialty, apple pie, and a steak for his growing stage, then asked if milk or beer was preferable. He replied that milk was fine, as the innkeeper, playing with Arnold, asked him to wait. Looking at the coins, Jack thought this seemed a good place, noting she hadn't tried to scam him, an obvious outsider. Petting the dog, he mused that war hadn't broken out yet, he guessed. Arnold panted, enjoying the attention. The butler's voice, a smirk in its tone, reminded him he knew not what future awaited, calling him a carefree bastard. Jack thought, living carefree, ignorant of all, might indeed be for the better. Nearby, a voice asked if he had heard. 2 patrons discussed eradicating demonic spirits, wondering if this time they'd succeed, noting the plan's scale required many mana users. Another questioned such unnecessary action, given the Tulkun Empire was laying low, asking how 20,000 mana users could suffice. As meat sizzled, a question hung. Had they become laughingstocks? The Marquis' elite Iron Blood Knight order was already dispatched to the demonic beast forest for subjugation. All of this was by the king's order. The king of Teslan gathered each house's private soldiers en masse, deciding they, with mercenaries, would subjugate the demonic beast forest. The forest, a gigantic expanse with the Grand Canyon mountain range as its base, was a neutral zone, though it looked ordinary. Despite its ordinary appearance, it housed ogres, orcs, goblins, elves, harpies, and the legendary Imugi. Troll blood, for instance, became a material for potent potions. Ogre tendons served as bowstrings. Iron parages became weapon and armor materials. Harpy feathers adorned ladies, while elves, prized for beauty, were kept as pets. Humanity's greed surely drove this conquest of a neutral zone. This subjugation would fail, no matter what. How much had they lost last time? He remembered now. The Iron Blood Knight Order had lost 1/3 of their knights. Other nobles' private soldiers suffered much the same fate. This failure cost the king public sentiment and noble support. That likely sparked the kingdom's division. A year later, he recalled, civil war erupted. The conversation turned to the king, one voice declaring him the root of all problems. Another swore incapable power always brought consequences. Seething with rage, one of the men grabs another, threatening to remove his head. Elsewhere, a man observes the scene, remarking that the man is certainly drunk. Someone notes that he sure is fearless, considering countless people have lost their heads for insulting nobles and the king. He then asks if the other person has heard about the Marquis house's 3rd young lord. The conversation continues, with someone mentioning that they heard the 3rd young lord of the Valentier house used black magic. Another person adds that he even went to prison, causing one of the men to laugh, finding it hilarious. He's reminded that the Marquis house's moron is sitting right next to him. The man scoffs, questioning how that moron could possibly learn black magic, since that black mage has been dead for a long time. A woman laughs, remarking that he's probably the fool of a Marquis family and likely stumbled across it somewhere. Someone asks, what's so funny? The man realizes he didn't even know he was smiling. Someone asks if he's going to tell them something, complaining of boredom, and another notes that there aren't many customers either. Jack waves off the rumors, stating that it's nothing much, but then adds that the third young lord of a Marquis house is a moron, apparently. Ron admits he was eavesdropping because it was funny. As Jack asks what about him, Ron replies that he's just making judgments or whatever. Jack smirks, saying that of course, he judges after he's seen things for himself. Ron's expression darkens, observing that there are times when the rumors are true, after all. Ron sits at the table, as Jack asks if that's so. Ron takes a bite of food, clearly enjoying it. He remarks that the food isn't as delicious as what he makes, but it's still pretty good. Even so, Jack thinks that's just what he thinks. He continues, thinking that since the third young lord of the Marquis house is this attractive compared to the rumors. Jack winks, wondering if he doesn't think that's the case, right? The whispers surrounding the Valentier Marquis house's third young lord scarcely hinted at his true, captivating appeal. With a knowing wink and a subtle smile, the innkeeper clearly disagreed. Munching contentedly on a savory snack, the second young lord appeared utterly at ease. Noticing a subtle shift, he inquired, "What troubles you?" Gesturing to her cheek, the muscular woman, whose regulars were mercenaries, explained. Offering him a tender piece of meat, she explained it was cut for ease, confirming her role as the Adventurers Guild branch manager. Her green eyes widened, a flicker of genuine surprise crossing her features. He smirked, asserting his observation was far more than a guess. It was widely known that mercenaries roamed every town, constantly seeking new work. They were hired as soldiers for territorial battles, errand runners for lost pets, or even hunters tracking monstrous beasts. Such tasks were introduced at the local Adventurers Guild, typically located near inns. The second young lord clearly had ample time for such deductions. A branch manager, even overseeing an inn, was quite unusual. The adjacent building housed the Adventurers Guild, her primary duty. The innkeeper explained that work was scarce in this small territory. This inn, it seemed, was a guild-owned accommodation. She needed to earn her keep, didn't she? Despite his reputation as the Marquis house's fool, the innkeeper sensed he was attempting something quite daring. That was merely a tale mercenaries shared over drinks. The second young lord wondered if she, a guild branch manager, recognized him in this remote place. He suddenly realized the reason. Just moments earlier, a memory surfaced. The second young lord had known a town lay nearby. Guards halted the young lord, demanding his reason for visiting and if he traveled alone. He then asked if that explained everything. The guards gasped, recognizing the Valentier crest, and begged forgiveness for failing to identify a Marquis house child. Having reached his destination, the guards bowed deeply, apologizing for their oversight and wishing him a pleasant stay. Word of his arrival had clearly preceded him. The innkeeper warned that contacting private soldiers without a lord's permission was dangerous, wondering if she should worry. For now, at least, she treated him kindly. Despite the rumors, she found him unlike his brother or those knights. Apologizing for the belated introduction, Jane Arbeloa announced herself as the branch manager of Arbeloa Town's Alaves Guild. Arbeloa? He realized this was the territory's name. He understood. Her surname was Arbeloa. She was the third child, her eldest brother being the local lord. A noble engaging in mercenary work, a commoner's pursuit. He found her truly remarkable. Nobles typically married off women her age. Most did. Yet, she clearly loved this work. Indeed, she had been destined for marriage. Someone observed the second young lord, noting his vastly different life, sparking envy for his seemingly grand household. Meanwhile, Jane called out, "Come, Arnold." As the creature approached, the young lord wondered what a Marquis' son did alone in such a place. Arnold licked her face, and she asked him about his escorts. The second young lord ate, considering hiring escorts for his journey. Jane carried Arnold, who seemed surprised, while the young lord mused that a moron needed no escort. She found him amusing, remarking on his unexpected nature, so unlike the rumors. The second young lord acknowledged his long journey ahead, reiterating his desire to hire escorts. Jane then inquired, how many? He requested escorts with camping and cooking skills, then asked about the reward. She offered 2 gold in advance, 3 upon arrival. Arnold thought her generosity immense. Merchant escort missions typically paid 30 shillings per person, the kingdom's currency being straightforward. Dabbing his mouth with a napkin, the young lord thanked Jane for the meal, appreciating the simple currency. She assured him everything would be ready by tomorrow, confirming separate payment for food and commodities. The second young lord remained seated, awaiting her return. Counting out 3 gold, he instructed her to prepare it, adding a carriage and horses would be ideal. Smiling, Jane declared him a truly generous customer. Handing him a key, the innkeeper urged second young lord to rest, assuring him she would gather only the veterans. Taking the key, he harbored a silent hope that no ill would befall the town. The inn remained quiet, its other patrons lost in their own worlds. His shadow stretched across the floor, preceding him as he entered his room. Lying in bed, he closed his eyes, seeking the solace of rest. A single thought, unfinished, lingered in his mind. Before drifting off, he realized a wash-up was in order. Lying still in his bed, the young lord breathed softly. The sound of sobbing echoed, a lonely lament piercing the oppressive darkness. Continuing, the raw sobs expressed a profound, unending despair. A voice cut through the gloom, observing the pitiful child with detached curiosity. A hooded figure wondered if they would continue living in such a state. Tears streamed down their face, contemplating a future of perpetual powerlessness. He mused, acknowledging that good-naturedness was not inherently a sin. The chained figure was then told that incompetence, however, was a grave sin. A question hung in the air. Do you want to change? A desperate plea escaped him. I want to change. The hooded figure responded, a low very well. Chains still bound him, yet a silent promise hung in the air. Then, from today, he was told they would now call him master. A close-up revealed his eyes, now filled with determination, or perhaps desperation. The morning sun streamed into a bedroom, where Jack lay in bed, still catching his breath. Outside, the sky was painted with the soft, ethereal hues of dawn. He sighed, a quiet acknowledgement of the morning. The sounds of the house began to stir, signaling a new day. A cheerful voice called out, announcing, "Good morning. Everything's ready for your departure. Knock first." A furry face, Arnold's, appeared, barking excitedly. His paw reached out, ready to pounce with playful intent. Jack groaned. What the hell, first thing in the morning? As Arnold showered him with affection, the scene shifted to the staircase, ready for the day's descent. Having woken, Jack heard the sound of someone approaching. Ron's cheerful voice greeted him. You're up. You must have slept well. He smiled, adding, that's why I've prepared a high-quality carriage. Outside, a stern-looking man addressed Jack. And I've gathered only veterans for your escorts. One of the escorts whispered to another. Aren't those the guys who were bad-mouthing me yesterday? The other chuckled. Hee, we'll be in your care, my lord. The captain of the Fire Ant mercenary group introduced himself. I am John Doe, in charge of escorting you until the Rocky Mountain. Jack observed his blatant use of an alias, finding the name amusing. I'm happy you think so, John Doe replied. He continued, explaining the long journey to the Rocky Mountain. Excluding small towns, there's nothing in between, so we'll be camping out twice. He yawned, adding, these two were chefs, veterans of countless camping trips. He concluded, in short, I don't have to do a thing, right? Ron replied, yes, that's correct. Jack sighed, okay then, let's go. I'm tired. Another voice responded, yes, sir. As they prepared to leave, the air crackled with unspoken questions. He remarked to Ron, you've introduced me to quite an amusing mercenary, haven't you? But a disembodied voice mused that this would only be true if he were an ordinary mercenary. A close-up of his eye revealed a hidden power, a reminder that despite his changed body, his senses remained. Though Ron was a ninth circle mage, he was hiding his true identity and power. Indeed, John Doe was certainly no ordinary case. He too was hiding his power. Jane Arbeloa, the woman with white hair, asked, didn't you want a veteran? Jack replied, I think we'll see each other again. He then added, let's have a beer together next time. Turning to the woman, he said, I'll think about it if you're buying. Waving goodbye, she said, have a safe trip, dear little customer. The wagon began to move, carrying them away from the town. Relaxing on the wagon, he seemed at ease, ready for whatever lay ahead. What a beautiful day it was. Feeling much better than yesterday, Ron lay back, a serene expression on his face. Elsewhere, a man observed him, his gaze intense and unwavering. Calling out to him, the man approached. Stammering, the man confessed he'd heard Ron was indeed the child of a high noble house. Confirming the rumor, he added that the branch manager believed Ron was currently traveling the world. Admitting his curiosity, he encouraged Ron to ask him anything at all. Fingering the knot of his tie, he seemed visibly nervous. Focusing on the crest, he wondered aloud if it belonged to a noble house. Observing the man's expression, Ron noted that he seemed to know what it was, but not precisely. The man then revealed its name, Valantier, a house destined to fall soon. It was a crest, indeed, representing that very house. Rumors began to spread. The Valantier Marquis house was on its last legs. Pointing to the carriage's crest, one man explained it represented the doomed house. The group continued on their way. Meanwhile, Jack Valantier mused that others knew of these rumors. A knowing smile spread across his face, wondering if they knew too. The captive man looked terrified, sweat dripping down his face. His expression darkened, observing their dawning realization of his identity, which he found amusing. He reflected that after his prison release, a new rumor began to spread. He taunted the man, asking what was wrong, demanding he laugh. He apologized, then admitted the rumors weren't entirely wrong. He did know a little black magic. A figure shrouded in darkness declared that even as a swordsman, he couldn't be ignorant of black magic. But he wondered why he'd use such a thing when he had his fists. A subordinate asked, and you? He questioned why the subordinate did nothing when the man slandered him, yet silenced those who slandered the king. He thought, I'm so sad. Everyone watching this is confused. I'm not very well. Phelan Valantier mused, very well informed. Everyone but John Doe, the branch manager. That woman must have told only him, keeping it from the other mercenaries. He then suggested, well, let bygones be bygones. He thought, since we'll be together for the next few days, right? He stammered, why yes. I'll be in your care. Around a campfire, someone dismissed the talk as mere rumors. What are you talking about? Another observed, it's just, you don't seem like other nobles. They usually hate even water on their hands. As two figures watched him, Jack Valantier continued washing dishes, prompting one to remark on its unusual nature. Turning his head slightly, the young master pondered the comment. A voice apologized to Jane, declaring beef pie more delicious than apple. Another chimed in, claiming it no exaggeration to want him as a chef, citing his Yorkshire pudding and toad in the hole. The group clearly enjoyed the meal, expressing their delight at its quality. Standing outside, Phelan Valantier admitted feeling a bit sorry for Ron. A voice called to the young master, proposing they call it payment for a delicious dinner, explaining he was quite a gourmet. Elsewhere, two figures by a campfire discussed the night watch. One wondered how they handled it, the other replied they drew lots. One figure mused that a little boy needed sleep to grow, questioning if the other would take responsibility should he not. The other simply replied, "Come on, it's fine." The first figure, bored, suggested sharing stories, declaring he would go first. Sitting cross-legged, Jack Valantier wondered how many dragons truly existed, asking if the others had ever pondered such a thing. Another figure began, "Dragons," before a voice interjected, asking if the founding king hadn't exterminated them centuries ago. "Exactly," the first figure replied. "The story of this land could be simply summarized. It all began with the founding kingdom's legend. The founding king, Julius Teslan, along with his two staunch supporters, exterminated all the dragons that once dominated this western continent. With the dragons vanquished, they forged the Teslan Empire, the precursor to the current Teslan kingdom. Yet, as centuries unfurled, the Teslan Empire dwindled into the Teslan kingdom, now a mere subordinate nation of the mighty Tulkun Empire. Up to this point, such was the truth universally acknowledged." Phelan Valantier then began to enumerate the dragons: 2 lord dragons in the Black Sea, a single baby dragon within the Tulkun Imperial House, and 5 more in the Magic Beast Forest. 8, he knew, roamed the lands, cleverly polymorphed into human guise. Thus, at least 16 dragons still existed across the continent. A dragon's image appeared, but John Doe knew they would never believe him. Dragons, after all, were mere legends. No living soul had ever seen one. A binding pact, threatening their very existence, prevented dragons from intermingling with humans. Phelan Valantier mused, wondering if the founding king hadn't truly slain all the dragons, perhaps that coward merely hid them. He had only forged an opportunity to negotiate, or more precisely, his 2 unnamed supporters had orchestrated everything. The air hung heavy with unspoken questions. He wondered aloud what those hidden dragons were doing now. He mused that their known continent wasn't the world's entirety, adding this was merely the western continent, with an eastern continent across the Black Sea. Skipping the baby dragon, he explained the Lord Dragons shared one mission, guarding the Black Sea barrier. He admitted he wasn't sure of the full details either. This barrier, crafted millennia ago, separated the eastern and western continents, a sacred duty the dragon lords mostly inherited. Truth be told, the dragon himself harbored a similar curiosity. He wondered what world lay beyond, what secrets the dragon lords guarded. Phelan sighed, lost in thought. The others, however, burst into laughter. One man remarked he was quite the storyteller, adding he must have sought companions for his journey. With a slight smile, he simply offered, "Well." James Canta, who had been clinging to his arm, was told to release him. "Ah yes, I apologize," he stammered. "I didn't expect them to believe me anyway." The mercenaries gathered around a campfire, their voices hushed, though it mattered little if they believed him or not. One of the men inquired if he intended to sleep, to which he replied he would first wash and change his clothes. The men offered an escort, but he insisted he could manage his ablutions alone. As the lantern flickered, he departed to wash. Dipping his foot into the water, he tested its temperature. A weary sigh escaped him. He mused, those noisy mercenaries hadn't believed his story. Splashing water on his face, he wondered why he bothered speaking when no one believed him. He mused, a protagonist hiding his power was boring, even as the water felt refreshing. He continued, besides that. Around the campfire, the mercenaries remained unconvinced, their faces etched with doubt. John Doe, one of the men, eyed the scene, suspecting the young master might be a spy from Tulkun. Soaking in the bath, the situation felt ambiguous. The branch manager also struck him as suspicious. Reflecting, this situation felt like a puzzle piece, one that simply didn't fit. He had asked her for an escort, yet an 8-circle mana user, hiding his name, appeared. The captain of the Iron Blood Knights, also an 8-circle, stood with a woman. In other words, someone welcomed anywhere appeared as captain of a mercenary group he'd never heard of. Did he have some hidden circumstance? Well, instead of bothering with such thoughts, he had something else to do first. He had recovered significantly from the aftereffects of soul speech. The carriage. The water was no match for him, he thought, yet where he was headed, his master awaited. Splashing through the shallows, he'd rather not bring him if even a sliver of suspicion pointed to a Tulkun spot. Climbing out of the water, Jack realized he had no choice but to ask him directly. Emerging from the trees, Darden asked if he had already finished washing. He admitted it bothered him more than expected, preventing him from continuing his wash. His eyes narrowing, Darden asked if he was serious. Turning to face him, Jack stated, "You bother me." A tense silence followed. Darden wondered why an 8-circle mana user was doing mercenary work. He thought the destination was too important, too meaningful, to bring someone like him, who was clearly hiding something. Confused, one man wondered about the boss, but Darden sharply told him to be quiet. One figure stated he was indeed an 8-circle, asking what they wanted him to do. Having shared an interesting story, the scarred man demanded it was now the other's turn. The branch manager's eyes gleamed with a predatory glint, emphasizing his desire to hear an interesting story. A chilling question hung in the air. What would he do if the other refused? The stakes were made brutally clear. Failure to satisfy him would likely result in death. His golden eye narrowed, wondering if the other could be a spy from the Tulkun Empire. Suddenly shifting topic, he recalled Jane had told him this, mentioning a desire for a beer next time they met. A flicker of suspicion crossed the branch manager's face, questioning why she was suddenly brought up. The woman's upside-down posture didn't distract from her words, as she asked if the branch manager still didn't know, wondering if he wasn't curious. A tense silence hung in the air, punctuated only by a soft exhale. Having pushed him this far, the branch manager noted the other's mana circle wasn't moving, speculating he was either vigilant or hesitating, concluding he was lucky. The plan had been simple. Cut him down the moment he moved his circle, a choice between oblivion and servitude. Holding a blade, he asked, simple, right? I'll give you 1 minute, starting now. I sincerely hope you'll make the right decision. The world outside seemed peaceful, yet beneath its surface, schemes were brewing. The scene shifted, flashing back to yesterday, at Jane's Inn. Amidst the aroma of fresh bread, a voice mused, the abandoned third young lord of Valantyr is a fascinating child. The innkeeper remarked, you know, right? The abandoned third young lord. He's way too different from the rumors. Gazing intently, someone observed, from that little boy's eyes, you can tell he's got much to hide. Darden, with short dark gray hair, stated, he requested an escort mission. I'd like you to look into him. You never know, right? Clasping his hands, John Doe said, that boy may change our lives. He's definitely different from the rumors. Focusing on the boy's eyes, a voice wondered, who'd ever look at those eyes and call him a retard abandoned by his house? The man with short dark gray hair asked, anyway, what should I say? A young man with brown hair and a red bow tie asked, what are you doing? A minute was short, they knew. A sense of dread washed over them, a feeling that something wasn't right, their intuition screaming as if herbivores before a lion. That child was dangerous. The forest stood utterly silent, as if holding its collective breath. Lost in thought, he questioned if the boy before him was truly just a child. Should he evade the question, or reveal the truth? He urged the boy, say something, anything. Where to begin? Feeling on the verge of being devoured, the countless mercenary choices he'd made flashed before his eyes. He answered, having always been on the lucky side. Trusting his gut, he declared, time is up. A sinister smile spread across his face, stating he was far from satisfied. A flashback began, revealing a figure with a sword, poised as if someone was about to die. Did he know everything? The flashback continued, as a voice inquired about Jane's circumstances. The figure gripped the sword, murmuring, well, all right. The scene shifted to a starry night sky above a silent forest, setting the stage for the flashback's next chapter. The flashback continued, revealing John Doe's brief, poignant tale, a love story between a noble's daughter and a commoner. The flashback concluded, a common story one might hear anywhere. A memory surfaced, meeting 19-year-old Jane as a seventh-circle mage. They fell in love at first sight. From that moment, the seeds of their love had continued to sprout, ever growing. Back in the present, the branch manager of the Adventurers Guild stood before Darden, who mused. Why was she still unmarried? He continued to muse that an eighth-circle mage, even a commoner, would be influential in Teslan. Such a person doing mercenary work seemed odd. He looked so ordinary. The flashback continued, showing him gasping, surrounded by others. Someone asked if he'd caused trouble, another mentioning his relationship with the guildmaster. The flashback showed a chibi Jane, implying that given her personality, her house likely wasn't interested in gaining influence. Back in the present, the branch manager declared. So speaks the branch manager of a small territory's adventurers guild. He continued, and you're doing mercenary work? You got close to me for benefit. He confirmed it. He pondered, wondering if he should believe him, knowing such a story could easily be fabricated. His eyes glowed with a faint light, as he continued to ponder the complex situation. The branch manager then asked, remember my dragon story? What do you think the Tulkun Empire is doing? He responded, how could I possibly know about such a mere fairy tale? A familiar smirk played on his lips, reminding his companion that he was, after all, the master. The scene shifted, revealing a figure wreathed in arcane energy, his name a hushed whisper among those who bore 10 circles on their hearts. Yet even masters knew not his full tale. His expression darkened, revealing a deeper, previously unknown realm existed beyond their comprehension. The image shifted again, presenting a cloaked figure speaking of monstrous beings wielding the raw power of souls, not mana. Back in the present, Darden listened intently, the unfolding narrative capturing his every thought. His hand clenched, anticipating the revelations yet to come. The scene shifted once more, focusing on Hanks Beckerman, Imperial Guardian Knight of the Tulkun Empire, who shattered the Master's wall, earning renown as the continent's strongest swordsman. He continued the history of transcendence, a lineage previously confined to forgotten, whispered tales. The narrative continued, revealing the man achieved transcendence not through his own inherent strength. Darden was assured this was a most interesting tale for him, urged to continue listening intently. The narrative revealed he replaced his blood and half his bones with a dragon's, an absurdity transforming him into a being that was neither human nor dragon, the master confirmed, observing the listener's stunned expression. Following the tale, Jack seemed taken aback by the revelation that Hanks Beckerman had become a truly absurd hybrid. Turning to Phelan Valantier, he wondered aloud what this intriguing story had to do with their current predicament. He explained only one dragon remained in the Tulkun Imperial House. Despite their near immortality, few experiments could be conducted with just one. He continued, explaining this necessitated dispatching capable agents to other lands, their primary objective being information gathering. Phelan stated the second objective was to confirm the existence of. Phelan laughed, remarking, "That's quite believable for fiction." He continued, "Tell this to other guild mercenaries, and I'm sure they'll believe you." The boy responded, his suspicions visibly lowering. Phelan told the boy to enjoy a rosy life with the branch manager, ensuring he received a wedding invitation. Suddenly, the boy's eyes gleamed with an ominous golden light. Without warning, he drew his sword. The blade glinted, poised to strike. The boy suddenly drew his sword, its steel glinting sharply in the light. His superior watched him, expression utterly unreadable. The older man reached out, his hand hovering near the boy's arm. His voice trembling with anger, the boy declared, "Because I was the one who doubted you first." The grip tightened on the sword, the boy's knuckles turning stark white. The older man's expression softened, his eyes filling with concern as he regarded the boy. He warned him, "This is the last time. Release your bloodlust like this again, and I'll turn everyone here, including you, into dust." Another voice pleaded, "Young lord, boss, please calm down. Let's put our." The boy sighed, "Swords away and talk it out, okay? Ow, I tried to get closer, but that ship has now sunk." He muttered, "Well, I guess it can't be helped. The relationship between employer and employee is usually like this." The fire crackles, a silent observer to the brewing storm of doubt and ambition. Phelan Valantier admitted his own uncertainty, Darden questioning why one destined for knight captaincy would choose this path, reminding him of his past as an 8-circle mage. Pressing further, he recalled the captain claiming to be a mere 4-circle mage 2 years prior, a fact the mercenary confirmed. Sighing, the blonde-haired man admitted his slight irritation, yet acknowledged their years together and the many times his companion had saved his life, tempering his words. Reassuring him, he declared himself an 8-circle mage, suggesting they could become the continent's strongest mercenary group at this pace. Darden wondered if Phelan Valantier truly intended to become the mercenary king, questioning if he considered the title a jest, or how an 8-circle mage could possibly achieve such a feat. The captain's words hung heavy, his companion reflecting on at least 4 known master mercenaries. Lost in thought, the blonde-haired man wondered if the child's every word held truth. He responded with a simple affirmation, finding it shocking, yet ultimately acceptable. Thinking everyone had their reasons, he still wondered why he hadn't reacted to that revelation. A sword was drawn. Darden sighed. Even now, his fingers still trembled. Clearing his throat, he admitted he couldn't tell the others how close he'd come to losing control. Remembering Jane Arbeloa's words, he found the child interesting, yet undeniably dangerous. Lying in bed, a man felt a bad premonition, deciding he should investigate. Ron smiled, asking if they desired another interesting tale. Darden and his companion looked surprised, wondering what new story awaited them. Wondering how much the storyteller knew of the Orc Lord, he inquired if he was a 9-circle mage. The storyteller asked for pardon, explaining that the truth would emerge in time, but his current tale concerned the past. Thinking back, Ron recalled it was roughly 23 years ago, adding that the Orc Lord merely put on airs. He then inquired if Darden had heard of the Orc Lord's relationship with the Harpy Lord, but the other man replied, denying any such knowledge. He surmised that orcs and harpies, after all, rarely coexisted peacefully. They waged war against each other for even the most trivial provocations. Any mercenary seeking a livelihood in the magic beast forest would, however, know this truth. These 2 races were known as the 2 strongest in the magic beast forest, sometimes even as guardians of the forest. Such grand nicknames were bestowed for one reason alone, their undeniable strength. The queen of the harpies and the king of the orcs sharing such a relationship was, indeed, hard to believe. Their relationship hadn't always been hostile. Initially, they were merely neighbors in the vast forest. It was the same even during the time of Blackman. Ron continued his tale, painting a picture of a time long past, when the Orc Lord rose to power, seizing control with brutal force. A sinister smirk played on a face, hinting at the darkness yet to unfold. But as he explained, 5 years later, a forbidden love arose between the Blackman and the Harpy Lord. Humans, harpies, or orcs, they were all the same. Though different races, they all shared the same fundamental desire, power. They conspired amongst themselves, using it as a pretext, yet the outcome of their shared ambition proved a resounding failure. Yet, those lords still hold power, do they not? Indeed, he mused, wondering why the 2 races now harbored such animosity. Having resolved their internal struggles, Blackman and Vilea each made a profound choice. They chose the prosperity of their race, sacrificing their love. A heavy silence followed. He admitted uncertainty about the tale's veracity, yet found himself captivated by its sheer intrigue. Continuing his tale, Ron explained that the races hadn't always been so dangerous. According to the legend, harpies learned battle aura from orcs, while orcs, in turn, mastered spiritomancy from the harpies. He elaborated that these two races, the forest's most populous, had exchanged their unique techniques. The originators of this exchange were, naturally, Blackman and Vilea. Ron continued, noting that they had since become the forest's representative races. He paused, considering the future. He advised Darden that if captured by orcs or harpies, he should recount the tale he'd just heard. At the very least, they wouldn't kill him instantly. Listening intently, he admitted uncertainty, yet resolved to treat the story as truth. He agreed, vowing to try it should the need arise, as Jane Arbeloa offered him beef jerky. She had made it, and it was delicious. A surprise query escaped him. Standing before Phelan Valentier's desk, a grim report hung. Bodies found dead in the mountains near Arbeloa territory. Expert investigators suggested they were killed by highly advanced magic. Such an incident, coupled with the Iron Blood Knight's absence, was concerning. He declared a professional investigation necessary, ordering Gonzalez to uncover the perpetrators. He acknowledged the order, while his master considered the unmentioned youngest child. Considering the child's body was absent, he mused, perhaps he had fled. If not, the child must know something, the Lord concluded, granting full authority. Turning to leave, he heard the stern command, bring back results. Yes, sir, he replied, his thoughts lingering on the youngest. He mused, I thought he was useless, but he's proving quite useful. Then, a sharp, distinct sound cut through the air. As the next day dawned, their journey to the formidable Rocky Mountain began in earnest. A bag of vital supplies was secured, ready for the arduous road ahead. Soon, another heavy bag joined their growing provisions. Gazing at the growing pile, Jack wondered if they were perhaps overdoing it. Holding up the bag, he mused aloud that it might be too much. He mused, all he truly needed was 10 gold and potions, the rest was his burden. Smiling, he apologized for doubting Darden, thanking the man for his help. Then, he added, take care on your way back. The veteran hunter and another figure exchanged glances, wondering if he wasn't joining them. He mused, this might sound out of line, but he felt compelled to say it. Looking up, a question etched itself onto his weathered face. Being a mercenary, Darden insisted it wasn't as bad a job as Jack believed. The young master's expression, however, remained utterly unchanged. So, he countered, believing he knew enough, despite lacking all the details. The third young lord insisted he wasn't bragging, merely stating he had absolutely no one backing him. But I've seen how people in that position, the veteran hunter countered, meet their end countless times. And so, the veteran hunter continued, his voice grave. He questioned if the man was suggesting he become a mercenary. As he'd said, Darden repeated, a mercenary's life wasn't as bad as Jack imagined. One could travel the world, he explained, living a relatively comfortable life. Few other professions offered such freedom. He was sure others didn't know, the young master stated, but the veteran hunter did. If he'd wished, he would have killed him, he asserted, certain the other man knew, even without soul aura, an eighth circle like himself. The forest seemed to hold its breath, a silent, ancient observer to the unfolding events. Darden sighed, acknowledging the grim gravity of the situation. He continued, reflecting on the young man's potential, recalling echoes of his own past. The young man offered a polite response, yet dismissed the situation's true gravity. He touched the young man's shoulder, sharing a cryptic, urgent warning. He urged the young man to remain hidden when the inevitable time came. Darden assured him he would know when the time was right, even if he didn't understand now. The veteran hunter handed over a pouch of coins, emphasizing life's importance over money. The young man smiled, acknowledging the sage advice. He then bid him farewell, sending him on his solitary way. As the young man walked away, he seemed to sense something was deeply amiss. Darden watched the young man, wondering if he would reveal his name. The young man replied he knew who he was, but desired to hear it directly from him. Smiling slightly, he told him to simply remember him as Jack. He nodded, accepting the enigmatic answer. He paused, carefully considering the unfolding situation. Darden looked directly at Jack, his expression now serious. The young man responded, acknowledging his intense gaze. With a bright smile, he suggested they meet again if their fates ever crossed. The young man turned, facing the distant, looming bridge. Suddenly, he burst into motion, a trail of blue energy following his feet. Leaping into the air, Jack accelerated further still. Landing with a burst of speed, the young man continued his rapid advance. Panting, he wondered if he was almost there. Continuing his journey, he knew the path ahead remained long. His pace slowed, wondering if his body was too young to handle this. Breathing heavily, he realized he couldn't do things the way he used to. Despite the mounting challenges, he pressed on. Focusing his energy, Valentier pushed forward with a resolute stride. With unwavering determination, he assured himself of his conviction. Reaching a cold stone wall, he knew his destination lay before him. A quiet certainty settled within him. He could finally reach his master. Leaning against the rough stone, the young lord reflected on his deep desire to escape his stifling house. He remembered countless past moments filled with such thoughts, yet now, he was truly here. Preparing for the inevitable, he knew only one final act remained. With a determined gaze, he raised the sword, its blade descending swiftly to slice into his own flesh. A small sacrifice, yet sufficient to draw forth the necessary blood. Bubbles drifted lazily upwards, lost within the impenetrable darkness. Before his regression, at the tender age of 17, he was simply running and hiding, a life he had always known. Having even lost Ron, that solitary path remained his only choice. A profound silence. Then, nothing. Only the void. A breath held. The scene shifted, revealing a dark, ominous cave entrance, its stone marred by ancient bloodstains. A figure, shrouded in shadow, approached, drawn towards the unknown depths. A younger Jack Valentier stood before the cave, his voice a mere whisper, contemplating the miracle of opening such a stone cave. Indeed, it was nothing short of a miracle. Clad in a school uniform, the boy's expression hardened, a flicker of determination igniting his eyes. He continued his journey, pressing deeper into the cavernous passage. Each of his steps echoed, a steady rhythm against the oppressive silence. A distant light beckoned, promising something at the path's end. Ascending a flight of stairs, his resolve remained unwavering. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple. Biting his lip, he wondered at his own nervousness. The end was in sight. He had finally arrived. His eyes narrowed, a mix of trepidation and anticipation, bracing for what lay ahead. The scene opened, revealing someone's lower body, clad in dark clothing and sturdy boots, standing near a worn suitcase. As the flashback began, the profound question of immortality hung heavy in the air. Chains bound a figure with striking green hair, their red eyes reflecting unsettling knowledge, as they faced a man with slicked-back black hair. His back was turned, yet the chains and the sword at his side hinted at a grim purpose. A voice echoed, reverently calling out, "Master." The concept of eternal life was explored, revealing it not merely as power, but a universal desire shared by dragons, orcs, and humans alike. Even emperors, it was said, faced the inevitable end. The green-haired master's expression remained unreadable, yet they acknowledged mortality applied to them as well. Their eyes widened, revealing a glimpse of the person they were connected to, one who had lived for at least 400 years. Despite the magic binding them, the inevitable end was drawing near. They reflected on the past, recalling when the other person had lived for only 10 years, a situation now drastically changed. Their gaze shifted to a young man in a school uniform, acknowledging their shared time had increased to no less than 13 years. Bound by chains, the green-haired figure was addressed as master. A voice echoed, demanding to know his identity. A soft smile graced Jack Valentier's lips, suggesting they play a guessing game. The chained figure's eyes narrowed, asking if he found their predicament amusing. The figure in chains declared he wouldn't ask a second time. The other figure noted the master's temper had calmed considerably. Closing the distance, Jack Valentier confessed how much he had missed him. The chained figure wondered who this unrecognized disciple could be. With a resolute expression, the master confirmed he did. His eyes gleaming, he stated there was no way he wouldn't. A montage of shared memories flashed by. Even if only he remembered, Jack Valentier was certain it wasn't just a dream. The unique hero, who ended the age of glory and opened the gates to humanity, stood chained before Valentine Milos. Looking up at the chained figure, she spoke. In a flashback, she declared herself his disciple from the future. The master scoffed, questioning his claim of being from the future. She responded with a simple, affirmative nod. The master stated he disliked storytellers. He asked, demanding an answer. He wondered what she would have said in such a situation, pondering to himself. He recalled her likely response, "Screw off." A sinister smile crept across his face, realizing she hadn't changed at all. Valentine realized he knew it all along. She concluded he was the same master she remembered, beyond help, even as he asked forgiveness for his insolence. The master's voice echoed, filled with desperate urgency. Massive chains, each link thicker than a man's torso, stretched ominously into the surrounding darkness. Beckerman's disciple brought a wrench, wreathed in crackling blue energy, to bear on one of the links. Bound by these very chains, a young girl sat, her face pale and drawn, dark green hair hanging limply. Soul aura flared around him, preparing to strike with a surge of raw power. He acknowledged the disrespect of his act, yet resolved to humbly accept any future retribution. Her eyes widened, recognizing the figure before her. Blue energy crackled around him, raising the wrench high above his head. He knew breaking Master's chains would inevitably cause this entire place to collapse, and that was precisely why he intended to break them. With a final surge of power, he brought the wrench crashing down upon the chains. A chilling realization dawned on her. The one who trapped her master was here. The narration spoke of Julius Teslon, the man whom many hailed as a hero. A promise had been made. He would return soon. Yet, he never returned. 10, then 20, then 50 years passed, until the captive finally understood. She thought, a bitter truth settling in, that she had been abandoned. He let out a cry. Her eyes widened, a profound shock etched upon her face. The massive chains began to fracture. He was surrounded by a brilliant blue aura. She and he were now in close proximity. With a final, resounding crack, the chains shattered completely. Trapped and helpless, the dragon bone chains continued to constrict her. As the chains tightened, she felt herself plummeting. Suddenly, a young boy's voice pierced the chaos, crying out, "Master!" Still plummeting, the ground rushed up to meet her. A surge of determination coursed through her, thinking, "I am." A pair of arms wrapped around her, pulling her close, as the boy's voice declared, "Different from that son of a bitch, Julius Teslon." Looking into her eyes, he declared, "Instead of merely telling you, I will show you through my actions." Her eyes widened, uncertainty etched upon her face. The ceiling groaned, and he held her tighter as the structure began to collapse. Bracing himself, he shouted, "Hold on tight." Dust and debris rained down, the cave-in now truly imminent. Her blue eyes locked with his, a flicker of hope igniting within her. Channeling his power, he declared the earth beneath him his, and his alone. Nothing would pass. Raising his sword high, Julius Teslon poured his energy into the blade. Activating ancient techniques, he braced himself, preparing a formidable defense. His eyes glowing with raw power, he unleashed the defensive technique. The very earth trembled, rising swiftly to form a formidable barrier. Bracing himself, Julius prepared for the inevitable, devastating impact. Then, a deafening crash echoed, reverberating through the chamber. The barrier groaned under the force, cracks spiderwebbing across its surface. Protected within the earthen walls, he stood firm, weathering the relentless assault. The landscape transformed, a section of earth now stood tall, a formidable bulwark. Another earth-shattering impact struck, sending dust and debris exploding outwards. And again, the sound of destruction reverberated, shaking the very ground. Suddenly, a memory flickered to life. Amidst a desolate landscape, a lone figure stood, questioning the very nature of his existence. A silent embrace spoke volumes, offering solace in a world of profound uncertainty. His voice tinged with weariness, Julius reiterated a truth already spoken. A solemn vow echoed, binding him to a destiny intertwined with the blade he held. A question hung in the air, wondering how the boy from the future, now reliable, could wield such power at a tender age. With a hopeful smile, Julius proposed a journey, a shared odyssey to traverse the world together, 13 years ago. A silent promise was exchanged, sealing their bond with an unspoken understanding. A familiar gesture revealed a hidden truth, a habit employed to discern if the other person was lying. A flicker of disbelief crossed his face, questioning the very fabric of reality, wondering if he was truly from the future. A subtle correction was offered, clarifying it was more regression than time travel, and he seemed to be telling the truth. With a mix of shock and relief, he finally accepted the impossible, acknowledging the truth laid bare. Having fallen to the ground, Julius groaned in pain. A voice echoed, scolding him for forming such a relationship. The voice continued forcefully, arguing that without his interference, no such bond would have formed. It questioned how he could call this a relationship, suggesting it depended on his interpretation of boundaries. The voice then remarked, observing his surprising skill at arguing, despite his obvious pain. The figure, Beckerman's disciple, then responded, asking whose disciple he thought he was, before introducing himself as Jack. Jack then declared, "I'll be in your care in this life as well, master." 5 days had passed, the narrative now shifting to the heart of a symbol territory. His face contorted in disbelief, Jack Stewart could only utter a single, stunned word, "Master." A wave of shock washed over him, his eyes widening in stunned, disbelieving silence. His hand flew to his head, a question escaping his lips. "How could you?" He looked down, disbelief settling in, the unspoken words echoing. Not a single word for 5 days straight. A disembodied voice cut through his thoughts, asking if he was still collecting them, warning of spider webs forming on his lips. Holding the child close, Jack Stewart admitted he had thought she might be a descendant of the Teslon house. His expression darkened, realizing that wasn't the case. The disembodied voice declared it impossible for anyone to utilize the soul at such an age, explaining that fundamentally, the power of the soul is... The child stared up at him, asking if he was telling her to finish that sentence. Continuing, the voice warned the young master that if she couldn't answer, she was sure to get a punch, despite her 5 days of silence. It was explained that this power was wielded by only a select few, even among the geniuses who had become mana masters. But to speak of it so simply, the karma of murder amassed in her soul was abnormal. A knowing smirk spread across Jack Stewart's brown-haired face. There seemed to be even more blood on her hands than mine. Is that so? About why a lifetime's chance, like regression, was given to her. I see, he thought, wondering what she had been pondering these past few days. But she was thinking about his regression. Elsewhere, a knight charged into battle on horseback, sword raised high. Amidst the fallen, a child cried. The silence hung heavy in the air. He thought back to the conversation, recalling the words, faces, and implications. But honestly, I have no idea, he remembered saying. The memory continued, the younger man musing. If they do, they'll approach me someday. What if no one does? Well then, that's that, I guess. The younger version of himself smiled, stating, the time I'm spending with you right now is the most important to me. The memory shifted, the younger man laughing, declaring, of course, I'll find someone on my side. At least your words are pretty. So, what are you going to do now? A small dog looked up, as if understanding the weight of Jack Stewart's words, thinking, I need someone. Flashing back to another time, a younger version of him was surrounded by light. 5 days prior, he recalled, on the night that I brought Master with me. Back in the present, he clutched his head, feeling ill. Considering his weakened state, Jack Stewart realized, I need someone I can trust to be my arms and legs and protect me. Shall we shop and rest? He smiled, adding, I also need a new sword. Let's see, are there any good ones around? A startled cry rang out, as someone shouted for others to make way. A pained groan followed as something spilled. Clutching her head, a young woman apologized, explaining she was in a hurry. A young man assured her that he wasn't looking either, asking if she was all right. Kneeling, she lamented that her flowers had fallen out, though she didn't think they were ruined. Startled, she responded with a nervous yes when he called out, wondering if she was hurt anywhere. Offering a bag of money, he called her comrade. The young woman was speechless. Taken aback, she stammered, but the young man insisted he would give her the money if she did as he asked. Seeing the bag of money, she gasped in shock. She appreciated the offer, but couldn't accept so much, wondering if it was too much for a child. The young man asked how much she would receive. She replied 1 shilling was plenty. With a soft clink, the coin settled into her palm. As she accepted the offering, the vendor called out a cheerful farewell. Suddenly, Jack Stewart stopped in his tracks, a realization dawning on him. He nodded to himself, processing this new information. He mused to himself, yes, the gem I'd been looking for was in a place like this. A slow smile spread across Dragon's face, a thought forming. It's been a while since I've seen a vampire. He pondered, a vampire? Did you not ask her to join you because you already knew? Neutral young man denied it, asserting he chose her for her undeniable talent alone. He mused, unbelievable you couldn't discern that. Please, live long and healthy, teaching me many things. He chuckled softly. That depends on you. You remain unchanged, even after my regression. The young woman stared at him, a strange thought forming. How peculiar. That child's face. I've surely seen it somewhere. Walking away, she became lost in the labyrinth of her own thoughts. Bathed in the forest's soft light, she stood beside Jack. A sudden realization washed over her, causing something to click into place. Elsewhere, a voice mused, surprised to find a forest dweller here. A strange turn, indeed. He needed to find someone after Jack's purchase. Offering the birds a treat, a figure remarked on their blessing, playing with such creatures. Peeking in, Jack Valentier observed them with manna, hoping nothing ill would befall them. Inside the room, a blonde woman questioned the other's identity, wondering if they might be a vampire hunter. She then asked if they had already forgotten her face. The woman then revealed her true identity, Valentine Milos. She confirmed her role in forcing them into the magic beast forest, declaring herself their mortal enemy. Her expression then shifted to one of shock, reacting to an unseen force. Coughing violently, she spat up a mouthful of blood. Lying in bed, the woman struggled, her body weakened and frail. Gasping for air, she could barely manage a single pant. She thought herself a mere doll, cursed to live as human for only 1 night each month. A younger version of herself appeared in her mind, demanding an answer to an unknown question. Clutching her chest, Valentine Milos wondered why she, a vampire progenitor, was in such a place. A pair of red eyes appeared as she pondered the magic beast forest. Gazing at her hand, she noted her long abstinence from blood, questioning her current state. Looking aside, she wondered if anyone felt pity for her plight. Gazing out the window, she realized how much time had truly passed. In the past, she recalled being so powerful, none dared approach her. Looking up, she mused that she no longer resented anyone. She thought it was for what someone did back then. 2 cloaked figures stood beside a woman, their faces shadowed, one remarking that without her, enraged humans would have driven them to extinction. Lying in bed, a small figure beside her, Valentine Milos declared she would now answer the question. The scene shifted, revealing a sweeping view of the magic beast forest. The vision expanded further, revealing the presence of 5 formidable tyrants. The scene changed to 2 silhouetted figures atop a structure, implying 2 lords ruled from behind. A younger Valentine Milos was held captive, her thoughts consumed by escape. Lying down, she recalled her daughter, so small and beautiful back then. The memory turned dark, punctuated by a terrifying scream. A younger Valentine Milos, tied up, begged for mercy, recalling the dragon's words to her. The perspective shifted, focusing on the dragon's massive feet. The beast loomed over her, as she recalled its promise of mercy for her pitiful state. Back in the present, lying in bed, the woman was asked if she wanted mercy, to which she replied yes. If she survived, she knew this village, with only cow and pig blood, would spare her and her daughter. To save her daughter, she would do anything. How utterly miserable. She, of royal blood, once overpowered all others. Now, she merely awaited death in this shabby village. When are you going to leave? Uncle? He dislikes visitors, and he'll be here soon. What is it, Charlotte? Tell me more about this uncle of yours. My uncle? Could it be? You approach me to scam my rich uncle. Do you think so little of me? Waiting is boring, just tell me. Well, it's nothing much. Let's see. Uncle is rich. Charlotte listened as her mother explained she knew little of him, but he gave them this house, a good man bringing food every 3 days. The food he provided was simple, cow and pig blood. Elsewhere, a young man with dark hair and amber eyes advised, listen carefully, about your uncle. He wondered, are you talking about me? Back at the house, a silver-haired man asked, did you have a friend like this, Charlotte? The silver-haired man continued, I don't think I've ever seen you before. Charlotte cried out, her voice filled with surprise, Uncle. Abiru's eyes widened in understanding, realizing, you must be the uncle she spoke of. Dragon studied the newcomer, a thought forming. This man, by his bearing, hails from a noble house. He then inquired, but what brings you to this humble home? The dark-haired man's gaze sharpened, a single thought echoing. This is a dragon. The silver-haired man observed, a knowing look in his eyes, it seems. The man remarked on their many guests, turning to Valentine Milos beside him, asking her to summon his daughter. It seems they have many guests today. Can you hear me? And we have a single guest here, Valentine's voice purred. Bring that child, and the man outside. What are you mumbling about on your own? He replied, my master is summoning me. Let's head inside, he commanded. You came here to look, didn't you? He asked. At your toy's final moments. Charlotte? Mom has something too. Jack asked the girl why she seemed so surprised, as if she'd seen a ghost. Sighing, he assured her he wouldn't interfere, urging her to speak her mind. The sinister figure declared he had no intention of interfering with the last moments between mother and daughter. Charlotte cried out, Mom, asking what was wrong, if she was hurting somewhere. A woman urged someone to drink quickly, assuring them they'd feel better, that it was fine now. Lying in bed, a man whispered, I'm so sorry, mentioning his daughter. He continued, lamenting how his daughter had gone out of her way for his birthday, yet he'd done nothing for her. She asked what was wrong. Vivian stood silently, observing the scene. She wondered why her master and she should be present here. She mused they'd only met by chance, following her one-sidedly. Hardly reason enough to watch over someone on her deathbed. The mother asked if the other's name was Vivian, then if she could entrust her daughter to her. Vivian declared she would try to make herself a reason. Jack asked, Pardon? There isn't enough time, so I'll make it short. The young man wondered, how would you like your daughter to grow? Lying in bed, Charlotte was asked if she wanted the vampire's revival, or to rule this world as a progenitor. He loomed over her, asking if she wanted the death of the dragons who treated vampires, or neither. He continued, wondering if she wanted to be used as their toys, driven to her death. A soft chuckle escaped him, awaiting her answer. Her hand trembled, but she managed to whisper, okay. Jack acknowledged her decision, stating she had no lingering desires, as long as. Looking distraught, she said, that's more than enough, for me. The young man leaned in, asking her name, before revealing, it's Jack Valentine. Still in bed, Charlotte's mother asked, can you truly take responsibility for my Charlotte? Jack stood by her bedside, declaring, I can, and I will. Tears welling, she looked up at him, adjusting his tie, a noble vampire progenitor. Looking out the window, she whispered her gratitude to him. Reaching out, she professed her love. More tears fell as she called out for her mother. Lying on the floor, she was told to open her. In a crowd, a voice cried out, wondering what they'd do if even Charlotte left. A hand gently stroked the back of someone's head. The scene shifted to a quaint town. A sob escaped someone in distress. Sniffling, Jack comforted someone, holding them close. Someone held a child close. Sobbing quietly, he struggled to contain his emotions. Stumbling to his feet, Hanks muttered, trying to make sense of the situation. A maniacal laughter echoed, filling the air with dread. The laughter intensified, growing louder and more menacing. Back in the room, Jack watched over Charlotte as she rested. A voice, barely a whisper, revealed a twisted sense of purpose. Unable to contain herself, Valentine declared her amusement at the unfolding situation. Without warning, the young lord delivered a swift kick to Jack's head. The sheer force of the blow sent him flying through the air. Meanwhile, Hanks was sent hurtling through the air as well. Debris rained down, striking him repeatedly as he fell. Crashing through a wall, he was left battered and bruised. Having been sent flying, he couldn't believe such a rude young lord would dare strike him. As the dust settled, it seemed Charlotte had made quite the bad friend indeed. With a sinister grin, Valentine decided she must teach him a lesson, demanding his name. She was surprised, feeling no trace of magic, yet finding the situation peculiar. Elsewhere, a voice noted that the doll was talking. Excluding the two lords, the other 5 dragons should be accounted for. Since you're merely 200 years old, are you an adult dragonborn within that time? Valentine smirked, her stance ready for an immediate attack. She wondered how anyone could know such a thing, before demanding to know their identity. With long white hair and piercing red eyes, the figure demanded to know how such information was acquired. Clearly agitated, the white-haired figure spat, questioning her identity and dismissing all dragons as having garbage personalities. Charlotte, a young woman with green hair and glasses, declared, I can stand by myself. A firm grip seized her arm, preventing the young woman from moving. The young woman, now revealed as Valentine Milos, asserted, I am Valentine Milos, a mage of the past. The white-haired figure seemed taken aback, exclaiming, no way, that immortal necromancer. A voice responded, yes, it's trivial, but at one time. The voice continued, I was called something like that. How dare you try to fool me with such a barefaced lie? The figure, now revealed as Bahamut, hissed, Bahamut, Voldemort. These were the true names of the 2 dragon lords, Bahamut and Voldemort, known only to a select few. Only dragons, or those who had faced them directly, knew such names. The realization struck, this must be the real deal. But Valentine Milos, still alive? Well, it doesn't matter, Valactus Machiavelli declared, proclaiming himself of the proud, supreme fire dragon tribe. He never imagined meeting a past legend in such a shabby place. All she had planned was to dispose of the daughter her toy had certainly birthed. An immediate order was given, go back this instant. The dragon questioned if he was truly ordered back, reminding them of their forgotten verbal pact. The supreme, high dragons had shown mercy to all races, save for humans. Pitying them, They had extended their grace. And you tell a dragon like myself to go back? He challenged. The dragons showed mercy? That is incorrect, she countered. The one who ultimately showed mercy was not the dragons. But me, she finished. Looking up with a sneer, Valactus Machiavelli seemed surprised by something. Recalling the past, he remembered making the verbal pact within the forest. The memory continued, questioning why she had divided the dragons and the humans. The answer came. Their arrogance, believing nothing was above them, had sparked a devastating war between species. The specter of the past lingered, as the same tragic events seemed destined to repeat themselves. His anger flared. Valactus Machiavelli had endured enough of this nonsense. Sighing, he contemptuously addressed someone as a mere lizard. A young man, accompanied by a small, dark-haired figure, seemed surprised, questioning if he'd heard correctly. Looking up with fury, an unseen character expressed outrage at being addressed in such a manner. The unseen character continued, demanding they act human, not showing such arrogance to the master. Looking down with disdain, Valactus Machiavelli declared the unseen character an impertinent creature. The unseen character's rage boiled over, promising to rip the dragon to shreds. A clawed hand reached out, as Jack Valantier watched the scene unfold. Suddenly, a heavy foot slammed down, crushing the formidable Valactus Machiavelli beneath its immense weight. Following that brutal stomp, he was sent flying by a swift, powerful kick. The sheer force of the blow sent him hurtling through the air, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. Crashing down hard, he coughed up blood from the brutal impact. Gasping for air, he struggled desperately to regain his composure. Another foot descended, grinding him further into the ground, as a voice warned him to speak to master with courtesy next time. Spitting blood, Valactus Machiavelli cursed his attacker, furious that a lowly human dared treat a dragon with such disrespect. A figure with glowing eyes commanded him to cease his ridiculous babbling, threatening death if he didn't lower his gaze. The foot pressed down harder, emphasizing that he was nothing more than a mere insignificant creature. He was kicked again, the unseen assailant questioning if he believed he could act with impunity, simply because Valentine Milos backed him. A young woman with green hair looked on, her expression utterly unreadable. The scene shifted, revealing a glimpse of a room where the floorboards were worn and aged. A young girl's face peeked into view, her eyes wide with palpable fear. A hand clutched at a shirt, a voice echoing with desperation, fearing Ron's nagging if he saw this. Looking down at young Charlotte, a figure asked, "Do you see now, Charlotte?" The image shifted to a man with long white hair, his expression cold, a voice declaring her uncle irredeemable trash. Tears streamed down the young girl's face, her sobs echoing in the silence. A man's face filled the frame, his expression utterly unreadable. A hand presented a photograph, urging her to take a good look at his shameless face. The man from the photo was shown again, the voice declaring him the killer of her people, her father, whom she had never even seen. Young Charlotte trembled, the voice continuing that he had treated her mother like his plaything. A woman lay in bed, her expression sorrowful, stating she'd take responsibility for her, but only received her mother's consent. The scene cut to a close-up of a sword being drawn, its steel glinting ominously in the dim light. The disembodied voice echoed, posing a question of utmost importance. What truly mattered was her answer. With a resolute grip on his sword, a figure stood ready, prepared to face whatever challenge lay ahead. The sword was drawn, reflecting the gravity of the situation. A sinister grin spread across his face, promising, "I'll show you." As one figure descended with fiery energy, another declared, "Who's trying to take responsibility for you is?" The young woman raises her sword, poised to strike. But Beckerman's disciple, too quick, easily blocks her blow. With a swift kick, he sends her flying backward. He smirks, confident in his swift victory. The kick's force sends her hurtling through the air. She struggles to regain her balance. Crashing into something with a resounding thud, she is sent sprawling. Standing over her, he looks down at the young woman with disdain. After all her talk, Beckerman's disciple scoffs, having expected an amazing mana user, but finding her nothing special. She, however, seems unfazed, muttering a simple, "Huh?" White energy crackles around her feet, a prelude to the coming storm. His voice cuts through the tension, declaring her fluttering hair had been bothering him. He declares it now looks better, but from below, the young woman's enraged voice spits, "You insolent bastard." His patience wearing thin, Valactus Machiavelli declares he will not stand for this any longer. Unleashing a torrent of power, he shouts, "Cut her." Surrounded by a crimson aura, the young woman stands her ground. Drawing her sword with blinding speed, she prepares to strike. The blade flashes, a whirlwind of steel. Eyes wide with disbelief, Jack Valantier cries out in shock. He wonders aloud, she dissolved the magic of a dragon? Her intense gaze is revealed in a close-up. The attack lands, sending him sprawling. Coughing, Valactus is clearly reeling from the blow. Finally remembering, he recalls his identity, Valactus Machiavelli. The young woman asks, "The child of Luca Machiavelli of the Magic Beast Forest, right?" Struggling to speak, he asks how she knows of his father. He thinks, one of the 5 dragons currently manages the Magic Beast Forest. He recalls she was the one who beheaded him in his past life. He thinks he didn't see her back then. Valactus thinks, no way. From the state she's in, she probably died an untimely death, or was hiding. The young woman asks, how do you act the exact same way as your father, calling him a bastard, demanding his identity? She thinks, I am the first and last disciple of Valentine Milos, the one you were belittling. He wonders, how could a human possibly have? She thinks, asterisk, is this a dragon? The strongest life form in this world? Asterisk. Still on the ground, a blade is pointed at his face, as she delivers a chilling ultimatum. Beckerman's disciple, sword in hand, loomed over Velactus Machiavelli. Apologize to my master for your insolence. Head bowed, within 5 seconds. You understand. Coughing, Velactus defiantly challenged her, asking what would happen if he refused. The blue-haired warrior's voice hardened, promising to turn him into dust so fine. She continued, vowing no one would ever find even a trace of his existence. The disciple reiterated, just as she had done to another before him. The sword remained pointed at Velactus, its lethal promise still looming. Nearby, antagonist Valentine, a young woman with green hair, observed the unfolding scene. The blue-haired warrior's expression shifted to surprise, as if something unexpected had occurred. He launched an attack, its swift outcome remaining shrouded from view. Sprouting powerful wings, the dragon realized his perilous position, preparing for immediate flight. Deciding to retreat, he knew he must fall back, informing other dragons of this new threat. The dragon's eyes widened, startled by an unseen force. A voice nearby murmured, disbelieving he would actually grasping his sword tightly, Velactus Machiavelli admitted he had hoped to avoid this. Grimacing, he acknowledged the drastic shift in the battle's unfolding circumstances. Preparing himself, Velactus Machiavelli activated his formidable soul sword post form. Meanwhile, the dragon continued his desperate, swift retreat. A strange sensation washed over him, causing Velactus Machiavelli to grit his teeth. As the dragon flew, a swirling vortex of energy materialized before him, prompting a confused, desperate outburst. The air crackled with raw power, revealing the technique's true name, Four Realms First Form. The vortex intensified further, its swirling depths revealing the technique's name, Sky Realm. Eyes widening, Velactus Machiavelli appeared utterly shocked by the unfolding events. Without hesitation, the dragon plunged directly into the swirling, hungry vortex. What monstrous power had he now encountered? Falling through the darkness, the figure plummets downwards, a desperate descent. Sweat beaded on his brow, a desperate thought crossing his mind. Why couldn't he escape? Panic rising, he screamed into the void, a desperate, echoing cry of why. Still falling, the ground below seemed no closer, an endless plunge. A pained grunt escaped him, the inevitable drawing ever nearer. Gasping for air, he could only manage a choked, ragged HHIK. Desperation clinging to his voice, he pleaded, Stay away. A shadowy hand reached out, closing the terrifying distance. Terror gripped the young lord, a blood-curdling scream tearing from his throat. A final, ragged breath escaped him, followed by a whispered, Herg. An unfamiliar, ornate ceiling slowly came into view. His eyes fluttered open further, a confused sound escaping his lip. The room was undeniably opulent. Its grand doors towered high. He wondered, where was he? A concerned voice spoke, wondering when the young master would wake, and what had transpired. The man's voice rose, calling out to Ron. Holding up fingers, the man asked if he recognized him. He retorted, insisting he wasn't a child, questioning Ron's presence and their location. The man considered, a realization dawning upon him. He exclaimed, asking if the young master knew where the girl and doll were. Elizabeth, the girl, had been bathed, clothed, and given time to rest. Elsewhere in the manor, she slept soundly in the next room. Standing nearby, Ron admitted he wasn't sure of her circumstances. The young girl had looked extremely exhausted. Back in the present, as for the doll, Jack, spoke, asking if they were talking about that. Nearby, the doll greeted his master. The doll continued, questioning if he was mad at it for talking. The doll asked what he'd be mad about, stating he was free to do as he pleased. Jack chuckled, saying he said that, but he was worried. Ron asked how the doll was talking, adding it had sat there for 3 days. Turning to him, the man responded with a simple yes. The doll said he'd explain everything later, but needed him to swear this. Lying in bed, he thought to himself, that person is my master. Shifting slightly in bed, Jack reminded someone to show courtesy from now on. Ron, a man with light brown hair, looked down, a single tear rolling. The man stood with the doll, assuring him he had a reason for his words. Sitting up, the doll asked, so what happened? He urged the man to be concise. It wasn't a complicated story. The scene shifted. Corpses of his escorts lay in the mountains near Arbeloa. Naturally, the Marquis soon discovered it. The scene shifted. A black-haired woman and red-haired man stood behind a hooded figure, a clue. The red-haired man looked down, beginning to track him. The scene shifted. A blonde-haired woman appeared. People had seen him in the Arbeloa estate. After that, rumors of you near the Assemble estate reached us. A lone figure soared through a swirling vortex of clouds. His eyes snapped open, wondering if he was looking at a person. A figure in shining armor stood amidst a blinding light. The scene shifted, finding him collapsed, barely able to utter, I see. No one knew what happened. The third young lord was told, his critical condition necessitating his transfer to the temple for treatment. Someone mentioned he had consumed 3 top-grade potions, inquiring if they were strawberry-flavored. A woman confirmed this, prompting him to wonder how they knew of his preference for strawberry-flavored things. Elsewhere, Ron demanded to know why he was there, neglecting his sister's care. The man on the other end of the line paused, his voice uncertain. Ron learned the Marquis had stopped the young Mrs. aggressive demands, sending the speaker, who knew Ron best, to find him with the investigation squad. The man's eyes widened, a sudden realization dawning that the Marquis was involved. Jack smirked, thinking his father a greater moron than he'd imagined, wondering if he had been sent. A woman stood near the bed, addressing the third young lord as young master, expressing her gladness to see him again. But, standing in the doorway, the third young lord gazed at the young master, demanding to know his desires. Gazing directly forward, he was informed, "You're up, third young lord." Rising from his bed, the third young lord was greeted by a man in a gray uniform, who simply informed him he was awake. Introducing himself as Gonzalez, vice captain of the Iron Blood Knights, the man suggested the young lord might know him through his servant. He then explained his task with the disaster investigation squad. Continuing, Gonzalez declared a commoner child companion was forbidden for a son of the Valentier Marquis house. He was then informed of his perceived shortcomings compared to the second young lord, urged to uphold the dignity of his Marquis house. Recalling Ron's words, the young lord remembered buying 3 top-grade potions for him. He was then commanded to answer truthfully. Preparing himself, the third young lord resolved to endure it 3 times. His eyes alight with determination, he declared he would answer. Gonzalez's expression hardened, a subtle shift betraying his intense focus as he recalled the young lord's past. Clearing his throat, Gonzalez pressed, "You were the only survivor. What happened?" The young lord dismissed it as nothing worth mentioning. A dark memory surfaced, the young lord recalling, "My escorts had strange orders. Break my limbs, then feed me a potion." Gonzalez's eyes narrowed, a hint of suspicion in his voice. "Pardon?" His expression betrayed utter surprise, clearly hearing this for the first time. He was then warned not to change the subject. Crossing his arms, the third young lord retorted, "Don't change the subject. Just answer my questions." His voice trembling slightly, the young lord stated, "Twice. I've endured it twice. All right, I'll continue." A vision of a sinister night flashed before his eyes, the words echoing. "This is what they said. So don't resist." He continued, recounting the night's chilling words. "We'll camp nightly for 4 days to the academy. Each night, they'll break your limbs, healing you by morning. This will continue until we arrive." Pausing, he added with a bitter edge, "Truly savages, don't you think?" Struggling to recall, the third young lord mused. Who was it? The 6th Circle Knight. I don't even remember his name. Raison." Gonzalez's expression darkened, a sense of unease settling. "What's worse, that guy?" Continuing his story, the young lord recalled someone threatening to destroy their mana circle, while another wondered his intent. A sinister smile crept across his face, remembering he'd realized Ron was onto him. His eyes widening, Gonzalez could only utter a single word. His voice echoing, the young lord questioned if someone was deaf. A manic grin stretched across his face, declaring he had killed them all. The scene shifted, revealing a lavish room, its opulence striking. His voice echoing, the third young lord questioned how it could be internal, not external. Someone else noted the culprit was the moronic young lord. His eyes wide with disbelief, the young lord questioned if any of it made sense. He continued, stating he knew nothing else, but had never left anyone who crossed him alive. Gonzalez, his expression hardening, asked if he was joking. The young lord retorted, asking if he looked that bored. A stern voice warned him to be careful with his words, despite Lady Elizabeth's affection. Gonzalez, his face grim, suggested a chat with the third young lord, calling him a newborn puppy who didn't know his place. Enraged by a servant's touch, the young lord lashed out, declaring Ron to get lost as he delivered a swift kick. His demeanor shifting suddenly, the young lord's eyes betrayed a chilling intensity. Continuing his assault, he unleashed a brutal punch. The force of the blow sent Ron reeling backward, a pained grunt escaping his lips. Colliding with a nearby object, he cried out in agony, crashing to the ground. Standing over his fallen opponent, the abandoned third young lord of the Valentier Marquis house coldly declared this the third strike, spitting a vile insult. The aftermath of the brutal beating was clear. He lay sprawled on the floor, utterly defeated. Elsewhere, the young master was approached by a concerned maid, who inquired about his well-being. Back in the assault room, Ron was sent flying once more. The maid, rushing to his side, asked if he was all right. He insisted he was merely dizzy, while the young master observed the attacker was a 7-circle practitioner. Watching him, the maid saw him reveal his true feelings, admitting he was sick of pretending to be a powerless servant. With a decisive gesture, he adjusted his tie. He admitted he hadn't thought it through enough. Jack reflected that it would be easy for him, as it was his usual role, but upon further thought, this wouldn't do. Grabbing Ron's face, he continued, asserting that if Ron was his man, he deserved to be treated like a person. Ron replied, recalling the young master's previous words. He simply affirmed, "Yeah." He responded, "Okay then." Gonzalez, vice captain of the Iron Blood Knights and third-ranking knight, might not recall, but he had long disrespected both him and Jack. He then asked Gonzalez how long he needed to cook him. Gonzalez replied, 5 minutes. Jack then questioned, "Aren't you well aware of my cooking skills?" Gonzalez replied, "1 is plenty." Despite the palpable tension, a voice interjects, assuring all that Ron possesses exceptional culinary skill. Confusion rippled through the air, one voice questioning if the topic was food, only for another to curtly dismiss the notion. As the fierce battle raged, a voice hinted the true subject could be surmised from the unfolding chaos. With a determined gaze, Ron unleashed a searing white energy whip. The whip continued its deadly arc, striking a red-haired man with brutal force. Gasping in agony, the red-haired man cursed him, spitting out a derogatory epithet. Unfazed, he continued to lash out with the crackling energy whip. The red-haired man, now airborne, hurled a venomous insult at his elusive foe. With unwavering focus, Ron pressed his relentless assault. The whip cracked, its target still trapped in its merciless path. The battle raged, Ron and his opponent locked in a furious, desperate exchange. Behind them, onlookers watched, unable to believe the spectacle unfolding. Elsewhere, the abandoned third young lord sat up in bed, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Those movements, he wondered where he had witnessed them before. He had seen Ron fight before, yet something felt profoundly different this time. Gonzalez was sent crashing to the ground, electrical energy crackling violently around him. Standing over his fallen foe, Ron prepared to deliver the decisive, final blow. Back in the bedroom, the young lord's eyes narrowed, focusing intently, trying to place the fighting style. Even as a 9-circle mage, his foundational basics lay in magic, not the martial arts. Ron, with the normal physique of a servant, was relentlessly pushing his opponent. Was he truly dominating Gonzalez, a formidable 7-circle knight? He must possess extensive close combat experience, having faced foes far stronger than this one. Even if Ron were a spy from the Tulkun Empire, then he wouldn't be able to kill or brutally beat him. Meanwhile, in the thick of battle, the armored knight reeled back from an unseen, brutal blow. Spitting with rage, the red-haired knight screamed a vow of lethal intent. His eyes narrowed, locked onto the furious fight. But in a sudden, brutal reversal, he found himself hurled through the air. Taking a brutal beating, he could only choke out a strangled, pained cry. Back in the bedroom, Jack muttered to himself. Despite such strength, he had endured disrespect for so long, all for his young master's sake. Yes. Elsewhere, a blonde-haired man smiled, addressing someone off-panel with a respectful, young master. Turning his head, Jack wondered what could possibly take so long to cook a single ingredient. Still watching the scene unfold, he could only stare as the man he knew as Ron stood before them. The man, now identified as Gonzalez, simply uttered a soft, surprised "oh." Suddenly, a new figure appeared, announcing, "I'm finished, young master." Lying on the ground, he was informed, "You took 1 minute and 12 seconds. Work out a little more." Jack watched, his expression a mask of utter confusion. The third young lord snapped at the guards. "What are you looking at? Do your job." The guards, startled, offered their apologies. Ignoring the tense exchange, the focus shifted to a nearby plant. The young master grabbed Gonzalez, preparing to unleash his fury. Being assaulted, he mused, "Gonzalez, what a cool name. You must be capable, having advanced so much. My father surely thinks highly of you, no?" The third young lord continued his assault, muttering, "With that lowly servant." He continued to beat Gonzalez, demanding, "Do you finally understand the situation you're in?" Still holding him, the young master declared, "Well, I didn't expect an answer, but you came to investigate a case, and it's fully resolved now, right? Good for you." Beaming with pride, he was pleased that the culprit and motive had been discovered. A close-up revealed this was the third-ranking knight of the Marquis house, a man in his mid-30s. Considering the situation, the third young lord deemed Gonzalez vice knight captain material, too valuable to kill. He called out to him. Looking up in surprise, the man wondered what was happening. Leaning in, the young master asked if he desired to become an 8-circle mage. He then asked if the man wanted to become vice knight captain. Putting a finger to his lips, the young master suggested a small, secret promise between them. From a distance, it was clear the third young lord was plotting again. T was overjoyed, thinking he had grown so mature. She couldn't be happier. She wondered what exactly was unfolding. From a low angle, Jack stood with a small, loyal dog. Kneeling, the man realized he hadn't known Jack was the young master's master. As the words echoed, a voice declared he had inherited the Sword family's energy, about to formally introduce him. But a sudden, jarring realization cut him off. "You've inherited the very essence of the Sword family's power." Gazing down at the map, two figures stood in silent contemplation. 19 years prior, he had already achieved the formidable 9-circle stage. He must have held a high position within the Sword family, yet now, he served as a mere servant. The man gazed down at the child, a silent question lingering between them. He could have ascended to a 10-circle master, perhaps even controlling souls. The man's eyes widened, disbelief washing over his face as he sought clarification. 19 years, precisely. Since entering the Marquis house with Jack and Elizabeth's mother, Ron had never once used mana. Recently, however, he had been left with no choice. He had used mana to follow Jack, all while expertly concealing himself. But that no longer truly mattered. The woman asked if he had given up, but he offered no reply. She pressed on, questioning if he desired renown, or if he was simply satisfied. The blonde-haired man wondered, just by serving that child? He had wondered where such incredible talent came from. This, he supposed, was the answer. The blonde-haired man pondered the being a sword family warrior risked his life to protect, asking, "Do you know the truth about that child?" The brown-haired woman stated, "This is what the young master told me." The blonde-haired man considered his past, but wouldn't pry into it. He was sure he knew the details, but Ron likely didn't mind. Despising repetition, Ron declared he would normally have ripped the red-haired man's mouth open. But seeing him near death from a mere tap, Ron would let it slide and ask again. The red-haired man hesitated, Ron reminding him of his desire for the vice knight captain position. Sighing, Ron stated he expected nothing from him, then added, "Let's see." The red-haired man cried out. As Ron told him he knew he was terrified from the beating. Ron warned him, "Do not dare move or circulate your mana, understood?" The red-haired man cried out, racked with pain. Blood cells pulsed into view. Then, crystals materialized. Ron watched, his eyes glowing intensely. He declared he'd found it. 7 circles enveloping and rotating around his heart. Having cornered his prey, Ron leaned in, a predatory glint in his eyes, ready to extract information. Gathering around them, glowing pink crystals pulsed with arcane energy, ready to siphon the red-haired man's essence. His hand glowing with eerie blue light, Ron began, declaring he was about to manipulate the red-haired man's mana. A pained grunt escaped him, as the red-haired man felt Ron's power invading his body. Forcing him still, Ron coldly stated he would have killed him already if that were his intent. A sinister smile spread across his face, Ron asking the red-haired man if he didn't agree. Weakened and gasping, the red-haired man could only whimper as Ron continued his assault. The crystals hummed with increasing intensity, their power growing as they neared their goal. Each crystal pulsed with malevolent energy, ready to tear apart the red-haired man's mind. The blue glow intensified, Ron continuing to drain the red-haired man of his mana, leaving him a husk. The crystals spun faster, their power reaching a fever pitch, preparing to deliver the final blow. A final, agonizing scream ripped through the air, the red-haired man's mana completely extracted, leaving him broken. His mana forcefully extracted, the red-haired man collapsed. With a whoosh, the ornate doors swung open. His face contorted in pain, the red-haired man trembled. Ron told him, "You can open your eyes now." Still reeling, the red-haired man stared at Ron in disbelief. Ron stated, "It's all done." Exhausted, the red-haired man sat up, noting the 8-circle formation. The red-haired man wondered if Ron had forcefully raised it, questioning who Ron truly was. The formation glowed, a disembodied voice declaring he was in no position to ask questions. Remaining silent, the red-haired man felt sweat still dripping from his brow. A brown-haired man smirked, his eyes gleaming with dark intent. The brown-haired man informed him he no longer possessed any choice in the matter. From off-panel, a voice commanded absolute obedience, warning of dire consequences should he refuse or fail. The sky burned with a fiery sunset, casting long, ominous shadows across the land. His face contorted in fear, the red-haired man heard the chilling completion of the command, a fate more horrible than he could ever imagine. From above, the voice inquired if he had heard the unsettling rumors. A sinister smile spread across the speaker's face, revealing their mastery of black magic. A flashback revealed a younger Jack, triumphant, standing over a defeated Phelan volunteer, a stark reminder of their past conflict. Within the opulent halls of the Marquis house, a sinister rumor began to circulate, its tendrils reaching every shadowed corner. Whispers spread among the maids, the chilling words, "learned black magic," hanging heavy in the air, casting a dark cloud over Jack's reputation. Phelan volunteer leaned back, asserting the rumor's truth, claiming the other man, having just experienced it, should know better than anyone. A fist clenched, a silent, simmering promise of retribution. The young lord commanded, his voice sharp, demanding someone kneel before him. He continued, instructing the kneeling figure to engrave his words into his very bones, never to forget them. The red-eyed man instructed, ordering him to first return to the Marquis house. He then ordered them to report to the Marquis, declaring the third young lord knew nothing. The kneeling man responded, affirming his understanding with a bowed head. A sudden flashback revealed a bloodied sword. Within the Marquis house, sinister plans were being forged. The chilling order was given, eliminate at least 40 of them. The red-haired man recoiled in shock. He was reminded to keep something crucial in mind. He confirmed his compliance. A sinister chuckle escaped from unseen lips. The red-haired man was told to shed his fear. As long as he obeyed his big bro, immense benefits, like his current gains, awaited him. Even now, he was instantly ascending to an 8-circle master. It was good for him, too. Obedience would guarantee those promised benefits. He asked if he desired more, laughing when no refusal came. Restrained by another, the red-haired man was urged to relax. Elsewhere, Ron found himself being ordered around. A man was beaten, a sinister smile observing the violence unfold. A plate of food was presented, a silent, tempting invitation to partake. Speaking plainly, Phelan volunteer explained the child would become Ron's hands and feet. The red-haired man was encouraged to perform his utmost. Having had enough, a man was curtly told to leave. A man stood alone in a room, deeply lost in thought. Reflecting on past events, he hoped this second chick would obey his commands. A chibi character informed the young master that their tasks were complete. Complaining of hunger, the young man was asked if he intended to go dressed thus. He wondered what flaw his attire possessed. Catching his breath, Someone seemed relieved that a situation was avoided, despite their preparations. Observing the luggage's state, it appeared someone had indeed prepared for the impending mess. Expressing gratitude, the young master acknowledged he was once again in Ron's debt. Thinking to himself, Ron wondered why he hadn't departed yet. As someone clung to him, Ron was told not to disturb their outing for food. Clinging tightly, the blonde-haired woman worried that even Ron might not awaken. Looking concerned, he stared down at the blonde-haired woman. Ron's name was called out sharply. Preparing to leave, the young master instructed Ron to prepare his favorite dishes, intending to get some fresh air. Bowing, he was told to enjoy his walk. Clinging tightly, the blonde-haired woman was asked to release her grip. As the sun set, a grand building stood tall, with people gathering outside its entrance. Looking down from the balcony, Jack offered an apology, his words hanging heavy in the somber air. Her voice tinged with sorrow, Valentine admitted that even if her house still stood, it would hold no meaning. Tears welling in her eyes, she continued, lamenting the meaninglessness of living alone in that empty house. Valentine Milos reflected on a past tragedy, her voice tinged with sorrow, admitting her mother was no longer there, even if her house remained. If she lived in that empty house all by herself, what would become of her? A heavy silence. A profound quiet. Valentine recalled losing her own mother at a young age. So young, she didn't even remember it. Even so, Ron and the master had been there for her. So, even if her life was the absolute worst, she was able to experience the slightest taste of happiness. A pause. Charlotte looked up, confused, as something was offered. Her eyes widened, unsure of what was happening. Extending a hand to her, Jack Valentier spoke. Charlotte, come with me. Her expression remained uncertain. She swallowed hard. Blood dripped down Charlotte's face. He watched her, thinking she must have been hungry. A strange energy surrounded her. Her hair seemed to be changing. Her eyes widened in shock. A gasp escaped Charlotte as she felt the change. She thought, my body recovery. This was why vampires were a species on par with dragons. They possessed a special characteristic, allowing instant recovery if they drank proper blood. Looking at him, she was taken aback, wondering what he thought, if she felt better. She exclaimed, thanking him profusely. A sinister smile spread across his face as he asked how she felt. A flashback showed Jack leaping into action, declaring he would show them the power of one taking responsibility. Back in the present, the mansion looming, he admitted he was a little scared. He chuckled, admitting it was thrilling, and, her eyes wide, Charlotte seemed in a daze, staring into the distance. She stammered, calling him super cool, Appa. He replied he was older than he looked, so Appa was too much, telling her to just call him boss. Charlotte was shocked, repeating the word boss. With a bright smile, she gave her approval. Meanwhile, in the distance, the sun set over the horizon. Back inside, Ron's eyes widened, unsure if he'd heard correctly. Looking at the feast before him, he asked what exactly they had killed. The young master confirmed he heard him right. He was obviously baffled by the revelation. The scene shifted to an explanation of dragons. Before 10 years old, they create their 5-circle mana heart. They reach the master stage before 50 years old. On top of that, they can use dragonoid transformation, compressing their massive draconic form to human size. If a dragon's original form specializes in magic, dragonoid transformation maximizes their close combat prowess. The narrative returned to the present. If that moron, the dragon, had been wary of him, not allowing time for soul speech. Back at the table, the young master declined vegetables, stating he would have been at an extreme disadvantage. Even so, he wouldn't have lost. The young master reflected the dragon was more moronic than expected. Slicing through his food, Ron wondered if the dragon was a moron. No matter how well he fought, he was merely a 2-circle. The butler asked, how could he possibly fight a 10-circle? It was illogical. Eating his food, Jack explained the dragon lacked experience. He couldn't properly use dragonoid transformation, fleeing in fear after little magic. That's why he died. Confused, Ron ate, his brow furrowed in thought. He observed their conversation, finding it strangely peculiar. Jack raised an eyebrow, inquiring, how so? Those listening to the tale imagined they would have erupted in laughter, much like the infamous fire ant or water ant mercenary groups. Smiling, he admitted knowing the young master was cunning, but not that he also knew of dragons. Ron replied, finding the revelation somewhat unexpected. The butler then questioned if he didn't already possess all knowledge, specifically regarding his past. Confused, he pondered how the butler could possibly know such things. A lavish feast lay spread across the table, yet a heavy burden seemed to weigh upon Ron's mind, despite the abundance. Holding a glass of crimson liquid, he gestured, declining to hear further details. The glass caught the light, yet it was the young master's cautious nature now under discussion. In a lifelong past, circumstances had been starkly different. Even after fleeing the Marquis house, he had never divulged a single detail of his history. Seated at the table, he understood that everyone harbored their own hidden secrets. Something troubled him deeply, prompting a direct question to Ron. He was assured he could ask anything, yet the unspoken query of his ties to the Tulkun Empire lingered. The question hung, a silent, watchful spy in the tense atmosphere. A heavy silence descended. The young master firmly declared he was utterly unrelated to them. Elsewhere, Jack was observed, diligently engaged in rigorous training. Back at the table, Ron sighed in relief, admitting his prior worry, but now expressing gratitude. He hoped the disciple understood his desire not to burden him. Seeing the young man smile, the young master surmised he understood. It was time for the disciple to forge a new mana circle. For each use, he nearly ended up half dead. Every time Jack wielded soul energy, he needed to expand his mana circles and fortify his body, minimizing the devastating recoil. Ron decided he'd consider it at the academy, realizing the young man truly was his disciple. To think the disciple would employ the bond of darkness. The infamous bond of darkness. This, black magic, was known only to Master and Ron, unique in the entire world. Others couldn't possibly know, as Master herself had forged its intricate formula. An era of glory, when Master was in her absolute prime. The brutal era of war. Master had wielded this bond of darkness against her foes and spies. She would engrave a binding pledge. Upon the forcibly made circle, failure to uphold that pledge would result in not merely affecting the circle, but causing the entire body to instantly explode. A wicked magic, it had spread her dark notoriety across the world. What pledge did you engrave on that circle? What is your true aim? It's insurance, the young master explained, for both Ron and my sister. Ron mused on the young master's profound care for him. I am truly touched, he thought, overcome with emotion after his talk with Master. Peeking around the corner, Charlotte called out for her boss. Her eyes wide with concern, a woman wondered where Charlotte had. Finding her just in time, the woman offered the young girl a seat. Declining the offer for a meal, she insisted she was quite full, crediting her boss. Hearing her request, Ron listened intently, his expression thoughtful. Her expression hopeful. Charlotte wondered if such a thing was even possible. The butler remarked on his capabilities, yet Ron admitted he knew nothing of this particular matter. A flashback began, revealing a past conversation. He sighed, deciding he should handle the matter himself. The young master faced accusations of blackmail, but Jack retorted, asking if he thought him a mere thug. Her eyes wide, Charlotte asked if she was going to school. He confirmed she was, adding that children should play like children, despite her own youth. Her talent was undeniable, yet how could Charlotte possibly enroll? Leaving her unattended was simply out of the question. Though she possessed no mana circles currently, the path forward remained unclear. Or perhaps, like him, she might grow to wield soul energy, easily surpassing the 10 circle if taught well. If Gonzalez pinned her a recommendation, he was sure she would enroll. But her age was the problem. Charlotte, only 11, couldn't enroll through normal means, as students typically entered at 14. Don't worry, he assured her. You'll inevitably be able to go. Just like the other children, she would be able to attend the academy. Days later, the Grand Academy, a beacon of learning, loomed in the distance. Finally arriving, the young lord cheered, excitement bubbling at the sight of the academy. A new chapter was about to begin. Upon their arrival, Jack Valentier turned to Ron. Thank you. Please take care, and send word if needed. He nodded respectfully. Yes, young master. Then, he made a request. May I ask a favor? I wish to manage all Marquis house affairs for you. He considered his own words, focus entirely on academy matters. Meanwhile, a distant voice mused. Gonzalez proved less astute than anticipated. The speaker continued, indeed, I hold him in low regard. He's merely a pawn to be discarded. Elsewhere, a different voice declared, I gave him an order. As the young lord spoke, Ron listened intently, pondering his own request to manage affairs. Meanwhile, a chilling thought took root. Plans were being laid to cripple a high-status individual. The scene shifted to a disturbing tableau. A figure stood amidst carnage, finding it very interesting. His face grim, the man contemplated the slow, deliberate nature of the impending assault. In a grand mirror, the Marquis house's senior officials were observed, alongside those of the Mantis Count family. Ron acknowledged the situation, as another man raised the delicate matter of Lady Elizabeth's position. A woman with long red hair reflected, convinced her sister was far too kind. She considered the house's impending fall, believing a trigger was needed to change her sister, not to corrupt her. Elsewhere, a young man with greenish-gray hair saluted, requesting someone watch over Elizabeth for him. Ron appeared troubled, letting out a heavy sigh. He responded, acknowledging the young master's profound transformation. The young man with greenish-gray hair smirked, a subtle sound accompanying his expression. Approaching the grand entrance, the very air crackled with anticipation. A voice declared, that much is obvious. Outside a bakery, a man observed, you have a good subordinate. Guiding the third young lord, Ron heard a voice suggest he was more than a subordinate. He simply responded, oh. He winked, assuring the young lord that he, too, was a good person. He paused, a thought forming. He muttered, what a hollow comment. A blonde-haired girl exclaimed, boss, my first time here. Look around. You'll attend this place now. She grinned, a bright okay escaping her lips. A voice inquired, are you Mr. Jack Valentier? His response was almost automatic. He asked, do you have business with me? A maid asked for their pardon, explaining the dean was. Within a grand library, a disembodied voice resonated, declaring that someone awaited his presence. The view drifted towards a sunlit window, as the voice noted his considerable fame. It continued, painting him as the bloodied, yet noble, son of a prominent house. Amidst the ruins of shattered buildings, Jack Valentier sat, lost in contemplation. A voice broke his reverie, asking if he was all right, prompting him to muse, it's been a while. Rommel Einhard Assemble, father to the current duke and the previous duke himself, was then introduced. He also held the esteemed position of head dean for the academy. Now, the dean and the young lord shared the same room. A voice observing that this place remained utterly unchanged through past and present. The voice continued, A query arose about the test being the sole requirement, attendance disregarded, but Rommel Einhard Assemble simply waved it off, assuring them it was fine. The test ranking list, having been reported to the kingdom, ensured he would not face expulsion. He looked down, his silence profound. Though expulsion was averted, the young master received a grim warning. Many would surely attempt his life before he reached maturity. The dean, his expression unreadable, urged him to remember this, having witnessed over a dozen children in precisely the same predicament. Then how? He wondered, how am I meant to live from this moment forward? The dean's face remained stern, his gaze unwavering. Placing a hand on the young master's head, he stated that was for him to ponder from now on. If he wished, the dean would assign him a private dorm room. The offer hung in the air, a peculiar, partial favor from the dean. Elsewhere, a sinister smile slowly spread across a young man's face. He wondered, would you like to make a bet? Back in the dean's office, the offer of a private room still lingered. Rommel's eyes widened in surprise. A voice, laced with concern, inquired, Sir? Jack, meeting his gaze, began, Since I was indebted to you in the past, he continued, I'll save your life once. In exchange, grant me just one thing. Indebted from a past encounter, Ron vowed to save the old man's life. In return, he sought but a single favor. Nearby, a gramophone rested in silent vigil. The old man observed how much he had changed. He recalled their first meeting, the young man, injured and barely speaking. In a mere month, he had transformed utterly. Elsewhere, a young girl mused it had been but a month. Yet for her, 2 decades had passed. 20 years, enough time for landscapes to shift and reform twice over. The old man mused, and for a person too. How exactly will you save my life? Tell me. If his memories served him truly, the Teslan kingdom's fall to the Tulkun Empire had taken precisely 1 month. Though Teslan fought for a month, the Tulkun Empire boasted 30 masters. Many were half-bloods, infused with dragon's essence, while 7-circle mana users numbered over 1,000. The Teslan kingdom, however, possessed only 2 masters. Fewer than 100 high-circle mana users existed. Such a disparity, 1 month? A Tulkun commander would have crushed them in 3 days. Teslan's month-long resistance was due to the Dean, seated before him. All thanks to the Battle Mage Corps, comprised solely of Dean Rommel's personal soldiers. 700 strong, they stood. Appearing suddenly one day, they began fighting for Teslan. Had the Dean not suffered an accident, Teslan would have endured 2 more months. That was a betrayal by his most trusted aide. Blutus, Jack Valantier. It is discourteous to address an instructor by name. He is a Tulkun spy. Silence hung heavy. He is the vice-instructor of swordsmanship, a 6-circle knight, and a vassal of Assemble. He is also the only one who follows me. So, the old man's voice trembled, concerned they had slandered a vassal of the Assemble duchy. Sitting across, Jack Valantier seemed unfazed, musing if Blutus would regret not listening. He predicted things would get messy when Blutus inevitably betrayed him years later. The old man looked up, his face a mix of apprehension and resignation, resolving to pretend this conversation never happened, taking no responsibility. Waving a dismissive hand, he told the old man he could leave. His hand hovered over a golden emblem, his voice cold and dismissive, stating he never repeated himself. A sinister grin spread across his face, eyes gleaming with dark intent, thinking, I should have listened to that boy. His expression softened, yet command lingered, as he requested someone call him. His hand rested on the table, the golden emblem glinting, reflecting on his offer to save him. The room's ornate doors stood, a silent testament to power, awaiting the summoned individual. A man in a vest and tie appeared, his expression neutral, asking if he had been called. The scene widened, revealing Jack and the old man seated, the new arrival standing respectfully, awaiting instructions. The old man's unreadable face was shown, identifying him as Blutus. Relaxing, he told him he no longer needed to send information to the Tulkun Empire. Hearing this, he looked concerned. He asked, What are you talking about? Clearly thinking the other man had lost his mind. Sitting up, Jack suggested they simplify matters. Smirking, he revealed his true identity. Blutus knew him as the notorious Jack Valantier, having heard of his accident. His eyes glinting, he wondered if the aide had suffered a psychological injury, not physical. The aide was shocked, realizing even a severe penalty wouldn't be punishment enough. From the darkness, a foot, heavy with the weight of shackles, suddenly appeared. Without a sound, a red-haired assassin materialized, delivering a brutal punch to Blutus's face. The ominous clang of chains echoed, hinting at a grim fate. A fist clenched, poised to strike. Someone believed Dean talked too much, especially for a mere spy. A sinister smile spread across his face, tightening his fist further. Standing near an elderly man, he was suddenly confronted, asked to explain the situation. A leg swept out, poised to strike. The man in green was revealed as Jack Valantier. He demanded to know what Dean thought he was doing to an instructor. The fist was raised higher, poised to deliver a devastating blow. The fist connected, the impact brutal. Continuing his assault, the man lunged forward, intent on landing a decisive blow. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend that he had dodged it. Mana surged within him, his eyes glowing with barely contained power. A golden aura flared around his fist, 6-circle mana protecting his body, ready to strike. The force of the blow sent him flying, yet everyone was wiping blood from his mouth. He knew he was bound to have a weakness. Crashing to the ground, the impact shook him to his core. Nothing's too badly broken, right? Now then. Coughing up blood, he heard, "Let's hear your confession." What a pity. Suggesting he confess now, Jack Valantier hoped to see some light. Wondering where he'd been, the wounded man questioned what Jack had been talking about. Not only that, these were well-made circles, a mysterious voice declared, vowing to break them one by one. Always leaving a greater impression, he stood over the man. Then something made sloppily, the mysterious figure stated he'd be asking questions now. Taken aback, he questioned what was happening. Accusing him, he asked if he was a Tolkien spy. He appeared shocked. Seizing the man by the collar, Jack Valantier declared he wouldn't let this go. Unleashing a torrent of blue mana, he delivered a devastating blow. A voice taunted, remarking on the man's newfound ability to use 5-circle mana. The man lay defeated, struggling to move. A sinister smile spread across his face, accusing the downed man of being a Tolkien spy. Unable to speak, the man could only cough up blood. A disembodied voice mocked Dean's inability to speak, questioning if this grim scene truly resembled an official trial to him. The unseen speaker continued, observing that a broken circle could usually be remade through sheer effort, given enough will. A glowing image materialized, yet the voice declared its true nature was far from pleasant. The speaker then explained that any attempt to forge a new circle would only result in a painful, debilitating backlash. He ominously warned Dean that the agony would be so profound, he would yearn for death. A sinister grin stretched across the antagonist's face, as he mockingly asked if it sounded like fun. A sinister smile playing on his lips, Jack Valantier declared his target's body would forever be incapable of forming circles. Meanwhile, a different disembodied voice chimed in, adding that a broken circle could indeed be remade. The man declared, "If dragon blood is injected into your veins." He continued, his voice laced with malice, "and a dragon bone is shoved inside you." A sinister smile spread across his face as he added, "You might remake your broken circle." Sweat beaded on Jack Valantier's brow. "How do you know that much?" "They should have begun human trials." The man standing over him replied, "See, I was right. I laid the bait to see if you'd bite." His voice trembling, the man on the floor asked, "How do you know something like that?" Taking a step closer, the man murmured, "By now." A blue glow emanated from his hand. "Why you even know about that?" Terror filled Jack Valantier's eyes as he realized, "I know about the dragons." Muttering to himself, Jack Valantier wondered why a 6-circle talked so much, and about the experiments. Looking down at his opponent, Jack Valantier was called a bastard, questioned about Tolkien's classified research. A close-up of the boy revealed a look of uncertainty. But that quickly turned to a sinister smile, as he prepared his next move. Focusing his energy, the boy wondered who knew about his plans. Looking down at Jack Valantier, the boy wondered how he knew that. With a scream, Jack Valantier was blasted away by the boy's power. The attack left a trail of destruction. Standing over the fallen Jack Valantier, the boy looked down at him. With a smile and a thumbs up, the boy declared Jack Valantier was now a. Elsewhere, the old man was on his knees, as another man told him, "Now then, sir." The boy stated it was time the old man listened to his request, struggling to speak. Gasping for air, Jack Valantier was caught in a chokehold. His face contorted with rage, Tolkien declared he would not forgive him for this. Blood trickled from his nose and mouth, as Tolkien vowed to shatter his entire body. Bringing his foot down, the boy ground Tolkien into little pieces. Standing over the scene, the boy was told Tolkien would be a hard time to clean up. Looking at the boy, Rommel Einhard as symbol thought what a mysterious child he was. Staring at the boy, the old man realized he was not the same child he knew back then. Scratching his head, the boy said he'd changed a lot in a month, asking if they could leave it at that. Sighing, Rommel Einhard as symbol said, "Very well," stating he wouldn't ask for details. But he had to ask how he discovered the spy, wanting to hear about the dragon blood first, but the boy asked him to wait. Looking at the old man, the boy asked if he'd forgotten their deal. In a room adorned with portraits, someone emphasized the continent's dire situation. The response was simple, a single word, yes. Signs of war had already appeared, and the succession battle in the Tolkien Empire surfaced. The moderates were led by the second-born, while hardliners followed the current crown prince. In the end, the hardliners were the victors. The Tolkien Empire, having become hardliners, united the continent. Ron admitted he didn't know the exact details, explaining he'd lived in the mountains with Master for 10 years. Addressing someone off-panel, Ron said, "Sir, I'll leave this guy alive and hand him over to you." Lying prone, blood trickling from his nose, Jack Valantier's knowledge of dragons was concerning. The information Jack possessed meant he knew more than expected, so the unseen figure suggested hearing it directly. Ron explained his information was a useful card for Blutus and the king, prompting Blutus to chuckle, stating he should call the king, the king. Ron thought to himself, it's not like I can call him a dickhead. In any case, how did a 6-circle like him know that much information? The experiments had gone past animal trials. Human trials were about to begin. Documents were scattered, hinting at dark research. According to what he heard in his past life and the documents he'd collected, he was certain. But that fact should have been highly classified, even in Tolkien. Well, you can take him and deal with the aftermath. There's only one thing you should be saying to me. You know what that is, right? An elderly figure leaned closer, his braided hair swaying, inquiring what was desired. He clarified his initial request had been singular, but feeling slighted by Dean, he now intended to demand two things. A sly grin spread. First, you're quite wealthy, aren't you, Dean? He continued. Purchase me a mansion near the academy, one with a sprawling garden. Though reminded that all students resided in dorms, the elderly man hinted at certain exceptions. He leaned in conspiratorially. You taught me rules always have exceptions. Continuing their exchange, he then inquired about the second matter Dean wished to discuss. A memory surfaced then, a vivid vision of azure skies and boundless possibilities. Within it, a young blonde girl cradled a smaller, blue-haired child, while an unseen voice declared their acceptance of a new, little brat student. Back in the present, Rommel explained it was the second semester, new students only accepted in the first term. Dean, interrupting him, reminded him of their recent discussion on exceptions. Turning his head, he wondered if the man spoke of the little brat awaiting him outside. The blonde girl from his vision nodded, confirming, that's right. Rommel mused internally, knowing he had to ask. He then questioned Dean about his relationship with her, before revealing himself as the brat's new daddy Longlegs. A heavy silence descended, the full implications slowly sinking in. Dean nodded slowly, acknowledging, I see. I understand. Internally, however, he sighed, pondering why he reacted thus, given it was the truth. The heavy wooden door creaked open, revealing the mysteries that lay beyond. Her voice filled with excitement. Charlotte called out for her boss. Receiving a gentle pat on the head, she was asked if her wait had been long. Looking up at the man, she wondered if the academy would now be her new home. Confirming her hopes, he gently touched her hair. Her eyes wide, she seemed to anticipate what was to come. But a shadow crossed her face, her excitement fading swiftly. Kneeling before her, he inquired what troubled her, despite her earlier joy. A moment of contemplation passed, as he considered this unexpected turn of events. Whispers carried on the wind, speaking of an academy reserved only for the chosen. Holding a doll, she stated, it's not human. Jack asked, what does that matter? Confused, Charlotte responded with a soft, huh? He asked, do you hate being a vampire? Do you wish you were human? She looked shocked, her eyes wide with disbelief. Tears welled in her eyes, causing her to tremble. Looking down at her, he thought, strange for me to say, but she's a pitiful child. A flashback revealed House Royale members, a royal vampire family, seated on the throne for generations. The flashback continued, showing a scene of utter devastation, a grim testament to their fate. Bodies and skeletons littered the scene, their species extinct, her parents caught in the massacre. Back in the present, Charlotte sat alone on her bed, the last important person she had left. Jack sighed, a deep, resonant sound. A voice echoed, a guiding principle ringing true. A younger Jack, kneeling on cobblestones, clenched his fist, resolving not to be held back. Looking up at her, he declared, that's who she is. He promised, always keeping his word. Looking up at her, he vowed to always take responsibility. Taking her hand, he assured her, if she desired to be a monarch, he'd make it so. If she wished to rebuild her species, he'd help. Their hands clasped tightly, a silent vow exchanged, promising to resolve all her difficulties. Standing together, hand in hand, he warned her never to think like that again. The sound of shoes on pavement, a small thank you whispered from her. Charlotte's mother's words echoed, asking what she had said. The mother's words lingered. Nothing is free in this world. A close-up of Jack and Charlotte, the weight of those words hanging heavy. There was nothing to be done, or so it seemed, as he smiled, a hint of mischief in his eyes. The voice questioned, but Charlotte insisted everything was fine. Admitting her thoughts, she likely had a request for him. Her face lighting up, she agreed, calling him boss. Looking determined, Charlotte swore to help him when the time came. Seeing her cheered, he suggested they explore, though their home wasn't ready. Moments earlier, a voice simply stated, understood. The elderly man inquired about the companion's enrollment. Jack assured him it would be handled soon. The off-campus residence would be ready in 2 hours, yet a hint of uncertainty lingered. He noted the difficulty of maintaining such a mansion alone, thus offering to send caretakers. Smiling, he thanked the man for his consideration. The sky was a brilliant blue, the leaves a vibrant green. The mansion loomed, its structure a silent witness. Caretakers are an excuse, he mused, considering Rommel's offer. He's placing watchmen on me. The child in Charlotte's arms looked up, tilting her head, a soft HM escaping her lips. She stared intently at him, her gaze unwavering. Why are you looking at me so proudly? Walking alongside him, she pondered the child's words. From your viewpoint, you prioritize identity above all else. He glanced at her, surprise flickering as he grasped her perception. I thought you were a twisted bastard, but I was wrong. A small smile played on his lips, responding to her unexpected compliment. I'll take that as a compliment. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, a hand gripping a sword hilt, poised to strike. Still holding the child, he was caught off guard, his expression a mix of confusion and alarm. A figure lunged, swinging the sword with a ferocious yell, the blade glinting menacingly. His eyes narrowed, grip tightening on the child, assessing the threat. Asterisk, what a hard worker. Though it's none of my business. Asterisk. His face contorted in surprise, hearing something. Let's watch for a little bit. Charlotte looked on, a question mark above her head, as he seemed to understand. Okay, understood. Swinging his blade with practiced ease, his movements were swift and powerful. Elsewhere, a voice noted, observing a young boy's face. He couldn't be older than 17. The focus tightened on his eye, as the voice suggested checking his mana sensitivity. Back in the training area, the master continued his practice, each swing carrying experience. The boy's eyes suddenly glowed with intense blue light, shocking his two observers. Below, an advertisement read, "Read at for the fastest releases." Gazing at the courtyard tree, a profound realization began to dawn. Straining with all his might, the young mage couldn't fathom being merely a two-circle practitioner. His face contorted in shock, disappointment washing over him as he realized his potential capped at a four-circle. Holding the child close, Jack Valentier was questioned about his interest in the other man, and if he feared taking him as a disciple. He simply shook his head. Swinging his sword, the young warrior pondered why he had garnered such particular attention, given his limited four-circle potential. Looking up, the child noted his guardian had a keen eye for talent, like himself, but wondered if he saw something more. From a distance, the two children observed the unfolding scene. Within the courtyard, silent training dummies stood ever ready. Swinging his sword, the man continued his arduous training, watched by the two children from afar. One of the children called out, questioning the unfolding events. Heaving for breath, the warrior appeared on the verge of collapse. But, boss, he looks gravely injured. One of them was, indeed, came the quiet reply. Looking down at the child, Jack Valentier wondered if he still failed to grasp his true interest. Thinking to himself, he recalled his own circle had been broken once. Gazing at the magical object, a voice echoed. Recreating a broken circle is exceedingly difficult, nigh impossible. Standing amidst the chains, the voice observed no one had aided him, meaning he achieved it entirely alone. Sitting next to the child, Jack Valentier mused that he admired his tenacity, above all else. And, the child prompted. Holding the child, he felt no need to elaborate further. I think I understand, the child murmured. He's not interested solely for his tenacity. The very foundation of a black mage lies in death, destruction, animosity, and revenge. These were the thoughts that plagued him. His tenacity to recreate a broken circle alone, his mysterious dedication, silently swinging his sword despite wounds covering his body, and his profound hatred, buried deep beneath that tenacity. Suddenly, Jack Valentier broke the silence. Can I? The protagonist wondered aloud. Help you? A voice from the past inquired. You're putting too much strength into your arm, he observed, asking for a pardon. Your sword swing is offbeat, the veteran hunter explained. Fix it, or you'll die after one strike. And he was overly conscious of his broken circle, wondering if his true goal was to protect his heart. That exposes openings instead. He should fix it, the figure from the past mused, wondering who he was. Nothing, just a sightseer, the protagonist replied, as Jack Valentier questioned if he was accustomed to such beatings at his size. That's, the protagonist thought, trailing off. The protagonist stood, hands on hips, a small, green-haired figure clinging to his back. A hand extended a potion, its red and blue contents swirling, leaving Jack Valentier to wonder at its nature. The potion shimmered, revealing itself to be a high-grade, grape-flavored concoction. A look of surprise crossed his face, wondering why such a gift was being offered. The giver simply stated it was just because, having grown rich from Gonzalez's spoils. He nodded, understanding the unspoken implication. Jack then inquired about his name, awaiting a response. He finally answered, revealing his name to be Thanos. The young man seemed pleased, urging the newcomer to train diligently. Taken aback, he then asked him for his name in return. With a smile, Jack Valentier finally revealed his own name. He then bid them farewell, believing their paths would cross again. The green-haired figure questioned why he was pretending to be cool alone. He responded, insisting he was still cool, boss, despite being completely ignored. Elsewhere, two cats were seen, one stretching languidly, the other meticulously grooming itself. A blonde-haired girl and a dark-haired boy walked away, their destination shrouded in mystery. A hand held a gem, its vibrant colors swirling mesmerizingly within. A voice called out, waiting expectantly for a reply. A man exclaimed, wondering if it was indeed Jack Valentier. Words flashed across the screen, insults hurled into the echoing void. Bathed in a spotlight, a figure stood on stage, proclaimed by the audience as the Marquis house's trash, living only to breathe. A man stood in a field, thinking of him, certain he would know. He muttered, acknowledging the overwhelming truth. Facing the harsh reality of 0 points across the board was truly daunting. Scratching the back of his head, he wondered if he had misheard the name. Two figures stood overlooking a scenic landscape, a bright blue sky stretching above them. A close-up revealed a man's face, his weathered features marked by numerous scars. The scarred man stood, cradling a child, a building framing them in the background. A maid exclaimed, her voice filled with awe, Magic Tower Master. Walking through a sun-drenched courtyard, two figures conversed, one inquiring, what occupies your thoughts? The scarred man looked up, his gaze distant and deeply contemplative. A voice wondered aloud if he truly intended to accept all the child's demands. Another voice affirmed, acknowledging the child's surprising skill in negotiation. Seated in a quiet room, one man questioned the other's feelings, who quickly clarified his stance. Standing over a subdued figure, a man's thoughts raced, finding the situation suspicious. A mere two-circle child single-handedly subduing a six-circle opponent seemed impossible. As the man behind him declared him the more dangerous, Jack Valantier listened intently, his expression utterly unreadable. The old man sipped his tea, observing they only considered one side of the complex matter. He must be contemplating his academy days with the new student, having brought a child along. The old man wondered why anyone would deliberately provoke him. He mused that the individual might prove beneficial to their kingdom. The old man stated with certainty that he would not be going anywhere. Something still troubled Jack, he mused to himself. The old man agreed to comply, yet requested permission to speak his mind. He was informed he was being drawn into the Marquis house's political struggle. The old man questioned if House Valentier's succession battle wasn't already concluded. A figure, silhouetted by bright light, declared intimate knowledge of Marquis Valantier. Even his firstborn, Elizabeth, despite her master-level talent, would only be seen as a political tool by that moron. At a gathering, the conversation shifted to the second-born child, prompting an inquiry about him. One figure mused he'd never encountered such stupidity and narrow-mindedness. The academy teemed with similar talent, and this individual wasn't particularly sharp. Rommel Einhart Assemble inquired, "What do you wish to impart, headmaster? You've aged considerably." The headmaster wondered why a man, having renounced his dukedom due to political weariness, now meddled in such a confusing affair. Someone reflected on favors. A private dorm or class exemptions were minor, easily overlooked. The speaker continued, asserting that providing him a home and off-campus attendance far exceeded simple favors. Rommel Einhart Assemble stated that news would spread soon enough. He continued, reminding them of their 30 years together, knowing their exact concerns. A figure mused, sensing an old man's hunch that a good relationship with the child would yield positive outcomes. Someone questioned if that was strange, immediately confirming, "Yes, very strange indeed." Rommel Einhart Assemble let out a hearty laugh. The headmaster thought the house would soon be ready, suggesting he judge the child's character himself. The silver-haired man closed his eyes, a single tear tracing his cheek, quietly murmuring his understanding. Gazing skyward, a hopeful voice whispered, wishing for something good to emerge from it all. Turning to the teal-haired child, the silver-haired man nodded, believing he understood the child's unspoken meaning. Clad in a maid's outfit, the child looked up, asking if he had just smiled. A slow smile spread across the man's face, his eyes crinkling at the corners. He confirmed with a soft chuckle, "Yes, just about something." The teal-haired child and the silver-haired man proceeded down a long hallway. The scene shifted, revealing a grand hall bathed in sunlight streaming through tall windows. The view descended a sweeping staircase. 3 men in suits stood before a doorway, one noting the presence of a single chef and 5 bodyguards, excluding the maids. The young master instructed the men to monitor him closely, promising to make their task easy. Pointing a finger skyward, the young master declared his love for steak, demanding enough prepared for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Issuing orders with a casual air, he instructed his subordinates to use only the freshest, magic-untouched vegetables as sides. He added, they must be prepared daily, also expressing a fondness for strawberry and tomato juice. His words hung in the air, met by his subordinates' resounding, "Understood." A sly grin spread across his face, as he mused about making the best of them. Elsewhere, a voice recalled the chef's name, Guinness. The speaker scoffed, deeming him a moron, and deciding to pass on him. The young master's reputation preceded him, as someone mentioned forgetting their names, thus dubbing them the 5 Musketeers. The question arose, had the elder truly raised them all as assassins and spies? Another voice observed that all of them appeared to have experienced their mana hearts breaking at least once. Someone else noted a kid in the academy who reconstructed his broken circle, suggesting they take notes from him. One subordinate asked if the headmaster had revealed anything about them, but the other quickly replied, "Of course not." The young master's presence commanded respect, addressed as boss, and told to simply do the work assigned. A young girl with blonde pigtails exclaimed, as a young man with slicked-back brown hair declared, "Now then, let's tour the house with my little brat." The elder had bestowed this mansion upon him on August 9th, with the academy's return slated for August 16th. Now, it was already August 14th. The past 5 days had been filled with unexpected joy. He had even bought clothes with Charlotte, who looked utterly adorable. The city air, thick with the aroma of grilled skewers, promised delight. Snacking on delicious food, he toured the vibrant city alongside her. The city itself pulsed with an infectious energy of parties and celebrations. Together, they had even watched a captivating play. It had been truly delightful. It was peaceful, save for 2 things, but that time was already here. The scene opened on a grand building, its architecture hinting at a place of profound learning. Pounding the pavement, Jack Stewart's legs pumped, a determined look etched on his face, though a thought lingered. He exhaled sharply, realizing his severe lack of stamina, or perhaps the ability to properly wield mana. A voice called out, shouting for the young master to wait for them. Giggling, Charlotte mused that he must surely want to follow her every move. Complaining, the girl declared it unfair, threatening to leave him behind if he didn't hurry. Panting, the girl thanked Jack Stewart, asking if he intended to visit that man again today. Taking a drink, the young master simply replied, yeah. Exerting himself, a man strained against some unseen, formidable force. Observing him, he mused that the man never tired of this relentless effort. From what he'd witnessed over 5 days, he was a true genius of sheer effort. Though lacking natural talent, he surely ranked first in the academy for sheer hard work. Looking up at the man, Jack Stewart was taken aback by his words. He's straight, and the wound. Why? The white-haired man questioned his curiosity, especially as he gained more wounds daily. Holding out a small vial, Jack wondered if he still hadn't drunk the potion he'd given him. He simply replied with a soft, oh. Confused, Jack inquired, what's wrong? The man stated he believed it cost around 40 gold, probably. Looking away, he promised to pay him back. Annoyed, Jack wondered why he hadn't drunk it. Gazing at the wounds, he knew they were certainly not light. He reflected that several bones must be fractured, making sword-swinging difficult due to numbed limbs. If he had nothing more to say, the training would continue. Daily training. Ignoring such pain for 5 straight days? It would be utterly impossible for any normal person. Swinging his sword, he was sure the man had been like that all day. One observer remarked, unable to comprehend why someone so tenacious kept getting beaten. Meanwhile, Thanos swung his sword, the air parting with a resounding whoosh. The echo of his blade lingered. A companion wondered aloud if he found the swordsman cute. Dragon scoffed, asking if it appeared so, for he saw only pity. He continued, noting that having learned under him, his companion should know the hatred he possessed. His hatred and desire drove him, he added, yet those very forces were breaking him down. Clearly, he would regress, not grow. How could one not pity him? Dragon declared he had watched enough, urging his companion to either stop him or bring him in. Thanos, it was clear, certainly lacked talent. Suddenly, he heard his name called out. Turning, Thanos questioned the voice, asking why he swung his sword, what it meant. The continent, his ambition. Determined to be the continent's greatest swordsman, the young warrior wiped sweat from his brow. Watching him, a new figure wondered if he was serious, then asked what he was doing. The man scoffed. Hearing the laughter, Thanos paused his training. He told the man to laugh as much as he liked if his dream seemed laughable. Arms outstretched, Thanos assured him he wasn't mocking him, urging him not to misunderstand. But now I do, the man admitted. I couldn't figure out what you desired at all. Grabbing his attention, the man urged him to understand. He wondered what it was now. Leaning in close, the man asked Thanos if he wished to become his little chick too. A young girl walked a sun-dappled path, her water bottle clutched tight, certain her efforts would soon be rewarded. Turning to Thanos, Dragon paused, seemingly taken aback by the unexpected question. Tilting his head, he wondered if they were discussing something important. Raising his voice, the blonde man asked if Dragon wished to become his little chick, demanding if he needed to repeat himself. The dark-haired man seemed surprised by the offer, as the blonde confirmed he'd heard correctly. Scratching the back of his head, he admitted he wasn't sure what being a chick entailed, nor did it sound appealing. With a sly grin, he suggested becoming a freeloader instead. Confused, Thanos was left speechless, wondering how to respond. The dark-haired man smiled, clarifying he was asking him to become his vassal, or something similar, prompting the blonde to acknowledge his quick wit. Looking off to the side, he stated plainly that he was a commoner. Continuing his thought, he admitted possessing nothing of value, nor any money. A voice, laced with amusement, responded, asking what he meant by that. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to House Valantier, a place rumored to be quite different. The voice continued, Thanos musing that he, a student of the academy, hadn't heard of him. The scene cut to a doorway, the observer listening intently. He continued, stating he was a commoner without talent, asking the other to find someone more capable as a vassal. The observer smiled slightly, thinking Dragon would be no help, and that he even worried needlessly for him. The protagonist's words echoed, recalling his ambition to become the continent's greatest swordsman. He continued, stating that in that case, he'd have the continent's greatest swordsman as his vassal, but he'd be no help. The camera focused on his feet as he paused. Looking up, he concluded he had no talent in mana. He was only seeing one side of the coin, a talent far greater than mana. Countless possessed mana talent, but it was never enough. Possessing enormous mana talent, it still wasn't enough. But dying after a normal life, without it ever blooming, that was the fate awaiting. He himself had mana talent, yet didn't realize it until meeting Master. Still, it wasn't enough. Knowing the world he saw differed completely from others, it still wasn't enough. He could see mana veins floating, but it still wasn't enough. And that exact mana enveloping his body, it still wasn't enough. However, his young self didn't know talent, nor possess the devotion or thought for effort, so it was not enough. You have a talent for effort. Few can work hard enough for such calluses. It's more than enough. Do not degrade yourself. From what Jack Valantier can see, you possess talent brighter than anyone else. The words caught in his throat, a silent plea hanging in the air. The damn beggar is making friends now. The thought crossed someone's mind, a silent question hanging as Dragon stood beside Jack. No one should be passing here. The semester hasn't begun yet. A blonde-haired man observed, arms crossed, his gaze calculating. The very sight of them, reminding me of our second-born, fills me with utter disgust, Thanos muttered, his gaze fixed on Ron. Ron considered retreating. That beggar must not have heard me, the blonde-haired man grumbled, annoyance lacing his tone. Didn't I forbid you from speaking to anyone in the academy? How dare a filthy commoner defy me? Were you not beaten enough? He pressed, his voice growing aggressive. Please go. This is my... Jack urged, his expression unreadable, attempting to intervene. Were all the wounds on your body caused by those guys? Thanos questioned, his gaze intense. Were they? Ron's eyes glowed with fierce determination, a silent challenge. I found it strange a beggar like him possessed a potion, so you gave it to him, the blonde-haired man accused. How does he know about the potion, he wondered. Ron and Jack continued their hushed conversation, Jack pressing him about the potion he provided. A hand held up a small bottle of red and blue liquid, causing him to curse, realizing he'd been robbed. What does Ron have to lose? Jack demanded. To be beaten by insects like them. The brown-haired man gasped. Did you say insects? Ron, however, simply urged him to leave. He refused, fearing injury, yet offered a quick apology. The brown-haired man then asked if they hadn't stolen the potion he'd given him. That makes it my business, he declared, his voice firm. Jack shouted, giving the two hidden escorts 5 seconds to emerge and explain themselves. Silence fell, the escorts remaining stubbornly hidden. The brown-haired man sighed, wondering what they were suddenly saying. If they won't come out, he mused, then I'll take everything these guys have, forcing them into the open. Jack, now quite angry, intended to retrieve his stolen potion. The kingdom of Teslan, so the whispers go, boasts but 5 true marquises. For the peerage bestowed upon Circle users rarely carries true honor. True nobility, however, belongs only to those who command an estate. Among these 5, House Herman holds the eastern region in an iron grip, yet harbors a problem child. Their young lord, Dietrich Herman, would soon graduate from the academy. At 14, he succumbed to drugs, living solely for pleasure from his 15th year. Rumors even whispered of him dealing, yet his future remained bright as the eldest heir to House Herman. Within the academy's walls, however, he found his desires constrained. With royalty and ducal heirs attending, too many watchful eyes prevented his indulgences. Perhaps there was a deeper purpose behind the creation of that artifact, and someone had found it. Back then, he was merely a commoner, nameless, a student somehow admitted to the academy. But one day, a bully's voice called out to him. Turning, the commoner asked, Yes? What is it? The bully and his henchmen advanced, clearly intent on trouble. Without warning, the bully struck the commoner with his sword's hilt. As the commoner fell, the bully stomped on his outstretched hand. The henchman laughed, mocking the commoner as he trembled in agony. Adding insult to injury, the bully kicked the commoner while he lay prone. Nearby, someone wondered aloud about a sound like breaking glass. The bully picked up a broken vial, examining it with a sneer. A potion? Begging for his stolen property, the student received only disdain in return. As punishment for his perceived arrogance, Tolkien declared he'd taste his club. Sweat beaded on Jack's face as he gritted his teeth in defiance. The club connected, its impact echoing sharply. That was the moment, but, gagging, the student reeled from the brutal blow. As the club descended again, Jack cried out, bewildered by the relentless assault. Enraged, Tolkien cursed the struggling student. His vision blurring, the student struggled to comprehend the brutal assault. The club continued its relentless assault, each strike landing with brutal force. Elsewhere, 2 figures observed, one noting the recurring nature of such events, the other unsurprised. The scene shifted to the aftermath. Jack lay beaten, questioning his reality. Catching his breath, he realized he desperately needed to improve his stamina. But before he could recover, Tolkien loomed over him once more. Wiping sweat from his brow, Dietrich could only stare up at the approaching figure, dread coiling in his gut. What in the hell is happening? He wondered, bewildered. The figure, Tolkien, loomed over him, demanding he emerge, even after all this torment. Sighing, the antagonist found the situation utterly annoying. He wondered what the boy was talking about, calling him a goddamn insect. His face contorted in rage. He couldn't believe what was happening. Standing over him, he brought his foot down with brutal force. The sickening crunch of leaves and twigs accompanied the brutal act. A pained groan escaped him, the immense weight bearing down. Smirking, he asked if the victim was still not coming out, promising one last chance. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the air, demanding the beating cease. Towering over him, a menacing figure stood above the fallen young man. Hidden beneath dark hoods, 2 figures discussed the situation, one remarking that this scene could have been avoided. One figure scoffed, questioning the need to know, while the other whispered, trying to recall the name, Dietrich Herman. Pinned to the ground, the young man gritted his teeth, vowing they dared not speak his name. A fist connected with his face, silencing him with a sharp command. Another voice questioned the violence, demanding an explanation for why the Thanos kid was being beaten. The hooded figure gave an ultimatum. You have 3 seconds. Go. Spitting blood, the wounded man uttered a defiant, broken vow. The beating continued, his tormentors showing no mercy as he choked out a curse. Helpless, he could only endure the agonizing pain. A dark power began to stir within him, a chant of mana, blood red and jet black, forming. His eyes widening in fierce concentration, he began to chant, preparing to unleash a powerful spell. Observing the unfolding events, the 2 hooded figures remarked on the high-class magic being invoked. As the chant continued, the magic manifested, revealing itself as one of the most potent six-circle spells. Suddenly, interrupting the flow, a hooded figure unleashed a large-scale burst of magic, its raw power evident. From atop a nearby structure, one observer scoffed, noting their attempt to blow away the nascent magic. The young man's eyes began to glow with an intense light, as if something powerful was about to be unleashed. Surrounded by crackling energy, he declared his opponents were truly serious thugs. A voice echoed through the training hall, observing the chaotic attempts to blow away everything. Thanos, the brat, and even the master, all at once. Indeed, the very hall itself seemed on the verge of collapse. Blue lightning crackled around him, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He mused inwardly, recognizing them as serious thugs, capable of making mana flow backward. Clenching his fist, the lightning intensified, as he found the task easy enough. The ensuing blast was unleashed with a single hand. Engulfed, he gasped, "Huh!" The flames erupted, consuming everything in a blinding flash, eliciting a scream. Watching the explosion, he exclaimed, "Whoa, a flashy one, just as you wanted, huh?" His eyes widened in surprise, the training intensifying further. Dietrich loomed over his opponent, his right hand raised to strike. "Your right hand again?" he mocked, a hint of disdain in his tone. His attacks were too simple, the hooded figure mused, effortlessly deflecting the young man's clumsy attempts. A guttural growl escaped the young man, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. With a swift motion, he disarmed his opponent, the knife glinting menacingly in the dim light. A brutal kick sent the young man reeling, his body twisting unnaturally from the impact's force. A pained grunt escaped the young man's lips. "Are you too dumb to learn your lesson?" Dietrich sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. Clutching his arm, the young man struggled to stay upright, his face contorted in pain. Stumbling backward, he could only manage a weak "Why-you?" before collapsing to the ground. Standing over his fallen foe, he mused, "How can one child do such a thing?" Observing the young man, he noted his internal disarray, yet knew he'd recover in a week or two. Muttering under his breath, the young man couldn't believe explosion magic was used in the academy, expecting nothing less from thugs. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts. "KGH, how did you?" Dietrich retorted, "None of your business." The young man scoffed, "So?" He pressed, "Why did you beat up Thanos?" "I told you to explain, didn't I?" The young man responded, "Well, I guess I don't need to know." He continued, "Since he's a commoner, you thought he couldn't fight back or tattle, just playing around." The young man replied, "Whatever the reason, pay me back for the potion." Dietrich questioned, "What? Joking? Does it look like I am?" Meanwhile, another figure lay injured on the ground. The young man loomed over him, stating, "Turning House Herman into your enemy. You only care about a mere potion?" The injured figure replied, "Obviously. Shouldn't my potion take priority over your measly house?" The young man smiled sinisterly, "Don't you agree?" The injured figure groaned, "Potions are 40 gold, and after 5 days, shouldn't we add interest?" A low hum filled the air. Dietrich declared, "Take 5,000 gold. Good deal." Firmly planted boots stood, as a voice scoffed, noting no one like him could possibly carry such wealth. Above, the figure silently prayed, hoping those fools indeed carried such a fortune. A sudden flashback erupted, revealing a cloaked figure lunging forward, a guttural growl tearing from its throat. The victim cried out, his face contorted, writhing in agonizing pain. The scene softened, the attacker reassuring the auburn-haired man, urging him not to fear, promising no more blows. Still, the auburn-haired man was commanded to surrender everything, his face a mask of stark terror. Back in the present, the figure laughed, boasting of becoming rich with 60 gold at this rate. He then mockingly asked if the man wasn't pleased, threatening burial if the sum proved insufficient. The auburn-haired man cursed under his breath, prompting the figure to demand his identity, never having heard of him at the academy. A sinister smile spread across the figure's face, his eyes gleaming with pure malice. Patting Dietrich on the head, Jack's condescending gesture dripped with false, mocking concern. Introducing himself with mock formality, he then questioned if he'd pronounced the name correctly. Struggling to comprehend, he wondered, was this truly Jack Valantier? The man scoffed, asserting his universal his eyes widening in disbelief. He realized he faced Phelan's younger brother. From a distance, an observer remarked, "Well, would you look at that?" The observer continued, musing that he must be close to their second-born, the one he longed to kill. A sinister smile crept across his face as he thought, birds of a feather truly do flock together. Jack claimed he didn't beat kids, but made an exception for ones like him. With a sickening thud, his foot slammed down on his face. A disembodied voice echoed, reminding him his house name remained trapped behind his given name. Pressing down harder, he asked what he had left. The voice continued, revealing his circle was formed via mana implantation surgery, infused by high circle users. Someone like him, Jack thought, incapable of self-reliance, disdains and bullies the diligent. He declared he would have thrown his fractured body into the academy lake. The young master stated his name, adding he resided in the mansion beyond the academy walls. Dietrich could forget returning alive as he had today. Lying on the ground, he thought, "Sigh, pathetic bastard." Suddenly, a girl exclaimed, "Yes, boss." A silver-haired man informed someone his offer to take them in as a freeloader still stood. The new chef, unexpectedly, cooked some remarkably good dishes. The silver-haired man gazed off into the distance. He mused, come to think of it. Someone then mentioned hearing about a fireworks festival tonight. With the academy's resumption just days away, the assembled estate buzzed with preparations for a grand fireworks festival. New and returning students enrolled, marking the start of another semester at the prestigious academy. Despite an unsightly incident earlier, the academy's esteemed reputation remained untarnished, as always. After all, most of the kingdom's high-ranking officials were proud alumni of its hallowed halls. The king, the two dukes, the queen, and the princess herself had all walked its venerable grounds. Graduating from this academy typically guaranteed a fast track to success in life. If there was a problem, however, it was that such status would soon expire. For years, or perhaps 5. As time passed, the very name, Teslan, would vanish from the continent. Charlotte sighed, a dark wish forming, that they all might die soon. The young man's expression darkened, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. He wondered if he'd spoken aloud, as the other person at the table tilted their head, questioning. He leaned forward, asking, are we discussing the academy? The other person replied, a sarcastic edge to their voice, that violence was indeed baffling within a school nurturing the kingdom's very roots. The young man mused that rules were made for a reason, but ideologies inevitably perverted, recreated by those who remained. The other person interjected, a single word hanging. But the young man's gaze sharpened with suspicion. You seem to hide much from me. Deep within the academy, a hidden chamber revealed gruesome secrets, dragon blood and bones scattered, hinting at forbidden experiments and dark rituals. The chilling words, and the Tulkan Empire materialized. A hand rested on a table, a soft "oh," escaping Jack's lips. A smile played on his lips as he wondered aloud if he should tell them, knowing it would be a long story. A quiet moment passed between the two figures. He shook his head, deciding to simply forget it. A voice called out, Master. The night sky exploded with vibrant fireworks. Celebrations were in full swing, people dancing and reveling in the festivities. The peaceful town square bustled with activity. From a balcony, two figures observed the scene, commenting on the world's apparent peace. Sipping his wine, Jack was asked, how are you so good at fighting, boss? A blonde woman, Vivian, leaned in, revealing it came from vast experience. Under a sky bursting with fireworks, Jack was asked a pointed question, have you killed many people? Without hesitation, he confirmed he had, indeed, killed an enormous number of people. A cat meowed in agreement. As Jack clarified, he came from 20 years in the future. Thinking back, he recalled speaking with Ron about this as well. He remembered telling someone that, and their subsequent untimely death. Seeking honesty, the scene shifted, revealing a solitary drink upon a polished table. Jack explained his frequent walks through the city, yet he'd never encountered Charlotte in his past life. More specifically, he'd only ever encountered vampires within the magic beast forest's confines. A memory of the day Vivian tragically died. A flashback revealed Valactus Machiavelli proudly declaring his intent to kill Charlotte. This implied she had perished in his past life, no older than 10 years of age. Why are you suddenly so curious? He inquired. Following his question, Jack instructed her to relay everything to her boss. Responding to him, Charlotte offered a soft sound of acknowledgement. A flashback showed a younger girl pondering her future aspirations. Young Jack told her she excelled at fighting, just like him. She simply acknowledged the truth. The scene shifted to an iced drink, reflecting a painful past and a burning desire to overcome powerlessness. Back in the present, Jack suggested they begin tomorrow, catching her completely by surprise. He questioned her surprise, reminding Charlotte of her desire to improve her fighting skills. He continued, explaining they'd create a mana heart for her, then determine if her body suited martial arts or magic. The young woman, a determined expression on her face, remained silent. Gazing at the fireworks, she quietly affirmed her trust. I will be in your care. Jack smiled, clearly pleased by her earnest response. As fireworks lit the sky, his voice mused, looks like we'll be busy starting tomorrow. From somewhere deep within the castle, a voice called out, laced with palpable concern. Immediately, another voice boomed, laced with fury, demanding absolute silence. In the aftermath of some unseen violence, two mates huddled together, one tending to the other's grievous injury. A shadowy figure raised a whip, his face obscured, cursing under his breath in frustration. Then, the figure strode away, abandoning the scene. Sweat beaded on Jack Valentier's brow, his teeth gritted, struggling to contain a surging rage. A voice whispered, filled with malice, as a figure stood bathed in an ominous, crimson glow. Those eyes, burning with an unnatural light, were utterly overwhelming. The memory of that gaze still sent shivers down his spine. And the shame of that moment, the utter terror, remained a fresh, festering wound. His fist clenched tight, a surge of frustration boiling within him. As anger rose, he cursed the one who had provoked him, his voice dripping with venom. He vowed to inflict the same pain he now felt. The threat hung heavy in the air, promising lethal retribution. A name echoed in his mind, Jack Valentier. The scene shifted to a memory, a castle bathed in the soft glow of the night sky. 2 days into the academy, he found himself walking alongside someone. The other students should have reached their cities, yet he missed Ron. A soft sigh escaped him, wondering why he was talking so much. That's because he felt dizzy. The girl beside him munched a sandwich, claiming the red sauce was her blood. A child looked up at her, asking if it was tasty. The blonde girl, pigtails bouncing, happily declared it delicious, prompting Jack to smile, glad she enjoyed it. The scene shifted to another memory, showing him holding the blonde girl and a green-haired child. Another memory surfaced, showing him sitting outside a large gate, his head buried in his hands. He wondered what he was doing here. Back in the present, his eyes reflected a deep sadness. The memories weighed heavily on him, clutching his head in despair. In another flashback, the younger Jack sat outside the gate, wondering if he could stay with them for a few days. A man with brown hair sat at a table, telling him to eat his fill, despite the meager portions. Back in the present, he looked distraught at the table. The brown-haired man assured him he could eat comfortably, promising a room after his meal. The older Jack offered some food to the blonde girl, who seemed eager to accept. His expression, a mix of sadness and resignation, revealed the memories still haunting him. A plate sat before him, the meal untouched. Guinness settled at the table, a clear look of displeasure on his face. A memory of a similar, cherished meal flashed before him, yet this present reality felt utterly unsatisfying. Dietrich smiled, a glass of wine held casually in his hand. Tears welled in his eyes, the food scent triggering a sudden wave of raw emotion. A chef stood nearby, inquiring softly. The guest, tears still brimming, muttered a single name, Guinness. Observing from a distance, the chef mused the rushed meal might be subpar, yet the overwhelming spice seemed to sting his own eyes. The chef nodded, acknowledging the clear issue. The untouched meal sat on the table, a stark symbol of his profound dissatisfaction. The chef assured him he would note the feedback for future meals. The grand building stood tall against the sky. Dietrich smiled, asking if the other man felt better now. Guinness apologized for his display of weakness, but Dietrich reassured him, explaining such feelings were natural, and he shouldn't worry. Looking up at the protagonist, he wondered if the other man wouldn't ask what had happened. The protagonist smiled, admitting curiosity, but assured him everyone held secrets, and he wouldn't press. The young master chuckled, believing his own master watched with pride, his generosity deeper than any abyss. A soft sigh escaped him, noting the other's cool demeanor once more. Turning to Guinness, Dietrich stated he needn't attend academy classes, asking if he knew this, receiving a simple yes. He told him he could stay as long as he wished, prompting the young man to wonder if that was truly acceptable. He explained the room he'd slept in yesterday was his, and for food, he should speak to the chef. Pointing to distant figures, he explained those 6 were his monitors, numbered 1 to 6, adding that friendship with them was freely offered. Gazing at a rose bush, he wondered if this was a Marquis' villa, then quickly dismissed the thought. A flashback revealed this house originally hosted Duke Assemble's most esteemed VIPs. The protagonist concluded it was now a gift to him, a reward for his assistance. Having been informed, he thanked Thanos, inquiring if he intended to train today. Responding, he stated his body would stiffen if he missed even 1 day of training. Meanwhile, a vibrant display of tulips brightened the scenery. As he walked, it was noted he still bore many wounds upon his body. Elsewhere, Dietrich sat diligently, enjoying tea, having received a healing potion and treatment for his wounds before yesterday's meal. Smiling softly, he reflected he'd cried yesterday because the potion felt too precious, not due to spices. With a cheerful demeanor, a girl announced they should begin class quickly. A sinister smile spread across an unseen face, hinting at hidden intentions. Enthusiastically, a voice suggested they begin by crafting a mana circle. The empty area near the mansion lay quiet, broken only by the soft, ragged huffing of someone nearby. Collapsing to the ground, Charlotte let out a deep groan of utter exhaustion. Beckerman's disciple chuckled, praising her success. Haha, you did great, Charlotte. You really succeeded. Her thoughts drifted, wondering if she had truly become a mana user. Smiling, he affirmed, yes, you're amazing, Charlotte. He mused, having expected this, yet still marveling at her incredible talent. Charlotte reflected, not only was she talented in mana detection, but also incredibly adept at storing mana within her heart. Beckerman's disciple considered that, having created a circle in just 10 hours, this progress was sufficient. Looking down at her, he asked if they should conclude for today, to which Charlotte replied with an enthusiastic yes. Staggering slightly, she admitted, I'm so tired. Indeed, she seemed utterly exhausted. Night had already fallen. Had he intentionally withheld certain information from her? To become a circle user in 10 hours, most academy students took 2 to 3 days. Charlotte had done it in 1. He chuckled softly. Please become my disciple, he thought, knowing even the magic tower master would beg Charlotte. But without his unique assistance. This was a magic circle, designed to pull mana directly from the air. It efficiently gathered ambient mana, creating a protective wall from the mana he could control. He would then push the pure mana gathered by the circle directly towards Charlotte. While simple in theory, this technique was far beyond anyone's imitation. Even so, thanks to their combined hard work, a clean circle had been created. You give so much, yet ask for nothing in return. Interesting. A white-haired man, Dragon, smirked. The white-haired figure stood beside a subordinate. His face shadowed, he inquired, is someone crying? Arrived? He questioned, as his subordinate confirmed, just now. Dragon clenched his fist. Did you hit your limits? Dragon asked, receiving a quiet yes. So, the white-haired master pressed, questioning if his subordinate would give up. The man begged for pardon. He remained silent, his gaze piercing. After seeing that little kid become a one circle in just 10 hours, he asked, "Do you feel inferior?" The subordinate likely thought, hoping that kid. A monstrous figure loomed in his mind, its eyes burning with malice, mocking his perceived lack of talent. Lien questioned if he truly believed the path to becoming the strongest swordsman would be easy. Jack's hand tightened, clasping the hilt of his sword. A voice whispered within him, revealing his self-loathing. Kneeling in despair, the young master covered his face as the figure watched. His hands wrung, a silent testament to his inner turmoil. A smile played on Lien's lips, observing the young master's tear-filled despair. His sword lay abandoned, as if mocking his shattered resolve. The figure challenged him, reminding him of his vow to be strongest, asking if he'd yield to a mere child. A gentle touch offered a silent promise of unwavering support. Lien reassured him, asserting he could still become the continent's strongest swordsman. With a confident smile, the mentor reminded him that goals demand hard work and perseverance. Turning his head slightly, Jack wondered if they truly believed in him. Reflecting on the past, his dream of becoming the continent's strongest swordsman had once been met with ridicule. Surrounded by faceless shadows, the memory of everyone mocking his impossible dream resurfaced. With a slight smirk, the young boy remarked he now had 2 children in his house. Clasping hands, a silent understanding passed between Jack and the child. Kneeling before the child, the young master was thanked for his belief. Observing the scene, the child admitted he was cuter than first thought, encouraging him to work hard. Standing in the desolate landscape, he reflected this was merely his experience. Clasping hands, the young master mused his efforts had never betrayed him, despite his grand ambition. Even so, he couldn't help but feel a lingering sense of unease. Amidst fallen leaves, a silent wish formed, for at least one person to encourage him. As a hand reached out, he heard himself addressed as young master. Turning his head, a flicker of concern crossed his face, hearing a voice call out, "Young master?" The voice continued, noting their late-night company. Knowing the feeling all too well, the young master found himself addressed. It seemed they had an uninvited guest. Wondering at his strange demeanor, Thanos was called by name. Declaring his desire for someone, he ordered them to seize the child and bring him to his side immediately. Understood, the subordinate replied, bowing low. Having invited him back for revenge, he admitted he hadn't truly expected his return. His eyes glowing with an eerie light, Thanos wondered where the 5 musketeers had vanished. Seeing nothing, a voice questioned if they were nearby. Inside a building, a voice echoed, "Where is Guinness?" Locating their targets, they found them unconscious. Carrying the blonde-haired girl, Jack Valentier reported, "Young master, I've brought her." A subordinate spoke, "Boss, perhaps we should eat dinner?" A group of figures stood silently in the forest. A red-haired man greeted, "Long time no see." His name was called out, as another man uttered, "Dietrich Hermann." The young man stood with a sinister grin. He cursed, calling someone a fucking brat. A disembodied voice echoed, "I told you to give up on thinking." Dietrich Hermann declared, "My name is Dietrich Hermann. Someday," he declared, "I'll become the proud Marquis of the Great Eastern Territory. This world is ruled by strength." Knowing his family's power would soon be his, he wondered why Jack Valentier, who grated on his nerves, should live. He mused that he'd likely face trouble with Countess Symbol, but that old man. Since Jack Valentier had attacked first, there were even witnesses to attest to it. Thus, the Hermann and Valentier families seemed destined for a second war. He mused he could likely count on a 9 circle like Benamon, the Pentanil Guild Master, Benamon. He mused that no matter how powerful this brat might be within the Valentier family, as briefed, he could likely count on a 9 circle like Benamon. The document stated their target was Jack Valentier, him alone. Where was he now? It continued, stating he was with Charlotte, a special admissions academy girl, and Thanos, a 4th-year student, in an empty area near his home. Benamon inquired if there was anything to note. Charlotte, the reply came, was making a man a heart. Having been there over 9 hours, they couldn't leave for now. He considered this good news, no matter how exceptionally talented she was. Word came. It would take at least 2 days for her to make a man a heart. Receiving orders, they acknowledged they could knock them unconscious immediately. Avoiding conflict with the Assemble family was paramount. They wondered the chances of Countess Symbol's knights being mobilized. The response returned, none at all. Someone was dispatched for water. A sudden question arose. Why the fire? Before their arrival, a blaze had erupted in the Count's underground. Observing the blaze, one noted that suppressing it would divert attention from an annex. They were lucky. The cloaked figures agreed. Excellent. No variables remained. This was a special rank request. The mission was clear. Their target, Jack Valentier. Mission, start. A figure plummeted into the darkness. The response was immediate. Yes, sir. Reflecting, it was revealed they spoke of a special rank request, paying 50,000 gold. A sinister smile spread across his face, thinking, "You're as good as dead now, Jack Valentier." His eyes narrowed, a plan forming in his mind. The words echoed in his mind. 2 figures stood ready to defend him, one urging him to run, promising to buy time. He thought to himself, this was all happening because of him. The white-haired man was resolute, vowing to buy enough time, whatever the cost. He realized the 2 of them were seriously trying to protect him. He scoffed, these fools. Dietrich smiled, having initially dismissed them as merely cute. Yet, a strange satisfaction settled within him. He mused, realizing he couldn't owe children anything while simultaneously endangering them. Then, a chilling voice echoed, "If you desire death so desperately," he thought, accepting, "then there's truly no helping it." His eyes widened, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Since things had come to this, Dietrich would simply destroy. Guinness exclaimed in surprise, a small green-haired figure tugging his cheek, demanding attention. Looking down at a red-haired companion, the green-haired child asked if they would handle this themselves. Arnold, with auburn hair and blue uniform, watched in shock, wondering if the doll was moving, if it had spoken. Above, a full, luminous moon hung suspended in the night sky. In the encroaching darkness, a figure stood, its eyes glowing ominously. Several figures looked up, their gazes drawn by an unseen, powerful source of light. Shielding his eyes, the auburn-haired man exclaimed, overwhelmed by the sudden brightness. Bare feet stood immersed in cool, shallow water. The water swirled gently, eddying around the submerged feet. A close-up revealed the glowing eyes of the figure standing within the water. With long, flowing hair, the figure stood in the water, enveloped by a brilliant, ethereal light. A pair of eyes slowly opened, a familiar face emerging from the depths of a long-forgotten memory. Bathed in ethereal light, a figure stood tall, a beacon of hope amidst swirling, ancient clouds. In days long past, T stood at the pinnacle of this entire continent. She was a unique hero, guiding humanity to the very top of existence. Yet how did a mere doll become human? 400 years later, she has returned. Looking up at her, the dragon could only manage a single, stunned sentence. "You're back." Gazing down, T spoke softly. "I've waited for you, teacher." A sudden, unexpected strike. The force of the blow sent him reeling, a strangled cry escaping his lips. "It hurts, hitting me out of nowhere, teacher. Do you remember?" Flashing back to their first exit from the cave, she recalled, "When you first got me out, you ignored my opinions." Continuing her thought, T added, "You ignored what I was saying and what I thought." The teacher looked at her, thinking she was as beautiful as ever, and that he truly missed her. She recalled him saying she'd let him hit her once, but questioned his sincerity. The dragon demanded, "Your coat. Hand it over." Confused, T asked what he said, but he repeated his demand, reminding her it was cold. His expression firm, he insisted, "Hand it over." A man in a blue coat looked on, seemingly annoyed. The teacher draped his coat over her shoulders, and she quietly thanked him. He told her the weather was cold, wrapping the coat around her. Smiling softly, he said, "I don't regret bringing you out of the cave, you know." She wondered if he didn't regret it, despite her doing as she pleased and ignoring his opinions. Continuing, she wondered what would have happened if she had wanted to be imprisoned and die there. Knowing that wasn't her true desire, the dragon explained there was no need to separate humans from other races. "That's right. But the past you had realized you made the wrong decision already, didn't you?" It was actually a prison he had imprisoned himself in. Looking up with shock and disbelief, he couldn't believe his ears. "To owe you one, my student?" The words echoed in his mind, a question forming. She called him her student? A memory surfaced, a time when T had always treated him like a child, even knowing he had regressed. A faint smile played on his lips, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. This felt good. Meanwhile, in the present, dark energy gathered, promising retribution. "Since you tried to harm my student." The energy intensified, engulfing the dragon in a crimson aura, even if what he was about to do was harsh. Back in the memory, a pained expression crossed his face, a silent ugh, escaping his lips. In the present, chaos erupted as an order rang out. "What are you doing? Just kill them all." A figure lunged forward, a blur of motion amidst the turmoil. Absolute darkness dyed the skies, enveloping the earth in its suffocating embrace. A scene of struggle unfolded, one figure seemingly restrained or injured. The battle raged on, a chaotic scene of figures clashing amidst the encroaching darkness. As darkness gathered around him, Jack Valantier stood firm, a faint glow emanating from his hands. His voice echoing with newfound authority, he commanded, "Respond to my command." The air crackled with energy, a symphony of power building around him. The very fabric of reality seemed to bend, responding to his will. The magical energy intensified, a vortex of raw power swirling around Jack Valantier. The shadows danced and writhed, as if answering a silent, ancient call. Meanwhile, within the Tulkun Empire, a different scene began to unfold. A bottle of wine sat on a table, two glasses waiting to be filled. Antagonist Tulkun raised a glass, the crimson liquid catching the light. The moon hung high in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the scene. He took a sip, his expression unreadable in the deep shadows. The sudden silence was shattered by a voice, questioning. "Beckerman, what troubles you?" From behind the elaborate table setting, a voice quickly insisted, dismissing the concern. Clutching a glass of crimson liquid, Hanks Beckerman declared with conviction that he had sensed a profound dissonance. The glass reflected a grand building, bathed in the full moon's ethereal glow. Lost in thought, he wondered if he was simply overthinking. Far out in the Black Sea, an island sits, shrouded in an undeniable, potent mystery. A familiar presence stirs, the same soul energy felt long ago, its movements now echoing a chilling return. Winged figures soar above, making the unfolding events disturbingly clear. Turning from the scene, the figure contemplates the grave implications of this revelation. Dragon's gaze pierces the fog, sensing the soul shackles Charlotte placed upon his heart, still present. A chilling realization dawns. He couldn't forget her, even if he tried. Had she been alive all this time? Staring at the desolate landscape, he found it hard to believe a mere human had lived 400 years. Which part of this world was she trying to rule now? As the island pulsed with energy, a profound sense of foreboding filled the air. A shadowy figure emerged, radiating an aura of power and mystery. Amidst the swirling energy, a lone figure stood, seemingly bound to the island's fate. A close-up revealed an eye, reflecting a terrifying vision of skeletal figures. From the depths, skeletal figures began to emerge, their forms twisted and grotesque. The air crackled with unseen energy as more skeletal entities materialized. A surge of power coursed through the scene, illuminating the skeletal figures with an eerie glow. The energy intensified, further solidifying the skeletal figure's terrifying presence. A wave of confusion washed over Jack, struggling to comprehend the unfolding horror. What is this? His legs began to fail, a chilling realization dawning. What's happening? Collapsing, he felt his limbs disintegrating, his body betraying him. My legs, my arms, he gasped. A horrifying truth dawned on him, a chilling whisper in the void. This is death. His hand crumbled to dust, a stark reminder of his fading existence. Is this how I die? Agony consumed him, screaming in terror as his body dissolved into nothingness. His face contorted in anguish, Jack's eyes darted around, a desperate plea etched upon him. As skeletal hands reached out, the scene warped into a macabre tableau. His voice cracking, he offered, "All right, if it's money you want, I'll give it to you." A figure shrouded in dark energy considered his offer, their voice dripping with disdain. 50 gold. 100, they mocked. "Please, just spare me," he begged. His voice barely a whisper, he begged, "Please." The skeletal hand loomed closer, sealing his fate. The scene shifted, revealing a figure cloaked in dark green, their back turned. A swirling vortex of purple energy crackled, a silent omen. A moment of quiet settled, the night sky a canvas of stars. The scene transitioned again, revealing a serene landscape. Standing beside Valentine, Beckerman's disciple was approached by another. Hesitantly, the blonde woman asked, "The final boss? I mean, Madame Valentine." A hand reached out, as if grasping for something just out of reach. A young girl cried out, her face contorted in fear. A man's hand settled upon the girl's head, Valentine Milos observing the scene. The girl's eyes, wide with disbelief, betrayed a profound shock. Ancient text spoke of a royal, inheriting noble blood, a warrior unburdened by hatred or greed, as the white-haired man watched. A sinister smile gracing her lips, Valentine Milos declared her name, a relic who'd taken in a foolish disciple. From beyond, the white-haired man's voice echoed, asking them to continue caring for his disciple. A moment of silence. Then, a soft chuckle. The white-haired man conceded that what she had said was correct, save for one detail. Sir Jack, he insisted, was not stupid at all. The woman watched, a sinister expression hardening her features. She acknowledged the statement, a rare departure from her usual reaction. A young boy, giggling nervously, insisted he wasn't stupid. Touching the boy's face, she found him as difficult as ever. A sigh of relief escaped someone, as Valentine announced she'd speak to her smart student alone, requesting space. The blonde girl and white-haired man acknowledged her, while the boy looked surprised. Turning, she told Charlotte that if hungry, her blood, pre-extracted, awaited in the kitchen, eat it, then sleep. Next, she instructed Thanos. In the backyard lay unconscious figures. Wake them, then sleep early. The white-haired man acknowledged her instructions, as the boy waved goodbye. The boy mused on their loyalty and kindness, finding joy in their company. She remained silent, her expression utterly unreadable. A young man with brown hair and yellow eyes smirked, thinking. So, under the full moon, a voice inquired what she wanted, asking about her private talk with the smart student. The heavy moon, a silent, watchful eye, bore witness to the unfolding events below. Shrouded in mystery, a figure's voice cut through the silence, asking about what. His voice rising in frustration, he demanded if it hadn't been said before. An imposing structure loomed in the background, a silent testament to ages past. Clutched tightly, the child in her arms whispered of dragon blood and bones. A flicker of understanding crossed her face, piecing together a forgotten truth. A low murmur escaped him, a desperate plea for immortality and eternal youth. Sitting amongst the silent stones, he reflected on humanity's desire to not age, to live forever. From arcane research emerged the result, a method for immortality and preventing aging. The secrets of life itself were revealed, showing a method to extend life by combining two races. Considering the research, one wondered if it related to dragon blood and bones, the other confirming his insight. It all began with a simple human desire, to live long, though merely existing long was pointless. Their goal was specific, to live long in a young, healthy body. Research into immortality and eternal youth had begun long ago. A scientist, deeming eternal life unrealistic, suggested an alternative path. He proposed a radical idea, making humans live thousands of years, like dragons. The The key lay in understanding how races with short lives differed in blood, organs, and bones. Focus shifted to the rate at which their bodies aged. Understanding cell quality, quantity, and mana sensitivity, allowing mana absorption, became crucial. Thus, the research began. This inquiry led to combining two races. Yet, this result was only half a success, failing greatly in achieving true immortality and eternal youth. The pursuit of power often demands a steep price, even for elven strength. The problem: such strength came at the cost of lifespans reduced to 5 to 10 years. The half-blood demon experiment, 400 years past, now resurfaced within the Tulkun Empire. The Empire had managed to. They sought to extend half-blood lifespans to 30 years in just 2. Yet, that was not the case. My master, discovering the experiment too late, destroyed all research documents and every half-blood product. The cost of such progress was written in blood and ash. Utter devastation unfolded, victims crying out in pain amidst the chaos. The destruction seemed targeted, scholars bearing the brunt of the assault. Neither mages nor swordsmen were spared, the carnage continuing without remorse. In the end, flames consumed everything, leaving no one alive. Standing before a younger man, the green-haired woman recalled a pivotal moment, realizing she had overlooked one crucial detail. The younger man's gaze hardened. "You should have killed the Dragon Lord." A flicker of regret crossed her face, the heavy weight of the past settling upon her shoulders. A colossal dragon's claw loomed, a stark reminder that the Dragon Lord had surrendered his own kind to humanity. He nodded slowly, a grim affirmation. Yes. The woman reflected, realizing the two Dragon Lords must have desperately sought to interfere with the human world. The young man then inquired about the experimental dragon, asking if she knew its identity, but she did not. He believed the elder woman would understand without much explanation, referring to the future's half-blood progeny. Shrouded in light and shadow, one figure stood before another, their voices echoing a shared destiny. They were alike, and soon, all would wield soul aura. Turning her head slightly, she remained silent. A vision revealed a dragon, an experimental subject within Tulkun, a child born of the two Dragon Lords. A disembodied voice responded, a simple, stark yes. Only dragons, it was said, could wield soul aura, and these two were among them. Thus, their unique bloodline was forged. The Tulkun Empire's 10-circle users would naturally possess the innate talent for soul aura. Combined with the Dragon Lord's children, a potent mixture of power was brewing. As a result of these overlapping talents, the potential was immense. These individuals could effortlessly break through mana's limits, wielding soul aura with ease. Tulkun, adopting a teacher's tone, urged his student to ask him anything without hesitation. Confused, he questioned what his teacher was trying to do, what he truly meant. A voice echoed from the past, acknowledging a previous life. Knowing the future, a profound curiosity arose. A question hung in the air, its answer shrouded in uncertainty. The experiment would conclude in 2 years, but was he still alive? A voice responded, of course. A sinister plan began to form, aiming to explode the research lab and eliminate all involved. Struggling under the immense weight, the group pressed onward. Valentine wondered if such haste was truly necessary, a question hanging heavy in the air. Dietrich, sensing her hesitation, offered an apology. His face contorted in disbelief, he demanded to know her meaning. A sinister smile crept across her lips, as she questioned if he truly failed to grasp her intent. Her gaze intense, she declared him unequivocally her pupil. He reminded her of her vow not to meddle in the world's affairs. Valentine retorted that this was a past oversight, making her present involvement entirely justified. A sigh escaped him, realizing she was set on returning to the Tulkun Empire, her mind unchangeable. The hidden message declared, detonating the lab was the ultimate sabotage against the Tulkun forces. More precisely, it would devastate the populace, not just the military. Chains bound a structure of impossible angles, a stark monument to those striving for continental unification. A bloodied, ring-adorned hand symbolized the proponents of abhorrent crossbreeding experiments. The memories faded, her sister now remembering none of it. Falling through time, Valentine alone retained the memories. Pondering the situation, Dietrich found it increasingly irritating. She commanded, "Open the subspace once more." His expression hardening, he declared, "I need a sword. A good one." A sinister smile spread across her face as she replied, "You even know what I have." Turning, she remarked, "You sure are my pupil." Energy crackled, heralding the imminent unleashing of immense power. The blade materialized, a weapon of immense power. Holding the summoned sword, Dietrich braced for what was to come. The blade, forged by the Dwarf King and refined by mermaids, gleamed with an otherworldly light. Holding the sword aloft, he called its name. Solarian. It's been a long time. Back in the present, Valentine's hand hovered over a mask, strange blue mana swirling. One more thing, she mused. The mask seemed to whisper, suggesting a need to disguise at least one's face. Young Dietrich held the mask, his thoughtful expression considering its purpose. The mask emanated strange energy. Valentine wondered, "I feel a spell to keep it on or undo it. A strange mana flow. What is this?" Looking aside, she mused, "I don't remember. I think I bought it at a market long ago." Young Dietrich gazed at the mask, curiosity in his eyes, considering its secrets. Back in the present, Dietrich confronted Valentine, his voice laced with suspicion. You have something I didn't know? You're cunning. Valentine chuckled, a playful glint in her eyes. You didn't use this to spy on men's bathhouses, did you? Her expression hardening. Valentine's gaze intensified. Call out the teleport coordinates. A subordinate responded, Yes, ma'am. Numbers flashed before her eyes, as she seemed to calculate something complex. The woman's voice echoed, confirming their destination, the Gunner Empire's capital. A vision from the past revealed that 4 centuries prior, humans were at the bottom of the species pyramid. Despite their diminished status, humanity still forged its own nations, resilient and defiant. Valentine's eyes narrowed, acknowledging the familiar architecture of the empire she hailed from. Beneath the historical site, she mused, finding the hidden laboratory's clever setup rather impressive. Red energy crackled around her hand, preparing the teleportation spell with practiced ease. The teleportation portal shimmered into existence, prompting her to ask if he was ready. A wide grin spread across Jack's face, declaring with confidence that he was always ready. Addressing him directly, she referred to him simply as teacher. The teleportation portal intensified, its shimmering depths ready to transport them. A disembodied voice mused, contemplating the unique combination of human and dragon. A bottle of wine sat between them as he remarked she was something else entirely, adding it was an honor to hear that. She wondered, might she ask why he had acted that way earlier? He took a sip of his wine, pondering if he had made a mistake. Valentine considered saying it felt as if something that shouldn't exist in this world had appeared. Jack dismissed the thought, deciding he didn't need to tell her, deeming it nothing important. Getting straight to the point, she continued. She then inquired when he would begin the human testing. She mused that while the theory was perfect and successful on animals, the lifespan shortening remained problematic, wondering if cell activation tests were next. He, in turn, asked when she intended to start. Valentine chuckled softly, considering her reply. She responded, feigning surprise at his interest, explaining that stringent moderates made obtaining testing subjects difficult, but once acquired. He then offered to procure them for her, specifically requesting mana-talented individuals if possible. A soft click of shoes announced someone stepping forward. Snapping her fingers, she suddenly remembered something important. She admitted forgetting to ask one crucial thing. Jack listened intently, his back turned to them. An image of a figure in a container appeared, as Valentine explained these were humans created by combining dragon and human essence. Continuing, she stated they called them half-bloods. Turning his head slightly, he repeated the term, half-bloods then? He simply stated his approval. The room lay quiet, yet an unseen shift in the air portended change. He paused, a subtle tremor in the mana alerting him to the shift. A voice inquired if a visitor was expected, but the doctor offered no reply. Another quickly denied it, offering a swift apology. Disbelief laced a third voice, questioning the nature of the mana waves. Undoubtedly the master's energy, a figure plummeted from the ceiling above. Then, an explosion ripped through the air, unleashing instant chaos. Still falling, the figure was violently buffeted by the concussive blast. A chair flew, splintering against a wall, testament to the destruction. The master's energy flared, Jack bracing himself to act. As the dust settled, a blinding explosion of magical energy erupted, shaking the battlefield's foundations. The raw power coalesced, forming a massive, intricate geometric structure humming with barely contained force. Energy crackled and danced, the air shimmering with the intensity of the impending attack. Caught in the blast, Hanks Beckerman cried out as the magic's full force slammed into him. Staggering back, he could barely comprehend the sheer power that had just struck him. The world was consumed as a second, even more devastating explosion of fire engulfed the area. Supported by a comrade, he was asked if it was finally over, but the wounded man knew better. Not yet. With eyes glowing an eerie green, a chilling voice promised, another one. The magical energy surged again, building to a crescendo of destructive potential. Unleashing its fury, a searing beam of pure magical power ripped through the battlefield. Surrounded by swirling energy, the attacker prepared to unleash yet another devastating blow. The air crackled with anticipation, geometric patterns of power beginning to form once more. The magical assault continued to batter him, Hanks Beckerman desperately raising his shield. But the blow's force proved too much, sending him flying backward. Engulfed in blinding light, he could only brace for the inevitable impact. Straining against the onslaught, he couldn't believe the sheer power of this attack. Blood trickled down his face, leaving him to wonder what was happening. The world spun as he collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated. As his vision blurred, a chilling realization dawned. He was the experiment's director. Elsewhere, in a dark, foreboding corridor, an unknown voice echoed, questioning the unfolding events. The scene shifted to a blood-soaked chamber, bodies strewn across the stone floor. The air hung thick with the metallic scent of blood, each drop a testament to the carnage. Standing amidst the devastation, the dark-haired woman turned to the masked boy, asking if he agreed with what was happening. Before them, a grotesque creature hung in chains, its wings tattered, its eyes filled with haunting emptiness. The woman stood in the chamber with the chained creature, the boy silently beside her. A primal roar echoed, a testament to the raw bloodthirst emanating from the abyssal depth. The scene itself felt endlessly deep, permeated by an overwhelming, ancient bloodthirst. Even the surrounding mana warped, twisted by the sheer intensity of the emotions at play. Stepping forward, Valentine declared she would take care of this one herself. Tulkin, the masked boy, responded, agreeing to her plan with a nod. Her hand began to glow with power, ready to unleash a torrent of raw energy. Hellfire erupted, engulfing her in a blazing, all-consuming inferno. The flames intensified, consuming everything in their destructive path. The hellfire burned with incredible heat, a destructive force unleashed upon the land. The sky above reflected the inferno, a canvas of pure fire and utter destruction. Tulkin, the masked figure, observed the scene, remarking on her amazing abilities, but adding it wasn't yet over. The masked figure stood amidst the flames, a sinister smile playing on his lips. The intensity of the heat was palpable, yet the masked figure seemed utterly unfazed. Adjusting his mask, the figure's golden eyes gleamed with a hint of amusement. The scene shifted to a view overlooking the fiery landscape, a full moon hanging high above. Below, Tulkin remained, seemingly unconcerned that this place was once a national heritage site. Valentine, standing with Tulkin, confidently stated she'd erased everything, wondering if any more remained. Elsewhere, Abiru, a figure with short black hair, stood with his back turned, a sword held loosely. The camera panned, revealing a chained dragon, its body pierced with cruel metal rods. Back in the fiery landscape, Tulkin looked up, thinking, it can even growl. Cuter than I thought. A close-up of the masked figure's face revealed a detailed view of his mask and the golden eyes behind it. The scene shifted to a dungeon, torches casting eerie shadows on the cold stone walls. The stone floor was stained with a deep, unsettling crimson. Chained and desperate, the dragon could only beg for release from its suffering. Its only purpose now was to plead for death. Examining his blade, Tulkin found the situation intriguing. Raising the sword high, he prepared to grant the creature's wish. Yet he had his own duty to fulfill, a promise he intended to keep. The chained dragon roared, its voice filled with pain and desperation. Ready to strike, Tulkin leaped forward. The dragon-like creature's cries echoed, a symphony of agony and despair. Closing in, the masked boy prepared to deliver the final blow. Arms crossed, Valentine watched, her expression utterly unreadable. The chains rattled, a grim prelude to what was to come. Heavy chains hung, leading down to the cold stone floor. The chained creature grumbled, its piercing blue eyes gleaming with an ancient, weary light. A hand reached out, gently caressing the dragon-like creature's snout, a silent gesture of comfort. Looking down at the creature, Jack Valantier felt a quiet certainty that his presence here was crucial. He stared at the dragon-like creature, wondering how to voice his thoughts, how this being had changed since their last encounter 18 years ago. Leaning against the dragon-like creature, he felt an overwhelming wave of exhaustion wash over him. Heavy, cold chains bound something unseen, their metallic grip a testament to its captivity. A gentle hand rested upon a scaly head, perhaps recalling its original, untroubled state. The creature's ancient, knowing face was starkly different from the one he remembered from his past life. Silence hung heavy, broken only by the faintest, most desolate whisper of despair. Lying beside the massive beast, he found a strange, unsettling comfort in its presence. A desperate question echoed in the chamber. You want to live, right? Chains dug deep into his flesh, binding him as a test subject, a prisoner of others' cruel designs. Was it better to endure such physical and mental suffering? A fate far worse than merely being livestock. They would make armor from his leather, fusing his blood and bones with other things in cruel experiments. The chains hung heavy, a silent testament to a fate already sealed. The masked figure spoke, his words dripping with chilling formality. Of course, your consent won't matter to them. The mask obscured his true feelings, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of madness, a dark promise. You'll end up losing even your will. His words cut deep, painting a bleak future where even hatred was a luxury, only the desire for death remaining. Broken and weeping, the creature was asked a cruel question. Did it truly desire such a fate? Yet, a glimmer of hope, a whisper of defiance, offered the possibility to live somewhere else. A single eye, filled with determination, pierced through the despair, a reminder that one's will was paramount. A final ultimatum hung in the air, a choice that would determine everything. The question echoed, a desperate plea, begging to know if there was a desire to live somewhere else. A tender touch, a moment of solace, as he knelt beside the dragon-like creature. The masked figure strained to hear, but the response was lost, swallowed by the weight of their circumstances. Speaking with a gentle tone, Jack urged the creature to voice its true desires. A tear fell from the dragon's eye, a silent plea echoing the abandonment it had suffered. The dragon's roar filled the air, a desperate, guttural cry for life itself. Reflecting on his past, he acknowledged the necessity of his actions, however unwanted they were. Considering the dragon's broken state, he wondered if any hope remained for its recovery. Looking at the dragon, Jack realized it wasn't the same creature he remembered, quietly agreeing to a course of action. He recalled a time when the dragon begged for death, a stark contrast to its current fervent desire to live. A soft smile graced his lips as he decided to grant the dragon its wish, inviting it to return home with him. Turning to Valentine, he seemed to seek confirmation, or perhaps justification, for his decision. A smirk played on his lips, a subtle hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. The masked figure chuckled softly, finding a certain satisfaction in the situation. His voice laced with desperation, he demanded to know who they were. Two figures stood silhouetted against a fiery backdrop, their intentions shrouded in mystery. The masked figure stood amidst chaos, his expression unreadable behind the ornate disguise. Tulkin stood before a massive, reptilian creature, its ancient power palpable. Drawing his blade, he issued a final, chilling warning, resolve hardening his voice. His gaze pierced the shadows, demanding an immediate answer. With a dismissive tone, he granted permission, though none had dared to ask. A sinister smile spread across Tulkin's face, declaring his intent to control everything from this moment forward. His patience wearing thin, he demanded an answer. The blade descended, a chilling promise of violence hanging in the air. Hanks Beckerman raised his sword, his face contorted with rage, demanding answers. Closing the distance, the masked boy advanced, his own blade gleaming ominously. Bringing his sword down with force, he initiated the attack. Before the blow could land, Hanks Beckerman intercepted, his sword meeting the boy's in a shower of sparks. Pressing his advantage, he pushed back against the Imperial Knight's block. Straining against the force, he gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain his defense. Steel clashed against steel, sparks erupting from the point of impact. With a surge of strength, the masked boy forced Hanks Beckerman back. His face a mask of fury, he roared, questioning the audacity of being mocked. Pressing his sword further, he retorted, asking if laughter was forbidden. The two continued their furious exchange, each blow carrying the weight of their animosity. His rage boiling, Hanks Beckerman unleashed a torrent of power, a red aura flaring as he cursed the masked boy as an insolent little. The clash of steel echoed, his blade a blur of motion. He wielded red mana, considered the best even among master ranks. The masked figure continued his assault, his movements precise and deadly. A cruel smile played on his lips as he declared his opponent not strong enough. Hanks stumbled back, sensing something familiar in his opponent's power. This energy. He was certain. The masked boy's power intensified, a dark aura swirling around him, echoing a strange feeling from earlier. He pressed his advantage, his sword a whirlwind of purple energy. He gritted his teeth, struggling to keep up. His blade found its mark, cutting through his defenses with ease. The blow's force sent shivers down his spine, a chilling reminder of the power he faced. The masked boy's final strike sent Hanks reeling, leaving him vulnerable and defeated. His sword descended with incredible force, cleaving through the Imperial Knight's defenses. The impact sent him hurtling backwards, a testament to the sheer power unleashed. Witnessing the scene, a subordinate cried out in disbelief, uttering a desperate plea. The sound of impact echoed, a brutal punctuation mark on the battle. The Imperial Knight lay defeated, his form sprawled amidst the dust and debris, a grim testament to the ravaged battlefield. Dust motes danced in the air, as Beckerman's disciple lay prone on the cracked stone floor. Approaching footsteps echoed, a voice wondering if he had already fainted, a truly disappointing end to their encounter. Gasping for air, he struggled to sit up. Nearby, a sword lay discarded on the ground. Looking up, he questioned the identity of the person before him, claiming to have never seen anyone quite like him. The masked boy smiled, his eyes gleaming with amusement behind the decorative mask. He chuckled, asking why Beckerman's disciple was so eager to know his identity. The wounded man remained silent, his expression unreadable. The boy offered to share a prophecy. A white-haired figure appeared, leaving him to wonder what this prophecy could possibly be. A voice spoke up, claiming knowledge of a certain person. Yet another voice dismissed the notion as naive, adding that they harbored grand dreams. Nearby, the masked boy smiled. Hanks declared that the day someone became the continent's strongest swordsman, he would kill them in this very place. Suddenly, he attacked Gonzalez, who cried out, "Bastard!" The attack continued, striking him, leaving him gravely injured. The aftermath was visible, a pool of blood forming on the ground. The masked boy's eyes were visible behind his mask. Hanks prepared to strike with his sword. Gonzalez fell to the ground, defeated. The clash of steel rang out, his blade finding its mark, slicing across his torso. A grimace of pain contorted his face, blood blossoming from the wound. The masked boy watched, unimpressed, a dismissive scoff escaping him. Still so weak, he mused, finding it a little surprising. The sound of impact echoed, striking him again. A strangled gasp escaped him, coughing up blood. The blow's force sent Gonzalez reeling, flung backward through the air. He collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated. The fallen warrior lay prone, a pool of blood forming beneath him, as Hanks declared, "This is a small wish of mine." The masked boy looked down at the fallen man, urging him, "Grow a little stronger, please." The narrative revealed a crucial truth. The man he served was the crown prince of the Thessalon kingdom. He led the hardliners, the true source of all unfolding events. A chilling prophecy hung in the air. In a few years' time, all of their heads will be severed. The masked figure smirked, finding the prospect of weak opponents utterly uninteresting. Grasping the disciple's arm, Hanks Beckerman found the situation already tiresome. He addressed the man, identifying him as Beckerman's disciple, Maringes, his brow furrowed in question. Memories flooded back to him, revealing his previous life. In that life, only one swordsman had dared to charge at him. He barely remembered the man, having ended his life with a single strike. A voice echoed, questioning if Hanks Beckerman knew a teacher and student were of one body. A younger version of the master recalled the words, "Since your teacher's arm got cut off, your arm shouldn't be intact, should it?" The master stood amidst a fiery scene, his immense power evident. Moringes lay bound by chains, his fate hanging in the balance. Trapped and bound by chains, the disciple's face contorted in confusion and pain. Despite the restraints, he gritted his teeth, a flicker of defiance in his eyes, questioning the injustice. The chains tightened, biting deeper into his flesh. Agony ripped through him, causing him to scream for Hanks Beckerman to stop. The chains began glowing with malevolent energy, intensifying the torture. His screams echoed, a testament to the unbearable pain. Focusing on the searing pain in his arm, Moringes cried out, the agony almost too much to bear. Elsewhere, a woman with long green hair looked on with a cold expression, questioning if Beckerman was done. In another location, a white dragon lay prone, a voice urging it to move, noting one more thing to bring. A teleportation circle activated, ready to transport its occupant. The scene shifted to a building, presumably the teleportation's destination. The creature materialized in the new location, its arrival marked by a silent ellipsis. A voice observed that someone looked bored. A sinister laugh echoed, hinting at amusement or something more malicious. Holding a mask, the masked boy remarked he'd grown accustomed to something. He paused, as if about to reveal something significant. A monstrous creature demanded to know its name. The creature began to answer, revealing a fragment of its identity. The full name was revealed, Shelbahamut. From the depths of darkness, a voice echoed, whispering a single name, Shel? The massive dragon, Shelbahamut, trembled, his true name finally uttered from the void. The abandoned, third young lord of the Valentier Marquis house looked down, a thoughtful expression on his face. Kneeling, he offered a gentle reassurance, murmuring that everything would be all right. Continuing softly, he questioned the need to acknowledge abandoning parents, asserting the dragon's name was simply Shel. Smiling warmly, he suggested they attend to the dragon's wounds immediately. Tears welled in the dragon's eyes, a soft, mournful whimper escaping its massive throat. The third young lord reached out, his hand gently settling upon the dragon's scaled snout. The dragon bowed its head, accepting the gesture, granting him permission to proceed as he wished. The scene shifted, revealing a lavish room prepared for the healing process. The dragon slept soundly, his massive form sprawled across the opulent chamber. Elsewhere, a disembodied voice pondered the fate of the dragon lord. The question lingered, unanswered, until another voice admitted its own uncertainty. A young man scoffed, asserting the one who should yield ought to make the first move. Valentine Milos sat regally, her sharp gaze assessing the situation, questioning if the strong seeking the weak appeared feeble. A smirk played on her lips as she inquired if her perspective was currently being considered. The young man chuckled, acknowledging her ancient origins, a person from 4 centuries past. A flashback revealed a figure amidst chains, their achievements etched behind them, having built the very framework of the human world. In a serene garden, a group stood, one lamenting that her very name was forgotten. Valentine Milos knelt before a figure, her expression unreadable, questioning why her master should act for such people. 2 hands clasped, a silent promise made that the 2 lords would act when the moment was truly right. The young man's eyes gleamed with determination, declaring that sacrifices for humanity were no longer necessary. The dragon lord's words still echoing, Valentine rose from her seat, a new resolve hardening her gaze. The camera panned across the room, revealing the sheer opulence of her private chambers. A young boy looked up at her, and she affirmed her intention to proceed. Turning away, Valentine explained her need for a shower, covered in the day's dust and smoke. The boy smiled, wishing her a truly refreshing shower. The scene shifted to a lavish bathroom, adorned with marble and ornate fixtures. Hanging on a hook, her dark blue robe awaited. Neatly laid out beside it, a pair of slippers. Steam filled the air, the water running freely. Now wearing a white robe, Valentine loosened her long hair. The boy reappeared, urging her to wash up, noting her dirtiness. She replied with a dismissive, "Sure, sure." The camera focused on the bathtub, prepared for a truly relaxing soak. Pain was evident on his face, a grimace twisting his features as he touched the raw wounds on his chest. Sweat beaded on the third young lord's forehead, a testament to the ordeal he'd endured. Remaining silent, he was lost in thought, examining the damage. Remnants of healing potions littered the bedside table, stark reminders of his vulnerability. Muttering to himself, he admitted he might get addicted to potions at this rate. Lying in bed, he seemed to be resting. A voice broke the silence, Jack observing he wasn't in pajamas, questioning if he was going somewhere. The third young lord replied, "Not really." Turning his head, he looked at the speaker. Jack asked, wondering if it had hurt a lot. He admitted, "Yes. I thought I was going to die. It still hurts." Jack responded, "I see. Well, it's okay." Lying in bed, the third young lord heard Jack say, "You don't intend to sleep tonight." He recalled Ron telling him this previously. He remembered Jack saying, "Master watched over me." The third young lord thought back to when he'd fainted for 3 whole days straight. He reflected, "I'd thought she was a really well-made doll back then." He recalled Jack saying, "That's what he said." Jack said, "Now, I will watch over you. You've always liked sleeping." the third young lord thought. Master? A faint smile played on Jack's lips. He murmured in his sleep, a shell. His hand rested on the bedsheets, a dark ribbon tied around his wrist. Outside, the moon hung high in the night sky. In the room, a clock ticked away the seconds. He found himself thinking about it from time to time. Lying in bed, the third young lord wondered what it would have been like if he had met her earlier. He wondered what if, imagining if he had been born 400 years earlier, meeting her back then. He pictured himself, leaning over her. The world's most evil necromancer, striking fear across the continent, would find her beautiful. A few hours prior, Duke Asimbal's underground prison stood in an unsettling silence. More than a decade had passed since he began his clandestine work as the Chancellor's spy. Sweat beaded on his brow, yet the restrained man remained stubbornly silent. The interrogator scoffed, asking what difference his magic tower master title made. Such a notion, of course, was utterly wrong. The Chancellor had once held him in high regard. The interrogator continued, accusing him of betraying the man who had raised him. The magic tower master sighed, dismissing the accusation, unable to believe his hard-working, naive past was merely an act. But how long could he maintain this defiant silence? The interrogator would ask him one final time. Bound and at his captor's mercy, he was ordered to reveal all, yet wondered if they truly didn't know, or merely feigned ignorance. A disembodied voice echoed, demanding to know what the prisoner had just uttered. Despite his restraints, the magic tower master remained surprisingly relaxed. The interrogator revealed that his own circle had also been broken. The voice questioned the source of his unwavering confidence. He was told to reflect on everything that had transpired over the last decade. The voice then asked if he believed it all to be mere coincidence. A flashback began, revealing a cloaked figure before a magical circle, the voice pondering why the previous magic tower master returned to the Tulkan Empire, and why 10 circle mana users. The voice continued, wondering why they had abandoned this country without a single ounce of hesitation. The flashback showed soldiers discussing why mana users were forcefully summoned, using the excuse of subjugating the monster forest. Back in the present, the magic tower master was told he would likely begin to explain why. A sinister laugh escaped him, preparing to finally give his answer. Confined within cold, unforgiving bars, the silence of his prison screamed louder than any torture. A dry chuckle escaped him, the sound swallowed by the oppressive atmosphere. Flickering torchlight danced across stone walls, casting long, distorted shadows mirroring his own uncertainty. Chains bound his wrists, a constant reminder of captivity, yet a nagging question gnawed. Why no torture? Even if Duke Asimbal was loyal, why would he spare a spy from another country? Lying on the cold stone, he realized no one had tortured him at all. Imprisoned for 5 days, he showed no signs of gauntness. The magic tower master knew he must carefully consider if this kingdom truly had a future. Massive doors stood, a silent testament to the kingdom's strength, yet behind them, shadows stirred. Footsteps echoed through the halls, each measured and deliberate. A cloaked figure walked towards a blinding light, pondering the source of his confidence. The light intensified, a silent promise of answers, or perhaps, a final reckoning. The sentiment echoed in the darkness. This entire country was already rotten to its core. Adding to the decay was Blutus' unsettling attitude. Lost in thought, he learned of his transfer to the capital tomorrow morning. He considered the implications, believing no official trial awaited him, but rather an internal resolution. Yet, he felt no fear. Instead, a profound confidence settled within him. He wondered if his confidence stemmed from a belief in his survival. For hours later, a fire erupted within Duke Asimbal's prison building. Amidst the chaos, Blutus made a desperate run for freedom. His eyes wide with terror, he was clearly desperate to escape. But his escape was short-lived, as he suddenly collapsed. He lay prone upon the ground. It wasn't merely an act. He was truly dead. A somber mood settled, the grim reality of the situation sinking in. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence, wondering what on earth was happening. And this morning, no matter how hard he thought, something simply didn't add up. Staring at the massive form before him, he could scarcely believe a dragon stood there. The dragon's sudden appearance instantly sobered him. The dragon's presence caused a stir, one onlooker wondering aloud about their new family members. Stunned, Jack could only whisper, "A dragon." The dragon confirmed, "You've never seen one before?" The narration explained that such a creature, a species long thought dead, was almost extinct. Yet, this impossible beast stood right before his very eyes. The entire group stood dumbfounded, having just learned a truth unknown to the world. With a slight smile, Jack Valentier stood, arms crossed, gazing off to the side. Below, a flashback revealed a girl in pink, standing amidst a pile of rubble. Her face contorted in a scream, her expression was one of pure terror. Returning to the present, Jack Valentier gently touched the girl's head, advising her not to stare so fiercely. Another flashback showed her, eyes wide with shock, muttering a single, broken word, "She." In a distorted image, an obscured figure declared her a being distinct from Balactus's memory. Back in the present, the girl looked down with a sullen expression. A seemingly inanimate dragon head then apologized to its boss. The girl looked up at Jack Valentier, her expression unreadable, while the draconic head remained still. Zooming in, it appeared to be trembling slightly. Jack Valentier held the dragon head, asking why it felt so tense. A chilling question hung in the air. Could a mere human truly cleave a dragon's body with a sword? As if in answer, a fearsome dragon descended, its vast shadow looming. The unspoken answer, it seemed, was an emphatic impossibility. Yet, a chilling possibility lingered regarding the one who had carved Shell's body for experiments, a man named Beckerman. But, having dealt with such power so easily, a childish giggle escaped him, supposing it normal for her to fear his presence. The dragon's face loomed, a silent question forming. Did he appear different now, after waking? A smirk played on his lips, guessing himself quite comely. A boy knelt before the dragon, a posture of profound submission. In a past life, Shell had not been in her right mind. It felt as though she would improve in 10 years' time. A gentle hand stroked the dragon's massive head. From what was known, she was barely 8 years old. Thinking on it, Beckerman realized those around him were all pitiful. Taking a closer look, her arm began to transform. Ow, ow. A monstrous leg, scaled and clawed, now filled the space, the transformation taking hold with alarming speed. How could this be? Back in a hidden room, a sinister chuckle echoed, one figure gloating about curing her wound instantly. Soft footsteps approached, a voice musing that she attracted far too much attention. A woman with flowing green hair stood amidst a swirling magical circle, her expression unreadable as the change continued. The monstrous leg continued to morph, the change occurring in an instant. The transformation neared completion, the figure exclaiming in utter shock. The magical circle glowed intensely, a voice crying out in sheer disbelief. A hand contorted, becoming something utterly inhuman. The foot twisted and reshaped, the transformation reaching its horrifying peak. A gasp escaped, witnessing the horrifying, complete change. A young woman stared in wide-eyed terror, uttering a single word. Polymorph, she whispered, the transformation now complete. The group surrounded Shell, concern and curiosity etched on their faces, but she was assured no longer needing to worry about attracting attention. A slight smile played on her lips, considering the implications of her transformation. Watching her, the abandoned third young lord noted the master now looked normal, almost shining. A light about her, one you kept wanting to look at. Jack Valantier pondered, wondering if Shell had no orientation scheduled for today. He seemed to ponder, a quiet awe escaping him. He watched them, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he observed them both. The young girl nodded, having been told they would return soon, urging her to rest. But a question lingered. What did dragons truly eat? Images of various foods flashed through his mind. Meat, fish. Fruits appeared, yet he doubted such creatures were vegetarian. Tilting her head, she inquired, do they like steak? Still adjusting to her new form, she looked up, a question forming on her lips, wondering what a steak was. Watching her, Jack considered asking what she'd eaten underground, but thought better of it. Offering her some food, he suggested she try eating that first. In this building, if she felt bored, he suggested the view from the roof was truly magnificent. Smiling warmly, he told her she could ascend and ponder her next steps. In the faraway past, a country named Teslon had been established. Simultaneously, the academy founded there had nurtured countless talents. Yet, as nothing lasts forever in this world, all of this would inevitably fade and disappear with time. He sat back, a thoughtful expression on his face, sensing this era felt different from what he'd heard. His younger self had been told to be proud, to advance as a student of this academy, the kingdom's hope. The elder questioned why he spoke thus, noting this era was no different. Students whispered, wondering what he meant, as he warned of dark shadows cast upon their kingdom. Yes, while the master had apparently exploded the experiment room last night. More than 2/3 of Tolkien's 10-circle users remained with the Hardline. The right to the Tolkien Empire's throne would be seized by the Hardliners. And within a few years, war would inevitably erupt. A scene of brutal war unfolded. The elder then asked if he'd heard anything from Blutus. He reflected that even this kingdom, forged by ancestors' blood and sweat, was maintained by noble lives. It was established and maintained by those unwavering in difficult situations. So, please, stay firm in your beliefs and advance forward. All of you are proud students of our academy. That is all I have. A voice rang out, its declaration echoing. I'm hungry. With the luggage arriving, a voice announced the horse carriage's presence. Yawning widely, the third young lord noted the academy's first day held no lessons, leaving him with nothing more to do. Considering his next move, he wondered if he should visit the old man first, deciding to thank him for the satisfactory house. Suddenly, the young master appeared surprised by an unseen presence. A voice called out, exclaiming his name with urgency. Turning around, the third young lord's brother looked utterly shocked. Greeting him warmly, the older brother inquired of his arrival, to which he replied, yesterday. Smiling sweetly, the young master seemed genuinely happy to see him. The older brother seemed to struggle, his expression strained as he fought for composure. Placing a hand on his shoulder, he remarked, you don't look well. I suppose you can drink now. The older brother pulled him closer, a forced smile plastered across his face. His grip tightened, a possessive edge creeping into his voice. We're brothers who share blood, aren't we? The third young lord remained silent, his brother's unsettling gaze fixed upon him. Pressing the issue, he demanded, not answering me? Should I break your limbs? A beat passed. That's a relief. If you hadn't replied, I'd have made you kneel. The older brother sighed, releasing him with a dismissive, oh. Stepping away, he asked, Did I take up too much of your time? Waving him off, he said, "You can go now. Your friends are waiting." Turning away, the brother's expression shifted, a predatory glint entering his eyes. Spotting someone running away, he called out, "Hey, Phelan, where are you going?" Phelan glanced back, a nervous sigh escaping his lips as he continued to flee. Following Phelan, the older brother was asked, "Is that guy your family?" Phelan replied, "No way, but you said we were brothers who share." The older brother smirked, his eyes gleaming with amusement. He thought to himself, sharing blood doesn't necessarily make us family. Phelan looked away, clearly uncomfortable. The older brother asked him, "What are you thinking so hard about?" "What am I then?" Phelan wondered, The older brother thought, "Is Charlotte already hitting puberty?" The older brother smiled, saying, "What else? Of course, you're my family." He thought, those weren't empty words. I was 100% sincere, He continued, being one of my people means being my family. Those I took in and will care for, He concluded, in such cases, they are family. Following the brother's explanation, Phelan stood beside him, a green-haired woman in a wide-brimmed hat at their side. The brother's words hung in the air, Phelan simply responding, "Yeah." The brother's words echoed in his mind. He should be where that rascal is. The brother's words continued to resonate, Phelan thinking, he should be where Master is. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts, asking what was wrong. It was his brother, questioning what was happening, noting Phelan had never looked so gloomy. He added the brat was strange, asking if he was his youngest brother. The brother continued, saying he heard he was talented, but asked if he hadn't seemed strange, as if acting like a retard. Phelan gritted his teeth, unable to respond. The brother's words continued to haunt him, surrounded by others in red suits. Clenching his fist, Phelan cursed under his breath, finding it infuriating, wondering why he must be scared of him. In his mind's eye, he saw a younger, terrified version of himself. The memory surfaced, his younger self cowering before someone, thinking he was just a toy, cursing it. He abruptly turned and walked away, leaving the third young lord calling after him, wondering where he was going. Confused by his sudden departure, the young master wondered what had gotten into him, speculating a disorder. Overlooking the wall, the trees stood still. Back inside, a voice called someone an idiot. Turning his head, the young master seemed to struggle with something. Phelan Valentier's eyes glowed, his teeth gritting in silent fury. His gaze intensified, burning with an unspoken, fierce emotion. Sweat beaded on his brow, his body trembling uncontrollably. He let out a low groan, as a voice questioned his simmering rage. Turning to face him, the third young lord challenged him, daring him to strike. Clutching his chest, Phelan knew that wasn't the true reason. He dismissed it with a curt, hollow nothing. Finding himself in a meditative pose, he couldn't shake the thought. This was all so utterly boring. Reflecting on his life, he realized he'd never experienced anything quite like this moment. Despite his cure, he couldn't shake the pervasive fear, questioning its inexplicable grip. Word, like wildfire, had reached the ears of those in power. Blutus, the notorious, was dead. Unconcerned, a hand delicately selected a sweet treat from a nearby platter. Enjoying the sweets, Jack sat with his companion, utterly at ease. Munching on the snack, he couldn't have cared less about the grim news. Clearing his throat, Blutus asked if that was all, wondering if he had more to say. A wide smile spreading across his face, he thanked Blutus for the mansion, admitting he truly liked it. Observing the food, he noted the chef's unexpected, yet impressive, culinary skill. The chef's creations were devoured with evident gusto. Stroking his beard, the old man seemed to ponder the unfolding situation. Staring at the burning castle, Jack seemed puzzled by his muted reaction to Blutus's death. As the old man rose, he announced his departure, but Blutus quickly asked him to wait a moment. Turning to face Blutus, he looked genuinely surprised. Gesturing to the treats, the old man inquired if his guest was a first year in the swordsmanship major. Mouth still full, he nodded in confirmation. Still chewing, the old man then asked if he'd consider moving to the magic major. Considering the offer, Jack found it interesting, as Blutus revealed the magic tower master had made a personal request. Meanwhile, a woman with long green hair affirmed she wouldn't join lessons, citing an imminent amendment to academy rules. Student council reports indicated others wished to follow his expedient methods, refusing lessons, thus prompting the rule changes. Looking down, the old man seemed lost in thought. Relaxing on the couch, he learned that by next year's second semester, all academy rules would be amended. As they sat, Blutus explained discussions began now, meaning he'd soon have no choice but to attend lessons. Leaning closer, Blutus seemed to have something more to add. Continuing, the old man assured him the required attendance hours would be greatly reduced. Elsewhere, Phelan Valentier scoffed at the very thought of the old man. Despite needing the graduation certificate, he harbored no desire to attend academy lessons. Meanwhile, a different student, surrounded by peers, seemed eager for knowledge. Back with Blutus, Jack considered how other students would cope with a personality like his. Phelan Valentier scoffed, one participation a week? He reminded the old man of his promise to greatly reduce hours. Blutus considered, but still, isn't that far too little? He suggested, perhaps thrice a week would be more feasible. Phelan thought, old man. He declared his zero intention of seriously participating in any academy lessons. Elsewhere, Jack mused there was nothing to learn. With a great master, academy lessons seemed ridiculous. Why even bother joining the academy, then? He hadn't even secured a house near the academy, or anything. An assortment of treats was offered, served by the old man himself. All he truly wanted was the graduation certificate, nothing more. The graduation certificate, he mused. It was called the Academy's treasure depository. In the Teslon Kingdom, the Academy offered more than just a certificate. Spears, shields, and other equipment, imbued with 400 years of history and magic, filled the depository. For generations, graduates chose one piece of equipment from within for their own use. Most decent items were long gone, leaving few, if any, quality swords. Blutus considered what the Duke family used. No, not something so lowly. He'd prepare a knight captain's sword and a staff for him. As the old man sat across from Jack, he explained the depository's contents were far more exceptional than any sword. Meanwhile, an internal monologue revealed Bellamy Cragg, a faithful vassal for 30 years, was firmly on the old man's side. The monologue continued, pondering a suitable disciple for such a faithful vassal. It was revealed this, while for Bellamy, was also the old man's scheme to make Jack one of his own. Jack thought to himself, he's so cute, despite being so old. Jack considered his future, certain of graduation, yet pondering if an earlier completion might prove even more advantageous. Blutus raised an eyebrow, inquiring if the young man sought to skip grades. We'll discuss that later. Let's focus on your major first. The old man mused, weighing the options between 1 and 3 times a week. He then proposed a compromise. How about twice a week? Does that sound acceptable? Jack nodded, accepting the terms, finding no reason to reject such a reasonable offer. Blutus declared, from today, you are officially a first-year magic major. The figure in white, however, declined, stating he would not become the Magic Tower Master's student just yet. A voice questioned why, prompting another to respond that the reason should be obvious. Phelan Valantier, his eyes glowing, remarked on his keen perception for mana users. He observed the immense talent of others, anticipating their future growth. The figure then considered the mana talent he himself possessed. He believed his own talent far surpassed anything others could conceive. The figure found it intriguing that someone possessed the talent to discern gems from mere pebbles. Phelan Valantier gazed thoughtfully into the distant horizon. He declared, I shall make someone a Marquis. The figure then erupted into laughter. Blutus, too, let out a booming laugh. Finding the situation amusing, the figure reiterated his intent to make someone a Marquis. Even if offered freely, a thought echoed. I would never desire such a thing. The Alaves Guild stood tall, its formidable reputation preceding it. It was a place where one could hire hunters, and much more. Phelan Valantier's hand rested on a cold, iron door, its chill a certainty. Hiring a 9-circle mana user, however, demanded a fortune beyond measure. Inside, the room was silent, save for the rhythmic scratching of a quill. The legendary 9-circle mana user remained a figure shrouded in mystery. Cloaked in shadow, he was likely the assassin Dietrich had hired to eliminate him. What if both the hirer and the hired assassin were already dead? A cheerful voice rang out, welcoming him. How may I help you? A hushed conversation followed, a palpable sense of unease settling in. Phelan Valantier, a man with slicked back hair, smiled, requesting an audience with the branch manager, his thoughts consumed by the impending fortune. He continued, assuring her the manager would understand if she mentioned, last night, 9-circle. The blonde woman looked confused, asking for clarification, unsure of his meaning. Realization dawning, she stammered, questioning if he was Phelan Valantier. Before she could react, a hand clamped over her mouth, stifling her cry to stop. Phelan Valantier smiled, observing that she seemed to recognize him. He questioned her surprise. With a sinister grin, he claimed he was merely making a guess. Dietrich's eyes widened in fear, as he was told Phelan wished to speak with him afterward. In a moment of panic, he revealed that an assassin had been hired through this very guild. Phelan Valantier, a figure with red hair, contemplated that Dietrich likely hadn't contacted the assassins directly, but rather sought to strike through this establishment. Considering the implications, he realized that if this were true, the situation was entirely different. A voice demanded the branch manager be brought forth immediately. Leaning forward, he clarified, it must be done within 5 minutes. As the sands of time continued to fall, an hourglass served as a silent, ominous countdown. The woman looked on, her expression a mix of fear and resignation, as Phelan Valantier loomed behind her. A declaration echoed, the Alaves Guild, or whatever it calls itself, will be erased from existence today. The hourglass continued to drain, each grain of sand marking the relentless passage of time towards the guild's inevitable demise. The sands were running out, the hourglass a stark reminder of impending doom. The woman, looking at him, asked, are you serious? Phelan responded, I suppose an explanation is in order. This kingdom boasts many organizations known as guilds. Coins, a scroll, and a dagger were displayed, emphasizing that among these, guilds bearing the adventurer moniker were not mere associations, but specialized agencies. He continued, one could say they are places that primarily provide information. The woman observed the world had indeed changed, wondering what this meant, as he revealed his true purpose, to track the funds Dietrich used to hire the assassin. Remembering the staff member's reaction, he noted their apparent surprise. A chilling realization dawned on Dietrich. She knew him, and more unsettling, she was utterly surprised he still lived. He nodded, confirming her unspoken question. Reasoning swiftly, he concluded that any noble seeking assassination would surely employ an agency. He realized such a direct request would openly declare their lethal intent. A deal was struck, a firm handshake sealing the clandestine agreement. The branch manager had assumed Dietrich met the assassins directly. Now, however, he suspected Dietrich used an agency, making him feel foolish. Whispers spread, everyone staring at Dietrich as if he'd returned from the grave. A smirk played on his lips, a silent, knowing expression of amusement. Considering his would-be killer and those who introduced them, he saw a pattern. He concluded they were all cut from the same cloth. A solitary figure sat, back turned, seemingly lost in profound thought. Arms crossed, a green-haired woman watched with a stern, unyielding expression. Time slipped away, the hourglass a stark reminder of a life already lived. In a dimly lit room, a shadowy figure stood silently in the background. A door creaked open, revealing a young girl with a deeply worried expression. A hand reached out, carefully examining a plump, dark grape. Sitting with a basket of grapes, Avero seemed deeply troubled by something. He hesitated, then turned to address the young girl. Suddenly, a revelation struck. Jack Valentier was here. He looked up, utterly shocked by the sudden news. His eyes narrowed, processing the startling information. Whispers spread, confirming him as the Marquis family's son. A young girl stood, looking up at an unseen figure, unsure if she'd heard the name correctly. A message was delivered, the unseen figure having asked her to relay it. Clutching her chest, the girl recalled the previous night's events, clearly shaken by what transpired. She knew if she didn't deliver someone within 5 minutes, the Alaves Guild would make her pay. The branch manager sat, reflecting on his 34 years of life. He gazed at the documents before him, admitting he'd never seen anything quite like them. The Continental Guild was mentioned, an assassin group led by a 9-circle mana master, known for never failing. 3 figures stood silhouetted against a stark red background, a user among them. He considered the mission's target, wondering if the guild master was involved, and if the target still lived. Dismissing further thought, he corrected himself, wondering if the young master was outside. Time was running out, an hourglass sitting nearly empty. Echoing footsteps grew louder, signaling someone's ascent up the winding stairs. A woman, having been kept waiting, offered her apologies, anticipating the arrival. The figure ascending the stairs finally arrived, meeting their expectant greeters. Extending a hand, a voice warmly welcomed the newcomer to their presence. Stepping forward, Avero offered a polite bow, introducing himself as the Alaves Guild's assembled branch manager. The town lay spread out below, alone, unspoken thought hanging in the crisp air. Relaxing on a chaise lounge, Phelan Valentier waved off some unseen concern, eager to commence business. Looking up, Dietrich inquired if the man was attempting to submit a request. His eyes narrowed, a glint of calculation within them. A bead of sweat rolled down his face, sparkling as if he'd just scented incoming coin. Watching him, he disagreed. Phelan crossed his arms, revealing an attempt on his life last night. 2 figures flanked the man in the foreground, introduced to the task by the Alaves Guild. Looking down, he appeared lost in thought. Nodding, Dietrich agreed, yet felt no guilt, acting as if there was no need to conceal the fact. Against swirling colors, a question hung. Could kingdom law allow adventurer guilds processing fees? Floating coins answered, yeah. Leaning back, he remarked it wasn't phrased exactly so, but that was the crux. Ever composed, he explained their organization operated under kingdom law's protection. The scene shifted, depicting mercenaries and clients, groups needing work, and those seeking to hire for tasks. This, the narration explained, was why adventurer guilds existed, to introduce jobs across the kingdom. The guild, operating as an agency in the Teslan kingdom, kept its master veiled in secrecy. The conclusion was simple. Phelan expressed certainty. Considerable funds were paid to the Pentinel mercenaries who attacked him. His expression darkening, he admitted the exact sum remained unknown. A woman in green stood nearby as Dietrich stated, "That's why I'm here." He elaborated, the money used to hire them was the key. A figure sat, legs crossed, upon a plush couch. Phelan, looking confused, simply asked, "What?" A man's eye, glowing gold, demanded, "I'll get it all myself." A woman in a wide-brimmed hat responded, "I understand, but there's a procedure." Looking slightly annoyed, he stated, "You're trying to hire us." He continued, explaining that as they weren't a normal guild, an official, kingdom-stamped contract was required, not merely a verbal agreement. Dietrich explained, "What I mentioned is in Clause 1. Contract specifics are in Clause 2. His face contorted in anger. He stated the contract required Phelan, the client, to disclose deposit, advance, and processing fee details. He retorted, "It sounds to me like you don't understand." Raising a finger, he asked, "Pardon?" Dietrich stated, "I'm not here to put in a request." A vision appeared, showing his attacker and his helper. A figure stood silhouetted against the sky, their thoughts echoing cold indifference. As a foot came down with force, a voice declared someone was sorely mistaken. High-stacked documents revealed they hadn't rejected his request, but simply made a choice. His eyes burning with rage, Phelan vowed to kill everyone in the guild. His face contorted in fury, he gritted his teeth. "Kingdom laws?" he scoffed, demanding they cease spouting such nonsense. Before they could react, he threatened to bruise their pretty faces. His eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint within them, demanding they find his money. A stark ultimatum, 1 week. The room darkened as Phelan's threat hung heavy. If he lacked his money in 1 week, the Alaves Guild would cease. Towering over the seated figure, he made his presence known. As he was escorted away, a voice called, "Let's go, master." Standing over an unseen figure, he repeated himself, ensuring his message was understood. His expression hardening, Phelan thought he'd conduct his own investigation afterward. Smirking, his eyes gleaming, he asked if they knew what would happen. Towering over someone, he warned them against taking any processing fees from it. Sweat dripping down Dietrich's face, he looked up, a grim understanding of the situation dawning upon him. Wiping his face, he stood before Phelan Valantier, his attention fixed on the antagonist's words. A cat looked up, offering a soft, affirmative meow in response. Above, a grand chandelier hung, casting its light across the chamber. Ascending the stairs, he was closely followed by a woman in a light blue dress. On a nearby table, a delicate scale rested, awaiting its purpose. Her eyes wide with worry, the branch manager was asked if she was all right. Lying on a couch, his face contorted in distress, Dietrich realized accepting this request was driving him to madness. A grip tightened around his throat, a desperate question forming. Could one noble truly assassinate another? A voice seethed with anger, questioning how any sane mind could submit such a request to a guild. Another voice cried out, filled with regret, admitting they too wished to avoid such a task. When the moment arrived, the branch manager, however, found himself deeply reluctant to accept this task. Only a madman, he mused, would dare make such an outrageous demand. Yet, upon reporting to his superiors, a different reality emerged. They swiftly informed him he was obligated to fulfill the future patriarch of House Hermann's request. A mere branch manager, he had no recourse but to obey the directives he was given. Introducing the Continental assassins to Dietrich, the manager believed the matter concluded smoothly. And so, it had come to this, a threat from the youngest son of a lower-ranked Marquis family. Taliso, is that correct? Across from the silver-haired man, his companion pondered if the Marquis was an ally. Clearly agitated, Jack shifted his weight, a restless energy about him. Elsewhere, the name Dietrich Hermann was uttered, a whisper of fate. He was a novice, he mused, yet his other qualities made him question their recruitment choice. Back in the room, the man offered a swift apology, regretting his earlier words. A hand began to tap, a clear sign of growing impatience. Meanwhile, hooded figures gathered, the elite members meant to be near Duke Assemble. There should have been 30, he mused, yet their assassination target remained alive. The tapping persisted, insistent and rhythmic, a drumbeat of frustration. Bentamon, sitting with arms raised, seemed anything but powerless to him. Dietrich reflected on the unknown bounty for Jack Valentier's assassination and the lack of news regarding the assassin's escape. Were they captured? He wondered, just as a voice sharply called out, Taliso. Visibly distressed, he confirmed the grim report with a nod. The name hung heavy as Dietrich Hermann was asked if the fool attended today's ceremony. Shaking his head, he confirmed his absence, then was ordered to recount the detail. The report continued. Only his servants were found at the inn, his bodyguards vanished last night. The Magic Tower Master, seated on the bed, declared Taliso's disappearance deeply strange. He urged them to consider this, outlining a chilling hypothetical scenario. The thought was horrifying, yet Jack Valentier merely laughed. The scene shifted to a bloodied room. It was declared the assassins, pros among pros, could not have escaped. Dietrich Hermann, missing, was now dead, and the Pentinel assassins likely shared his fate. Dietrich Hermann declared the mission a complete and utter failure. Yet, he wondered if it truly had failed. The Magic Tower Master shouted, branding him an idiot, for their target was here, well and alive. Jack Valentier laughed, wondering how he could be perfectly fine after battling those assassins. Even if someone had protected Jack Valentier, even if you asked me that, he should have appeared nervous, being an assassination target. He doesn't look nervous at all. Among the people who entered his symbol recently, there wasn't anyone outstanding. There were a few knights from the Valentier family, but the timing doesn't match up, no? Could they already have someone in the territory? Don't tell me Duke's symbol. Jack Valentier is staying in a separate mansion of Duke's symbol. If Jack Valentier is an important guest of Duke's symbol, it stands to reason that Duke's symbol will get involved. However, the fire that took place in Duke's symbol's prison, he shouldn't have been able to mobilize any of his troops. Contact the branch manager in the Valentier territory. It feels like I'm missing something here. Yes, sir. Ask him for all the information about Jack Valentier. Bring all of it to me. With a cold order given, the search begins for Bentamon's hidden money. Phelan is asked, do you have any other orders? The message speaks of an encrypted letter sent to the higher-ups. The report comes in. Dietrich Hermann's assassination mission has failed. The warning is issued. Be careful, as they suspect that Duke's symbol is protecting Jack Valentier. And elsewhere, a question lingers about who that woman was beside Jack Valentier. The Pentinel assassins are missing. The question is asked, who on earth was that woman beside Jack Valentier? Phelan sits, contemplating the situation. Just now, when their eyes met for just a moment. He thinks, I instinctively. A wave of fear washes over the small creature as it gazes up at the massive beast. Meanwhile, A woman tells Phelan Volunteer not to look into the woman and to do nothing about her at all. The branch manager wonders why Phelan is here. He responds that he's here to see if she's doing good on the written apology, leaving her confused. Luckily, Avero was the type to follow his instincts. Returning home, two figures stood in disbelief, their voices barely a whisper, questioning what lay before them. Charlotte, a young woman with blonde hair, gripped a wooden sword, her expression a mix of determination and frustration. Across from her, Thanos, a muscular man with white hair, held a similar weapon, his stance suggesting years of experience. The air crackled with anticipation, a silent prelude to their clash. The two warriors faced each other, poised to begin their rigorous training. Wooden swords clashed, their sharp reports echoing through the training grounds. Watching from a distance, a young man munched on a snack, observing their movements. They're sparring, not truly fighting, he mused. Nearby, two chicks chirped, seemingly oblivious to the intense training unfolding. A voice mused that both combatants seemed intent on advancing past the first circle. The training continued, the wooden bars of the arena silently bearing witness to their strenuous efforts. The clash of wooden swords echoed, a rhythmic testament to the sparring match's unwavering intensity. Observing the scene, a woman with green hair remarked, even though they aren't truly fighting. Phelan Volunteer, standing beside her, appeared puzzled, inquiring, about what? The woman responded, her gaze fixed on the sparring partners. Does Thanos truly believe he can win against that child from last night? Phelan's expression darkened, a flicker of recognition crossing his face as he recalled, from last night. A realization dawned on him. Ah, of course. She's talking about Hank Beckerman. The woman elaborated, her tone laced with skepticism. You see it. Charlotte has never held a sword before, has she? The woman continued, pointing out Charlotte's awkward stance. She's holding it clumsily, unable to properly distance herself from her opponent. Despite this perceived disadvantage, Thanos found himself being steadily pushed back by her. The sparring continued, its intensity unwavering, as both Thanos and Charlotte maintained their unwavering focus. A voice observed, while it might appear Charlotte is the one being pushed back. The observer concluded, Thanos was actually struggling. For despite his physical strength, he was unable to secure a conclusive victory, much to Charlotte's amusement. Swinging a wooden sword, she aimed a swift strike, but before the blow could land, a sudden interruption occurred. Observing the sparring match, the green-haired woman smiled. Elsewhere, a different conversation was unfolding. A woman's voice cut through the air, asking. A figure declared, his voice firm. The challenge was laid bare, a risky proposition. The woman laughed, questioning if he truly wasn't afraid to make the bet. He then proposed a daring condition. The woman responded, her interest piqued. She wondered how he intended to train that child. He mused, there are countless ways to achieve that. Then, a sudden intervention. Dietrich, stepping between the combatants, urged them to take it easy, effectively halting the sparring match. Thanos, startled, wondered aloud what exactly they had been doing. Wiping his brow, Jack's gaze grew distant, lost in thought. It wasn't anger that stirred within him, nor a desire to punish their spirited clash. Charlotte complimented Thanos, noting his evident talent with swords. He looked genuinely surprised, a pleased smile spreading across his face. Jack mused on their sparring, believing it had happened thrice. Dietrich, intrigued, asked him to repeat that. You attempted to parry his strikes thrice, succeeding on 2 occasions. When faced with an overwhelming disparity in strength, what then? The answer, he knew, was deceptively simple. As the dust settled, it revealed the quiet aftermath of their intense sparring match. Had the intervention not occurred, Charlotte would have landed a decisive strike. A gentle hand patted her head, acknowledging her skill and undeniable talent with a blow. He offered her a small treat, suggesting she eat it before continuing. Gazing out over the sprawling landscape, Jack remained lost in contemplation. He had something important he needed to discuss with the young swordsman. Walking side by side, Dietrich and Charlotte clearly enjoyed each other's company. He wondered where she had acquired such remarkable skill. The garden, now in full bloom, offered a peaceful, fragrant sanctuary. A moment of quiet reflection. Lost just now, weren't you? Avero inquired, receiving a simple, silent confirmation. What a pity, for she possessed not just talent with swords, but a genius for close combat. Turning away, the Magic Tower Master revealed an impressively sculpted physique. A memory flashed, Charlotte realizing the crucial need to parry, to truly turn the tide of battle. The memory continued, showing her executing the precise action, succeeding on 2 occasions. Dietrich mused that she had simply hesitated, unsure how to launch a counterattack. Jack's memory continued, as he considered that had the spar lasted another minute, she would have been on the ground. Turning to Charlotte, he inquired if she was merely stubborn, or perhaps egoistic. He paused, and the young woman, Charlotte, quietly asked for his pardon. Charlotte mused on the inherent smallness of a child's body. She recalled her attempts to parry his relentless attacks. She realized, with a jolt, that she had fully grasped the strength and direction of his every strike. Jack then asked Dietrich what he should have done, receiving an evasive, about that. He mused it was simple. He needed to prevent her easy parries, either by altering his attack directions or varying the force behind them. The Magic Tower Master explained that she had done neither, simply swinging her sword as she'd always trained. A grim realization settled, this wouldn't do. He snarled a lethal command. Die first. A voice, thick with confusion, echoed through the space. Phelan Valantier loomed over the other, the air crackling with tension, demanding to know if he truly shunned proper training, if he lacked the necessary thick skin. Looking up, the young man hesitated, unsure how to respond. The muscular trainer pressed, dismissing the other's protests of imposition, urging him to cease his teasing. A hand landed firmly on his shoulder. He reminded the youth of his earlier words. His face partially visible, he asked if the young man was prepared to die. His eyes wide with shock, Jack could only utter a single word. Phelan's expression hardened, asking if he truly felt the grip of death. His hand gripped the hilt of a wooden sword, ready for the brutal training. The wooden sword lay silent, awaiting its purpose. Having heard the request, he confirmed his readiness. Elsewhere, amidst a garden of roses, a pressing question hung in the air. A woman, her voice laced with desperation, pleaded with Thanos, her master, not to leave her side. Nearby, a voice wondered if the plan involved illusion. Back in the room, he was asked if he intended to create an illusion. A young boy, clearly impressed, declared her truly extraordinary, a sentiment echoed by another. The conversation then turned to the illusion's nature and the immense mana it would require. With a touch, the magic circle began to take shape. The circle glowed, its intricate design becoming clearer. The woman, her expression a mix of concern and curiosity, wondered what this could be. The magic circle continued to expand, covering the ground. The completed circle revealed its purpose, a combination of death rule and illusion, a concept deemed truly interesting. This was a death rule, a 10-circle black magic. It exerted control over a designated space, a black magic changing mana to fit its user's will. It could also force people into a state of panic. And a 9-circle magic, illusion. It created a being that looked like a clone. When combined with death rule, it created something truly interesting, a spell master and I forged in a previous life. A voice called out, "Oh, master, what's the matter?" Thanos responded, "Yes?" It had 10 stages in total. The higher the stage, the stronger the opponent. Phelan mused, "Stage 1? Then declared, "All right, let's begin with the easy one." Kneeling within the magic circle, his hand outstretched, he mused, "If I change it like this." Stage 1. A voice mused that the subject would eventually grasp the magic circle, but only after dying at least 10 times. With a dismissive wave, Phelan Valantier commanded Thanos to proceed. The intricate magic circle hummed, brimming with latent power, poised for activation. A sudden jolt of pain shot through him, beads of sweat forming on his brow. His foot landed squarely on the glowing runes, sealing his grim fate. A sharp cry of agony echoed, as the potent magic took its merciless hold. His legs buckled beneath him, unable to support his failing weight. His eyes glazed over, and he collapsed to the ground, utterly unconscious. A new voice mused, wondering who the illusionary opponent would be. One of them questioned if a fight was imminent. Leaning closer, they began whispering conspiratorially amongst themselves. One of them remarked, a hint of disbelief coloring their tone. Phelan Valantier offered a knowing smirk, a cold glint in his eye. A green-haired girl watched the scene unfold, utterly unimpressed. One observer scoffed, "You're a really nasty kid, aren't you?" Hearing this, the green-haired girl simply shrugged. "I hear that very often." Elsewhere, a lone figure stood within a glowing blue magic circle. A voice echoed in the darkness, wondering about his strange surroundings. The figure remained still, surrounded by the intricate, glowing patterns of the circle. Suddenly, the figure's head snapped back, as if struck by an unseen, brutal force. Stumbling, the figure lost his balance, reeling from the blow. In the darkness, a muscular figure stood, gripping a formidable sword. Below him, the dragon lay prone, his own sword piercing the ground nearby. The muscular figure's eyes glowed with menacing red light, his expression grim. A familiar face came to his mind, the wounded man wondering who he was. He had seen him somewhere before, those piercing eyes. Those eyes, they were utterly unmistakable. Then it hit the dragon, young Master Jack. The memory surfaced, a younger Jack Valantier, shirtless, gripping a glowing sword. This was the training. He remembered the training, the familiar feel of the sword in his hand. He needed to remember his sword. The training, the sword. That moment, when the world seemed to move so slowly. It had almost stopped, and he knew he desperately needed to remember. A sudden, chilling understanding struck Phelan Valantier. His head, he realized, had been cleanly a swift, final deed by the dragon. A heavy silence descended. His eyes wide with terror, he could only gasp, the world closing in around him. A strangled cry escaped him, signaling something terrible was about to unfold. Stumbling backward, he hit the ground hard, the impact jarring his senses. Clutching his head, he struggled to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Heavy footsteps approached, the sound of someone drawing near. Looking up, dazed, Dietrich Hermann stood over him, his face an unreadable mask. Before he could react, a brutal attack slammed into him, purple energy crackling around the assailant. A hand gestured dismissively, a voice musing, "Why the surprise? Did you see a ghost?" Phelan Valantier stood over the seated figure, musing, "What did I see in the magic circle? An illusion." The scene shifted to a smaller setting, as he explained. "It's called illusion magic." A grand building loomed as he continued. "You lack experience. You've never truly risked your life in a fight, have you?" The scene changed to a serene garden, and he confirmed, yes. A vision of a younger, more muscular figure appeared, representing his 18-year-old self. Jack Valantier looked on, remarking, you know it after fighting him, but I'll still say it. The younger figure, bathed in light, declared, you'll spar with the me from my past life. A close-up revealed a determined expression, as he warned, the longer you last against him. He continued, emphasizing, the stronger you'll become. If you lack talent, use experience. A bell tower stood tall as he laid out the plan. He'll only use sword techniques, no magic, and up to 1 circle mana. Jack Valantier looked up, understanding dawning. Try to defeat him. I understand, but your past life? He realized he hadn't mentioned regressing from his past life. Phelan chuckled, deciding to explain later, wondering if Jack lacked confidence. He closed his eyes, lost in thought. He vowed to defeat him, as he once had. The feeling of death was vivid. Normally, after 10 deaths, one's mind would shatter. But Thanos was different. He wasn't saying this out of compassion. He genuinely thought highly of him. He was someone who would swing his sword daily, even with cracked bones or sore muscles. When asked previously, he'd stated that, save for sleep and meals, he always swung his sword. The problem was he wielded tremendous mental fortitude and amazing talent. Something was unfolding in a truly bizarre manner. This monstrous guy's task was to experience endless death. Endless death. He would learn from his older, deceased self, surpassing Beckerman. Because I will make it happen. Dietrich, however, inquired when Jack would cease his formal address, prompting Jack to seek his pardon. Initially, he confessed he'd only intended to toy with him, like a pet chick. But his mind had shifted with time. He now desired him to be more than a pet, to truly join his people. He then instructed, you're acting too stiff. Just call me boss from now on. Hearing this, Dietrich mused that boss might not be the most fitting term. Gazing up at him, Dietrich inquired if my lord would be acceptable. Responding to the question, Jack permitted him to use that title if it brought him more comfort. Turning back to face him, he appeared lost in contemplation. A slight smile played upon his lips as he pondered his decision. His smile widened, responding, yes, my lord. I'll be in your care, my lord. Dietrich recalled Jack's words. Wait for me, come along quickly. He wondered, did I do something wrong? He remembered waiting for him after the lecture, yet he never appeared, even after a long vigil. Recalling the tall man's training plans, Dietrich yearned to learn directly, not merely observe. Just then, Jack arrived. Though he offered praise, something felt undeniably strange. Dietrich realized Jack seemed subtly angered. He wondered if sparring without permission caused it, resolving to apologize upon his return. With a simple farewell, one figure departed, leaving the other to ponder a new thought. A sudden realization dawned upon her, her eyes widening in profound surprise. Her expression mirrored the shock, a sharp gasp escaping her trembling lips. A sudden shift in perspective, the world seemed to tilt around her. Falling to her knees, she cried out, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were coming. Her face contorted in fear, the blonde-haired figure's eyes darted around frantically. The name echoed in the silence, a heavy weight of unspoken meaning settling upon the air. A figure stood cloaked in shadow, their face an unknowable void, utterly devoid of light. A memory surfaced, a child embraced by a woman, a voice whispering of an uncle, who was merely a dragon, playing with her and her mother like toys. The sentiment was clear, a deep-seated loathing, a burning hatred for such creatures. Yet, the boss had spoken these very words. She, however, was different from Velactus Machiavelli. In stark contrast, two figures lay prone, their fates seemingly intertwined in the dust. Crimson stained the scene, a life extinguished in a widening pool of dark blood. Standing over the fallen, a figure loomed, their expression utterly unreadable in the dim light. A hand reached out, a gesture of either comfort or insidious control. A soft sigh escaped her lips, barely audible. Finding comfort in a warm embrace, she was held tightly, almost protective. Meanwhile, a thought lingered. The boss still hadn't revealed everything to them. She reflected, realizing she hadn't even tried to understand the other's ordeal. But then, the memory of a beautiful stained glass ceiling came to mind. In the kitchen, a voice wondered aloud, where is Shell? With a sharp sizzle, an egg was fried on the pan. The cooks were hard at work, diligently preparing a hearty meal. One cook asked if the other would like to eat, since they were there, receiving an agreement. Remembering his words to her, a decision was made. The two embraced, yet someone wondered why they were hugging in this place. A man wondered if they had grown close so quickly, but the woman mused it was more accurate to say one had drawn closer to the other. Lost in thought, Dietrich stroked his chin, something clearly weighing heavily on his mind. Nearby, two figures embraced, Charlotte looking as though she might cry, while Shell trembled in her arm. Clearing her throat, a presence made itself known. Running towards them, a voice cried out, Boss, I am so sorry. Observing the scene, he seemed to be deep in thought, his gaze distant. On the floor, a lone figure knelt, head bowed. Turning to him, she seemed to be in conversation, her voice low. Carrying the girl, she was told to get up, while Shell pleaded, Please let me go. Nearby, something glinted, catching the eye of an observer. Deep below, a chained figure stirred, appearing strangely unsettling. Still carrying Shell, she was reminded that yesterday the girl was full of hatred, but today, she had become utterly different. Watching the scene unfold, the observers seemed to be patiently waiting for something more. After all, she must have endured much within the experimental lab's confines. With a slight tremble, a hesitant hand reached out. Ready to start again, Dietrich positioned Charlotte for another practice strike. Looking up at him, she asked if he was upset that she had apologized. She admitted thinking he was angry because she trained without his permission. He insisted it was time to start again, apologizing profusely as he spoke. He thought to himself, there was no need for her permission, wondering why he would be angry. He assured her, even if she hit his head with a wooden sword, he would never get mad. He continued, clarifying he wasn't suggesting that, then asked if she wasn't angry, admitting he was just sad Thanos wasted his training efforts. A sly smile crept across his face as he considered his next move. Having confirmed her talent for swordsmanship, Dietrich suggested they try magic training later that night, someone shouting their agreement. His eyes gleaming, he pondered what this new endeavor would bring. The previous night's events seemed to have taken a toll, as Charlotte lay in bed, looking pale and utterly exhausted. A chef presented a steak, hoping to tempt her appetite, but Dietrich seemed more concerned with her well-being than the meal. Her eyes barely open, she appeared to be struggling desperately to stay awake. His brow furrowed with worry. He asked if someone was trying to eat her up. A memory surfaced, a vision of a dragon-like creature, chained and wounded, hinting at the source of Charlotte's profound distress. Mumbling incoherently, she looked increasingly unwell, her face paling. The camera panned to a large window, a silent observer to the unfolding drama within. A dark aura surrounded them, a visual representation of the encroaching, insidious threat. His expression grave, Dietrich wondered if a demon was truly involved. Gently placing a hand on her shoulder, he asked if she spoke of the world's destruction. The chilling words she uttered were the last left by the ancient Third Dragon Lord. The scene shifted to a full moon, a symbol of time and fate, marking a span of 400 years. Long ago, there lived a formidable third-generation Dragon Lord. That immense power, surpassing even the fourth and fifth Dragon Lords, revolted against its master's wishes. It tried to kill her, but, naturally, it was killed by her. He could see the future using soul power, leaving his final words before death. In the near future, a demon shrouded in darkness will change the land and the sky, bringing about utter destruction to the world. So, a chilling voice declared, I am the demon shrouded in darkness, and you're scared that I will destroy the world. With a chilling declaration, Phelan revealed himself as the demon shrouded in darkness. A sinister smile played on his lips, as he questioned if the third young lord feared his world-destroying power. A bead of sweat trickled down his face, admitting the truth of his terrifying claim. Looking down, the young lord dismissed the prophecy as utter nonsense. He repeated himself, growing agitated, calling the notion of destruction utter nonsense. His eyes widened, but the third young lord screamed, declaring it had never been his prophecy. Phelan smirked, enjoying the reaction, admitting he liked her energy. He chuckled, suggesting the young lord's parents heard it wrongly, as the prophecy was entirely fabricated. He stood shocked, realizing it had all been a cruel joke. In a flashback, a dragon loomed large over a crowd, its presence worshipped by the people below. Back in the present, the young lord's hand clenched, his expression unreadable. Sitting across from him, Phelan observed, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. The third young lord's eyes widened slightly, unease creeping into his voice as he asked if Phelan intended to eat him. He dismissed the notion, claiming he disliked the taste of dragons. A sinister glint flashed in his eyes, implying intentions far deeper than he let on. He leaned forward, his voice laced with subtle threat, mentioning lunchtime approached, and he expected complete honesty. The scene shifted to a plate of steak, as the third young lord inquired about its taste. The girl hesitated, a bead of sweat trickling down her face, her expression betraying true feelings. Despite her apprehension, she forced a smile, declaring it delicious. A blonde child piped up, suggesting steak for lunch, yet desiring something different from breakfast. Phelan assured them new dishes would arrive tomorrow, hinting at a novel type of steak. He looked on with a slight smile. A small child suggested they eat delicious food and cheer up together. Someone wondered if introductions had been made. A woman introduced Charlotte, adding she would eventually become the vampire queen. A voice declared the child would become the sixth dragon lord. Looking down, she wondered how she dared dream of becoming a dragon lord. Pointing, Phelan indicated Thanos, promising a proper introduction during lunch. Someone exclaimed their enthusiasm, then was asked to tell Guinness to prepare lunch. A hand reached out, grabbing a skewer of food. The group stood together, considering their next step. Charlotte suggested, let's go together. The child agreed, simply saying, okay. A young girl offered a simple, sure. You sure are great at lying, a disembodied voice declared, its tone laced with sarcasm. Ancient prophecies spoke of a unique third dragon lord, unlike any before him. This extraordinary being, diverging from tradition, wielded soul aura instead of mana. He channeled this potent soul aura solely to enhance his formidable mental abilities. His prophecies, though brief, were always remarkably precise. Predicting tomorrow's rain or a conflict the day after, none of his pronouncements ever proved false. Yet, among all his visions, only one remained unfulfilled, a chilling premonition. A demon shrouded in darkness, it foretold, will twist land and sky, bringing ruin to the world. Charlotte, wearing a large hat, inquired if he believed she would destroy the world. Looking down, a smirk playing on his lips, Phelan Valantier mused that she was the only one capable of even considering such destruction, though he doubted the prophecy's truth. If that prophecy holds true, he mused, I'd have destroyed the world in my previous life. Hearing her question, he simply responded, I didn't. A vision of destruction filled his mind, a figure shrouded in red, standing amidst flames, admitting to bringing down only one country. The scene shifted to the aftermath, the figure lying dead amidst the utter devastation. A question echoed, wondering if he had truly died. He admitted, however, that he hadn't wanted to live anymore either. The woman from his vision reappeared in his thoughts, making him muse that perhaps the demon wasn't him, but another. Master, a voice called out, prompting him to ask, what is it? A complex pattern emerged, declaring that fate, or the future, was not set in stone. A vision of two figures appeared, accompanied by words, a fight would erupt, somewhere, to defy the prophecies. A street scene unfolded, the narration urging them to halt the rain and quell all impending conflicts. With that, the scene faded to black. As a hand reached for a dark object, a voice declared, the future is definitely not set in stone. Ominous words echoed, stating, if Master is fated to live but 13 more years, then so it shall be. Nearby, Charlotte stood in her large sun hat, beside Guinness, whose expression remained unreadable. Elsewhere, Phelan Valantier sat with a sly grin, clearly plotting something nefarious. From a distance, a chibi figure cried out, promising fury if anything befell their master, begging them to wait. In a bustling kitchen, a chef added wine to a dish, as someone commented on the other's distracting presence. With everyone now assembled, the host suggested the younger guests introduce themselves, fostering new connections. Holding a piece of meat aloft on his fork, Thanos declared himself 17 years of age. Smiling brightly, Charlotte chimed in, announcing her age as 11 years. With a slight pout, Shell then revealed herself to be 10 years old. A gentle smile gracing his lips, another young man stated he was 14, at least outwardly. Scanning the table, he mused this was essentially a gathering of young, fledgling talents. Gazing at the feast, he admitted the cooking surpassed all his expectations. Having inquired moments ago, he learned the chef had served as head palace cook for 4 years. Realizing this, he acknowledged more talent resided here than he had initially perceived. Ron ate, a thought crossing his mind that he might need to remain ever vigilant. He continued to eat, savoring the meal. Charlotte then asked if he wasn't dipping his steak in blood today. Shell whispered something to her, a hushed confidence shared. Thinking to herself, she surmised it was due to her concern that Shell might fear blood. The group continued their meal in comfortable silence. She offered Shell some food, which he gratefully accepted. Ron mused, realizing this was the experience of having students under his tutelage. The woman settled into her seat. He was then asked why he wasn't engaging in any training. The woman and he sat in a contemplative silence. He mused that 2 circles were enough for him. Taking a bite of his food, he appeared utterly unconcerned. He recalled a similar situation, noting it was the same with Philactus Machiavelli. The scene then shifted, transitioning to another memory within the Adventurer Guild. A character with animal ears questioned, Philactus? He pondered, questioning if it was wrong to trust no one but himself. He reflected on the body's age, believing that with time, any such barrier could be overcome. A figure, enveloped in a blue aura, appeared to be deep in a meditative state. A voice encouraged him, suggesting he could achieve 3 circle now, and perhaps even 4 circle. In a serene garden setting, 2 figures stood, one questioning, am I wrong? One of them drank from a glass, their expression remaining utterly unreadable. A voice stated the body's age was crucial, admitting they were still a growing child. A figure, cloaked in red, stood tall, noting how everything differed from previous lives, even limb length. The variations in his blood vessel length and size were, of course, natural. Furthermore, the capacity of his heart also presented a distinct difference. Reflecting, he recalled that at Thanos' age, he would form a circle whenever free. He knew he needed to exercise greater caution. He recalled that an attack, while forming a circle, would shatter it, inflicting a profound and painful shock. Someone asked, so, you fear exposure in an isolated room? The man, the master, mused, danger, until the circle is complete, yes? You truly perceive all. He remembered regressing to his 14-year-old body within their family estate. The first place he formed a circle was its prison. He considered the isolated room, a place no one could easily visit. He recalled that afterward, upon forming his second circle, he remembered a time when he had offered protection. Elsewhere, Phelan Valantier sat, contemplating the person he trusted most. A figure vowed to protect their master, currently trapped within a doll's form. They declared, lacking the luxury of time to slowly form circles. It was the one day each month when their master could revert to her true form. Back with Phelan Valantier, he mused to himself that it was indeed dessert time. Scoffing, the figure considered it a joke to need a student's protection. He remembered, this rare opportunity came only once a month. Thinking, he resolved to fulfill his duties as master today. The figure declared their unwavering protection. Urging them on, he commanded them to form their circle. Jack's suggestion was met with an audible groan. Phelan declared he already had plans for the day. He explained a famous troupe performed at the Assemble Theater, tickets already purchased. He mused his plan was to watch it, despite today being a rare chance for his human form. Slamming a hand down, Jack insisted on fulfilling his master's role. He laughed, wondering if his student dared decline. Phelan admitted he couldn't possibly win against her. With little time remaining, there was no helping it. Following that decision, Phelan exclaimed, suggesting they all attend the theater tonight. The group murmured, questioning the sudden theater proposal. The Alaves Guild stood, an imposing structure. Opening on a grand staircase, a question lingered. How much was it again? Elsewhere, a noble had reportedly paid 50,000 gold to eliminate a family's young master. A sinister smile crept across the man's face, malice glinting in his eyes. His expression shifted, realizing it was Herman's young patriarch. A dismissive tone filled the air, deeming the target a total nut job. That staggering sum, Dietrich Herman had paid to silence Jack Valantier forever. To put it in perspective, a Viscount family's annual expenditure barely reached 30,000 gold. Even as the Herman family's young patriarch, could he truly secure such a colossal loan instantly? All for the assassination of a single individual? He had borrowed 20,000 gold using the Herman name, but the remaining sum remained a mystery. Yet, he instantly procured the additional 30,000, completing the 50,000 gold payment. Could it be? Had he resorted to peddling forbidden drugs? Or was it not so simple? Noble scions indulging in drugs and illicit entertainment was, regrettably, a common affair. However, when such vices became a structured business, that was truly unusual. Typically, these were mere hobbies for a dissolute noble. But for the Herman family, the situation was starkly different. Dietrich wasn't operating alone. Their findings revealed a vast enterprise involving the entire family. Jack sat reclined, listening intently to the unfolding details. He found this revelation profoundly interesting. So Dietrich was merely a figurehead, the Herman family truly pulling the strings? Dietrich stood before a formidable, imposing building. With supply routes spanning the entire country, the operation's true scale was immense. Could they not discern it from the documents? Dietrich leaned forward, a challenge in his eyes. I can tell. So tell me how. Jack admitted they hadn't found the answer, wondering if deeper investigation was warranted. Dietrich remained utterly silent. The scene shifted to a clandestine business, dealing in forbidden drugs. The implications were chilling. Only a duke or imperial family could orchestrate such a vast, illicit enterprise. Hearing this, Dietrich rose abruptly, his expression hardening. Turning to Jack, he pressed, "What matters now is the assassination money. Did you find it?" Jack hesitated, then admitted, "Half." With that, the truth solidified. The assassination had failed, and the Pentinel assassins were all dead. Elsewhere, a group discussed the fallout, knowing they wouldn't be left alone as intel agents dug for information. Focus shifted to Benamon, who had meticulously split and hidden his funds, yet half had been recovered. Dietrich, feigning nonchalance, declared his hunger, asking Jack to procure his lunch as well. Jack sighed, instructing him, "All right, go find that money as soon as possible." He then questioned, "Why are we keeping this matter from the higher-ups?" The scene settled on Benamon, his expression utterly unreadable. His eyes narrowed. Benamon meticulously reread the document. Turning from the silver-haired man, Dietrich assured him they hid nothing. Explaining his efforts to settle matters, Dietrich claimed he was acting to prevent any losses or inconveniences for the higher-up. With open arms, Martin welcomed Benamon, the branch manager. Requesting 10 loaves of bread to take away, he was assured they would be ready soon. Thinking to himself, he questioned why the truth was hidden from the higher-ups, a secret he knew he couldn't keep. He recalled Jack Valentier's deadly serious intent to kill him. His eyes glowing, Benamon knew he must find that money to keep his head. Considering whether to report to the higher-ups, the branch manager decided it could wait. Acknowledging his mere status, he saw no reason to risk his life for guild loyalty. A ginger cat rubbed against his leg, purring contentedly. He found it lovely, admitting he, the branch manager, had never met the guild's higher-ups. He knew neither their ages nor their genders. The only certainty was that it wasn't a single individual. A smirk played across Dietrich's lips. He overheard a warning. The branch manager mustn't feed that cat. Yet, from the very beginning, the request to subjugate the monster forest had been strange. Although he felt a pang of sorrow for those risking their lives in that distant forest, he took a bite of bread. This was no longer a simple subjugation. Though confined, the monster's true nature remained unchanged. And war, inevitably, brought chaos to society. Meanwhile, someone was distributing goods, instructing everyone to take one. The Alaves Guild proved stronger than expected. As the loyalist faction, they could easily manipulate the kingdom's situation. Protected by royal law, this was a natural outcome. Through this unnecessary subjugation, they could drastically reduce mana users, thereby increasing the king's noble support. But why? Had the guild allied with them? Suspicious events were mounting. A heavy silence. Dietrich Herman mumbled to himself. The name echoes in the silence, a question hanging heavy in the air. Dietrich Herman. A delicate hand presents a beautiful, yet sinister arrangement, a business built on the sale of forbidden drugs. The voice muses, there's simply no way such an enterprise could flourish without the kingdom deliberately turning a blind eye. Lost in thought, the figure remains prone. The question arises, did they really install the good-for-nothing Dietrich as the figurehead? The speaker scoffs, and give him 300,000 gold for that? The implications sink in. meaning they're raking in at least millions in profits. More importantly, the camera pans to a building. The woman states, that information is something even our own agents could uncover in a day, though. The prone figure laments. What's worse is that even I don't know about it. Certain that something isn't right, Dietrich lies prone, convinced that the truth is being intentionally covered up among the guild's higher-ups. That's why, he realizes, they asked him to accept Dietrich's assassination request previously. The reason why the higher-ups are moving so secretly, he thinks, trailing off. Raising their glasses, one of the men declares that the money is the slush fund of the higher-ups, but another voice disagrees. Elsewhere, row upon row of armored soldiers stand ready, as a voice wonders if they are preparing for war, suggesting the funds are for a military purpose. Back in the room, Dietrich wonders if the money is from the higher-ups. He considers if it's from a higher-ranking person who is looking after the higher-ups, deciding that this is definitely not funds for the subjugation of monsters. Meanwhile, a voice declares that the forest subjugation is being funded mainly by Count Mantis. Elsewhere, a woman in a red dress stands near a window, her expression unreadable. Back in the room, Dietrich wonders why and what the money is for. His brow furrowed, he appears troubled. Recently, it feels like someone has intentionally weakened this city's fighting force. No, this country's fighting force. There's been a huge spike in drug distribution and criminal activity, forcing the city to hire extra mercenaries for security. This isn't him just overthinking things, not on top of everything else. He thinks it was about 2 years ago, when rumors started circulating. The Tulkun Empire, allegedly conducting experiments using dragons. While dragons are said to be extinct, that's just what the books tell us. Like how there's no smoke without fire, there's a reason why rumors exist. He tried to look into it once he heard that rumor, but the higher-ups contacted him. They told him, don't investigate the recent rumors involving the Tulkun Empire. If that was just a mere rumor, why would they need to ask him not to investigate it? There wouldn't have been a need for them to ask him not to investigate it, if it was just a rumor. This is just his intuition, but this situation feels way too similar to the previous one. He needs to stop thinking about it, but this is the instinct of someone who makes a living off information. Because this uneasiness is swallowing him up. With just the information he has, this is the story Dietrich can come up with. Considering the highest ranks of the Alaves Guild, he begins to rethink his strategy. The buildings are either from the Tulkun Empire, or extremely close to it, and is controlling the flow of I-formation. Let's rethink this, experiments using dragons. Then where do the researchers find the dragons? A possible habitat for the dragons would be the forest of monsters. If the true objective of the subjugation army is to find traces of dragons, that is very likely. The Tulkun Empire is totally fine with using the soldiers of another country as expendables. They'll be cheering if there are good results. And even if there aren't any results, they still stand to profit since the forces of this country would be diminished. Dietrich's mind races. The on-site presence is likely from the Tulkun Empire. He rises abruptly, the weight of his thoughts pressing down on him. If his guess is right, the Tezlon kingdom won't last for long. A kingdom that looks normal on the outside, but has already become a colony of the Tulkun Empire. In that case, what are they really after? A realization dawns on him, the pieces falling into place. It could be war, a conflict that will engulf the continent. And also this place, which is falling apart helplessly. The Tezlon kingdom, this is a very likely scenario. The higher-ups of the Alaves Guild and the high-ranking officials of this kingdom are definitely hardliners of the Tulkun Empire. And their goal is to unite the continent. If so, how much more time is left? 20 years? 30 years? He can't help but disagree with the assessment. Knowing full well, this will take far longer than 10 years. But when that time comes, will there even be a place for him? A place for him in this guild? Once the rabbit is caught, a hunting dog no longer exists. Tears well in his eyes, as the weight of the future settles on his shoulders. He needs to find a new rope to hang on to, one that is sturdy. A new path, a new purpose. One that he can climb without it snapping, a future he can build. A lone figure sat, bathed in ethereal light, at the heart of a glowing array. An unsettling silence descended, broken only by the ominous creaking of ancient stone. Nearby, 3 young girls stood together, their expressions utterly unreadable. One of them pondered silently, who is he? Bathed in a cold, unforgiving light, the figure's face twisted with palpable disdain for humanity. A dark ritual unfolded, culminating in the taking of her blood. Chained and bound, a mighty dragon was held captive, its body pierced by magic-imbued iron poles. He recoiled in disbelief, finding it impossible to fathom any affection for such beings. The masked figure recalled a memory. His savior had been a human. A young woman stood alone, her face etched with profound sorrow. It began with a single hand, glowing with an unknown, potent energy. But that was not all. There was more to the story. Little was known about the foreign essence residing within her body. And so, she was cast into the desolate wilds of Tulkun. At first, she wondered what strong humans consumed, even questioning if they ate dragons. You only save me to eat me later, right? However, this particular human sought nothing from her. A contemplative face stared out into the distance. The dragon was gently petted. She mused, a kind person like him couldn't be a demon or world destroyer. The prophecy of the Third Lord must be fabricated. She realized he possessed only a human body. Yet, he formed the 3rd circle around his heart in an hour, then the 4th in the next. After 2 more hours, the mysterious process continued. Bathed in a soft, ethereal glow, Jack sat in quiet contemplation, his expression unreadable. Eyes wide with shock, Charlotte exclaimed in disbelief, while her companion gushed over his abilities. Observing the incredible sight before her, Shell could only offer a simple, understated reaction. The green-haired woman raised her voice, telling her there was no need to be so uptight. Placing a calming hand on her arm, the green-haired woman urged her to calm down. Her expression a mix of awe and concern, she remained utterly speechless. Looking off, the green-haired woman remarked they were exceptionally talented, urging someone to take a good look. Still sitting in meditation, he remained utterly at peace. Focusing on the magical circles forming around him, he seemed to create the most ideal form. Observing the scene from afar, Thanos noted that even circles possessed varying levels of power. Gazing at the structure before him, Avero wondered if she truly was human. Her gaze intense, Shell declared that she was a demigod. Her eyes glowing with an eerie light, she wondered if she was a monster. As the child sits on the stairs, a voice explains that each circle is very solid and they're all in harmony with each other. The voice continues, describing the kind of state where mana has become one with his body is also called mana coalescence. The voice adds that if one becomes able to control that perfectly, they'd reach the state known as the pinnacle phase. Approaching the child, Shell is greeted with a nervous, "Why yes, ma'am." Placing a hand on the child's head, Shell assures her that she's worrying over meaningless things. The child wonders if she was thinking about who Shell and her student are. Shell responds that she knows a little. Shell states that she can tell the child about who she is, but she can't tell her about him. She guesses it's because she's an outsider. Closing her eyes, Shell admits that even she doesn't know much about him. The child remains silent, seemingly lost in thought. Embracing the child, Shell says, "Very well, just what happened to you in the experimental lab?" Holding the child close, Shell offers comfort. Shell is seen with the child, her expression gentle as she offers reassurance. The scene shifts to a character in a grand hall, bathed in light, as a voice echoes, "As long as you're with him." The child looks up, their eyes wide with a mix of fear and hope, as the voice continues, "No one will be able to harm you in this world." Tears welling in their eyes, the child manages a small, "Okay." The scene transitions to a distant view of a majestic castle, its towers reaching towards the sky, a symbol of protection and strength. Another view of the castle, this time bathed in the warm hues of sunset, suggesting a time of peace and reflection. Against the backdrop of a full moon, a voice muses, "It might sound like I'm bragging, but this is definitely unprecedented in history." The character reflects on their own capabilities, wondering, was my body always this capable? A figure stands in a corridor, surrounded by a faint blue glow, thinking, I did think I was pretty fast when I made the circle in the prison, or when I was in front of Rod. The figure is now surrounded by swirling energy, their thoughts turning to the source of their power, as they consider, but this isn't just because my energy is pure due to my young age. The energy intensifies, enveloping the figure, as they question, could it be because of the soul aura? A visual representation of the soul aura appears, a vibrant blue flame, a power beyond ordinary mana. The swirling energies coalesce, as Shell reflects that he'd naturally be able to control mana proficiently, since he already knows how to control soul aura proficiently. So then, he muses, observing the town square below, perhaps something could be done here. From a balcony overlooking the square, a blonde woman realizes that he can become even stronger since he already knows how to control soul aura in this life, prompting her companion to exclaim in awe. A smirk plays on his lips, as the purple-haired man seems to be enjoying the spectacle. Seriously, the blonde woman thinks, wondering if she'll be able to become stronger than in her past life. A question hangs in the air. Am I really going to destroy the world, or what? The grand hall pulsed with life, guests dancing and reveling in the joyous festivities. Others watched on, their applause echoing for the performers. A young girl clapped along, her face alight with unbridled joy. A young man observed, a thoughtful expression on his face, wondering how she'd grown so close to their master. Nearby, another figure murmured, I never thought the dragon kid would laugh like this. He continued, I truly believed she had forgotten how to laugh. Elsewhere, Dietrich considered staying to train, but a companion urged, let's go. He mused, had I known this would be so popular, I'd have insisted Thanos join us. He continued to muse. I left him, as he refused to come. Becoming the continent's strongest swordsman is no easy feat. Crossing his arms, he thought, the show isn't to your liking, is it? He smiled, observing the girl's joy, and quietly remarked, is that so? The performance ended, yet emotions lingered, a testament to the show's profound impact. A sly smile played on Phelan Valentier's lips, wondering if Bahamut spoke of Christine, the theater's fan. A chuckle escaped Dietrich, asking if his companion found the story amazing. Nearby, others remained captivated, one musing on the female lead's phantom role. The masked figure embraced his companion, yet Eric seemed lost in thought. He let out a small laugh, then paused, a hint of uncertainty clouding his expression. A predatory glint in his eyes, he suggested they go get their dinner. Observing the departing crowd, one attendee noted people were already leaving, then was cut off. You always change the topic when cornered, they said, agreeing to depart. Under the starlit sky, the building stood tall, its windows glowing with warm light. Inside a cozy tavern, laughter filled the air, patrons enjoying their drinks and meals. A bell rang, announcing a new arrival. The server approached, asking their number and if they desired a takeaway portion. Inside the tavern, the scene was set. A hearty meal awaited. At a nearby table, a group reflected on their recent fun, agreeing it had been a good time. Avero gave a slight smile, his expression remaining unreadable. His eyes widened slightly, exclaiming how long it had been. A woman with hair in a bun greeted him, calling out, "Avero?" The man seemed surprised, his expression questioning. The group at the table watched, observing the interaction. Avero stood next to the woman, looking down at another man. He stated he hadn't expected to meet the man here, asking if he was sure he wasn't tailing him. He laughed, claiming he was merely there for his meal, as no agent would tail so obviously. The man looked down, retorting that he should be busy seeking his money, though half was found. He approached the table, the man commenting on his speed. He replied it was his job, joining them casually. A man with blonde hair gave a slight smirk. A man, his expression playful, leaned forward. "You look like you want something from me," he observed. Nearby, a plate laden with eggs and crisp bacon rested on a table. The man, a sly smile playing on his lips, rested his head on his hand. He agreed, a hearty laugh rumbling from his chest. Shifting scenes, a woman appeared, enveloped by a vibrant sea of red roses, a single word echoing, "Master." Indeed, her presence was said to be undeniably eye-catching wherever she went. "Beautiful lady," someone exclaimed, their gaze fixed upon her. Another, observing her, expressed a desire for the honor of dining with her, while a silent thought dismissed him as merely playing a phantom role. Her face, in close-up, revealed the faintest hint of a smile. Apologizing softly, she explained that she was unavailable today. The man noted her existing plans, expressing hope they could go out together next time. Inquiring about her origins, Jack asked which family she hailed from. Leaning in close, she simply responded with a quiet, enigmatic hey. The tension thickened between them, her gaze fixed intently on him. Elsewhere, a voice echoed, urgently calling out for Apollo. The call for Apollo intensified, suggesting a growing, desperate urgency. He declared he wouldn't pay for such help, but she retorted, not seeking money, merely disliking the sight of his actions. Regarding the money, he promised to visit her soon to discuss it further. He then invited someone to join them, suggesting they eat together. Dietrich observed Jack's eyes silently asking for approval, admitting he would indeed like that as well. He then asked if the young man had money, prompting him to ask for a pardon. Reminded that it wouldn't be free, he declared he wouldn't buy food for strangers older than himself. Left utterly speechless, he appeared to be in considerable distress. Mulling over the sudden situation, he realized he desperately needed money. A lavish feast, fit for royalty, lay spread before Dietrich. Enjoying the meal, he was encouraged to partake as much as he desired. As he ate, a voice remarked upon his excellent care of the children. He continued to eat. Between bites, Dietrich was asked why he had accepted the request. Chewing thoughtfully, he recalled instructions from the higher-ups. Elsewhere, a figure smirked, their intentions remaining unclear. Returning to the meal, Dietrich was pressed. "Are you merely a limb?" The question hung, the word limbs echoing in the silence. At his desk, Dietrich reflected, realizing he was merely a convenient tool to them. "Not easy for you, is it?" The man across from him mused, reminding him he'd found half his money, pressing for the total. 500,000 gold, willing to kill for that. It's not even 50,000. Does that idiot possess a talent for earning money? How did he acquire 500,000 gold? Apparently, he managed several businesses. The two men continued their meal. "You were testing me, weren't you?" one asked. "Why do you say that? Your answer is too vague. You're gauging my response, aren't you? Regarding the Dietrich family's several businesses, there's more to them. I cannot divulge that information." Continuing his demand, he questioned if permission to speak had been granted, ordering him to finish his food first. The other man recoiled as Dietrich declared he'd pay half the bill. With a smug look, he stated he wouldn't buy food for older strangers. Pointing out 5 present, the man questioned paying only a fifth. Dietrich simply replied, "Nope." He justified his demand, explaining he ordered all the food for himself. Since the man joined his table, he owed half. A forced laugh escaped the man, questioning if that wasn't too ridiculous. Grasping his shirt, he visibly restrained his anger. Sweat trickled down his face as Dietrich asked if he had anything to say. Trying to defuse the situation, the man assured him he was joking and would pay for the meal. With a sinister smile, Dietrich told him to accept it as a present for his journey to the afterlife. The man thought, hoping his money would transform into a different kind of present. In a chibi form, Dietrich laughed, finding it all so fun, while the man realized he'd been truly joking before. A full moon hung in the sky, casting an ethereal glow over the world below. Amidst scattered plates and meal remnants, a stark declaration echoed. "It's time." Her gaze intense, a figure adorned with an ornate brooch emanated an aura of quiet power. Back in the dining area, a flurry of activity surrounded a table laden with dishes, yet the atmosphere had shifted, now charged with unspoken tension. His eyes wide with disbelief, Phelan Valentier struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. A silent, heavy pressure seemed to descend upon the scene, making the air thick. The weight of the moment became almost palpable, pressing down on them all. A small figure, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding tension, remained still and observant. Confusion etched on his face. He struggled to grasp the situation, wondering what on earth had just happened. The small figure then looked up, their expression remaining utterly unreadable. Holding the childlike figure close, Dietrich declared his intent to keep the matter private, regardless of others' opinions. His eyes wide with fear, Phelan Valantier gasped, overwhelmed by what he was witnessing. The small figure, eyes wide with uncertainty, seemed to be pondering something deeply. At the dining table, the atmosphere thick with unspoken words, he simply uttered, "Okay." A voice, seemingly from nowhere, echoed, "The secret between me and Master." Silhouetted against the moon, Phelan Valantier mused that no one would believe the truth, rendering its secrecy irrelevant. He then stated his intention to take his leave. Turning to leave, he was seen walking away from the gathering. Waving goodbye, Dietrich held the small figure close. Holding the small figure, he was asked, "Said what?" The group watched as he departed, their gazes following him. The small figure pondered if what he felt was merely instinct. A dark figure loomed, its presence casting a long, ominous shadow. A disembodied hand reached from darkness, a chilling premonition hanging in the air as a voice declared its ability to sense impending doom. Turning to the boy in his arms, Phelan asked if he meant someone would die soon, receiving a simple yes. The boy's eyes narrowed, not believing he would be the one to do it. A figure lay on the ground, bloodied and defeated, a stark contrast to their earlier conversation. Holding the boy, he reflected on recent deaths of talented people, speculating the fallen figure was one. Phelan asked if that worried him, and the boy admitted it did, though he wasn't entirely sure. The boy admitted he knew little about the man, only his name and position. As a figure walked away, someone noted his lack of proven competence. A girl struggled with a cat, another watching with amusement. Phelan declared his disinterest in such matters. As the scene shifted back to the group with the cat, someone asked if he wished to see the cat as well, as the group gathered. A voice mused his value remained unknown without further observation, while the cat, tired, suggested returning home. The sound of footsteps echoed, a steady rhythm on the cobblestone street. Walking alongside others, Phelan Valantier maintained a composed demeanor. Under the moon's watchful gaze, he sighed, resigned to his fate of working overtime again tonight. Considering the long hours ahead, Dietrich hoped fruit would sustain him. Within the opulent confines of a grand building, tranquility reigned. Vibrant blossoms lined the path, leading to a serene pool where a silhouette enjoyed the water. Submerged in the cool depths, Jack Valantier found the water utterly refreshing. The cool water embraced him, a soothing balm. He watched the small child, her playful antics a stark contrast to this place of meditation. Calling out, he invited his master to join them, suggesting this was true respite. The girl declined, prompting Jack to inquire if she had considered his words. She questioned his meaning, and he clarified, referring to her future path. The girl remained silent, deeply contemplating her decision. A quiet resolve settled upon her, she decided. The girl sat beside Jack on the stairs, looking up curiously, asking what held his gaze. Within a dark, swirling void, a single word echoed, revenge. The girl's face contorted in rage, eyes wide, blood dripping, consumed by a burning desire. Her inner voice declared, a vow of vengeance now sealed. Images flashed, those who wronged her, her parents, and the Beckerman family. She remembered her torturers, those who severed her arm, the pain still fresh. Jack looked at the girl, a serious expression on his face, informing Thanos of a new competitor. The two remained on the stairs, the girl's expression now unreadable. The girl looked up, eyes wide with uncertainty, wondering if her chosen path would be difficult. Jack reassured her, explaining she needed to act with haste. He explained her targets might pass before she could exact revenge, causing the girl to gasp in realization. The girl gazed into the distance, troubled, wondering what purpose remained if her revenge failed. He watched her, his expression remaining unreadable. He suggested she could ponder that question when it truly came. Bahamut seemed to agree, though a hint of uncertainty lingered. Phelan Valantier wondered where Thanos and Charlotte had gone. A voice exclaimed, recognizing the mention of them. They added, the two went to the academy, asking if Bahamut had been sleeping. The speaker explained the academy offered more than combat, hence their departure. Bahamut asked if they taught differently from Jack, the other replying Charlotte taught her to call him boss. The scene shifted to the academy, a place valuing the building of relationships. Such vital communication skills could not be learned elsewhere. With people from across the country gathered, one's mindset and knowledge would surely expand through diverse conversations. A silent thought emerged. I wish I could send you there. Jack mused that Charlotte wasn't ready, still struggling to get along with something. A smirk played on his lips, thinking, there's no special reason. A sudden fright seized her, eliciting a sharp scream. Catching her as she stumbled, Jack exclaimed in surprise. Tears welling in her eyes, Charlotte wondered if he wasn't tied down by his past. Apologizing for his serious demeanor, he asked why she had done that. He assured her she needn't be tied down, explaining the past was already behind them. A voice echoed, calling him boss, and repeating her earlier question. Gazing into her eyes, he wondered, was she truly just asking? Acknowledging their shared identity, Jack pointed out her youth compared to his own. The scene shifted, revealing the academy, where a free life awaited. If he ever wished to attend, he only needed to say, but she reminded him he was still a child. A servant approached, inquiring if his master was present. The servant informed him of a visitor. The visitor was revealed as the assembled branch manager of the Alaves Guild. Someone remarked, wondering if he was still alive. The scene shifted to a grand, imposing building. The branch manager sat, looking weary, awaiting his visitor. The camera focused on his feet. Someone arrived, stating they had brought his money. He acknowledged their speed, finding the other half in a day. An envelope, sealed with wax, was presented, confirming its arrival. The branch manager received the envelope, a wave of relief washing over him. The envelope opened, revealing checks from the Continental finance manor. Submit one of these, and you can exchange it for gold on the spot, Avero thought, counting the money. Continuing his count, he reached 3. A voice stated there should be 500,000 gold, yet only 5 100,000 gold checks lay before them. The voice continued, questioning the presence of a single 5,000 gold check. Looking up, Avero asked about the 5,000 gold check. A voice responded it was half the money he had access to. The voice continued, stating he had a few questions. The man offered another 5,000 gold if Avero answered his questions. The young man looked up, seemingly surprised. The young man agreed to answer, but refused to discuss his personal life. A lone figure lay prone, seemingly unconscious. Sitting across from Dietrich, Phelan Valentier leaned forward, inquiring about the Pentanil mercenary group. What is it you wish to know? Did you kill them all? Turning his head slightly, the man considered the question. Had he killed them? He sought to uncover if another hand guided their demise. Dietrich pondered if another was responsible, or if Phelan Valentier had acted alone. A voice declared he had killed them, ensuring no trace remained, erasing them completely. He nodded slowly, wondering if the master was truly responsible. A sword and crown lay stark against the crimson backdrop. The figure pondered the mention of the Tulkun Empire, questioning its link to their throne struggle. His golden eyes narrowed. How could he possibly be related to them? A slight smirk played on his lips. Interesting. Tulkun, huh? Elsewhere, a man sat, listening intently, awaiting his turn to question. A surge of blue energy erupted around a figure, flooding him with memories. The blue energy intensified, blurring the lines between past and present. He shielded his eyes from the blinding light, memories sharpening into focus. A voice echoed through the haze. Ugh, seeking information on me? I'm fine with that. Submerged in water, surrounded by blue energy, a voice declared. Good. You obeyed my order to retrieve all my money. Legs submerged in water, a voice murmured. I like all. The blue energy swirled. Yet, the Tulkun Empire? Stacks of money lay displayed, with an additional bonus of 5,000 gold. A voice spoke from shadows. That's no small sum. Likely all you could gather, rushed overnight. Yet, he was questioned about mentioning the Tulkun Empire just now. The scene shifted, focusing on a hand as the memory intensified. A close-up of an eye reflected fear and desperation. A voice echoed. You're seeking someone new to stand behind, aren't you? A heavy foot descended, poised to crush its target. The one behind me will be your new master. Is that what you hoped? A voice, dripping with malice, said, I know you survive well. The unseen figure continued. But you're mistaken about something. The foot pressed down, grinding into the victim. Let me be clear. No one is. A chilling prophecy. Someone told me you would die soon. The flashback culminated in a brutal image, the victim bloodied and broken. One who will kill you. The voice concluded. Indeed, I have no intentions of doing so. The child's weight in his arms was a stark reminder of promises and deals. You did everything I asked. His expression darkens, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. You feel it too, don't you? He asks, his voice low. A coldness settles over him, a mask of control slipping into place. He warns, you found out something you were not supposed to. A looming figure stands in the doorway, a silent sentinel, its presence a heavy weight in the air. The silhouette shifts, eyes glowing with an eerie light, a silent promise of something terrible to come. A thought bubbles up, unbidden. It's surprising. Those Tulkun bastards are not sloppy, yet you still found out. He sits, a forced calm in his posture, though tension is palpable, the weight of unspoken words hanging between them. A cruel smile plays on his lips, a hint of admiration laced with something darker. I like your skills, he says. A flicker of confusion crosses his face, a moment of vulnerability before the mask snaps back. Pardon, he asks. Reaching for the rope, a desperate act, a yearning for something beyond his grasp, he vows. I will become that person you can stand behind. A sinister grin spreads across the other's face, eyes gleaming with dark intent. If you ask me to help you, I'll do so, even if you die. Standing over the fallen figure, a dark promise echoes. I could turn you into a death knight and give you the chance to seek revenge. The younger man questions the concept of a death knight, his companion assuring him details would be explained later. Leaning in close, the dark-haired man wonders if the other will truly be of any use to him. A voice echoes, recalling he was never destined to live a normal life. A figure stands amidst a fiery landscape, already knowing this truth. Charlotte stands over a fallen figure, reflecting she hadn't intended to do so anyway. Shell reflects. He will shape the three of them into important pieces of the future. Avero wonders if he can become one of those important pieces, questioning who the other person truly is. A young man, surrounded by cartoon foxes, asks, Me? Finding it a little embarrassing, someone urges the other to see it for themselves. The young man is surprised. The older man asks, by the way, do you like fishing? A young girl responds, yeah, fishing. The Alaves Guild stands tall, a place for true, fun fishing, not the boring kind by streams. With a creak, a door swings open. Startled, a woman exclaims, realizing someone has arrived at the right time, maintaining a serious face throughout the night. He is informed the branch manager was looking for him, told to go find him. The focus shifts to a close-up of the branch manager's face, the word manager, hanging in the air. A sense of unease settles in, someone wondering what could be the matter, hoping it's nothing troublesome. The Alaves Guild stood tall, its ancient walls hinting at the countless secrets held deep within. Footsteps echoed through the silent, cavernous halls. The branch manager, a figure of quiet competence, moved with purpose. He possessed exceptional intellect and remarkably sharp instincts. A silver-haired man pondered. He's working overtime, a rarity in years. Has something truly happened? From behind a closed door, a voice called out, all right, come in. Seated on a plush couch, a blond man leaned forward. The Tolkien Empire, you say? A white-haired girl, clutching a worn doll, gasped, goodness. What on earth? Sweat beaded on his brow as a brown-haired man whispered, W, what have I done? His face flushed with panic. He pleaded, please, forget what I said. The branch manager sat opposite Jack Valantier, pondering this unusual situation with non-adventurers. Leaning forward, he revealed their backing by the formidable Tolkien Empire. The scene shifted to a vase of purple flowers, a voice declaring that dukes, even imperial ones, meant nothing. A man trembled, clearly overcome with distress. Back in the room, Jack Valantier demanded the branch manager reveal everything he knew and who backed him. The scene shifted to a field of purple flowers, a voice pondering the Pentanal Guild's annihilation and their pursuit of forbidden drug funds. The trembling man from before, tears streaming, appeared utterly distraught. He revealed Duke Assinbal and Duke Malone had given the orders, claiming he merely followed instructions. Jack Valantier spoke with Taliso, who confirmed with a crisp, yes, sir. He was instructed to send a letter to the higher-ups, confirming with a simple yes. He was told to report the Duke's suspicious activities, yet seemed to be experiencing distress himself. Still trembling, the distraught man wondered how their guild connected to the Dukes. The resounding slam of a fist echoed, a clear sign of building frustration. The urgency was palpable, a voice declaring this no time for observation. Their lives were in immediate danger. Demanding clarification, one figure questioned the true meaning of monitoring. A message took flight, revealing the order to accept Dietrich's request, failure carrying significant weight. A question hung heavy, someone wondering if anyone truly grasped what was unfolding. Attempting to downplay it, one suggested a newbie like him knew nothing, but was sharply told to stop acting innocent. The higher-ups were mentioned, revealing the Tolkien Empire never intended to kill him, seeing him as merely a puppet. The question of his death was posed. He could have been used, but the Duke family intervened. The grim reality settled. Dietrich was dead. Simply put, the Duke family, perhaps even the kingdom, prepared to defy the Tolkien Empire. The gravity of the situation became clear, realizing this was already unfolding. A confession was made, apologizing for maintaining the deception throughout. Shelbahamut made it clear, having received separate orders. With a hand resting on his shoulder, Phelan Valantier assumed he had received the same grim orders. The room fell silent, the tension thick enough to cut with a blade. Shelbahamut's words echoed, a chilling reminder of betrayal's cost. Eliminate him if he hindered the Tolkien Empire. He then asked if Phelan understood. Closing his eyes, he wondered why he was revealing such truths. The scales of justice hung precariously, their outcomes seemingly predetermined. A bead of sweat trickled down his face as he struggled to find the right words. A sinister smile crept across his face. Just as expected of the branch manager, he mused, acting as if he knew nothing. The branch manager, visibly uncomfortable, stammered, asking if he could now depart. Suddenly, Phelan Valentier's foot came down hard. Without warning, he delivered a brutal kick to the manager. The manager cried out in agony as he asked if he wished to be sold into slavery. Shelbahamut, towering over the fallen branch manager, demanded he shut his mouth and stay down. Appearing distraught, the manager offered a swift apology. Meanwhile, a small, green-haired figure watched with concern. A voice declared no interest in a brat like Phelan Valantier. Holding the manager, he demanded to know why he was being told this now, and what he wanted. Eyes closed, the branch manager was accused of speaking recklessly. Sitting on a couch, he was called a newbie, questioned about his identity, having supposedly been monitored. A close-up revealed a shocked expression, as someone realized they'd heard of the Malone family's secret corp. While mana users were categorized as swordsmen or mages, those specializing in assassinations, like Binamon of the Pentanal Guild, wielded daggers. The world referred to such individuals as assassins or cleaners. Noble families, it was revealed, employed private soldiers, swordsmen, or mages. Within the shadows, a clandestine group gathered, their purpose shrouded, revealing they also maintained a separate cleaner team. Meanwhile, a man sat pensively, considering the implications. A Duke family was involved, he mused, wondering if Duke Malone was a perpetrator. A woman with striking white hair confronted someone, observing their shift from knowing to unsure. Her suspicions, she stated, were spot on. A smirk played on her lips, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Her expression then shifted to surprise, as if something unexpected had occurred. The scene shifted to hands bound tightly with rope, suggesting captivity. A voice echoed from the shadows, remarking it had been a while since they'd had such fun. Elsewhere, a young man contemplated his future, wondering if he should pursue acting as a career. The narrative introduced a young actor, whose specialty was crying real tears. A man with a sinister grin asked, "What do you think of that?" The focus shifted to the Malone family, with one member being labeled a fucker. An hour passed. A voice had urged them to consider their precarious situation. This was no minor guild, but the formidable Alaves itself, prompting a query. Would the man overseeing its largest branch also safeguard the guild's very capital? Hearing the words, Dietrich dismissed the notion of assassination by common thugs. Another voice urged him to dismiss it, questioning the accuracy of the assassination intel, only to be told it was merely a gut feeling. The green-haired man asserted it was a gut feeling, accurate over 99% of the time. A chilling pronouncement, they would die. Gazing downward, Dietrich mused, "No one told me, yet I discerned the guild's puppetry by the Tulkun Empire." A hand reached for a metaphorical rope, a voice observing, "Now you seek a new anchor, though my discovery changes nothing." Someone inquired if he had ever met the guild master, to which he replied negatively. The green-haired man scoffed. "So, he called himself a tool for a reason. A branch manager, yet you've never seen the guild master?" The situation seemed clear, yet its full implications remained elusive. It was whispered that his skill was acknowledged, but they intended to remain hidden while exploiting him. Dietrich pondered if his skills, acknowledged by the Tulkun Empire, were truly a cause for celebration. The question lingered, leaving him to wonder why they hadn't attempted to sway him, or at least offered some explanation. Silence hung heavy, prompting him to consider the path leading to this day's outcome. The chilling realization echoed in his mind. The guild did not trust him. The higher-ups, he surmised, likely planned to infiltrate the guild with their network, viewing him as a mere substitute branch manager. While he made his own secret moves, it was clear someone within the guild was observing his every action. The question arose, if they eliminated him, how would they fill the vacant branch manager position? He mused, perhaps the one destined to assume that position was already waiting in the wings. The thought struck him, they wouldn't settle for just any average man. That individual, he surmised, would undoubtedly be their skilled underling, agile and adept at concealing true intentions. The pieces on the board shifted, suggesting the puppet master might be far closer than he imagined. A skilled, inscrutable figure, affiliated with the Alaves Guild. Did anyone fit that description? Lost in thought, Dietrich weighed the myriad possibilities. An idea sparked, a potential name surfacing in his mind's eye. The image of a silver-haired man, scarred across his body, flashed before him, a newcomer to the guild months ago. He recalled a strange, unsettling feeling from that man, one he couldn't quite shake. Thinking back, he remembered their first encounter. Pushing past, the man had simply announced his passage. His facial expressions were exaggerated, his footsteps quiet and unervingly swift. That man, he was at least a seven-circle mage. He was suspicious, wasn't he? Taliso. Considering the gathered intelligence, his skill was truly formidable. Though he had his moments, sometimes acting foolishly and wearing a clumsy expression, he could be quite awkward. Dietrich had initially suspected him of being a spy, planted by another guild or a noble. A smirk played on his lips, silently acknowledging his own astute thoughts. A voice suggested, "Let's go. It will be quicker to hear it from him directly." Gazing up at the chandelier, he mused, so that's how it unfolded. A worried voice questioned, "Will it be all right?" A reassuring one replied, "It's fine, just don't interfere." A pair of feet tapped impatiently, a voice declaring, "I was bored, so this is quite entertaining." A voice, filled with disdain, added, "Too boring, you spilled it so quickly." Taliso's expression darkened. "One of them is Duke Malone, correct? So many I need to slice." He asked with a sinister smile, "Why? Did that truly anger you?" A fist clenched in fury. "How dare you speak of the Malone duchy thus?" For the youngest son of a mere Marquis, his eyes narrowed with rage, preparing to unleash his power. Another figure observed the unfolding scene. He remarked on the situation, realizing the mage was a seven-circle practitioner. Jack Valantier, his eyes blazing with power, demanded to know why they merely stood there. Taliso, a sinister smile spreading across his face, asked if he desired an attack. Fueled by raw anger, Jack unleashed a devastating magical assault, screaming a challenge at the Marquis's son. The sheer force of the blow sent the younger mage reeling. The lone observer watched, a mix of shock and concern on his face. Taliso's expression suddenly shifted, twisting into one of menacing glee. The magical energy continued to pummel him relentlessly, offering no quarter. Yet, the attack's sheer power sent the gleeful observer flying backwards. The brutal onslaught continued, utterly merciless. Taliso smirked, a predatory glint in his eyes, admitting he'd anticipated this, especially facing an assassin. Urging himself, he muttered, "Put your all into it." As Jack's hands began to glow, he scoffed, wondering if his power could even kill an ant. Phelan Valantier knew his immediate task, to set a crucial plan in motion. First, he would uproot anyone who might bring harm to Tulkun or Duke Malone. Eliminating them, his second step involved monitoring Avero, the current branch leader. The branch leader was to be watched closely. Should he waver, the order was clear, assassinate him without hesitation. The third step involved fabricating and spreading intelligence about the Tulkun Empire, while genuine data went to Duke Malone. The intricate plan was now set. A single dark cradle. One dark cradle. Done. The elaborate plan was complete. The individual appeared to be muttering to themselves. Someone was being encouraged to continue speaking. The young Malone patriarch lived a frivolous life, enjoying women's company and foolish dalliances. Fortunately, someone had been sent, anticipating this very outcome. The patriarch's numerous lovers, while seemingly strange, were normal, as was the Duke's wife's other preference. Black magic's original objective was typically to control a target's mind or soul, to destroy or restrain them. The current Taliso was utterly transformed from the man who tried to kill me, his soul now restrained. He had completely acknowledged me as his master. The Adventurers Guild was operated by a group known as the Committee. The Committee, in turn, was supported by the Tulkun Empire. Only committee members knew each other's true identities. Known as the Teslon Committee, he surmised it was a branch of a larger organization spanning many countries. Malone ranked fourth, implying 3 superiors, and Taliso had a strong suspicion of their identities. Turning to him, Phelan remarked the information's quality wasn't as expected. Don't you agree? Remaining silent, Phelan wondered why the man offered no reply. A sudden realization struck him, causing a visible flinch. He had told him, hadn't he? Looking down at Taliso, Phelan stated his desire for him to witness his true nature and then decide. Phelan mused that after such a display, he should seem reliable. Was he still weighing options? Clenching his fist, Taliso's resolve hardened. Looking down, he remained silent. Kneeling before Phelan, Taliso pleaded, "Please, allow me to serve you." His head bowed low, the man was ready to serve. Kneeling before Phelan Valantier, Taliso pledged his unwavering obedience, awaiting a single command. A scoff escaped him, his golden eyes narrowing in appraisal. The master sat, legs crossed, observing the kneeling man. He raised an eyebrow, questioning if mere obedience was truly what he sought in a recruit. A bead of silence hung before he inquired, "Pardon? What did you do?" Looking away, the kneeling man admitted to seeking a new master. Phelan Valantier considered him, noting his plans weren't so different from an adventurer's guild. Seated at a table, he stared blankly, while the other man looked on. He mused, recalling his own past words. "You've always been curious, and I avoided telling you, finding it annoying. But if a similar situation arises, you'll repeat the same actions." The kneeling man's expression clouded with concern, asking, "Wrong?" A smirk played on Phelan Valentier's lips, seemingly accepting his answer. He leaned in, his expression unreadable, hearing the other's words. "You're probably correct." The words hung heavy, laden with unspoken implications, for he had experienced this future. A vision of bubbling potions and towering spires filled his mind, revealing the Tulkun Empire's ailing state. The stage was set, signaling the throne's impending, serious struggle. The crown prince would become emperor, followed by hardliner victory, igniting the continent's war. The full details remained shrouded in mystery, unknown to him. Yet, one certainty remained in Teslon, a truth he knew. His sister had met a tragic end, and the kingdom had fallen. The world crumbled around them. That was all he knew. Phelan Valentier's voice, laced with apathy, revealed his continued disinterest in it all. Taliso remained kneeling, head bowed, as he considered the weight of those words. The younger man then asked, wondering the master's age. He responded, noting 34 was young, leaving him ample time. Changing the subject, the kneeling man wondered if he had a spouse or lover. He then inquired about Phelan Valentier's long-term goals, his life's true purpose. He responded simply, stating he was not married. He answered, expressing a desire for a long life. The scene shifted, as one man asked another if he'd heard of regression. If it concerned oral traditions passed down generations, then he had indeed heard. The first man responded, promising to make it quick. Tears welled in his eyes, preparing to reveal a profound secret. Gripping his chest, he stood ready to confess. He declared himself a regressor. Phelan Valentier's hand rested on the other man's neck, his eyes gleaming with predatory light. Taken aback, the blond man could only stammer, a question of disbelief on his lips. A sinister smile playing on his lips, Phelan Valentier declared, starting, his voice dripping with false generosity. He continued, promising to reveal the future as an exception for his listener. A question hung heavy in the air, leaving one to wonder where to even begin. A single stark thought emerged, I. The figure recalled killing everyone who dared to use the name Tulkun. Not stopping there, even the dragons fell before him. That had gotten on his nerves, causing everything in the monster forest to die, excluding orcs and harpies. A declaration rang out, claiming freedom was granted by slaying all the dragons. Yet, those who had gained their freedom, regardless of age, they joined hands with Tulkun, pointing their weapons at him. A face emerged from the darkness, its eyes filled with haunting intensity. Standing in a pool of light, his grim journey continued. A dark admission hung in the air. He had killed them all, justifying it as a response to a ridiculous situation. The reason he spared the orcs and harpies, a stark contrast to his previous statement, remained unspoken. The reason was simple. They had provided him with help. A silent pause followed, a moment of deep contemplation. A chilling premonition settled. Many would die in the future. Reflecting on his past, he recalled the many nicknames he'd earned. Sword Demon, Sword God, Demon, monster, and more. A sudden realization dawned upon him, so a subtle smile played on his lips, exactly as he had expected. A burst of manic energy escaped him, laughing almost to his own mouth. He reflected on his actions' consequences, admitting he didn't know exact numbers, but guessed the Western continent's population was halved because of him. In a moment of introspection, he decided not to reveal more than he already had. A desperate plea echoed in his mind. He didn't want his master to hate him too. It's just for you to know, the figure thought, considering the secret's implications. The figure stood, contemplating the offer before him. I won't chase or kill you, Phelan Valantier said, amusement in his voice, then asked what if he spread rumors about him. Responding to the offer, the blonde-haired man simply said, all right, having revealed his secret. This must be the first time he's faced such a situation, the figure thought, considering the implications. Demanding to know, what rumor? The figure asked, insisting he had done nothing this time. This kid? No, this man was unlike anyone Phelan Valantier had ever met. The figure crossed his arms, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He was the type on whom common sense simply didn't work. The assassin group of Duke Malone and their vice captain, a Seven Circle, was a truly strong person. Despite his strength, it was said he would be killed by a small, young boy. His hands snapped a twig, doing so with effortless ease. It was as if he were merely breaking a twig, and he had revived him, too. Looking at old documents, Phelan Valantier had read about it before. Regression, knowledge of the future. An image of destruction filled the air. Tolkien was destroyed. Yet, for some reason, he didn't feel like he was lying. This was his instinct. It was said this person would become a king. A soft sound echoed. Kneeling before Phelan Valantier, Jack lowered his head. Offering himself completely, he stated he would serve him and awaited his order. Observing the scene, Phelan Valantier sat perched on the edge of a table. A smug grin spreading across his face. Jack thought there was no need to act like this. It was getting embarrassing. Reaching out to playfully slap Jack, Phelan Valantier made contact, eliciting a small ouch from the younger man. Grinning widely, he readily agreed. Extending a hand, he urged him to rise, suggesting they depart together. Taking his hand, the young man pondered how to address him, to which he replied, however you're comfortable. Bowing his head, he acknowledged him as young master and my lord. Considering the implications, Phelan Valantier mused that public use of my lord would complicate matters, deciding on different addresses for private and public settings. Deciding on a new course, he instructed him to reserve your lord for the future, using young master for now. With a cold command, he ordered assistance for the injured man, ensuring his head was kept up and that his instructions were understood. Clearly in pain, the wounded man expressed his disgust. Agreeing with an unseen voice, a man suggested they first relocate. The document revealed Avero's name, detailing how he began sharing all known information. The text spoke of monster subjugation. It stated that hunting dragons aligned with the goal of monster subjugation. The document revealed millions of gold were earned from the forbidden drug trade. It explained Dietrich's assassination payment came from his role as the puppet boss. Reading a document, he remarked, so this is how it was. With a sigh, he thought, utter trash, through and through. A chilling rumor had surfaced 2 years prior. The Falcon Empire was reportedly experimenting with dragons. Yet, a report reached their lord, claiming all such experiments had been eradicated. Naturally, this report was met with a pointed question, demanding further clarification. The query hung heavy. Could the future, as foretold, truly be altered? Or was fate already sealed? For one individual possessed knowledge of what was to come. Abiru, having traveled back through time, had spent a decade within his master's cave. Emerging from its depths, he stepped out, facing a changed world. The lone figure stood amidst desolate ruins. The Falcon Empire had already unified the entire continent. He claimed to have thoroughly investigated the matter. Yet, his knowledge only covered events following the kingdom's decline. Clearly, a firmer grasp of the current situation was imperative. Abiru was then asked to examine something specific. Pondering its nature, he then revealed his deductions. Pointing to a map, he identified a newly established domestic distribution channel. Phelan Valantier nodded in agreement. Indicating another location, he marked it on the map. He then highlighted further regions, questioning their ownership. The unanswered question lingered heavily. The implicated houses were Dorit, Herman, and Marlin, confirming the involvement of their respective heads. Phelan Valantier inquired about his reasoning, prompting the revelation of a sudden surge in potion sales. Despite no noble land disputes, the inexplicable rise in potion sales was highly suspicious. The implication was clear. Examining a document, he declared it proof of a banned drugs market distribution. An unseen figure concurred with the assessment. 2 illicit drugs were currently being distributed, cannabis and Munkar. Cannabis, a banned hallucinogenic tobacco, possessed low toxicity and minimal addictiveness. Country laborers often smoked it. However, Munkar presented the true danger. Simple to produce, Munkar offered intense, fleeting pleasure. Yet, it caused skin to melt, a side effect curable only by potions. Higher quality potions proved more effective in treating these horrific side effects. Selling drugs, they hoarded all potions, then profited further by selling those cures. A slow smile spread across Phelan Valentier's face, pleased by the revelation. The analyst scoffed, finding it hard to believe the scale of this operation was merely a few million gold, that being the lowest estimate. The map clearly showed their expansion, radiating from 3 key points into other domains. When did all this begin? One inquired, while the other mused it started 2 years ago, finding it intriguing. They had distributed banned drugs to commoners, rendering users silent, their fear of punishment outweighing any urge to speak out. Commoners, desperate, scraped together every coin, purchasing costly potions to combat the drug's debilitating side effects. A smirk spread across his face, recognizing it as a truly wicked scheme. 2 years prior, premium potions in the city cost 20 gold. Now, their price had nearly doubled to 40. His hand reached for a document. This will be enough, he murmured. The drug distribution likely began at the royal palace. He nodded, realizing that even if concocting them was simple, it would be impossible without the royal palace turning a blind eye. They must have amassed a fortune already, if you've caught on as well. Blank, he stated, adding that even with the kingdom's complicity, something far deeper was at play. This business was unsustainable. Nobles not aligned with the Thulkan Empire were hardly fools. Flinching, the blonde-haired man apologized for not investigating the mercenary used in the Forest of Monsters, conceding they were indeed fools. Dismissing the apology, Phelan Valantier wagered there was nothing to investigate regarding the mercenaries or orders used. The scene shifted to a group of figures, mobilized for monster subjugation, most of whom likely returned as corpses. A close-up revealed his grim determination, especially if this was connected to the Thulkan Empire. The scene changed to a decorative emblem, symbolizing the hardline party's civil war funds. Back in the room, Phelan crossed his arms, convinced he was right. A new character appeared, surrounded by falling coins. No trace of such a sum had moved from Thessalon to Thulkan. Even that idiot kept his share. Returning to the conversation, the brown-haired man wondered if the business's profits might still reside in Thessalon. That's right, he continued, expressing his admiration for the other's intellect, though accused of flattery. The focus shifted to a treasure chest. The money? The scene changed to a grand hall, most likely the royal palace, given the king's involvement. Back in the room, Phelan listened intently. This was beyond his expertise, yet he harbored a theory. Pieces lay on the table, a crown, a cane, 2 unknown figures. Duke Marlin was fourth in line, but who stood between him and the throne? His companion urged him to cut to the chase, to just spit it out. He hesitated, gathering his thoughts. He believed the second most likely location was the Marlin Duchy. Yet, he admitted, he wasn't entirely sure about this next part. A small dog's tail swished back and forth. A hand gently patted the dog, which panted happily. It's the academy. Catching him off guard, the suggestion left the other man utterly speechless. Considering the possibility, Jack inquired if the academy presented a viable option. Listing the most likely spots, the storage room within the royal palace and the Marlin Duchy were both mentioned. Still fixated on the academy, the other man admitted he never would have imagined such a thing. Given that visitors aren't allowed on campus during the semester, it was clearly a great place to hide something, perhaps even better than the other 2 spots. Nodding, Jack urged him to continue. Considering the options, the assembled duchy was then brought into the discussion. Apart from the king, only 2 individuals held a higher rank than Duke Marlin. Those 2 individuals were revealed to be Duke Assemble and Headmaster Ramel. Understanding the implications, the other man acknowledged the crucial information. Finally, the royal family itself was mentioned. A crest displayed the symbols of both House Marlin and House Assemble. Reaching out, a pair of hands seemed to grasp at a distant source of light. A voice echoed, stating all the kingdom's pillars had sided with Thulkan's hardline party. The voice continued, explaining it was the only reason the Thessalon kingdom had become so ruined. The voice added that they had joined forces with him. Looking down at the scene, the 2 men continued their discussion. Looking intently, Headmaster Ramel asked if the other man believed he was the one. The other man nodded in agreement. One of the men stated he heard the other was quite close with him. The other man responded, claiming they merely helped each other out. Pouring a drink, the man wished to hear why it was thought to be Ramel. A voice inquired, is that so? The headmaster, it was said, clearly wielded huge influence in this. Looking down, Phelan remarked it had already been 7 years since he retired, passing the duke title to his son. He continued, adding that the nobles still followed him. The other man wondered, what if Duke Assemble absorbed all of the headmaster's influence? Then he would merely be a symbolic figure. He lifted a bottle, commenting, the most powerful person? Ugh, why are we drinking this cheap swill? The blond man replied, that's the problem. Duke Frederick Assemble, who runs the Assembled Duchy, isn't incompetent. On the contrary, he's remarkable. He continued, noting that even someone like him couldn't escape the headmaster's shadow. That's how influential he was. Shaking a bottle, he added, on top of that, the head of the Magician's Tower had locked himself away for training recently. He confirmed, yes, he's precisely the kind of person who would do that. The blond man recalled, I thought it was hilarious when he told me he wanted to make me his student. I haven't seen him around these days. He said, I heard he may end up becoming a 10th circle master. If he had the Thessalon Kingdom's 3rd master, who also heads the Magician's Tower, working for him, he'd become unbelievably more powerful. The conversation continued, mentioning the headmaster's second son was not only the captain of the Royal Guard, but also a 10th circle master. The captain stood in full armor, an imposing figure surrounded by kneeling soldiers. One of the figures remarked, "That's right." The conversation shifted to a pampered dog, who, it was said, knew nothing of the kingdom's affairs. An older man held the dog, noting it looked like he escaped the professor's quarters again, despite doing nothing. A thoughtful expression crossed his face. It must mean something. Another man's eyes narrowed. He was probably scheming up something else. A hand adorned with rings appeared, suggesting the first possibility was revolt. A bloodied weapon was shown, as a character thought that sounded a lot different from the future he knew. The head of the magician's tower was shown before a tower, having followed the headmaster for 30 years. Even if politically at odds, the current duke a symbol and the captain of the royal guards. The crest of house a symbol glowed with an eerie light, the text declaring both serve the house, and they might be the kingdom's most dangerous. Phelan found the situation fascinating, asking what the second possibility was, suggesting he could be a double agent. The other man asked if he could be a double agent, receiving a simple yes in response, both clearly valid possibilities. The future he knew held a grim truth. Headmaster Ramel had perished defending the kingdom from the Thulkan Empire. Yet, what transpired before that tragic end remained unknown to him. Perhaps he had even schemed a rebellion. Or, conversely, he might have protected the kingdom as a double agent. Jack gulped his drink, finding the unfolding drama quite amusing. A small, satisfied ha escaped his lips. The liquid swished gently within its container. Perhaps he had considered this too lightly. Retreating now would be too embarrassing. Abiru was instructed to step up. Turning to face the speaker, he inquired if there was a problem. Patting the man's shoulder, he asked if he knew the game called whack-a-mole. He then proposed those who had joined forces with Thulkan, were made. Making a circle with his fingers, he finished the thought, for themselves. Morning light spilled across the assembled duchy. Stretching languidly, a young man offered a sleepy greeting to the nascent day. As he walked through town, the townsfolk went about their daily routines. The weather was fantastic, a perfect day for work, he mused with a soft chuckle. Turning a corner, he overheard a whisper, stopping him cold. "Hey, did you hear?" The whispers began to swirl, revealing Duchess Marlin and Marquis de Rit as lovers. The gossip continued. The Duchess, it seemed, held no attraction for Duke Marlin. Women snickered, claiming the Duke left her consistently unsatisfied. The implications became clear. She reportedly called him a jackrabbit, lasting only 40 seconds. Overhearing this, he gasped aghast. What if this sparks a war? How dare they speak of noble houses so? Dashing away, he wondered, what in the world is happening to this city? House Marlin, a pillar of the Thessalon kingdom, now faced a grave threat. Spreading fast, its very foundations of power began to crumble. Working at the fruit stand, a young woman overheard the pervasive rumor dominating all conversation. Meanwhile, members of House Marlin arrived, likely investigating the burgeoning rumor. Someone remarked, identifying them as those Marlin bastards. Elsewhere, the gossip continued. Duchess Marlin had allegedly made love with Marquis de Rit on March 19th, while he was an honored guest, right under the Duke's sleeping nose. The whispers grew louder. De Rit reportedly described the Duke as short and thin, a comment Her Grace apparently found amusing, laughing and nodding. Hearing all this, the fruit stand worker could only think, good heavens. She was greeted warmly. Yes? Hello, ma'am. Someone urged her. Take a look at this. The newspaper. The rustling of paper filled the air, as someone pored over a document with a concerned expression. The headline declared it the Thessalon Times, the kingdom's most trusted newspaper. The article stated the spreading rumor clearly originated in the assembled duchy. The newspaper continued, revealing the scandalous rumor's source wasn't House Assemble. Muttering to herself, the fruit stand worker realized it was an adventurer's guild. The woman exclaimed, "It's the Alab's Guild versus House Marlin, not House Assemble." The scene shifted to the city, as someone wondered what in the world was truly happening. Meanwhile, within the hallowed walls of Marlin Manor, a hand crumpled the newspaper, expressing raw frustration. The newspaper was thrown down with force, a furious shout erupting. Damn it! Who did this? A figure stood over the discarded newspaper, clearly agitated. The man was Bastian Marlin, one of the Thessalon kingdom's most powerful, and he was far from pleased. The rumors had struck a nerve, and he couldn't help but dwell on every scandalous detail. Yet, he knew he was not without his own flaws. His low stamina, a glaring weakness, presented an exploitable vulnerability. 40 seconds? Bastian Marlin scoffed, muttering he could last at least a full minute. Damn it! He cursed, a low growl escaping his lips. This information felt suspiciously detailed, almost too specific, he mused. March 19th, 5 months passed. He recalled his wife's clear affair with Marquis de Rit that day. Discovering the truth, he had locked her within the manor's walls. And it was Taliso who had reported this betrayal to him. He remembered that moment vividly. Pacing, he knew de Rit wouldn't blab. It had to be that punk, Taliso. That bastard, he muttered through gritted teeth. How dared he betray his master, the one who had raised him? Issuing a sharp command, he ordered Taliso brought to him immediately at Assemble. He cared not if they sliced off an arm or two, so long as he talked. His patience wearing thin, Bastian Marlin demanded immediate action. Dashing through the halls, he was clearly a man on a mission. A subordinate responded, affirming his liege's urgent command. Returning to his office, he was clearly frustrated. Elsewhere, a woman was mentioned, dismissed simply as that wench. Another figure was mentioned, summarily dismissed as that scumbag. Meanwhile, half the Shushir Order, an elite group Bastion Marlin belonged to, was on a monster subjugation mission, reflecting on his adopted son from a fallen house. The adopted son was one of the kingdom's two masters, supreme commander of the monster subjugation troop. Something was amiss. He realized he was missing a most useful card, its absence leaving a vast void. Apart from that, the old noble settled back, the leather creaking under his weight. Elsewhere, rumors swirled at an adventurer's guild. Was Thulkin trying to take someone down? A sinister chuckle escaped Bastion Marlin as he decided to capture Taliso first, to hear the full story. A low chuckle echoed as the fire crackled in the hearth. Things aren't going as planned, someone observed with concern. A confident smirk spread across his face, just as he thought. It was 9 p.m. that night, in the city of Assemble. Looking as though he'd been taken hostage, Phelan admitted it was merely a ruse to fool Taliso. Tapping his fingers together, he expressed his pleasure that Jack liked the plan, calling him so smart. Reading a book, the shadowy figure noted the situation had spun out of control, yet that was his plan all along. He hadn't received confirmation yet, but surmised an assassin from House Marlin was already on their way. Asking if that was correct, he voiced his hope. Smirking, he considered them competent. Swallowing hard, he mused there was no need for them to seek it themselves. It would be far easier. The figure declared that those who came to capture him would become Death Knights, forced to search everywhere. Such was the plan, Phelan admitted, a scheme he could never have conceived himself. The situation had Jack on edge, as he confessed he hadn't known the Thessalon Times would be involved. This was likely due to the hardline party's desire to join the war, according to the paper, reputedly the kingdom's most trusted. Yet, most trusted simply meant they supported the king. But the king was merely the hardline party's puppet. The dragon inquired, noting the expression on his face. Something felt amiss. The party's activities seemed too hasty. Duke Marlin was affiliated with the committee, so why did a king-supporting newspaper get involved? Smirking, Phelan thought him smart, resolving to make him his advisor. He continued, stating that Jack likely knew why the hardline party was in such a rush. The young master confirmed that he did. He added that he and his master had shaped them that way. The unnamed figure gazed off into the distance. Confused, Jack asked Phelan why they were called the hardline party, seeking his pardon. As their discussion shifted to the cooperation between House Marlin, the king, and the hardline party, he admitted he had no idea why they worked together. Cutting him off, he paused, a thought striking him. Was the committee created to achieve immortality? A slow smile spread across his face, a soft bingo escaping his lips. The implications of their cooperation with the hardline party sank in, suggesting a promise of something far greater than their current power. The revelation hit Jack hard, causing him to flinch. Recalling past events, Phelan admitted something felt strange. He found no documents on Cell, nor her origins. Continuing his story, he explained not a single person had seen her in the city. Mentioning a detail, he noted the little girl named Cell had followed him. A man asked if she was, by any chance, a dragon, and he confirmed it. With a gleeful expression, he confirmed bringing her from Thulkin. Phelan continued, explaining it was late, so he dropped her off at the villa. He thought, doubting he brought her for no reason, wondering what purpose she served. His eyes narrowed as he revealed he had destroyed the entire laboratory. A smirk played on his lips as he confirmed burning it to the ground. With arms outstretched, he declared turning the whole place to ashes. The scene shifted to two figures in what appeared to be a dungeon, observing chains hanging from the ceiling. A map was shown, as a voice stated. People cooperate with the hardline party in the neighboring Ismail kingdom and the country beyond. And the one beyond that, too. If all neighboring countries support the moderate party, then the hardline party will lose, no matter their power. Only one thing compelled their support for the hardline party: immortality. People craved eternal life. The experiment's result was a half-monster, unable to last long. But what information should I leak to their cooperators? Even a failed experiment held value for those who craved power. Nom, what utter idiots. The reason this was possible was because the Crown Prince of Thessalon, head of the hardline party, was a genius. Antagonist Phelan Valantir, wielding a single dragon, had already fractured 5 nations beyond Thulkin. But was that fearsome beast truly within Thulkin's borders now? As two figures embraced, one whispered of the dragon, while the other, oblivious, played within their home. From the deepest shadows, a cloaked figure materialized, hinting at the hardline party's insidious reach. The scene shifted to a scorched ruin, where a grieving soul was urged to confess to the committee their loss of the dragon. A chilling smile crept across a face, as its owner sought forgiveness from their highness, yet inwardly scoffed, "There's no way." Suddenly, a sharp, metallic slice tore through the air, marking a swift, brutal action. A resounding thud echoed as someone was seized from behind, revealing the crown prince of the Thessalon kingdom's shrewd, ruthless nature. The cloaked figure stood amidst sparkling lights, reflecting on how he'd be branded a monster, especially if his master and he didn't exist. The thought hung, a chilling, unfinished whisper in the shimmering air. Beneath the sky dusted with starlight, the castle stood, a silent sentinel awaiting the coming storm. A subtle rustle through the leaves hinted at movement, unseen, yet undeniably present. A gloved hand rose, signaling a silent, urgent command to those hidden nearby. Cloaked in shadows, a figure emerged, declaring their mission: to capture Taliso alive. The The shadowy leader continued, their voice hushed, emphasizing that while the traitor could be hurt, he must not be killed. With a shared, grim purpose, they prepared to infiltrate a symbol, their target within reach. Plunging into the unknown, they descended rapidly towards their clandestine destination. From a darkened doorway, another figure observed, a low murmur escaping him. The hardline party, having lost their formidable dragon, now faced a critical juncture, with only two options remaining. They could either seek a new draconic ally or sever ties with the committee entirely. And so, the crown prince of the Thessalon kingdom emerged into view. Like a chess piece moved across the board, his announcement was set to be made through the Thessalon Times today. He would announce his intention to sever all ties with the committee of Thessalon. This momentous decision, once announced, would undoubtedly ripple through other kingdoms. Such a move would ignite war on an unprecedented, devastating scale. Meanwhile, Avero was making his own grim assumptions. That a chain reaction would ensue, a civil war in Thessalon sparking further conflicts. One war begetting another, and then another still. On and on, until the entire continent was engulfed in a state of total war. Of course, the oblivious gossipers had no idea their whispers would ignite such a conflagration. But I knew. This was a battle of wits, between the crown prince and me. The prince had made his first move, and now, I began to make mine. The prince might not know him, but Phelan Valantier certainly knew the prince. Avero wondered who would prevail, as Phelan pressed him on his next move. The young master had no doubt in his mind, silently agreeing with his companion. Dismissing the conversation with a wave, Phelan moved on. Elsewhere, a silver-haired woman stood, her expression a mask of unreadable intent. Phelan flinched, having heard whispers that even death knights possessed limits. Avero questioned where he'd heard such a thing, while the silver-haired woman mused about her love for books. According to Death Knight, a novel by an author known as Raccoon, an experienced dark magician, could travel with a level 5 Death Knight, or a true dark magician of the 10th circle, or a necromancer. The ancient text continued, stating they could travel with a Death Knight exceeding level 10. Though written 4 centuries prior, Phelan wondered at its meaning, twitching and wriggling with unease. His eyes scanned the page, a name catching his attention, Raccoon? The name resonated within him, sparking a clear memory of the author's identity. A memory surfaced, his younger self, looking up at a figure, a whispered master, escaping him. He groaned, the memory hazy, yet a distinct recollection persisted within him. The scene shifted, revealing a desk with books and papers, a glimpse into his past. He mused, realizing that leaving a legacy in writing wasn't such a terrible fate. Another memory surfaced, showing him mid-training, exasperated by an interruption. Reflecting on his past, he recalled believing he would live forever. He remembered writing, having adopted Raccoon as his chosen pen name. The memory faded, and he dismissed it with a wave, noting, that's enough. You stopped your push-ups. A smile touched his lips, recalling how she never mentioned Raccoon again. Meanwhile, in another room, a servant nervously inquired if he'd erred, only for his companion to calmly reassure him, not at all. A sinister smile played across Phelan Valentier's lips. Turning to Avero, he inquired if the man still possessed the novel. He confirmed its existence, though noting its poor condition despite a preservation spell, being an ancient, 4-century-old tome. Suddenly, a sharp knock echoed through the villa, a voice calling his name. Outside, a report arrived. 11 unidentified men had passed through a Symbol Castle's south gate. Avero smiled, informing Phelan Valentier it was time to begin their work. Without warning, the door burst open. Elsewhere, another door creaked open. A figure gasped. Back at the villa, the man explained he'd come to greet his companion, sparing him the bother of ascending. The two men settled into their seats. Among the assembled figures, their ranks were clear, one a 9th circle mage, another an 8th, the rest 7th. A sinister smile played on Velactus Machiavelli's lips, musing on House Marlin's useful troops. Snapping his fingers, he demanded, now, Taliso, an explanation, if you please. The man was identified as Christopher Shuburn, head of the Assassin's Guild. Whispers spread, revealing he hailed from the Ismail kingdom, son of Count Shuburn, overthrown after a revolt. A twitch betrayed his unease, as Taliso was called out. The accusation rang out, a furious cry of betrayal. The city sprawls beneath a star-dusted sky. Turning to Avero, draped in a green cloak, Taliso inquired, what is happening? A glimpse into the past revealed a younger Taliso, his face plastered on wanted posters. Shrugging, he urged the cloaked man to finish explaining. For generations, House Marlin's Assassins Guild had been comprised solely of orphans. From society's fringes, the 11 assassins before him had been recruited. Recruited from various kingdoms, they were raised by Duke Marlin himself, a past glimpse revealed. A hand reached out, clasping another in a gesture of comfort or control. Fascinated, Avero wondered about their background, introducing Christopher. He guarded Lord Nathan Marlin, Duke Marlin's eldest son, cleaning up his illegal activities. The most recent example was. The cloaked man continued, recalling when Lord Nathan had stayed in the duchy during his break. Taliso wondered, how could he do such a thing? As far as he knew, Christopher's hunt had been a success, and he had reached a settlement, as usual. He nearly felt guilty about turning them into death knights, but then thought, really? But after hearing that, it seemed it wouldn't matter even if he killed them. A blade was drawn. The figure shouted at Taliso, calling him a punk. He accused him of siding with that brat. He declared that he had betrayed their savior. An explosion rocked the area. Smoke filled the air. Realizing his mistake, the masked figure muttered, ordered to bring him back alive. He had killed him. It seemed an accident. Standing nearby, Jack watched the scene unfold. The white-haired figure looked on, uttering a confused huh. Struggling to speak, Taliso could only manage to utter, "You." The masked figure rushed forward, revealing his allegiance to Marlin. He demanded if he knew he'd sided with Thulkin, asking who he was. A sinister smirk spread across Jack's face, as he supposed he should say he was his enemy. Grabbing him, the masked figure warned him not to forget. Slamming him down, the masked figure promised it would be until his bones. Taliso was smashed into the ground, destined to turn to dust. Caught completely off guard, he could only utter a confused noise as an unseen force slammed into him. Neutral Taliso's eyes widened, clearly perceiving his attacker, but his body refused to. It was as if a supernatural power held him, utterly frozen in place. An overwhelming, suffocating presence loomed menacingly before him. The devastating blow sent him falling, sliding helplessly across the cold floor. From the shadows, Jack observed, recognizing the attacker as a highly skilled assassin, a chilling thought after his own neck had snapped. Meanwhile, nearby soldiers reeled, shocked by the sudden, brutal attack. Phelan Valantier leaped forward, declaring he knew not Taliso, but the man would pay. A sinister smirk spread across the assassin's face as he prepared to strike. With unnatural speed, he effortlessly dodged a desperate counterattack. Spinning with deadly grace, the assassin closed in. And with a sickening sound, he plunged his blade deep into neutral Taliso's chest. The blow's force shattered the air around him, causing him to cry out as he was struck. Gasping for air, he could only manage a weak, pained groan. Slamming him into the ground, Phelan found the whole affair rather boring. Nearby, Jack watched the scene unfold, wondering who this attacker was and what he truly wanted. With a swift, disorienting motion, the scene shifted to a flashback. Rushing forward, Phelan closed the distance with lethal intent. An unknown hooded figure grabbed neutral Taliso, clearing the path for the final blow. The hooded figure sneered, threatening to slash his throat. Back in the present, neutral Taliso struggled, coughing up blood. Phelan expressed his annoyance, demanding why he didn't just kill himself, claiming exhaustion. The hooded figure's voice echoed, "Don't you agree, neutral Taliso?" And with that, the blade found its final, fatal mark. A disembodied voice agreed, confirming the grim decision. The air shimmered with the clinking of coins, a clear promise of payment for services rendered. A low chuckle escaped Jack, agreeing with Phelan Valentier's sentiment. It was time to teach those punks a lesson. The aftermath of violence was clear, but Phelan had other, more intricate plans in mind. Turning his attention to the injured, Phelan decided to start with the broken wrist. Channeling mana, he began to stitch the grievous wound together. With the wrist mended, he moved on, creating a sinister dark halter. A blinding flash of light signaled the completion of the arcane process. The Death Knights stood assembled, their ranks now numbering 12 in total. Reflecting on his new Death Knights, he noted the 9th circle were 5th generation, the 8th, 7th generation. Revealing a hidden detail, he explained the body began restoration when the 10th circle inscribed one's heart. Reflecting on his past, he recalled testing this very method in a previous life. He mused, wishing he could somehow make them even stronger. An inadequate master wouldn't be as obedient, he mused, as his hand pointed down, commanding a subordinate to stab themselves. A subordinate questioned the command, but the choice was obvious, an obedient 9th circle hunting dog, or one that talked back. Phelan considered the implications, having achieved the same result with an inadequate master and the dark halter. He realized no masters would exist among his future Death Knights. Yet, if he did make a master into one, it meant someone had truly pushed him too far. Clapping his hands together, Phelan called for everyone's attention. He told them their mission was simple. They must search and find something specific. Considering where to begin, he decided they must search 2 distinct places: the royal palace and the sprawling lands of Marlin Duchy. A subordinate raised his hand as he asked who among them excelled at finding secret spaces. The others pointed at him, making it clear neutral Taliso possessed many such talents. With a gesture, he tossed a scroll forward, commanding, "Take this." Sitting back, Taliso received the scroll as he explained, "This is the essence of your mission." Holding the scroll, he continued, "Find a place where millions of gold would be stored." His gaze sweeping over the assembled figures, he added, "The rest of you must create a distraction," helping Taliso focus on his mission. Receiving the order with a respectful bow, Taliso responded, "Yes, my liege." Staring intently at the scroll in his hands, Phelan instructed, "And rip the piece of paper I gave you at the middle of the." The scroll glowed faintly, a reminder of its purpose, the paper he had handed to Taliso. A diagram illustrated the scroll's function. The spell written within it was called teleport. Phelan's instructions continued, his voice laced with command. "If you find that place and check the item yourself, send a sign to these punks. I limited it so only things, including corpses, can be teleported. Just rip the scroll in the royal palace's storage room. If you can't find it, all right." With a flick of his fingers, Phelan summoned his subordinates, whispering, "Come here, 9th circle, and you." The subordinates murmured, their collective presence a silent promise of obedience. Surrounded by the cloaked figures, Taliso confirmed, "Got it." The group responded in unison, "Yes." The weight of the task ahead settled on her shoulders, Abiru's expression a mix of concern and fierce determination. Hearing her name, Abiru turned, a flicker of surprise in her eyes, confirming her presence. Extending his hand, Christopher presented her with 2 scrolls, a subtle smile playing on his lips. The scrolls were marked with different colored strings, the red for the Marlin Duchy, the blue for the royal palace. Abiru's gaze sharpened, a silent understanding passing between her and him, as she acknowledged the unspoken plan. With a decisive clap, he set the stage for the next act. A sinister smile spread across Christopher's face, eager to set his plan into motion. The town lay quiet under the night sky, unaware of the events about to unfold. A few hours later, the scene shifted to the Marlin Duchy. A creak echoed through the room as an intruder cautiously stepped inside. Clutching a trident, he seemed to be searching for something. Climbing onto the rooftops, the search continued, he muttering about the object's absence. Having made a decision, he prepared to head to Marlin Manor. Outside the manor, a lone guard stood silently, unaware of the impending chaos. Suddenly, an explosion rocked the area, signaling an enemy attack. A scream pierced the air as he was struck by a slicing attack. Amidst the chaos, the order was given to protect Duke Marlin, sending the remaining troops to the castle gate. Elsewhere, a defeated foe lay still, while the intruder rummaged through a chest. Standing over the chest, he realized what he sought was not there. The narration focused on the chest, highlighting its ornate design. With a series of clicks, the lock was expertly picked. The search continued, revealing a glimpse of the searcher's muscular, bloodied arm. The narration shifted focus to a red diamond, described as the rarest jewel in the entire world. A diamond of this size was said to be worth at least 4 million gold. A wicked grin spread across his face, the red diamond glinting as he held it up to his eye, a triumphant "found it" escaping his lips. The title card flashes, declaring the series, Jack be Invincible. A hand clutched a crimson jewel, the narrator's voice echoing, "It has been found." As a building burned in the distance, a desperate call for reinforcements rang out, revealing Civil War funds were missing. Amidst the chaos, a lone figure slashed through the enemy ranks. A cloaked figure moved swiftly, calling out to Christopher. A white-haired character shook their head, a silent gesture of disbelief. With a sudden, violent tear, something was ripped apart. A commanding voice declared, "It's time to move to the next destination." A blinding light erupted, illuminating a distant, imposing structure. The aftermath of battle lay revealed, armored figures scattered across the ground. 3 armored figures stood guard, questioning the unfolding chaos. Overlooking a city skyline at night, a voice whispered, "Say." Having expended much mana, they still had to travel from Marlin Manor and its domain, seeking the item. Bastion Marlin wondered if they would be all right, receiving a confident reply, "They'll be fine." Focusing intently, a figure utilized a mana integration magic circle. That mana, a voice declared, was inscribed alongside the Dark Halter. Jack Valentier mused, "Well, that will shorten the Death Knight's lifespan a bit, but who cares?" At Thessalon Royal Palace, a shout rang out. "It's an intruder." Aha, they used teleportation magic. An order rang out. "Surround the Royal Palace, find the intruders, and half of you stay here and..." Ack, carf, slash, crack, splat. It's grown so noisy here. With a resounding slam, the door burst open, signaling an unwelcome intrusion. Standing defiant, bathed in golden light, a knight in shining armor declared, "You're either brave or stupid." Ready to meet the intruders head-on, the knight bellowed. "But either way, charge." Observing the unfolding scene, Douglas Assemble remarked, "This is the end." Hidden in shadows, the cloaked figure gripped a dagger, thinking, nothing to gain from a prolonged battle. Turning from the confrontation, the figure muttered, "Taliso must send a signal soon." Eyes scanning the shelves, the figure concluded, "No." Examining a magic book, the figure noted, "This is a very valuable magic book, but it isn't it either." Forced to kneel, the figure began to crawl. Desperation etched on their face, they continued the search. Spotting a floor difference, the figure observed, "This tile's color is unique, and air seeps through here." A sinister grin spread across their face as they realized, "Found it." The ground shook as the intruder continued their search. A realization dawned. They knew a secret passage had to exist somewhere. With each step down the spiral staircase, the air grew colder. A creaking sound echoed as a hidden door slowly opened. Staring at the gold before them, the intruder felt certain this was real. The sheer amount of treasure was staggering, appearing to be about 1 million gold. Reaching out, they grabbed a chest. A sinister smile spread across their face. It was time. The chest opened with a loud bang, releasing a signal. Elsewhere, armored figures flinched, reacting to the sudden surge of energy. A clamor rose from the shadows, the cloaked figures murmuring, "It's the sign." Taliso sent a signal. The cloaked figures prepared to withdraw. "It's time to jump. Let's go." The air crackled with raw power. The armored figure bellowed, "Do you really think you'll be able to escape?" From above, cloaked figures descended, their arrival echoing ominously through the chamber. Energy crackled around the armored figure, unleashing a devastating strike. Christopher's face contorted in disbelief, a single word escaping him. What? An unseen force slammed him down. He silently acknowledged his purpose served, having intercepted a 10th circle's sword attack. Defeated, he lay prone, his mission complete. One of the cloaked figures murmured, a soft ah, escaping him. A booming voice declared, I won't ask again, as a massive armored foot descended. The armored figure demanded, who are you scumbags, and what's your motive? This was his last mission. High above the courtyard, a lone figure surveyed the unfolding scene. Elsewhere, Rommel Einhard as symbol sat, his hand rising, poised to unleash a spell. From a nearby balcony, he was addressed with a deferential, yes, your majesty. Below, soldiers stood guard, their polished armor gleaming in the dim light. The courtyard teemed with soldiers, row upon row, an army poised for imminent battle. Trapped with nowhere to run, a figure lay defeated, utterly helpless. But then, a warrior emerged, their sword radiating a blinding, ethereal light. Yet, the defeated figure remained utterly blank. From the deepening shadows, a voice commanded, listen closely. A purple-haired figure addressed cloaked subordinates, outlining their plan. They would move only when Taliso gave the sign. With a resounding cry, the warrior struck, aiming precisely. The armored soldier declared the royal castle surrounded, promising capture for any who fled. He demanded to know who was behind it all, offering a peaceful death in return. A chilling voice promised death, but only after the mission's completion. The figure with glowing yellow eyes stated this would be a complete death, a blessing, not mere corporeal demise. His eyes gleamed, urging them to remember this warning. In the distance, a grand castle loomed, dark against the sky. A group of soldiers roared, long live the Thulkin Empire. Their collective voices echoed the fervent cry, long live the Thulkin Empire. The Thulkin soldiers stood ready, their armor gleaming. A man in noble attire paused, muttering, wait, what in the world is he? A blinding light shone, starkly illuminating a Thulkin soldier. A mysterious energy rumbled, growing louder. Suddenly, a surge of raw energy erupted. The blast echoed with a deafening, concussive boom. The vast night sky stretched out above them. A grand building stood tall, silhouetted against the sky. Chests overflowed with gold, far exceeding all anticipation. The king, it seemed, had been preparing for civil war. Now, around 6 a.m., things had settled after 16 tumultuous hours. Roughly 20 million gold lay here, alongside chests brimming with potent potions. 500 rare, top-tier potions, and at least 2,000 high-quality ones. No, these were likely the king's private funds, mixed in. Our great king of Thessalon, the narrator mused. This is the first time I'm grateful for his idiocy. Overnight, I'd become one of the continent's wealthiest individuals. Perched atop a gleaming mountain of gold, Jack couldn't help but chuckle, envisioning those anxious fools. Inspecting a polished blade, Phelan Valantier mused that civil war seemed averted, questioning the morality of such peace. He continued, musing that even if the king of Thessalon had been a puppet, he likely now felt utterly abandoned. A symbolic image materialized, the king sacrificing his people and soldiers, hoping to appease Thulkin. The scene shifted to an assassination attempt, Thulkin having suddenly dispatched a killer, robbing the king of his civil war funds. He likely now believed Thulkin considered him a pushover, ensuring the king would no longer cooperate with the hardline party. A close-up of hands revealed a deal being struck, a clandestine plan set into motion. Standing nearby, Phelan Valantier noted this incident's news would undoubtedly spread to other kingdoms. Elsewhere, nobles discussed how committee members and those from other kingdoms would grow suspicious, eventually. A character gasped, wondering what could possibly come next. Back on the gold pile, Jack asked Sel if she'd expected this. Shrugging, she replied, kind of. Impressive, isn't it? Gazing at a gold bar, she mused that now all she had to do was simply wait. Originally, the hardline party had intended to ignite civil war within the Thessalon kingdom. But now, how could they wage war? Penniless, their mutual trust had utterly crumbled. Someone envisioned two distinct scenarios for the future. They might either unite as one, or once more descend into internal conflict. Thinking to himself, he knew certainty was elusive. They must then turn. A sinister smile spread across his face, its chilling implication hanging in the air. Their deepest suspicions were now solidifying into grim reality. One man affirmed, pledging his obedience to the given orders. Such times demanded much meat. He declared, you're rich now, so buy me something expensive. To be continued. Outside the window, birds began their morning chorus. Within a lavish, oversized bed, a figure lay deep in slumber. Blinking slowly, Jack began to stir from his deep slumber. Muttering softly, he slowly roused himself from sleep. Lying beside him, Phelan Valantier inquired if he'd felt it, confirming he had too. They were a dragon and a vampire. Yawning, he wondered if it was the boss, who seemed busy yesterday. The vampire suggested bringing him a drink. Rubbing his eyes, he agreed they should, asking if they ought to. Standing before a wardrobe, the vampire pondered which attire he should choose. Outside a grand building, a figure expressed disbelief that an entire continent had been moved with mere spells and a simple plan. Appearing flustered, Phelan was clearly embarrassed by the revelation. The raccoon boasted, I was created by raccoon, so of course I'm extraordinary. Looking ahead, He seemed to be observing something with keen interest. A group of students walked past, one remarking they shouldn't still be in bed. Presenting a glass of orange liquid, it was offered to their boss. The boss accepted it, remarking, "How kind of you." Taking a large gulp, Phelan savored the refreshing drink. With the drink still on his lips, he commented on its excellent taste. Cell disagreed, explaining they normally rose at this hour. The group then headed out, ready to begin their day. A gleaming sword, its blade honed, lay ready for action. Swinging the sword with practiced ease, Phelan honed his swordsmanship. His liege called out to Thanos, questioning if he was indeed his liege. Grabbing his arm, the liege pulled him along forcefully. Dragging him onward, the liege commanded him to come and eat. He thought to himself, determined to complete his daily training. Nearby, another character began to sing. Groaning softly, he conceded that it was all right. Meanwhile, within the opulent Thessalon royal palace, a voice echoed, wondering what was truly happening. Another questioned, "Why me?" He pondered an assassination attempt, questioning their words about the Vulcan Empire. A furious fist slammed down upon a table. He roared, demanding why, after doing everything they asked. A meticulously crafted plan had now utterly fallen apart. Fueled by raw frustration, a hand clenched into a tight fist. In the shadows, figures discussed funding forces to fight the civil war and eliminate threats. The memory of a perfect plan became a bitter reminder of what could have been. The grim realization dawned. They never intended to give him the potion. With a surge of grim determination, a hand grabbed hold. A furious voice echoed, questioning how they dared betray Thessalon. In a fit of pure rage, something was smashed to pieces. The scene shifted back to the Thessalon royal palace, where new drama unfolded. Here stood the crown prince of the Thessalon kingdom. Asked if he was all right, the young prince responded firmly, "Absolutely not." His gaze hardened, revealing his desire to live forever. A scoff escaped Phelan Valentier's lips, calling the ruler a greedy, petty old man. Turning to a kneeling knight, he ordered a message be sent. The knight nodded, confirming the message would be sent to Duke Assemble. A sinister smile spread across his face, believing it was time to oust the old man and rule the kingdom. Turning away, he strode towards a massive, ornate door. The knight smirked, a triumphant glint in his eyes, believing this was finally happening. Gazing at the ceiling, he envisioned House Assemble ascending to become the kingdom's right hand. Misteltein, once a luxurious restaurant in Assemble, now stood empty, its grandeur a silent testament. Its chef, having honed his craft by traveling the Vulcan Empire for decades, all to master the nuances of local cuisines. Though one of Assemble's finest, only a select few occupied its tables now. Having rented the entire establishment for 2 hours, he now commanded enough gold to afford such luxury daily. Chuckling softly, Jack wondered if this was the true feeling of the nouveau riche. Tilting her head, the woman inquired about his amusement. He explained a sudden influx of wealth, earning a delighted, "Wow, congratulations." Smiling, she dismissed the need for details, adding that the food tasted truly amazing. Recalling the brutal process, he knew the children needn't hear its grim details. Changing the subject, the woman mentioned her busy day, preventing conversation. He inquired about the academy, to which she brightly replied, "It was fun." She continued, explaining their sparring session yesterday, where she had bested 5 opponents. Jack simply replied, "I see." She recalled the swordsmanship professor, so surprised by her skill, proclaiming her a genius and insisting she pursue the blade. Smiling, he remarked that she sounded like she'd had immense fun. Chuckling, she then inquired about the meaning of parachute. Her mana training professor had called her a parachute, prompting her to seek its meaning. The flashback continued, revealing this occurred post-class, with the professor only growing angry at her. She explained a past tactic. Soldiers levitated, invading from above, which led to the creation of parachutes. The flashback continued. A text box explaining the tactic proved ineffective and ultimately useless. She continued, explaining it became a derogatory term for someone useless, suddenly appearing. Jack then asked if some lunatic dared insult her. She confirmed it, adding that this lunatic was, in fact, a teacher. Jack demanded his name, and she recalled him introducing himself as Leon Hart. Clenching his fist, Jack vowed to remember that name, then asked if anything else troubled her. A blonde girl, wide-eyed, spoke up, claiming she too had made friends. She continued, mentioning a rather strange rumor. Elsewhere, a group sat around a table, one member declaring another an idiot and incompetent. A sudden silence fell over the room. Then, a sinister laugh echoed through the space. Jack, seemingly annoyed, declared his displeasure. He wondered at their meaning, noticing a faint laugh from the back. A soft groan escaped him. He chuckled, acknowledging that he had indeed been called that before. The blonde girl asked his thoughts, denying he looked like one now. Elsewhere, 2 figures sat at a table, one remarking, "If you're an idiot." Jack smiled, thinking the more he knew him, the more he liked him, blushing slightly. The meal concluded, signaling the arrival of introductions, as the group erupted in claps and cheers. The woman, Abiru, was introduced as the esteemed branch manager of the Alab's Guild. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the building's interior with a golden glow. A close-up revealed a lavish meal, showcasing various dishes, including soup and fresh vegetables. Someone mentioned a rumor of excellent fruit juice nearby, prompting a woman to suggest they investigate. As the others departed, A voice commanded Jack Valentier to remain behind. Turning to the speaker, he inquired about a special assignment for himself. The man confirmed, explaining he couldn't discuss it before the children, prompting him to offer his full compliance. A job perfect for him, he wondered aloud. Abiru's name was then mentioned, directing him towards the Valentier Marquis. Confused, Jack asked the man to repeat his words. The man inquired if he desired a title, but he declined, asserting he wouldn't accept one, prompting the man's wonder at his compliance. A finger was raised, signaling the commencement of a list. In a hushed tone, Phelan ordered an investigation into the rumors surrounding Duke Marlin. Continuing his instructions, he expected them to uncover rumors about Taliso and himself. He sighed, realizing he would have no time for anything in Assemble. The unseen figure was praised for their intelligence, quick adaptation, and talent for speculation. Comparing them to a raccoon, Phelan whispered that their novel was, in fact, terrible. Clearing his throat, he moved on. An attendant was seen from behind, but he noted the man was a ninth circle magician and family. He instructed the figure to find Ron, insisting something crucial must be conveyed to him. A sniffle was heard, prompting a wonder if a cold was setting in. A servant swept, wondering if Lord Jack was faring well. The story would continue. Phelan Valentier, confident in his subordinate's intellect, knew a simple outline would suffice for what needed doing at Valentier Manor. Instructing his subordinate to find Ron with this message, the man was asked what exactly to convey. If the Iron Blood Order, having ventured into the monster-infested forest, should they return to Valentier Manor, he must eliminate their captain. Pondering the grim command, the subordinate questioned if the captain's death was truly necessary, receiving a curt confirmation. He's the punk who'll sever Ron's future daughter's head, Phelan declared, so we must kill him now. This was crucial, for he intended to use today's earnings to unite all organizations within the Marquis. Weighing the implications, the subordinate inquired about this unification. Within House Valentier, even scoundrels and bandits connected to the manor were being considered. A sinister smile played on Phelan's lips as he gave the chilling order. Kill them all. The terms were set, for months to eliminate them and seize the Marquis. Knowing this was insufficient for most, he assured his subordinate he was not most people, a statement taken as a compliment. With a determined look, he vowed, I'll take it over, within 4 months. Phelan continued, offering a deal. You may take all but 2 death knights. Use them as you wish. He was granted 8 hours to prepare and gather his forces. Purpose in his stride, he took his leave. Turning away, he simply uttered, Ah. The subordinate paused, turning back as he was asked to spread one more rumor, prompting him to wonder which one. Elsewhere, at the historic former capital of the Gunnar Empire, traces of an enormous battle were discovered. The news spread swiftly, with some predicting dragons were involved, causing the crown prince of the Thessalon kingdom to faint, shocking all Vulcan nobles. Phelan considered adding more fuel to the fire, ensuring the story spread far and wide across the continent. Was he attempting to divide the committee and the hardline party? Someone sought to form the committee, harboring doubts about both moderate and hardline factions. Come to the villa when ready, they instructed, agreeing to the terms. A grand villa stood tall against a bright sky. 2 girls shared a moment of excitement, each clutching a piece of fruit. Watching them from above, a looming figure's expression remained unreadable. A figure walked with a staff, each step resonating with power. A sudden flash illuminated a building. A figure plummeted through a blue abyss. With a resounding swish, a blade cut through the air. The sword continued its arc, the swing echoing with force. The blade sang through the air, another practice swing, another futile attempt. Thanos' grip tightened, his eyes narrowed in concentration. Within the glowing circle, he unleashed another slash. But it was never enough. The hard stone rang as he hit the ground, defeated once more. Staring up at the sky, he couldn't help but wonder. The sky was so blue today. Thanos struggled to recall how many times his head had been sliced off. It had to be at least 100. He had fought Jack in the magic circle hundreds of times, yet he'd never been able to block his sword, not even once. Was that illusion truly first circle? He had no reason to lie, and I believed him. Yet he couldn't block his blows, even using all his second circle mana, constantly losing his head. Springing to his feet, Thanos prepared to face Jack once more. Gripping the wooden sword tightly, he knew he had no choice but to keep trying. 400 times. He was sure he'd find a weakness eventually. If he kept fighting and dying, was it truly that difficult? A voice called out, My lord, it's you. He realized, with a familiar pang, how utterly ordinary Thanos was, especially beside Cell, the formidable dragon, and Charlotte, the enigmatic vampire. Yet, he remained certain his efforts would bear fruit, though the path was long and the outcome hinged on his unique tutelage. The problem, however, was Thanos' frailty, more than he'd anticipated. What, then, was to be done with the boy? A soft chuckle escaped him, hinting at dark amusement. The young man, oblivious, inquired if he was 17, soon to be an adult in mere months. Great, he mused, a sardonic twist to his thoughts. A sinister smile played on Phelan's lips as he made a request. If you have a bag you're not using, give it to me. A disembodied voice, echoing from nowhere, replied, I'll help you out just this once. The room sat empty, save for a solitary desk and a single, waiting chair. A hand extended, offering a folded cloth, its soft landing echoing faintly. Accepting the cloth, Jack Valantier harbored a quiet hope that all would be well. He stared, his gaze distant, seemingly lost in profound thought. Elsewhere, Phelan Valantier stood before a vast sheet of paper, declaring Tanos to be like a blank canvas. He continued, asserting that anything could be inscribed upon it, a small effort, already etched in one corner. Lowering a bucket, he decided its contents would not suffice. A sinister smile spread across his face, clutching the bucket in anticipation. Splashing the bucket's contents onto the paper, he declared his intent to inscribe one more word. Back in the room, Phelan Valantier urged Jack Valantier to follow him, the younger man responding with a determined all right. Arriving at a door, they found a small figure exclaiming, "Master, what are you doing here?" before asking to be lifted. Outside the building, the view ascended, revealing its imposing, full height. As the door creaked open, Phelan and Jack stepped inside. Phelan seemed surprised, a soft, questioning "huh?" escaping his lips. The scene shifted, revealing several figures bound and surrounded by watchful guards. A disembodied voice began to explain, "While you were away." The explanation continued. One of them ventured into the basement. A captive cried out, yanked violently by a rope. The voice continued. In short, one never returned from the basement. Another went to retrieve him, only to be tied, and then the rest followed, one by one. Phelan, cradling the small figure, stated, "I merely captured them, awaiting your return." This turn of events was unexpected. One of the guards spoke, "Look at you. What, precisely, have you been doing?" The guard pressed, "Must I explain? This place was empty yesterday. How did you amass such a fortune in a single day?" A new figure appeared, smirking, revealed as one of the 5 musketeers. Honestly, he'd never intended closeness with them. 2 weeks passed, yet he still didn't know their names. A smirk played on his lips. How arrogant. Care to explain yourself? Tilting his head, a predatory glint in his eyes, he challenged, "Am I mistaken, or did you just order me?" His voice dripping with disdain, he gestured to the bound figures. "This is His Grace's villa. You're merely a guest." His patience wearing thin, one of the 5 musketeers seized the captive by the throat, the man gasping, "K, a guest?" His grip tightened. "What do you mean?" The captive struggled, barely breathing. "This is my house. K." A chilling smile spread across his face. "Did you think they merely lent it? What a shame." His eyes gleamed with cruel amusement, a sinister smirk playing on his lips. His grip remained unyielding. "Release." The captive coughed, struggling for air as the interrogator continued. "Then again, what would bottom-rung punks like you know?" Another captive, watching the scene unfold, flinched, then spoke. "I didn't know this would happen, but it's great." "Tanos." "Yes." Standing in shadow, a figure inquired, "You're on my side, right?" A blond man responded, "Of course. I serve you, my liege." A man with reddish-brown hair asked, "Is that so? What then should we do about them?" He chuckled darkly. The scene shifted to a basement overflowing with gold, the narrative voice questioning, "Don't you find it strange, the sheer amount of money here?" A silver-haired woman stood with a cloaked figure, wondering, "And aren't you curious who these people are?" Lying prone, the blond man remained utterly silent. The silver-haired woman instructed, "Listen closely. I suddenly attacked the kingdom with Duke Marlin." The scene shifted to hands manipulating gold bars, having caused an explosion, sweeping all funds intended for the Vulcan Empire's civil war. A diagram appeared, hinting Duke Assemble, Headmaster Ramel, or both, were connected to Vulcan. The gold-filled basement reappeared, the narrative voice stating, "But the money and goods we robbed last night are here." A dark-haired man questioned a white-haired man. What if the 5 musketeers reported this to Headmaster Ramel? A rat appeared, the narrative voice wondering, what if Headmaster Ramel works for Vulcan? And what if this leaked to Duke Assemble? An off-panel voice suggested he would be accused of orchestrating it. With a slight smile, Phelan confirmed it was so. The conversation then turned to Headmaster Ramel. The unseen voice continued, predicting Headmaster Ramel would deny their connection, causing the foolish king to likely dispatch his troops. The voice added that the Vulcan would also seek his life, their plans having been ruined by him. He recalled their cruel experiments upon her, the trauma likely causing her current trembling. He worried that should they discover Cell, they would undoubtedly attempt to reclaim her. The very thought sickened him, fearing renewed experimentation upon her. Turning sharply to Taliso, Phelan Valantier raised an eyebrow. "Yes?" He revealed the cause, the machinations of the 5 musketeers. He recoiled, a gasp escaping his lips. "What in the world are you?" His hand tightened around his sword hilt. Having meticulously laid out his plans, he declared his explanations complete, ready to issue an order. A sinister smile spread across his face, accompanying the chilling order. With a silent, deadly push, a blade found its mark. The command echoed, a chilling directive. "Kill all 5 of them." A chilling directive rings out, a command that brooks no argument. A gasp escaped the subordinate as Phelan Valantier looked down upon him. His expression hardened, the 5 musketeers now deemed utterly useless. The taller man considered their shortcomings, noting their lack of grit and effort compared to Thanos, and their inferior speed and shrewdness next to Abiru. Reflecting on recent events, he realized he had no right to command, yet had coercively demanded an explanation. The blond man wondered why he should bother with them. Abiru alone was worth thousands, and he now served him. A silent question hung in the air. What are you waiting for? He wondered if he must kill them, or if he truly wished them to live. A treasure chest overflowed with glittering gold. Amidst the laughter, the central figure was warned to forget all he'd seen and heard, and to be careful. Was that the message he should deliver? The man with silver hair urged him. Think hard about it. If Thanos failed to eliminate those 5 individuals now, his own people would surely face danger. Given his inexperience with murder, this massacre would prove especially memorable for him. Thus, he would solve Thanos' problem and prepare for the future simultaneously. That's right, Master. When he first took Thanos in, he was certain he'd simply use and discard him. Yet, the more time they spent together, the more he considered training him seriously. He eventually took him in, like Cell and Charlotte. But what did Thanos truly think? Probably not, he mused. That punk. He was afraid of belonging to a group. He feared opening his heart to them. He even believed himself useless. Phelan Valantier stood by the window, a grim resolve washing over him. Brutal though it might be, he had to instill in Thanos a sense of belonging and responsibility. A small child was held, a voice whispering of his role as their leader. He patted the child, remarking that he was too much, and he couldn't believe such a one was his student. The child simply smiled. He looked at Thanos, asking if he was in his 4th year at the academy. A figure stood before 2 bound captives, declaring he knew him very well. Headmaster Ramel was assisting him. He then asked if he intended to betray him. The country's future now rested in his hands. If this was settled, he'd grant him a good position. Though seemingly powerless, he could manage that much. What do you say? Let's help each other out, he proposed. Thanos wondered, should I kill them? He reflected, having killed living things before, even animals. Yet, he had never murdered a human. Phelan Valantier imagined it wouldn't be very different, but a completely different reason compelled him. He hesitated, recalling the chance he'd been given. He had helped him grow stronger, even taking him in as family. Yet, had he truly considered Jack and the children his family? Phelan Valantier stood, ready to accept his fate. A sudden flashback, a memory of happier times, flickered. A sinister smile spread across his face, a decision made. The chilling sound of steel echoed as his sword was drawn. A surge of power coursed through him. He was Jack's sword. Having accepted his role as Jack's sword, Phelan stood over a terrified man, who scrambled backward, offering everything to spare his life. His eyes narrowed, and he prepared to strike. Desperate, the man cried out, promising to reveal and investigate his enemies, no matter what. Looking down at the man, he remained unmoved by his pleas. In a last-ditch effort, the man begged him not to do it. Steel rang out, a sharp, metallic cry, swiftly followed by a sickening, wet splatter. His eyes glowing with an eerie purple light, Jack raised his sword, poised for another lethal strike. The blade flashed, slicing through the air with deadly, unerring precision. A crimson aura enveloped him, leaving him victorious, a bloody dagger clutched in his hand. Suddenly, a voice cried out, pleading for a moment's pause. Another strike landed, its impact echoing ominously through the desolate halls. Turning his back on the carnage, Jack walked away, the bloody dagger still clutched in his hand. Catching his breath, sweat dripping, he felt something new stir within, blue circles pulsing with energy on his chest. The dagger fell to the ground, clattering against the cold stone floor. A door creaked open, revealing a new, unexpected path forward. His expression softening, he walked towards a child, a profound sense of peace washing over him. Jack looked genuinely happy. Taliso, the child, came into focus. Bowing politely, he expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Smiling warmly, he patted the child on the head. He lifted his hand. Clapping his hands, the boy suggested placing them in a corner. Pulling out a small pouch, he offered a bright smile. As the coins jingled, Taliso considered it mere pocket money, 3 gold and 21 shillings. Tossing the coins, Jack asked his plans, learning he intended to craft a demi-plane bag, an artifact of his own design. Though many considered demi-plane bags common, the one the boy envisioned was entirely different. Indeed, there existed 2 distinct kinds of demi-plane bags. Demonstrating, he explained how one type allowed retrieving items from a chosen location, like pulling something from this very basement. As he delved deeper, Jack learned this common type had about 100 existing across the continent. However, a significant downside existed, the danger of theft, as the other side's space remained within this world. Thus, to counter this, a second type was conceived. A bag capable of storing items there. With this method, the worry of theft vanished entirely. Only Transcendence, wielding Soul Aura, could create such a demi-plane bag, Taliso explained. To his knowledge, only one existed on the continent, but soon there would be 2. Then, with a surge of raw power, a demi-plane bag began to form. First, the accelerated thought symbol must be precisely engraved. Infusing it with Soul Aura, a dimensional hole is then opened within the altered symbol. Focusing intently, Taliso knew the hole's precise placement was absolutely crucial. Finally, circulation, size, and all other properties are metaphysically engraved and imprinted. With a surge of power, Jack's eyes glowed with an intense blue light, commencing the intricate process. Focusing his energy, he manipulated the Soul Aura with practiced ease. The aura flared, illuminating the room with a blinding flash as he harmonized with the raw energy. Wiping his brow, he sighed in relief, having finally succeeded, yet wondering how much time had truly passed. A white-haired man informed him it had been 2 hours, addressing him as my liege. He seemed surprised, asking if it had truly been that long. Wiping sweat from his brow, Jack admitted his head throbbed, having not used soul aura in ages. He prepared to lift the finished product. Holding up what appeared to be a simple piece of cloth, he activated the demi-plane bag with a soft vroom sound. He explained it could store near-infinite items, a rare artifact with no danger of its contents ever being stolen. Smiling, he chuckled, realizing only one, or perhaps two, existed on the continent. He hadn't known he could craft such a thing. Reaching out, he grabbed the hand of a green-haired child, telling them it was from his past life. The child looked up at him, simply stating, "I see." Holding the child close, Jack remarked it was nothing compared to the magic he had used last time. Taliso instructed, tossing something out of frame. He continued, instructing someone to empty the potions, fill it with gold, leaving 1 million aside. Its durability fortified, it wouldn't rip, earning an all right in response. Up above, a building stood, while below, a magic circle glowed as someone sighed in relief. Someone was told not to strain themselves, remarking they were sweaty and needed a shower. A voice called out to Tanos. He responded, affirming his liege, as Taliso suggested trying the magic circle now, as a third circle user. He then asked if it should be done immediately. A voice explained one should feel the difference between second and third circle, but still. He offered a piece of advice. Below, a voice assured it would only do someone good. Someone was told to focus all mana on their eyes the moment they stepped inside. A close-up revealed a determined face. The face blinked. The man stood, his bare chest catching the light as he gripped his sword's hilt. To be continued. Focusing all his mana into his eyes, Phelan Valantier allowed a smirk to play upon his lips. With all his mana flowing from his 3 circles, he narrowed his focus solely upon his eyes. Suddenly, Jack launched himself forward, a blur of motion. A swift swing forced him to dodge, narrowly avoiding the blow. Phelan Valantier now perceived his opponent's movements with startling clarity, realizing this was the breakthrough. Stepping forward with renewed intent, Jack prepared to deliver a decisive strike. But the observer understood why. His foe was focusing all his mana into one arm. The concentrated mana pulsed, gathering immense power. Wait, Phelan thought. Had he suddenly shifted all that arm-focused mana to his right foot? Goodness, the mage had no idea such a rapid redistribution was possible. Body-fighting mana users typically spread their energy evenly. They did so for efficiency, he realized, a fundamental principle now challenged. Sword raised high, Thanos prepared to unleash his own devastating strike. A shimmering blue aura enveloped him, intensifying as he focused his formidable power. Suddenly leaping into the air, Jack closed the distance with astonishing speed. The veteran hunter managed to block the attack, yet the blow's sheer force was palpable. Focusing his mana, Thanos braced himself, preparing for his next calculated move. Attacking and dodging with relentless precision, he maintained the relentless pressure. Phelan could hardly believe his eyes. Something felt profoundly off. Perhaps this was the true difference between mana circle users, he mused. Looking up, Jack suddenly realized the illusion before him was subtly incomplete. With a mighty, unexpected leap, he propelled himself forward. Swooshing through the air, the young warrior aimed for a lethal strike. And with a final, desperate thrust, Jack plunged his blade forward. The blade sank deep, a wet splurt, echoing ominously in the sudden silence. Blood gurgled, a crimson tide spilling from Thanos' lips as he coughed, each breath a ragged struggle. A triumphant grin stretched across his face, adrenaline coursing as he whispered, "I won." But something felt wrong, a flicker of doubt crossing his features as he murmured, "No, wait." The wounded man wobbled, coughing, and the realization hit Jack like a physical blow. "Who did I stab?" A disembodied voice whispered, "Should we stop here?" His eyes widened, a storm of conflicting emotions brewing within him. Had he truly attacked in this situation? The brutal dance replayed in his mind. Impossible, a chilling voice echoed from the surrounding darkness. "My eyes have finally been opened," Jack thought, staring at the bloodied figure. I really didn't know him at all. What kind of person was this young man? How did he possess such strength, such power? And what his childhood was like, the mage reflected. I didn't know anything. The world warped, the scene shifting to a vivid memory, a younger Phelan Valantier plunging a glowing blade deep into Thanos. His face contorted in agony, he trembled violently. A disembodied voice echoed, recalling the sheer determination he once possessed. The voice continued, a memory taking clearer shape, fixating on those unwavering eyes. The memory intensified, revealing a younger version of him, his gaze always fixed intently on some unseen goal. Grit etched on his face. He questioned if madness or sheer persistence drove him. Squeezing the hilt of his weapon, he declared this to be pure willpower. Preparing a special move, he vowed to kill his opponent, no matter the cost. Reflecting on his past, he admitted to having felt no true emotions until this moment. The blade connected, sending his head flying through the air. Standing over his fallen opponent, Phelan Valantier declared his victory. He laughed, remarking on the severed head, despite it belonging to a mere sparring partner. The sound of cracking glass echoed as he vowed to grow even stronger. The barrier shattered. He would become more powerful, his efforts imprinted forever upon his very heart. Time passed, and Thanos stood with Jack and another shadowy figure. A voice welcomed him. Kneeling, Jack declared his return to my liege. A deal was struck, a solemn promise made. After that brutal fight, he became a fourth circle user. To be continued. A while ago, a surprise unfolded, shifting the very fabric of fate. It hadn't been long since Thanos formed his first circle, yet he grew even more. Raw power now emanated from him. With a resounding boom, it was said that changing oneself was changing one's future. This young man had changed, forging his own future. As Phelan Valantier closed his eyes, he heard, "You did it. You're a natural at teaching people." The green-haired man replied, having merely given Thanos a push, transforming him from a hard worker to a diligent one. He simply nodded, "I see." Curiosity about the young man's past stirred within him, prompting a hesitant from the green-haired man. He could discern the faint remains of two circles inscribed within the young man's heart. Judging by their shape, the incident occurred 5 years prior, when Thanos, then 12, lost his circles. Observing the situation, having 2 circles by 12 suggested he'd grown up in an excellent environment. A thought crossed Phelan Valentier's mind. Could he be a member of some royal family? Dismissing the thought, he decided not to question him about it now. He would simply wait until Thanos chose to reveal it himself. Gazing at him, the green-haired man admitted more curiosity about his body than his past, but not strangely. Changing the subject, he pondered a mana user's limit, musing that the young man might achieve 7 circles, becoming an 8th circle user. Considering his limits, it was thought that 4 circles were likely his maximum. Phelan Valantier could determine this due to his understanding of a mana user's limits. The limit was decided by the number, length, and width of the blood vessels through which mana flowed. It was noted that Thanos' blood vessels were very narrow, a result of his body enduring great shock. Despite this, even after his circles were broken, his blood vessels could still form 4 circles. Not just 4, but a full 4. His body's blood vessels had become tangled, ripped, and blocked. Yet, even so, his blood vessels could still form 4 circles. Just how vast had his blood vessels been? Before his circles shattered, Thanos must have possessed talent for at least 9, perhaps even master status. Observing the earlier defeated 5 musketeers, their circles were crushed like his, yet they failed to reform them. They couldn't enlarge their shrunken vessels, nor endure the pain flooding their bodies with each mana circulation attempt. But the young man was different, unlike those others. He endured everything. And eventually, he pulled it off. He achieved his goal. "My liege," a figure declared, kneeling before him. The man smiled, extending a hand, welcoming Thanos. Returning to his master, the young man knelt, declaring, "I'm back, my liege." A hand reached out, grasping his in a firm, welcoming grip. Turning towards the sound of his voice, the master's expression was one of pure surprise. My liege's eyes widened, struggling to believe what he was seeing. Tears welled in Thanos' eyes, the journey's weight finally settling upon him. His master was equally overcome, tears streaming down his face as well. He rushed forward, closing the distance between them. Opening his arms wide, he offered the young man a hug, all pretenses now gone. The two embraced tightly, a powerful surge of emotion passing between them. My liege admitted it felt like being tackled by a wild boar, glad he'd run away in advance. Smiling through his tears, the master's relief was palpable. Patting Thanos on the back, he welcomed him home. The young man reflected on how calm his master had been when he became a 3rd circle. His master was told how ugly he was, yet it was clear the young man saw and felt something within the magic circle. My liege asked if he remembered what he told him when creating the illusion magic sphere. Nodding. Thanos, recalling the grueling mindset of pushing oneself to the brink, inquired if the young man still harbored such intense dedication. Hiccuping, my liege affirmed his unwavering commitment. Patting the young man's shoulder, he urged him to maintain his diligent efforts. Deeply moved, my liege uttered his mentor's name softly. Suddenly, my liege, overwhelmed by feeling, pulled Thanos into a tight embrace. The young master mumbled an apology. Reassuring him, Thanos dismissed his concerns, attributing the outburst to youthful exuberance. My liege then confessed to overusing soul aura, resulting in a throbbing headache. A flicker of confusion crossed his face. Suddenly, a blonde-haired woman materialized, offering a confident thumbs up. Conflicting emotions washed over him, yet a voice pierced his mind, wondering at her pride, and reminding him to prioritize friendship. The scene shifted to a grand building, 2 figures standing before it, one questioning their absence from school. Overjoyed, Jack nearly forgot his date with Cell, assuring her he would return. Shuffling her feet, she let out a small, plaintive whine. Then, a new scene unfolded. A man in a suit smiled, suggesting it was time to depart. The scene shifted, revealing a large, imposing building. A heavy door creaked open, inviting them inside. Entering the cellar, she questioned her companion. "Boss, why are we here?" 2 shadowy figures emerged from the oppressive darkness. Lying on the ground, a thought surfaced. The Death Knights had likely discarded the 5 musketeers in that corner. A sinister smile spread across his face, wishing for a neater cleanup. The silence deepened. Still carrying her, Jack ventured deeper into the cellar, his expression unreadable in the dim light. A sinister smirk played on Cell's lips, her eyes gleaming with unsettling amusement. The man reflected on a past encounter, doubting his eyes, wondering if she had truly smiled. Her image faded, leaving only a lingering sense of dread. His thoughts were interrupted by a voice calling him my liege, his brow furrowing in confusion. The scene shifted to the past, where he greeted her return, yet wondered if she was truly all right. A flashback revealed a terrified girl, the thought echoing, if Charlotte were here. The girl screamed in horror, implying she wouldn't have shrieked after seeing those corpses. Back in the present, Cell stepped forward, yet something about her felt profoundly different. Two glowing eyes stared from the darkness, watching her every move. Describing them as alley trash, a smile naturally formed on her face. The black-haired man stood guard as she gazed at the gold bars, a nagging thought persisting. This wasn't normal. Staring blankly ahead, she insisted everything was fine. A voice shuffled closer, calling out, "Boss? Why are you just staring into space?" Lost in thought, Cell seemed distant. Elsewhere, a man pondered, "What should I do about her?" A memory surfaced, a voice declaring, "It's nothing. Let's go to the academy to see Charlotte." The man reflected, finding a conclusion difficult to reach despite his efforts. Another memory surfaced. Cell was different, abandoned by her parents. The memory continued, detailing her childhood of human experiments, making it greedy to expect her to be an ordinary child. In the flashback, a voice declared, "She is herself, and Charlotte is Charlotte." The flashback continued, "Thanos is Thanos. Is this the school she attends?" "Yes." Back in the present, the man sipped his drink, a persistent headache plaguing him. He reflected, "Your hard work is finally seeing the light of day." He found himself flattered by the sudden attention. The man laughed, attributing his success to the Thessalon kingdom, wondering about the 8th circle user. Congratulating him, another expressed confidence in his hard work and success. It seemed he was being welcomed, as he should be. He was a 2nd circle user yesterday, yet became a 4th overnight. A rising star with immense potential had been born. Someone jumped from 6th to 8th circle in a single day. This famous continental story meant Thanos would be hailed as a genius, just like him. Enjoy it. That said, he wouldn't have to worry about him anymore. Then, he wondered if he should check on Charlotte now. She had enjoyed the academy, so he imagined her smiling wider than Thanos. But he would soon discover how foolishly optimistic he had been, as something shattered. Snickers and giggles filled the air as she sat with another. Why had he not seen it until now? The pair continued their hushed conversation. An unsettling problem, however, still remained. A dark secret lay hidden behind that smile.